This buck still rises in him.
All right, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the TI South American Qualifiers. We are just about ready to officially kick it off on what's going to be a journey for these 11 teams competing for 2 spots representing South America, joining, of course, the 12 others that were already qualified, and then even 2 more. We'll talk about all of that. Ultimately, 20 teams going to TI, though, 2 of them going to be from these qualifiers. I'm Breaky CPK, and I'm joined by my man, Kzu. Kzu, how's it going?
It's me. Hello. It's been a long time since we've been side by side. It actually happened in a different video game that I don't know if we shall name it or not, but, you know, good old days.
Here? Yeah.
But now we're here.
We are. We're here, and we got a great series, obviously, to kick it off. But, man, this tournament, it's going to be fun. Of course, South America, in my opinion, South America is arguably one of the most entertaining regions to cover and to cast, just simply because we don't know what's going to happen. We don't know what to expect. Definitely some curveball picks certainly can be coming out. So at least that's what I'm excited for, Kizu.
And I feel like SA and SEA, you never really know what you're going to get. Like in SEA, sometimes you get some 50-minute games and everyone's just insane, running around the map, want to kill everyone. Next game, you have 60-minute farm fest. And I feel like it's a bit similar with SA. There's less... I feel like they've been getting more and more disciplined over the years, but it's still like the nature of the region where it's just random stuff happening that it will catch you off guard if you're not at least slightly ready for it.
Yeah, and, you know, to that point, you talked about, obviously, this region has certainly developed quite a bit over the years, and Valve agrees that they're getting those 2 extra spots here from these regional qualifiers, as we were talking about, already with 2 teams qualifying from DPC itself. And speaking of that, we look at all the teams that have already qualified, of course, from South America, Evil Geniuses and Beast Coast. It still feels weird to be saying Evil Geniuses South America. EG and Beast Coast, yeah. But then you got the 10 others, obviously, you list them off right there, all qualifying beforehand. And then just last night, just yesterday, really, Azure out of China representing, and they're going to be going to TI, and then Nouns from North America, those qualifiers wrapping up. But you look at all the list right here. What stands out to you, Kizu?
It's a scary list. I think, first of all, these are some damn good teams. And then I'll say that we have 2 teams that are already pre-qualified from SA, I think is really good for the region. And I mean, something else that stands out is that you had only 1 Chinese team be like pre-qualified via points. I don't know if that's ever happened in Dota, so I'm at least glad that, you know, Asia Ray, they made it out, because they've also have some, well, very star name players, like maybe FY Chalice, that they made it back in. And same with, you know, you mentioned Nouns. I think for teams like this, where you finally get to make it to, well, the biggest tournament, you know, in your career, or whether you do it again for some people, such as Moo, it's just, I don't know, it's just so different. It just changes everything for you.
Yeah, and, you know, speaking of Nouns, kind of to stick on that real quickly, obviously, you know, big fan of North America Dota myself.
Of course, bias.
Nouns has a similar storyline, in my opinion, to Thunder Awaken. There you go. There's a connection right here where Nouns, you know, finishing in that 3rd place spot quite a bit throughout a lot of the DPC and throughout the season. That's why they had to go to these qualifiers, not initially qualifying. But they were the favorite teams in these North American region here. And obviously they were able to go the distance and make it happen. Thunder Awaken, to me, is kind of that team, right? They finished 3rd place back-to-back in Division 1 here in South America in their seasons behind Evil Geniuses and Beast Coast. They are definitely the team to beat. Now, the important note on top of that, though, is that, again, there's 2 spots for South America, unlike the one for NA in China, as you're just mentioning right there. So let's kind of touch on that a little bit more as we're still getting ready for our first match here. Again, South America is going to have 4 teams at TI. I mean, I got to get your thoughts on that, Kzu.
I mean, I think the region has done sick development. I don't quite remember when the whole decision-making went out, because I mean, obviously you have the 2 best teams already there since they went with points. Therefore, logically, they're already the best. So I think there's just a lot going on where, you know, you're trying to make the region be even better. Personally, I don't know if I would give them 4 over 3, but either way, that's how it is. You're going to have to deal with it. There's no need to like really, talk against it. I think Thunder Awaken, as you've been mentioning, they're pretty good. I know at least a couple of their players like on my own, like from scrims back in the day or even like pubs. So I think they're just the team to beat here. But then this one other slot, I feel like just looking through, like skimming through all the other teams, there's players in more than 80% of these teams that like I know, and I know they're good. So
yeah,
I feel like the second slot is going to be a bloodbath.
Yeah, I mean, and who knows? Maybe
even the first
like,
one, yeah. Like,
exactly. We're confident. We're pretty confident with Awaken, but yeah, as you said right there, it is the TI qualifiers. And, you and I were obviously talking a little bit before we came live on the broadcast here. It's a lot can happen just simply because, maybe you woke up on the wrong side of the bed, right?
Yep.
You tweaked your neck, your carry player isn't feeling the best, and you only have a couple of days here, really, to make sure you secure your spot for TI. And yes, there is that second chance here being South America, but still, nothing is guaranteed by any means. Although we have our favorites, Thunder Awaken, certainly that doesn't mean, they still got to earn it in the end to kick it off here. And they're going to be going up against Balrogs, who comes in as the 8th seed. From this region. And a couple of names on there. You mentioned one of my favorite names, of course, Sexy Fat.
Same.
I feel like it represents myself.
That's gotta be like, I agree. I think you could rock that name too. It's just gotta be like top 10 best names. I know in the or maybe he also played Dota for a bit. My nuts. I think that was still one of my favorite names ever.
I gotta put this out there. That there's obviously gonna be a couple of Han references here and there.
Yeah,
it
I'm
is
sorry in
myself
advance.
after all, so we apologize in advance, but it's naturally gonna happen. Chipper and all,
Yeah.
Anyways. All right, so we're still waiting for, obviously, we're getting things set up for our first match, as I mentioned. It's going to be Thunder Awaken versus Balrog Esports. Again, certainly the favorite team in Thunder Awaken, but Balrog Esports definitely could put up a challenge here. Now, Thunder Awaken, also to clarify and all this, I'm sure people certainly know this by now, but Thunder Awaken, the organization, did finish very well at TI last year.
Yeah, they
obviously in the 5th, 6th place spot. However, that's not the same team. That, of course, now being Beast Coast, this is a completely new roster here for Thunder Awaken. So, take that how you will. Still, high expectations to get to TI, but it's certainly not that squad that we saw last year.
They've been generally placing and playing well from what I know. I also know that MJZ, their 5 player, I think he's got a pretty high ceiling. So I think being able to like help your team a little bit. It's more about how do they really integrate their carry player. It's Smiling Knight, who's he's a Belarusian carry player. Obviously, he speaks English if he is in this team, and they're going to have to also figure out like how all of that works, because I highly doubt that they can all speak the same language like fluently all in all.
Sure.
So that's like one thing that you have to incorporate. We saw it with even in just the Chinese region with Sumail and Aster. You can make it work, but that stuff, it's really difficult.
It is, and of course, that was one of the teams that a lot of people, had high expectations for, but Aster falling short over in the Chinese region. But we're talking South America, baby, and we got the bracket in front of you here. This is what we're looking at. Now, you may notice in the lower bracket there, one of those doesn't have a team listed. It is only 11 teams. Unfortunately, one of the teams, if I'm not mistaken, it was X5 Gaming. They did have to drop out. Not exactly sure on the reasons, but point is, so there's going to be a bye from there in that round 1 of the lower bracket, specifically in that spot.
Yeah.
But other than that, the 11 other teams are competing for those 2 TI spots. But we're kicking it off, as we mentioned, with Thunder Awaken versus Balrogs. Mad Kings versus VKS will be our follow-up. And then the 2 other series from the winner bracket side will be the following ones to happen throughout today. So plenty of Dota 2, specifically from South America, that'll be taking place throughout today. And again, I'm excited. We're staying in the winner bracket for now, so no elimination matches necessarily happening today, but still, you don't want to get knocked down to that lower bracket early on. You want to stay on that top side.
I like all these matches are just there's plenty of people who have been here before. They're, first of all, very stressful. And like you said, you're going to want to stay in this upper bracket. You want to come in with your ideas. And hopefully for you, they're the right ones. So you get to keep them and like maybe adapt like just a few heroes over the course. Because if you start losing early and on like the new patch that you're playing, you suddenly have to shelf out all the ideas you had prior. That's generally when teams have a really hard time. Because if you have to adapt everything, every draft, every pick, then you better have some really good mentality and really good ideas moving forward.
Yeah. So speaking of picks and everything, obviously there's not the most data just yet. And you were talking about yourself once again in the pregame here before it came on, but this is still a spot in this patch, especially where it hasn't truly been figured out yet. There is going to be some experimentation. Certainly expect, especially being South America, expect some maybe oddball picks here and there. But, I've been looking at the stats from the Chinese and North American regions, which, of course, have already played their qualifiers over this last week. And there's certainly some things that stand out. I mean, the first one being the top played hero is Ember Spirit. Maybe not the biggest surprise there, but a 13-23 win-loss. So he's being played a lot, but not necessarily. It's not often you have the top picked hero with a 36%
yeah, that's
win percentage.
Pretty. I think generally the lowest percent I've seen the top picked hero be is like maybe 40 or like some 45. Some Rubiks make it in there, but yeah, with Ember, it might just be in the start he was picked a lot and then he just slowly went down in value. Because also speaking of Ember, there's some other heroes that have risen up, like Earthshaker. I feel like that hero looks like a banger, especially if you do get to play into this hero. But yeah, patch is new, everything is new, you can bust out so many new things, so I just want to see all the new stuff that you can do in Dota.
You're mid Earthshaker. What's this about? I mean, we're going to be seeing the totem stomping and making some big crit. What is this, like a Daedalus build, a Silver Edge build style, or what are we?
Yeah, you
what
definitely you get the Silver Edge in there. You go like the Aghanims. You just you jump around, you dunk on some noobs, you win your lane because you have some buffs on your W. You have buffs from Aftershock. Hopefully, you lane against a melee hero, and yeah, I don't know. It is strong and it also feels good. I think that's a big part for Dota players. You need to feel good.
Yeah, well, with TI coming up, naturally, Earthshaker is going to be a very relevant hero in these next couple of months here. So we are just about ready to get things started. But once again, our schedule for today, we're kicking it off with Thunder Awaken versus Balrog Esports. As we take a look right here, one quick reminder as they're going over this, it is going to be a rolling schedule. So there are the times there, obviously the first one, pretty precise here of 10 Eastern. But after that, it is rolling, meaning once this series finishes, you give it they usually about a 15 to 20 minute break or so, and then they start the next series. So they have the default times, but especially if a series goes 2-0, could start earlier. So just in case you're looking at those times and you want to watch some of those other teams later, like Infamous, for example, maybe a bit earlier than the given time right there. But the point is, we got 4 great series ahead of us here. Looking forward. Is there any that you're most excited about, or is this just overall? Ready? I
would say, I don't know if I necessarily have a favorite, but there's some teams that I'm looking at. I feel like, well, here their abbreviation is ACAT. I feel like the AcatSuki, they have a couple names that, well, I know. They have MNZ, Leostyle, Frank. At least all of their 3 core players are people that I know. I feel like this could be somewhat of a... I mean, I guess you could call every one of these teams dark horses, but if I had to choose one without seeing them play, I feel like they could perform very well in this qualifier.
Mad Kings for me, and it's going to be a little bit of bias here, but I'm just saying they have this player named Oscar. He's an off-lane player. He might have some history in a game way back when that you're familiar with as well. So, I know it's certainly not going to be a bias cast here by any means, certainly but looking forward to honestly casting that series next. You and I were going to be doing both of this one as well as the following series, and then other commentators, great ones, of course, going to be finishing up throughout the series throughout today. So. But Keizu, it looks like we are starting to load in to our first series, our first game, Thunder Awaken versus Balrog Esports. This is going to be good. I can't wait. I mean, it starts with the draft, obviously, and what are we going to see? That's the big question. And we're also dealing with this new captain's mode draft and bans and picks, right? So, that's all a whole nother factor.
Yeah.
Speaking of
I was also talking to, some other people, and I was like, so what do you think about this change? And they're like, I don't know yet, but a change is good. So I think it goes by the scenario again where this has not been figured out yet. This has been in the game for 2 weeks. So let's say there's 2 weeks of patch. You get the first couple days, you probably don't really want to scrim because you're going to just play pubs to figure out all the new strategies and heroes.
Sure.
So you've had maybe 10 days of scrims, or you see other people do it in their qualifiers, but it's more, this is the type of thing that you need to feel it. You need to do it. So I can assure you that at least half the teams doing this, they're hoping that what they think is correct. And I'm supposed to be here to explain it to you how it all works. And I can tell you honestly that I can't.
Well, I'm sure not here to do that. I mean, we're kind of we're definitely along for the ride right here. No, that's I maybe a little bit more pressure on you, I guess, being the former pro player and everything. But at the same time, hey, it's going to be an enjoyable ride because we're in this with everyone else. Is kind of to your point.
So what is like very interesting? So it changed from it was a 2-2-1 in the old draft mode in terms of how you picked. So you banned, pick 2, banned, pick 2, banned, and picked 1. So now you have a lot of bans in the first stage. Then you both pick 1 hero each. And then you already banned for the 1 hero you picked.
So crazy.
I feel like there's like more layering, at least early on, to like you get to protect it beforehand and after. I feel like that's kind of interesting. But then this real battlefield starts in like the middle of the draft, where both of you need to pick like 3 heroes.
Without bans,
Yeah, like I think that is still the like most interesting stage of the draft is like this middling phase.
Yeah. And I know, unfortunately, with the UI on screen, I'm noticing that it doesn't necessarily show exactly the order like we can in the in-game screen. So if you happen to be watching it in game, it explains a little bit better. But yeah, we are now coming up to what's going to be our first pick. It's just one more ban, and then it'll be 1-1, as you're saying, with the picks, and then back to bans, and then it's a 3 picks for either team.
Yeah.
After that.
First pick has like first pick. They have a blank ban, so to speak. Like you get 1 less ban, you pick out of phase. I think it's the same then in the second phase for whoever picks first there, and then it's reversed in the last one. So honestly, until people catch up to how it really works, it will take a while because even I have to like cheat a little bit. But you have a hero that I've seen in a lot of games, whether it be pubs or tournaments. It's good old Gyrocopter. He's back.
Yeah, he's also the theme of the whole TI right now, what we got going on for the production. So that feels good too.
They figured it out.
Balrogs like, you know what? He looks good. Yeah. No, he has been played a little bit again, obviously referencing both China and North America in terms of the recent qualifiers that have taken place. Gyrocopter was the second most picked. It was a 17-17 record, just by Ember Spirit there as the first most. So, yeah, not necessarily a big surprise. Razor, by the way, I'm a stats guy, so I'm going to keep pointing out stuff like this.
Go for it.
Razor, 10th most picked. However, a 5-14 record. So win-loss wise, not necessarily good, but it does feel good in the Gyrocopter matchup, right?
Yeah, I would say that Razor, even though people may think this hero is very straightforward, and I think he's straightforward to play, but he's not straightforward to itemize. And with items changing, maybe Midas is better, yada yada, stuff like this. Still some room for people to improve kind of on their item builds. I would like to point out that a lot of the changes in this patch, I think, were very, not only quality of life for the heroes, but also to make them better. Like now when you play Gyrocopter, you have some slow resistance when you use Rocket Barrage, which, yeah, it's a nice change, but most importantly, when I read Flag Cannon, where, first of all, you have a higher radius, so you're going to hit more. But what you had a big problem with is, in nighttime, you wouldn't see the targets you want to hit, therefore you couldn't aggro them. But now you gain bonus night vision during Flag Cannon, which now if you're like in some triangle or you see 2-3 camps, you have an easier time seeing them to actually farm them all together. So I think this is not only like a really good change for the hero, but whoever came up with it, probably Ice Frog, I think it's like a quite ingenious way of helping the hero.
All hail Ice Frog right there.
My man.
Yeah, no, it's I love these night and day changes that are coming into play, but who cares what I'm saying right there? Because we got an Invoker, and I just start perking up even a bit more, right? Like Invoker for me is personally my favorite hero to watch, and this is a hero that got changes in 7.34. Certainly.
Yeah, he's got a lot of them. You got to do some reading.
Yeah. You definitely, he's got paragraphs of reading, but I actually got the chance to even play a couple of games myself post-patch, and it certainly feels a bit different. The biggest thing is that, making sure you have either the Exort Orbs or Quas or whatever going into a battle to, if you want to amplify the damage or if you need to heal up, make sure you have the Quas Orbs up. It's a slightly different playstyle.
I mean, the hero is now, he's also universal. Like, I've seen players like Quinn, like, you see Invoker with Manta style, you're like, what the hell am I looking at? Turns out, it could be good now because you get some damage, maybe you need some Dispel. And I think he already got a little bit of a nerf hammer in the B patch where Wex worked with items. I don't know if that was intended, but that was taken away. Ghostwalk was like a healing, like a walking fountain. It still kind of is, it's pretty good.
It is.
Overall, like, Invoker is a super sick hero, so if this hero is good, honestly, I'm not going to be the one to complain.
Well, there was also a part of me seeing those changes that is a support Invoker maybe even a bit more realistic now too? Or do you still think this is going to be mid Invoker, no question?
It's probably just going to be. I mean, honestly, who knows? Maybe you can maybe you can do something like an offlane Invoker or 4 Invoker, where also like items like Vessel are pretty good. But maybe the hero just needs too many levels. But again, you know, this is Dota on a new patch. I cannot tell you that it can't be a support without me or someone else doing it. I'm more of the advocate of just try it. You know, like. The worst case, someone flames you in a pub and you just move on and call them a moron. Like, you're good, you know?
All right, Mirana is the follow-up with Undying, by the way, so that's the combo coming up for Balrog. So we're in that phase, though, as you're mentioning, KZ, where there's a lot of picks happening now. There's going to be 2 now for Thunder Awaken, and then even another one for Balrog before we have our final 2 bans on either side. So
they both had a pick each in the start, and then they get to ban. The second pick team, if I'm not mistaken, they only get to ban 1, and the first pick team gets to ban 2. And now they just pick it down. You have a 1-2, 2-1 split. And yeah, this UI to me is still, I wouldn't say confusing, but it's going to take a little more time to get used to. I would say, just to talk about the picks, perhaps like Undying, overall, just good laner with Gyro. We know all of that. You generally want some range heroes that can help you out. Gyro can certainly do that with Rocket and Rocket Barrage as well. Tombstone, pretty annoying for Razor. It's the type of hero who just wants to link old BKB, run in there. So you've got some nice area control from your Undying here.
Yeah. You know, when Gyrocopter was picked up, there was a part of me that there was obviously so much else happening, but wondering, is IO maybe going to be a thought? But sure enough, it's on the other side. Thunder Awaken taking it for themselves. And it's a great partner with the Razor as well, so they're going to take advantage of that. And there's a Tree and Protector, so a bit more defensive mechanic, also with the Tower Heal. But obviously a great team fight initiation too, keeping things locked in place.
Yeah. I mean, I really like the Thunder Awaken answers here so far. I mean, you touched on the IO. We all know that IO Gyro is sick. Like, it's really strong together. Now, you already have a Razor counter matchup into Gyro. Whether it's a 1 or 3, I don't know yet. They'll probably decide later. But you're potentially going to have whichever carry or Razor with an Alacrity, a Tether on top. You have 3 and armor as well. Overgrowth is super annoying for Gyro. So if you're Balrogs, you definitely need to pick some heroes that will help Gyro. Like, he's going to be your hard carry. You need to help him get to the state in, like, team fights and the game overall where his teammates deal with all this random nuisance that is going to be in this draft of Thunder Awaken.
Now, Balrog goes with the Pango answer, and yeah, we were kind of talking about this before the stream, but Pango's just one of these heroes over the last 3 years plus that's just consistently been a strong pick, and that hasn't changed now. It feels like no reason why that would, so Balrog with the Pango.
It's just... I feel like Pango, it's also here that I think is just very cool. He has a cool design. He's a nice hero to be in the game. I don't mind if he's at least playable. And I think he's been more than playable for like the past 2 years now. Looking at you, Quinn, who's like picking in every second game, every grand final. But, you know, if the hero's good and it's fun to play, then I can't really blame them for picking it.
It's a nice combo. Yeah, definitely fun to play and happens to be really good. You'll certainly take that. So the final ban going to be coming up from Balrog as the last 2 picks. It is going to be Thunder Awaken with the final pick overall. So Balrog with their final ban. You need to figure out how they want to. So what do they need still? They got the Pango. I mean, again, offlane or mid, right? Like, it could be either. So
you probably need an offlane. I think you want some type of team fight in a way, which... I like the Mars ban, I think, coming off from Thunder Awaken. It's kind of what you want, like, lock them in place, try to get on these supports, because both Io and Treant, when you play against them, they're incredibly annoying, and you kind of need to kill them, because whoever they tether and, like, buff up, it's just too much coming out, so any of those type of archetypes could work. Tide is maybe a little hard to play in this scenario, because then they can just put Razor carry, they're happy, pick a new offlane as well, but I think teamfight is the name of the game here for Balrogs.
Looking at all these bans here, I mean, like Bat Rider is still on the board as an available option. We've been seeing a lot of Darkseer too, but no, Darkseer was banned, so can't see Darkseer. There's Centaur. Okay, certainly another offlane hero, and that'll be the choice for Balrog. So yeah, it's pretty Pango mid, Gyro safe lane, Centaur offlane here. Yeah,
so Centaur is, I would say it's okay. Like Stampede against Razor, you can obviously get in and out of the link and help you out with that a little bit, but there's quite a lot of, like, the overgrowth is annoying for Stampede. Obviously, you're not going to get out of that. I think Cold Snap, Tornadoes, all of this stuff. So it's decent for them, and it gives you some easier combo as well later with the Mirana. You have some Hoof Stomp into Arrow. maybe get some connection there. Not my favorite pick, but it does kind of fit what they needed.
You may now select
Ooh, a Drow Ranger. Now, this one's because I noticed that they were banning more position 1 carries on Balrog's side.
Yeah.
And sure enough, it is a Drow final pick going to be coming out for Thunder Awaken. So Knight queues it up. He is their position 1. So Illich, their offlaner, will be playing the offlane Razor here.
So I would say this is a good Drow game, apart from the fact... What Drow hates is when people get on top of you. So Centaur in that scenario is obviously very good. He gets on top of you. He has Stampede to also help his team get on top of you, and there's a Pango. But I would say if Knight gets off to a good game, and his team can somewhat protect him with like overgrowths, tornadoes, relocates, he has so many auras that I think this Drow Ranger is... I think this is a pretty scary pick for Balrogs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Drow does feel like one of those heroes, especially in a final pick, Drow, where if you're the other team, you're like, oh crap, did we forget something? Like, oh no, with the Drow, this game could become that snowball, as we like to say, right? It goes back to Thunder Awaken is the favorite team, sure, in this event. This is a 1 versus 8 seed, so all the data suggests that Thunder Awaken more so should be feeling pretty good here about the chances, and definitely building a lineup that could play pretty fast here. Yeah. It's a matter of Balrog has ways to slow that down.
I think Balrogs are going to need some good laning. I mean, they have good enough heroes to make it work, right? You have some mid-Pango, you have a Santo Marana lane, you have a Gyro Undying. Everything is I think it's a very solid first pick draft where it wasn't like super easy to kind of counter you. But I feel like if the game like kind of plays out very evenly, then I think Thunder are going to have a little bit of an edge.
There you go. Let's let him... He's going to be on that Invoker mid, so again, excited for that. I will say one last point here as we're loading into the game here with the draft is Centaur wasn't picked at all between China and North America in the qualifiers. So this is as we talked about, we're going to be seeing some different things. The patch is the South America Dota, going with the Centaur on the side of Balrogs.
I mean, Centaur is just the type of hero, I feel like no matter what this hero gets in terms of changes, people are going to try to refrain from picking him. The last time I remember this hero being played a lot is when he had the Ult Retaliate, where you gained like stacks and then you could use it and gain damage. But I think what they did with the Hoof Stomp now, where you can cast it without it going off, like while you move. I think it's a nice quality of life change, and who knows? Maybe this hero is good. Again, you won't know until somehow Thompson joins your game, plays mid-dazzle, and you're like, oh, I guess this is good.
Wait, this is a thing? Okay, I guess Carry IO's a thing? All right, I guess we're doing Carry IO now. Yeah, it's that's just the beauty of Dota in so many ways, though, isn't it? It's that's why you can appreciate it and longevity, etc. Anyway, we could talk about that forever, but all right, we got to start into the game here. The Observer Wards are down, and both teams kind of doing the stare down from either side. Do you see either side infiltrating the other here, or is this going to be a stare down that leads to nothing?
I mean, I guess Balrogs have way better level 1, right? You have Undying. You could also missile into an arrow, whereas I feel like Thunder Awaken, they have like a lot of casual spells. Like if one guy comes out of position from Balrogs, they can like poke up it with, I don't know what, Cold Snap, some Plasma Field, and Tree and Grass, but that's kind of about it.
Boker hasn't leveled up yet as far as Quas or X or anything. There he goes, Wex first.
The arrow.
Throws down the EMP, and Knight is going to have to tether back. He should be good. Excel got thinking about it, but not worth the chase. So, yeah, a little bit of a clash there, but in the end, no deaths taking place.
Oh, definitely a nice play from Knight. He went in to tank the arrow and then did get to tether out, but either way, some regen is going to be gone from them. But yeah, this is just Balrogs, like their level 1, I think, on most of the lanes is just a little bit stronger.
So our mid matchup, it is the Invoker versus Pango, not necessarily a rare one. Invoker, as I talked about, though, did go the Wex first, and so he's throwing down some EMPs right now, but no Cold Snap early on. But I've got to assume that Quas Wex. I mean, who knows? Though we'll keep an eye on what he decides to level up here.
Yeah, I've seen that. Quasvex seems like the type of go-to, and what I see people go for is also like they go for this urn, and then maybe they fall back into like Treads or a Midas, because now you have the double charges on the Midas as well, which I think feels pretty good for most of these heroes. Well, this top lane, I think Razor should be pretty happy, but it relies on you staying high HP, which generally IO should help you do so, and you can link the gyro and be kind of okay. So I would expect them to do pretty well top. But maybe Mr. Axel.
Staying high HP against a decay spam, though, is not necessarily the easiest either. And you see right there, he's Undying, botting him all the way to the tower. So Gyrocopter has a lot of room. So you expect maybe Razor to be okay, but Gyrocopter is right now having some pretty safe farm.
yeah, I would say probably both of them are going to be pretty okay, as sure you've got some link going on. So now maybe during this time, you can try to like use this bonus damage to just kind of annoy the gyro. I don't really think you're supposed to kill as the Razor IO lane, but you can try to slowly out-sustain and maybe start winning the CS battle.
Yeah, Undying, as expected, continues that harassment. But bottom lane, the only one we really haven't touched too much on yet, Drow and Treant versus the Mirana, as well as the Centaur, of course, as that core lane. And early on, 8-2 Centaur, 7-2 Drow. So, again, very early on, but right now a pretty even battle between those two.
Yeah, this should be a very... I think this is just a very CS-heavy lane. The most important thing, if you're Thunder Awaken, is that you want to try to slow down the Vanguard timing from the Centaur, because at that point he won't care at all, as they try to kill the missile. Won't quite connect it. But, and at the same time for Balrogs, if you can help Centaur have a good timing on his Ring and Vanguard, like that is so huge, because he could... You can just ignore the Drow, start chipping down the tower a bit, or even push him out of the lane.
Notice in this mid lane matchup, Invoker's having a fantastic time. 14-6, 7-2 currently on the Pango on the other side. So I don't know if this is supposed to be this dominant early on. I mean, Pango's certainly one of these heroes though that, you know, always recovers, it feels like. But
yeah,
Invoker, very good start.
I mean, I guess he has slightly more damage than Pango, so there's a little bit of a damage advantage going on. I think this hero gains like 5.x damage per level on Invoker, which is pretty insane.
Yeah.
But... yeah, I could see the hero win a little bit. Maybe. I mean, Pango, God, he's a little bit closer now. But yeah, Pango's just the type of hero where if you get through the lane even, I consider that a win. So if you slightly lose, it's still pretty okay.
Okay, yeah. It's caught up slightly, as you're mentioning. And yeah, the levels add up. That Swashbuckle level 2, the Shield Crash level 2. The more damage assist there. But yeah, I'm noticing the Invoker's throwing down that EMP constantly and keeping Pango away the best he can. Bottom lane, meanwhile, Mirana using that arrow to kill the range creeps, as you would expect, denying a bit of farm right there, or more so a push happening. But Centaur, he is 17-3 in this lane, so once again, feeling pretty good about his chances. So you talked about the Centaur getting the Vanguard. Is this a earlier on blink after, you think, or is it going to go just more the aura heavy?
Probably so. I think the blink is nice, because ideally you want multiple forms of being able to get on top of the Drow, but also to like cancel or relocate. And then it means that your Pango doesn't have to like initiate and teamfight and do everything, so you can kind of like share the responsibility. So I think Vanguard into like maybe Phasewood's Blink would be pretty good. But overall, it looks like all 6 cores in this game, at least for the start of it, are gonna be like pretty happy, right? Maybe Razor's a little bit on the receiving end with only 14 CS, but overall, everyone's getting XP, everyone's getting gold, so everyone's chilling.
Okay, the combo here from Sledham just throws him out with the tornado, the EMP, and manages to connect, and all of a sudden Pango is completely out of mana as a result. So abusing that EMP against the Pango, and even more understandable as to why Invoker keeps that solid lead over him. Getting him pretty low, actually, in the middle lane. Gold snap, that might be a kill. One more attack. No, gets the vision, out of vision that is, and saves a lot. So still no first blood, but that was a close call.
I mean, even if you're not getting the kill, like all of these small things, they matter so much. And yeah, I mean, I can definitely just see it in the damage difference. Invoker has a 20 damage advantage over Pango at this point. And
jeez,
I mean, if you're behind like this, you're definitely not going to be able to recover it that easily. So yeah, this mid matchup not really going the way you want.
Is this a case of Mirana, please help me mid, or do you just kind of accept your fate?
I think you're probably going to look to just get your level 6 nicely here. On your Pango, and then maybe see if you can make a rotation as up top. Knight could be in some... Nope. Just chilling. Too much moves, too much heal.
Yeah, they put in the link and they thought about making a play, but the Tombstone came down and immediately Razor and I was like, all right, now our time is over. Let's just fall back. We got to cool down.
Yeah. I mean, if you can trade Link for Tombstone, it's definitely better for you as a Razor, because Tombstone has way higher cooldown. So maybe you can like try to abuse this timing and like the minute to come, or maybe you can Link again. Tombstone is down. But yeah, we don't have any plays yet, really. But first active rune of the game, 6 minutes. This is where things really start getting higher pace.
Yeah, not the sexiest rune for action, though. It's a regen rune for Pango. You'll just bottle it up, and you'll have the ability to use that there in the near future. So good job going to the bottom, picks it up. Mirana was also rotating over as a just in case you'd expect from the supports. Going to be fine. Isles back to the top lane, though. The tether's up. Undying wasn't here, and DCMC in trouble. A couple more auto attacks. Nice heal from Undying. The Soul Rift, it's only level 1, but it's enough to help keep it alive. Is it enough in the end? It's not. There's the first blood finally. Will it come at a cost, though? IO, yes, it will. He is dead, and A trade so far still favoring Thunder Awaken,
another
but
leap.
they also get the kill and Razor. A double leap. It's not enough damage though. Oh, is it? Another leap back coming in.
No.
Starfall, yes, gets the vision and takes him out. All right, that's a little bit better for Balrogs.
Oh, and in the meantime, just abuse the fact that Mirana TP'd up top, bring your Invoker bottom, get the kill there. So, yeah, I think it was a good rotation from Balrogs to like try and help it out, but I think Thunder Awaken should be pretty happy with what happened there. A lot of like XP going their way. Here you have the Ghost Walk. I mean, just 12 mana region like this early on while using it. Obviously, you'll have to stay in it for a little bit to kind of make up for the mana, but yeah, this spell is pretty sick.
It feels really good. It's like he had a mana potion basically active while he was walking back over to mid, and yeah, the fact he already has another 300 mana to work with after using quite a bit and nearly all of it at the bottom lane is expect to see that Ghost Walk used very frequently.
Yeah.
With the new mechanics of it.
I mean, I think it's just to go into the Invoker changes again. I think it's really cool, not just for the heroes like upkeep, but also that you can move more easily, because this is what you want to do as a Quas Vex Invoker. You don't just want to sit in your lane, and you can see the pressure already every time he like starts moving down bottom. Before he granted them a kill, now sure, he did move through an Observer Ward, so they'll probably know that there is one in this area, but every time he goes off map, you just have to be so scared on both of your side lanes.
And you see Pango, of course, knew he was coming back. Just going to have to accept that he's going to hit by the MP. But an Arcane Rune, that'll make him a little bit happier. Able to bottle that up.
I mean, he's at least at the state here where you have Arcane Boots, you also have Arcane Ring, you have Bottle. So if you get EMP'd at this point, it's kind of like, meh, whatever. Maybe you can just Swashbuckle out. And I would say this early Rune Control, or the fact that he got the Region at minute 6 and now the Arcane minute 8, it would be nice if they can look to make something happen, which, well, obviously they are, but there's some good wards around from both teams because they know all the tempo is coming from both the mid heroes, right? So if you just put these wards in the rivers, just gonna spot all these rotations.
Well, this goes back to the Ghost Walk, though, and we see right here, Invoker's like, all right, you got vision, well, I got invisibility. He's going to head to the top lane. Now, he's missing mid. They know this, but they don't know exactly where he is, and this could be a kill. Undying, going to do what he can. Puts a Tombstone down. There's a TP as well, a couple of TPs. Arcane Rune activated Pango. Going to pop the Rolling Thunder. No, he cancels for now. There's the EMP as well as the Cold Snap as mentioned, so delays the response. And in the end, no kills taking place, but at Thunder Awaken, they get several TPs. How about Centaur, though? Oh, that was because bottom, he was low. He survives.
I think there's just some nice, they're looking for a little more. There's a lot of nice macro plays coming out from Thunder Awaken here where they go top and like they kind of poke. They spot that there's two or I don't even know if they spotted it, but they felt that there's multiple TPs coming in. They back off. Then in the meantime, again, they know, okay, Centaur's alone. They poke him and they get a stampede out of him. So even with no kills, they definitely won on the economy there.
Razor running into the Mirana. Mirana, though, has that leap. She's going to be fine, and Razor will instead pop the Eye of the Storm and farm up some jungle stacks in the meantime, so making efficient use of that farm. But yeah, I mean, overall, it's only 1,000 net worth league currently for Thunder Awaken. Gyrocopter is managing to do very well with this farm. He's got the Falcon Blade, the Power Treads, and he's working on a Chrysalis.
I mean, he's definitely going to have a good game. It's going to be more about the fact, can he kind of get through some of these? He's going to have to be very fat. So for him to be at this net worth is good. He's definitely going to have to, maintain it. Like against Invoker, you're going to get linked by Razor. You're going to get some overcharged tether as well. Invoker is also off to an insanely good start. Like he's about to have a Vessel completed, which is pretty scary in this game.
Oh, bottom lane! Centaur thought he could TP out, but in comes Invoker. If it was just Drow, then sure, but it wasn't. Invoker gets there at the right time. Cold Snap to stop, and they secure the kill. So, yeah, Drow just showing off her presence, though, and she is now top farm in the game.
I mean, that has to be that's the most important kill of the game right now, because I would say for Balrog, sure, you would like your Pango to have an even better game than he does, but in order for you to start rolling, I think you need Blink Centaur, go for some arrow into Hoostomp combo. But now, like, Smiling Knight, he just gets to sit in this lane for forever. You lost your 10-minute siege creep as well, and I think Thunder Awakening are definitely, like, if the map is stagnant like this, they're going to be the ones, like, coming out on top.
Mm-hmm. Well, IO level 5, he's trying to get some experience in the middle lane. Meanwhile, get level 6 at least, get that relocate online. Speaking of map presence, but yeah, Drow just comfortably sitting at the bottom lane. Dragonland's now finished. You see, she has her future items in hand. The Hurricane Pike into an Ags is the build we're looking at for the Drow Ranger in this game. So, makes sense to you?
Yeah, it's that's a scary build. Like first with the pike, you can maybe sometimes even pre-click the centaur. You can pike him away when he blinks in. You can get out because all he has to do is like kind of live through either stampede or roll. I mean, if you get to pike away from both, that's sick. But let's say you get to do it from one, good enough. Ags is great. Just stack up all the stacks on them. And overall, yeah, I think if you're Balrogs, maybe you can look for a Moonlight Shadow or Smoke play where you get to kind of donk someone out of the map, because I think Pango has not been able to kind of be pulled into this game yet by his team. I think they need to find an opening for that.
Yeah, Pango, he's gonna go top. Mirana denies the double damage rune as a result. Did not want Invoker grabbing that. Speaking of Invoker, by the way, go back to him real quickly. I'm noticing he hasn't gotten the XOR yet, so he doesn't have his full arsenal as far as weapons just yet, as he's getting close to level 10. We'll see, if that does come up then maybe, but no XOR yet.
Yeah, I would say probably around the next couple levels. I think for now, mainly what he wants to do is like move around with this Wax, have some lower cooldown on all your spells, so I don't really mind it. He also has the Spirit Vessel completed that we touched on earlier. I think wherever he goes right now, unless Balrogs catch him off guard, which could happen.
Ooh.
It's like kind of like smoking into him, but he's just gonna break it.
The damage. He's gonna dodge the arrow, but it's not gonna be a kill, but you just see Pango. He's gonna drop to about 30% life, and he doesn't have any more bottle charges, and he's gonna have to play safe now, so.
Hey, that's just like 800 HP gone from Pango, plus mana without, like Invoker, he didn't use anything. He got all the mana back, he used one vessel charge, that's it. And in return, Pango, he has to go back to base. So the more often that this happens, obviously not great for you, but yeah, I must say Gyro is doing a very good job at keeping up. DCMC kind of, I like his build too, right? The Falcon Blade, Max of Flat Cannon, Crystallis, Spark of Courage as well. I love this item. It's so good on all these Medusas, Gyros, like just 18 damage on all these split shots. That feels good.
Yeah. The chef's kiss right there.
Oh yeah.
I'm noticing no tower presence really in this game as far as either team. Objectives haven't necessarily been the go-to. It's been it's fairly passive, a little bit of movement though. Invoker we've seen moving quite a bit, but not necessarily too much objective focus in the tower sense.
Yeah, I mean, both teams are just kind of sitting back, they're chilling. It kind of goes to show you that I think both teams feel like that they want the game to go later, and they have faith in, their carries to then like kind of come through, as we have some try to go for a steal with the relocate. Certainly like that, with Wisdom Runes being so important nowadays as well. But I mean, I said it before, if the game does stagnate, I think Balrogs have to pull out some really good stuff to help their Gyro to like get in this game.
Yeah. And yeah, Razor, again, this is an off-lane Razor, but his farm's feeling pretty good.
Yeah.
BKB is coming up in the near future. We talk about Isles constantly supporting him as well, so maybe an off-lane, but he's just as dangerous of a core as the other two, it seems like. We're going to see a smoke play, by the way. Actually, on both sides, look at it really south. You have Centaur as well as Mirana way down here, but not going to find anyone.
I mean, they tried. Looks like they kind of felt it, right? Centaur's off map. You kind of know that this one is coming, but maybe in the meantime, Balrogs, they might lose their Undying. Yep, they will. So I guess Thunder get a little bit out of their smoke. Maybe now we'll have some tower trading going on. I don't really see either team really wanting to defend. You have to use like 3-4 TPs. So I think you're just you just trade at this point. Call it a day.
Well, you do have the Treant factor. It's only level 1 living armor, I believe. But yeah, he is supplying that as well as the invulnerability.
Hold.
And they are going to hold. Yeah, they're not only going to defend this, but maybe get kills out of this. Spirit Vessel's up Centaur. He's going to get help for the Marauder arrow. Using his Stampede to get away. DCMC wants a kill on a Treant. He's not going to get it just yet, though. As more supports here. Lifting him up in the air with the Tornado. And now it's Razor showing up as well as Trow. The whole team of Thunder Awaken is ready to play. They get the kill on Gyro, and now the run is on.
Nope, just it's a nice defense. Someone just feels it. Okay, we can go down here. Maybe they're a little bit split. You go with I mean, they got the most important kill of the entire game. Sure, if you kill Centaur Pango, yeah, it feels good. You slow them down a little bit, but kind of killing the one condition the enemy team has at this point, if the game drags out, being Gyro, and you hold your tower, yeah, honestly, that's a big deal.
Yeah. I mean, again, the living armor, even at level 1, it still is annoying to deal with, especially when you're going for tower trades like that and didn't end up being a trade as a result, because it's going to start healing up even more. And now this mid tower for Thunder Awaken, they're going to go for it and try to build off even more of a lead now.
It's pretty good, right? You have the IO mech, which came in clutch in the last fight already as well. You've got the overcharge, you've got the alacrity sitting behind as well. You just pop it on this Razor, and I mean, Balrog's defense is not that good as Axel. Taking quite a bit of beating. Oh, nice pre-cold snap.
That was insane timing right there. Happened to get him right as he blinked in. You mentioned Centaur prioritizing the blink, makes sense, but if he's gonna get cold snap like that immediately, I don't know.
Yeah, that's kind of, he must have had vision somehow, or he just spam clicked the ground. Either way, that was really nicely done. That's how they're holding mid. Uh-oh, Pango.
That's an in trouble Pango. Centaur gonna do what he can, put the stomp on a Razor, but nobody else. The rip heal, there's no way that's enough. That's an easy kill to Pango. And now, that's in, he'll also fall on the Centaur. So a couple more kills going the way of Thunder Awaken, and in KZ, we're starting to feel that surge happening now from Thunder Awaken.
Yeah.
It's been a fairly close back and forth game up until these last couple of minutes. It's starting to accelerate though.
Yeah, you've got a lot of these like item timings coming up now, right? Everyone had to like farm, get some levels. Now you have mech, you have vessel, you have a hurricane pike, you have a BKB coming out as well, coming up on your Razor. So you've got a lot of stuff going on. If you're Balrogs right now, I like that they had a lot of ancient stacks to, you know, keep your gyro like around the top net worth, or right now where he is top net worth, because I think going for 5-on-5s right now is not easy unless you really set it up nicely. I think for Balrogs, you want more like skirmishy fights.
Well, they're going to try to make something happen here. Pango smoked up with the Undying. They're headed towards the Drow up top, but Knight's, he's suspicious. Something's up. Is already falling back in a very defensive posture, and you'll just go for some Ancients instead. We talked about that Ag's possibility coming up, and it certainly is coming up for the Drow Ranger, and especially when she has that, it's going to be extra scary. But the Moonlight Shadows, again, they're really trying on Balrog's side, but the defensive posturing from Thunder Awaken, they know their timings. They're playing it appropriately right now, and it's working.
Yeah, I know their map play is good. They also had this very aggressive ward in the dire jungle of Balrogs, where I don't know if they spotted all of them smoke, but either way, they spotted heroes like run through it, which made it a lot easier for them to dodge. And the way they're using the heroes right now is very good. Like, you have your Drow chilling, and the rest, look how strong they are. They can just like run in and kind of be like, yo, what's up? This guy is just dying to cold snap Vessel and some like random auto attacks.
Hey, that's basically what happened there. Yo, what's up? And you're just dead. Is Undying, now it's, if you're Balrogs, it's like, okay, Undying died. What else is new? Not a big deal, but it's got to be frustrating. And you see Gyrocopter bottom lane, by the way. He might be in trouble. Relocate coming in from behind. DCMC has to fight this. No other choice. Take somebody with him, he says. The deafening blast, though, even coming out, slowing him down, and it is going to be a kill on Gyro, and no return happening. So the relocate back, the perfect timing, and Thunder Awaken. Hey, the relocate back in. It's now a 2 versus 2 skirmish over here. Marana, Demon's like, wait a second, it wasn't supposed to be like this. He's going to go down. Pango just rolling Thunder, doing what he can, but it's not much. Of course, the Sunstrike.
This guy's good.
Well placed by Invoker, certainly good indeed, and that's a BKB use, but Thunder Awaken, 6,000 net worth lead now.
Yeah, honestly, they're doing a lot of nice stuff on the map. Just to relocate towards bottom. What I can see already from just like watching a little bit is that I feel that they're very free in terms of how they move on the map. Whereas Balrogs, I think you can feel a little bit that the game doesn't feel too nice to them. There's like a lot of 3-man, 4-man walking in. You don't find anything. You try a little harder. You go in even deeper. And from Thunder Awaken, everything, it just looks so natural and so fluid.
Centaur pushing out the middle, is working on a Crimson Guard. Certainly a nice tool to have if it manages to do it, but still a bit off of that. I mean, Gyrocopter, really the one shining star for this dire side. And I mean, he has an Ags now. We saw Gyrocopter in a 1 versus 3 down there. He actually held his own pretty well considering.
Yeah.
So does that give you at least some hope still for Balrogs?
I mean, Gyro and these Medusas is always like, worst case, it just bunch up a rapier at the end of it, and you'll be fine. That's okay. Mike, nope. Can't even get the IO, at least for now.
No.
It's a little unfortunate.
That's a feels bad man right there. Even committing the tombstone, but Isle manages to survive the Sunstrike. Oh, it just missed. These placements on point. Excel God, though, managed to sidestep it and survive for now, but still 15 seconds from Marana's death, but Balrogs is trying to cut off the treant over here. But again, numbers still favoring Thunder Awaken, so you got to be careful if you're Balrogs.
Yeah, I think if you're Balrogs, you kind of need to, or the way I like to describe it is that you kind of need to play like Tundra would at this point. Tundra are, I think, one of the best teams at playing a very open and split map when they're not ready to fight, where they split you up and then they would like use Moonlight Shadow and try to gank you. Because I think right now they're kind of skipping some steps. Like they're just running headfirst into the enemy, but that doesn't work unless you put the map in a good state. So like put your Pango top, put your Centaur bottom, get some lanes pushed out, force Thunder to react to you, and then go for a smoke. I know it ain't easy being down 7 AK gold, but I think if you just sit back or you force it for no reason, I don't really see Balrogs being able to fight back in this game.
I hate to, add to that a little bit, more so in favor of Thunder Awaken, but man, look at this Doral. Level 15 now, so has the multi-shot cooldown -8 seconds, but also the Axe has been finished.
Yeah, he is, he's strong. You've got the level 10 talent, you've got the multi-shot on 50, now you got the stacks as well. You have a medallion to help you with the Roche. You can even go for some overcharge, alacrities, whatever you may need, and yeah, just a pretty clean gameplay for now from Thunder Awakening. Don't really have, anything bad to point out, at least yet. So they're definitely playing this game really damn well.
Yeah, they know what's on the line. I mean, again, there is those 2 spots here for South America, but still, they understand how important this is, how big of an opportunity this is for them as the tournament favorites coming to these qualifiers. And certainly, at least in game 1, like you said, don't want to get too ahead of ourselves, but they are playing very clean right now. And Balrogs, they're not up for the challenge just yet. It's proven to be a difficult task, but the Aegis in hand for the Drow. There's another tower kill, and Balrogs trying to figure this out. Like, they kind of want to engage, but not really. And now it's going to be engaged with Thunder Awaken. Razor, jump on him first, but he's got backup. Roll down, Helicopter. He's going to be running out of it, though. Pango's rolling, but he's not rolling anywhere. BKB's going to be active. Now Razor all of a sudden running them away as Pango gets shredded to pieces. They did get Io as well as Treant, though, so supports are down. And Balrog wants more. Io, buyback. Can you save Razor?
Looks like
might not even be necessary. Yeah, it's in there, but Razor did the job anyways.
Holy damage!
Now Helicopter, he's isolated. Yeah, the damage is real, but by then, all the teammates dead around him. Gyro falls, and Thunder Awaken certainly winning that fight.
I mean, it actually looked pretty good at the start, because I don't know if you also saw it, but towards the end I saw Gyro had a DD rune, which is why, he dealt 9,500 damage, but just like sitting there, some flat cannon, you have a side cannon going off from your Ags as well, but yeah, even with a DD, just kind of fighting through. He's got the Specialist Array as well on Smiling Knight with the Drow, getting some of the split shot going off, so yeah.
I mean, it's impressive, his damage, but it's also impressive how little damage everyone else did. And, frankly,
that's a bit of a problem.
Because, I mean, Razor was low, Invoker was low, but just imagine, if I certainly don't want to be a call out here as like a player call by any means, because it's been a difficult game, but Pango's presence has felt very, very lacking.
Yeah, it's been, if they want to do well in the next couple of fights, they really need to they need to just be clutch. If Centaur gets a stomp on a core, you need the Pango roll to follow up with the next stun before the stomp is over, so there's no BKBs, or if Io tethers in to save him, you get to roll on top of him as well, because at this point, I mean, the more you're down in gold, the better. You just have to make up for it with gameplay, really. You're gonna have to eventually outplay your opponent, so you're gonna have to help Mr. DCMC to just make it easier for him to try and carry you, because if he has to do all the work, Jesus, he exploded.
Undying's like, I gotta do some ward play. Let's check things out. It's basically a mobile ward right there.
Yeah.
Blown up. Oh, he's dead for another 30 seconds. Has buyback if it calls for it, but certainly not going to be buying back anytime soon here. Feels like you got the Aegis still for another 2 minutes for this Drow, by the way. I mean, that's another big thing. That whole fight, Drow didn't even use the Aegis. And they're taking advantage of it. They're going to get the last outer tower, most likely.
I mean, I would love to be any of the Thunder Awaken cores right now. Even if I'm just this Razor or Invoker, even if I'm not top net worth, I have so many buffs in my team. I have some Treant armor, I have Overgrowth, Alacrity, Tether, I have Drow Aura. Everything is just coming together right now, and you can see because Balrogs, I don't really know how you fight into them right now. Maybe you bait them to dive the high ground, get a buyback, smoke around. I don't know, but you're going to have to cook up something.
Drow starting the uphill, putting in the attacks, and Alacrity's applied. What do you do against this? Those multi-shots even being thrown out. Currently, a Gyrocopter, I guess what you do is you kind of ignore it and you try to farm that Divine Rapier eventually. It's still a ways away there. He's going to finish a Hurricane Pike, but...
Yeah. Well, he did queue up the BKB plus Divine, so You know, this is at least I would say it's the respectable stuff. But also now, you know that you force the Invoker bottom, so they're going for a smoke. But they don't have any pre-vision yet, so they'll have to go around and try to find like a good ward spot. They're also under Moonlight, so maybe they could find something. But Invoker is already fountaining his way back to his team.
Yeah. Not only is he running really fast, but he's going to be nearly full mana by the time he's back, because Ghost Flock is pretty strong. So he's he's already back here, and a clash certainly could be happening soon. There's the expose. Centaur, Stampede defensively with the Crimson Guard, so he'll survive, but already taking plenty of damage initially.
I mean, you did get to I like this play from Thunder. Like, you just go mid. You know that these guys smoked all the way around to try and gain position on you, but now you just go mid. Also, like, you force up, what, Tombstone, Stampede, and Crimson Guard, so you didn't lose anything, and they had to use 3 cooldowns, so I really like this play.
And Gyro doesn't even have a TP for another 15 seconds, so he's just going to teleport bottom.
Just going to farm it up a little bit until he's ready.
What can you do? Yeah, make the best of it. Meanwhile, Excel God just delaying the best that he can, which is not too long, unfortunately. Oh, Demon's dead too.
Oh, Miranda died. Yeah, this is just... okay, Creep Wave is coming. I mean, you're going to have to somehow try to defend 3-on-5. I don't think you can. You probably have to wait at least for them to be closer to respawning. And yeah, I think you only have one real play. If you team fight, you need Stomp into roll into arrow, play it perfectly there, hope that the relocate isn't on point, or you wait for the good old rapier. You increase your win percent by a few percent, take one fight, and just pray to God. Just pray.
Again, we've seen the damage, but yeah, he's certainly at this point where that all-in strategy is the most realistic option, it feels like. But to that point, Gyrocopter only has about 200 gold currently saved up and has neither component, so it's going to need a good, 5 minutes or so of just save-free farming.
This is where you check if cheats are enabled. Just type space, like enter, dash,
Did the
gold.
admins forget? Come on.
Yeah, did they forget? Oh, but he has a rapier. What happened?
Hey, imagine that.
He's just really good at farming, guys.
I like that. No, I don't think that's going to be happening.
Probably not, but I think what's happening is that he's probably going to die.
Yeah, by himself. Support's coming, but it's just getting here way too slowly. Hurricane Pike again, he just gets kited to oblivion.
Yeah.
No buyback for a minute. Thunder Awaken is just going to go now.
This Invoker performance is pretty damn good. I like what I see here from, I don't know if I'm supposed to pronounce it Slatem or Slatems, but his Invoker is looking pretty good, from the laning to the itemization, how he's moving on the map and kind of knowing, okay, we just took 2 rags, so even before, we can't go high ground. All I need to do right now is look for the gyro, because they can't fight us, so all they want to do is farm. He sets it up, gets a reload, instantly goes around again, and it's just, I don't know, it's just very clean gameplay from him.
It is. As a team, it's very good, but yeah. Especially the Invoker, I agree. It's been impressive to watch, and he's hunting once again for another opportunity. He's going to actually find an Arcane Rune, which he'll gladly pick up, and still in that Ghost Walk form. You got Treant Protector with a Solar Crest now, by the way. Just going to throw that up on Razor, who has a Satanic. Yeah, the items just keep adding up.
Yeah, they have a lot of item timings right now. Like, surely when you're up a lot of gold, of course, that will happen, but right now you have some incredible power spikes. Like you said, you have some Solar Crest coming out as well to help you. You have all the sustain in the world that you need, where all you need to do now is like kind of hit, maybe dodge a smoke, and just not get initiated on like complete noobs. Because at this point, you have so much time to talk about, okay, if they come on us, how do we want to fight? What do we want to do? You do it cleanly, and yeah, I think Thunder are just in a great spot.
Now, there is a Lotus Orb on Pango, so a bit more of a defensive style there, and maybe that's one of those that could throw off Thunder Awaken a little bit, and here we go, the engagement. Drow, BKB activated pretty quickly, though. Going to be fine. Root as well, and Centaur. Stampede, he'll live, but just barely as he's running away. Not the same for Pango. Gold snaps and everything else, just too much. So he's staying there for 50 seconds, and numbers once again going for Thunder.
Yeah, it was actually very close on the arrow connecting before the BKB. I think it was like 0.1 seconds maybe, but either way, it's just really hard to fight. Everyone's thanking nice pike play from Smiling Knight as well. Get out of here, Centaur. You can stun me.
We're going to say GGs are inevitable at this point, and sure enough, they come out. So game 1 of this best out of 3 will indeed go the way of Thunder Awaken. They're just even diving the fountain at this point. But this one's over. Thunder Awaken 1-0 lead over at Balrogs. So, hey, the early game for the first 10 minutes or so, 10, 15 minutes even, it was a pretty tight game. Not very aggressive play necessarily, but again, there was that timing, as we like to go back to. You could just tell Thunder Awaken started to feel really good, and they played it well.
Yeah, I think they just had the right read on the game, like knowing that if we just sit back, wait a bit, maybe get an urn, get closer to our stuff, we just get the levels we want. And then like they shut down the Centaur bottom, while also Sladem is like just winning mid on his Invoker against Pango. It just makes like the game so hard, where they don't get to open up the map, and then suddenly it's just like, you know, they're just slowly building the lead more and more. And for Balrogs, it just felt pretty hard for them, I think, to play this game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you take a look at some recaps here. And this was, again, a sign of Gyrocopter. You just see what he's able to do by himself in a 1 versus 3. Like, he almost killed that Invoker as well, but it wasn't able to be. And then the relocate back, it was a case of, like, Murata and Pango thought they had the jump right there. It turned out not to be the case. And Razor, I mean, how about Razor, too? Like I said, he's an off-lane core for the team, and he felt just as dangerous as anyone else. I know you talked about Casey. You would be fine being any of those 3 cores.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it actually looked pretty nice. They also had a lot of stacks. I think the Observer showed it to us earlier in the game. They had like 5 stacks. And with the new Razor passive, where sometimes you get the Fork Lightning that you used to have in the Shard, like when you're tanking creeps, you deal AoE damage, you can farm stacks with your Q, and they kind of knew that all we have to do is like just kind of scale. And I mean, you're certainly doing that. If you have Invoker mid, you have an IO that's buffing up your 2 cores too, so... Yeah, I don't know. I'm just very impressed with how they played this game, like all in all. Not just lanes, but hero picks, how they played together, how they moved. It was very, I wouldn't say surprising, but more so impressive, I think.
Yeah, and again, a patch where teams are still figuring stuff out. I did mention, though, Centaur was a hero that was not picked in either China or North America. It's just a game where, obviously, there's many factors you can certainly look at.
Yeah.
Is one of those the Centaur pick? Like, okay, maybe it's just Centaur's not the greatest right now.
Yeah, like, I would say, I would put it more in the case of it's not his fault, but I don't think his pick made the game any easier for them. And generally, when that's the case, as one of the later picks in the draft, it was at least not the best pick that they could have gone for. So I think there's probably a reason why we have not seen more Razor at this Centaur at this stage.
Sure. So, yeah, you look at the stats there. Again, Pango, he's certainly struggled, but hey, look at the positive. Thunder Awaken, slid him there on Invoker. Very impressive performance, 5-0-13 with his net worth, and obviously, frankly, dominated that middle lane, it felt like, but even Drow, 8-0-8, and Razor, 6-1-14, all 3 cores. And when you look at stats like that, you definitely have to give credit to the supports as well.
For sure.
But this is a game where certainly the MVP could have been many. But I think Invoker bias
safe
here
to
sure
say.
as well. But a safe bet, yeah.
No, they all played very well, but he just, like, what I like most about Dota is Dota's already such a hard game. You need to make it easier for yourself and everyone else. And I think when your mid is controlling his lane and their early plus mid game like that, he's just naturally making the game easy for you. And overall, his spell usage is on point. So, yeah, I feel like he's checking all the boxes for me to just be MVP of this game.
Impressive Sunstrikes. And it's one of those performances where if you're Balrogs, obviously game 2 going to be coming up.
Yeah.
Do you think about an earlier ban on that Invoker? One of those 4 bans, perhaps, going on such a hero.
Or don't... This Pango Invoker matchup did not seem fine, actually. Probably, I would say, I would attribute it a little bit to skill, but also hero matchup. Sure. So I think it's a mixture of both. But either way, again, I think make it easier for yourself. If you're going to play against Invoker, now you know to pick a different hero. If you don't want to play against Invoker, you can ban it. Either way, you got to make it easier on yourself.
Yeah, we'll see what Balrogs has as far as adjustments go. But Thunder Awaken, tournament favorites, looking strong to start things off here with a 1-0 lead in this best out of 3. But ladies and gentlemen, we're just getting things kicked off here for the South America TI qualifiers. I'm Breaking CPK, joined by Keizu. Stay tuned. Game 2 coming up next. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to what's going to be game number 2, Thunder Awaken versus Balrog Esports. I'm AcatSuki, joined by KZU. The South American qualifiers continue on. Thunder Awaken, again, tournament favorites, keep saying it, but still that question of, how are they going to perform? You still got to take care of business, as we say. Well, they took care of business there in game number 1, KZU.
Yeah, honestly, they... I go into this region not knowing as much as about others. I see them play a game where, well, I don't exactly know how to rank Balrogs either, but just seeing Thunder move around the map and so on, I'm like, yeah, those first 25 minutes for me is enough to say that, this team is good. So I would be surprised to not see them have a good run in this qualifier. So for Balrogs, I had a small break to try and adjust. You take out the Invoker. I think that's a good choice. And now your second pick, so maybe your pick order will help you out a little bit as well to put up a bit more of a fight.
Yeah, that was one of the things that we talked about going into the break right there is obviously you got to start thinking about game number 2, the draft to start. And sure enough, Invoker, certainly understandable, the MVP of last game. So not going to give Sledham that response now of being able to run it maybe back-to-back games. So they take that away. Razor was the early pick last game, still on the board. Gyrocopter also banned by Balrogs. So certainly going to see a bit of a difference here to start, and it's the Darkseer. Darkseer is another offlane that we have been seeing a little bit of between China and North America during these qualifiers.
No, Hero just seems... I think he did receive some minor nerfs initially on, if I'm not mistaken, both the Vacuum and Surge, but it was very minor. I think Darkseer just overall is a pretty good hero. It was also during Riyadh, people were first twoing the hero over and over again. It just seems like it was hard for the hero to have a bad laning stage. Even if they pick heroes that counter your Iron Shell, him now being universal, he has a lot of base damage where he can just fight back. So yeah, it just feels like it's a good hero. He builds items you want, like Aura, so chill, why not?
Saw that right there, chugging the drink, assuming that's some sort of caffeine. It is earlier on in the morning. I think it's fair to say I believe they're East Coast time, so it's about 11 a.m. now. But let's be honest,
it's time to wake up
early.
It's like gamer hours, 11 a.m. These guys just woke up.
Getting roll out of bed, play some TI qualifiers.
Yeah,
that's what's about going on. But
just a classic
obviously
day.
They were awoke in that first game. So Sven first pick. All right, that's gonna be the carry choice for Balrog.
I like it. Well, I wouldn't have said this before, but I would say with a different draft order and into Darkseer, I think it's pretty good. First of all, Sven pretty much free farms against Darkseer. If he makes an illusion of you, it's not really good, because the reason why Sven is strong in fights is his ult, which obviously you don't copy. And you have such bursty and incredible damage that all these auras that a Darkseer builds for his team, you don't care about them as much as other heroes, because you still just shred through it. So honestly, yeah, I'm pretty okay with it.
All right, you take a look over on the side of Balrog Esports. You got their cameras. Fatsin, not sure, maybe just stepped out for a second right here as a draft, of course, is happening.
Maybe he's behind someone and we can't see him. He's
true,
hidden by all the camera angles.
They're talking about the strategy together. I'm sure that's something along those lines going on. It's a team effort, but Excel got in that captain's role doing the pick, and you see right there, they're talking it over. So yeah, the Sven opener. They're going to have a chance to get their second pick now. It's once again, we go into the plethora of picks to come now as the bands have finished. Oh, Vengeful to pair with the Sven. That's the minus armor is in play now.
Yeah, I saw this opening, or it was a different region. It may have been today in the CIS qualifier. I think there was a Darkseer first pick, and whoever played against it may have been VP. They picked Sven Venge, so maybe some of these teams also taking some input from other regions, and also Venge did receive some pretty good buffs. I think there's more base attack speed. You lower their damage with Wave of Terror as well, so that spell has 8 usages, and your stun is higher duration. And overall, I think Sven is just a really cool hero.
Ooh, a pretty cool hero, Grimstroke.
Yeah, I like this hero.
It's that bill, and I'm checking right now. I don't think Grimstroke has been played from what I can see.
I've seen it in definitely in pubs and maybe I think.
Oh, he has been played. I apologize. He actually has been played. 14 games. So
yeah, Chinese qualifier, maybe also NA. But either way, I think the new Inkswell is really cool. The fact that it's longer, but most importantly, that you choose when it explodes. Like I think that's the biggest aspect of the hero. I think like that is such like another great change that the hero needs, and it's a quality of life, and it just makes it better. It like removes all this like weird counterplay and RNG to it in a way.
Sure. All right, and it feels like it's a great pairing with somebody like an Earth Spirit, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So their second pick for Thunder Awaken. So yeah, that is a very in-your-face duo coming out from the side of Thunder Awaken, and something that Balrog is once again there to figure out. So the Sven Vengeful opening, they get some Skywrath Mage, so a little more magic presence.
Interesting. Okay. Well, maybe they want to like have a bit more mixed damage. So if I see these 3 Thunder Awaken heroes, what it kind of yells to me, and I think most people, you see Darkseer, Earthspirit, Grimstroke, you know that eventually there's a ball that is going to literally roll at you with Earthspirit, and like some vacuum wall where you need counter teamfight to this. So like I would want heroes that can somewhat like break a teamfight up, whether it's some Enigma or a Tidehunter or even like a Pangolier from the mid lane, or, you know, Invoker, who's obviously banned, but just to give some examples with some Tornadoes. I think that's kind of what you need. Because if this ball rolls on you and there's no stopping it, you're going to have a hard time teamfighting it. So I don't really see Skyref answering this very well currently.
Like a defensive response is more what you're getting at, right?
Exactly.
Like even like a Shadow Demon comes to mind.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, let's stall things here. Let's figure out what's going on. Legion Commander, you know, they jump in, she jumps in as well, or press the attack, of course, brings that defensive mechanic. So maybe along those lines.
Yeah, it's some of it. And I mean, with Skyref, it's generally the hero where you would like to attack first. So maybe, you know, you get some Sven Stun out, or you swap them into a Sven Stun, into dual Mystic Flare, and you just delete someone. I think that can work. But Elsie, decent, but I think a bit more on the, what is it called? I think like counterplaying some of these heroes that Balrog like to play, from what I've seen so far, the Central Legion, I think it makes it a bit easier for the enemy team to draft, and this Medusa pick, I would say, is a pretty dirty one.
Yeah, I don't think it's ever fun to see Medusa being picked up on the other side. So Balrog's got a bit of a sigh, I'm sure, but hey, you got to figure it out, because Thunder Awaken, this lineup, though, it's a very, we're going to make space. Medusa, you do your thing, what you do best, kill creeps, and eventually take over this game. This Earthspirit, though, with the Grimstroke and the Darkseer pairing, it really is going to be a ball of death. Yeah, flying at you.
This is just a Smiling Knight. He's also like, I kind of know him for, I would say, like Slark, Nyx, and Medusa. These are some of his best heroes, and Medusa is just good against heroes that I would say rely on playing short fights. Like the way you beat Medusa is by kiting her, and you play long fights, and Sven does not do that. If you jump Medusa, it's very hard to kind of kill this hero full to zero. If you go on anyone else with your ult and BKB, she can just Stone Gaze and kind of waste your entire BKB. And yeah, you're just naturally very tanky. You have a lot of team fights, so Balrog need to find like a very, I don't know, like a gotcha last pick. I was even thinking like maybe they need something like Pango again, even though it didn't work out so well in the last game, but looks like they feel like they have to ban it, as Thunder will pick first out of phase.
Yeah, so we're assuming safely Skywrath and Vengeful going to be the supports here.
Yeah, probably.
Interesting anti-mage ban, though. But now, of course, you have a Medusa, so you really want to make sure. But
yeah, I guess
they have Sven.
It's also like it's South America. They could put the Legion mid and like play the AM offlane. I guess they're not really supposed to that. So yeah, an option of them playing an offlane hero is still open for Balrogs. But yeah, I do think you need something. I think you need something funky. Like now, maybe you can put Legion mid against Ember. I think you beat that, and then, I mean, what can you go? Like maybe you go like some Broodmother route. You kick this Medusa out of lane. Like I think you need like a gacha pick. If you go for something standard, at least I cannot find a standard pick where I'm like, holy shit, this is the one.
I mean, whenever we talk about like Huskar, is that
they banned it actually?
Option?
That would have been a decent option.
That was the ban, yeah. Okay,
yeah.
Never mind.
Okay, I'm looking, because I feel like you either need a mid hero that dumpsters Ember and then does well against Medusa in the game by either killing her or taking her out of a game that allows you to ignore her, or you do it the other way around, where you do it with an offlane hero.
Puck or Leshrac come to mind.
They're not doing it for me.
No.
I mean, I would be in a tough spot, because right now I feel like I could not give my team a confident pick. If I were in their shoes, so I'm just debating. I can see this. I think that's a cool answer. It's I think Medusa struggles against heroes that can put you out of position, So like just being pulled in, maybe you can kind of, and I think Bad Rider is the type of hero where if games are weird or your draft is in a weird state, I think Bad Rider, he's sometimes the hero that can just break it, since you have like an option to just pull the enemy team in. So you do have some tools that are very annoying to play against, an aggressive swap, a lasso, stuff like this. So they've got some tools.
Side note, I love MJZ's headphones. Got the ears poking out right
Cat
there.
ears, yeah. Who doesn't
Cat
love
ears
it?
All right, so yeah, both teams. The draft though is complete. Fatson back in his seat and
He's back, chugging a
picking up
monster.
that monster. Good to go. Yeah, you got to get hyped up. You got to get amped, and certainly could help with that. But yeah, Balrog, they're playing from behind. So you talk about that Bat Rider, Chris, a hero that you're known for, KZU, and staple of your. It sounds like you like it though for them as well. So that's a good sign, at least for Balrog.
Yeah, I think it's definitely like one of the better picks that they could have gone for, just to like try and bring like a lot of speed into this game, where it's like it's on you to win or lose this game. Like if you lose, at least you can say that, you know, we didn't have the tools, because now I think they at least do. If they can do well in lanes, get into the fights, no, it's all okay. But I do prefer the Thunder draft once more. Not as much as the last one, but I still favor theirs.
Sure. Well, definitely got to take care of business as we keep going back to. So Thunder Awaken looking to do that with a 2-0. But on the other side, Balrog hoping for that game number 3 as we start loading in. But again, I'm excited to see this ball of death. I'm sure.
Yeah, it's coming.
Outside of Balrog, not so much. But you know, and it starts with the landing phase, right?
Yeah.
He's going to be pairing up with the Darkseer, and the Ion Shell is just going to be applied constantly. It's annoying to deal with.
Yeah. No, it's like maybe there's also openings where your Earth Spirit can like kind of leave and roam the map, because you have a Darkseer. Maybe if you help him early, he can make some moves. Maybe that can offset some of their early laning. I do like though that Balrogs are currently looking for like a very aggressive smoke. Like maybe you just get a first blood on your LC, or maybe your Bad Rider mid. You can help him kind of like pop off in this game. Looks like Thunder will be quite safe around the map, at least for the time being.
Yeah, very different early start compared to last game, where both teams kind of were just on the other side of the river looking at each other, not really looking to initiate, where this time you got the play from Balrog trying to be sneaky, feeling pretty confident out level 1. However, yeah, Thunder Awaken picking up on that, as mentioned, and very defensive posture. So doesn't seem like we're going to have any action early on, at least.
Yeah, not too much. I think this time around Thunder are just way worse of a one. Like if you look at Balrog, some of their level 1 spells are pretty insane. Like Venge Stun, Concussive Shot, LCQ, Sven Stun. Like you've just got more stuff going on. I mean, even Wave of Terror, sure. Maybe they're just going to play for some like pushing bottom and then pulling it, lowering the armor on the whichever creep the Darkseer shells. So I feel like it's another early game where most cores are going to be happy, but I'm kind of looking at Knight on this Earth Spirit to like maybe break some stuff open in the early game.
Yeah. So Medusa just chilling up at top currently. What's going on here though? Legion Commander and Vengeful, as well as the Skywrath, all up here. Want to go for some kind of catch? Maybe they could get Grimstroke if he's not careful.
Easy D ward for MJZ.
Yeah, so he got the D awards, the bounty there, but his life is going to be lost most likely. All of a sudden, wait a second, where the hell are you guys coming from? Well, first blood for Fatson, and Balrogs is pretty pleased with that outcome.
I mean, you definitely, I would give up a ward to get first blood any time of the day. So now you get some first blood on your LC, can maybe use that to like push the lane forward a little bit, and yeah. Bad Ember. It's a little annoying, of course, with the stickies. I don't think it's as bad as it used to be for Ember, because Sticky Napalm has gotten nerfed like 8 gajillion times in a row, but still quite annoying. You definitely have to watch your step.
Yeah. Grimstroke makes his way back to the top lane, so all the lanes are going to go down. We're looking at the bottom currently. Sven and Vengeful against that Earth Spirit of Darkseer we talked about. This Earth Spirit, level 1 right now, as the levels start adding up, though, especially with the Ion Shell getting powered up. Going to be very annoying to deal with, but DCMC doing his best to get those last hits in there, expecting to get that great cleave, of course, leveled.
Yeah, there should be, I would say, pretty... Like, a lot of this bottom lane is about, like, how high HP you can stay. If you can, like, get this Darkseer below, like, kind of where he is now, you can always pressure him. I don't think they're going to be able to get a kill, but just keeping them this low next round of spells that you have, like, you can just get in there. And another thing that I need to, like, kind of mention, Venge being universal, level 2 with these items, he hits for 70 damage. I feel like this is not okay, but, you know, if that's in the game, I would play it too.
It's okay for Excel God and Balrogs. Yeah, they
use
don't
more
mind
damage
that.
than Legion Commander, man. Like, sure.
Yeah, I mean, you throw the Wave of Terror on top of that. Yeah, that's you got to respect those.
Yeah, it's
low.
just you know, universal hero stuff.
We'll talk about more of that later, but speaking of the Universal Hero stuff, Knight is going to survive, and the vacuum from Darkseer gets the turn kill on Vengeful. So they were trying to abuse that fact of the Universal Hero, but under Awaken, good response, and manages to get the kill themselves.
Ooh, slayed him. He gets the water rune and then TPs and also gets the other one. This guy is showing me some good moves so far from these two games. I also like the fact that you don't go bottle in this matchup on Ember. You go stick early into boots because you just need to kind of maneuver as... very needed kill here in the bot lane. Like seeing that.
You talked about keep the pressure up on Darkseer.
Yeah.
They have double stun, and especially with Earth Spirit still missing, that's the time to do it. So yeah, great decision by Balrogs to play aggressive there, and they have a 2-1 lead now.
Yeah, you definitely just... It's kind of what Thunder did to you last game. Whenever someone was alone or you baited their TP somewhere else, they will go on you. So, you know, just kind of return the favor. So they're going to go on Medusa again.
Swell, it's put up. It's about the timing. Gets a stun on Legion Commander, and Knight, he'll be fine, but taking some good damage. Out of mana now currently.
That was a very needed... I think it was a mango. I thought it was a Lotus for a moment, but Demon is still holding one. I think MJC mangoed Smiling Knight here on the Medusa because he would have he would have died for sure. That was a nice heads up.
Teammate alive. Yeah. Doing support things. Well played by MGZ. Keeping Medusa alive and continues his farm for now, although not the most healthy. But mid lane matchup. Oh, bottom lane actually. Now stun happening from Sven. It's not going to be enough for the kill. Gets away. Does their spirit. Rolls on out, but barely. You'll have to worry about regen now.
Oh, still a lot of back and forth from both sides on bottom. Kind of, I mean, both sides doing kind of what they have to do, but also like I mean, there's so many changes in this patch that I actually like. Like the fact in the start when you roll with Earth Spirit, you're invincible and nothing can stop you. I think that's pretty cool too, as he seems to be in trouble this time around.
Yeah, I think he's definitely dead. Trying to get killed by the neutrals. Not going to happen though. Well placed by Batrider. Gets in position to secure that kill. Also good TP support from Demon on the Skywrath. Without him TPing in, I think he maybe does actually get out of there. So good rotation. Of course, that means LC alone currently, but he'll be fine for the time being. So yeah, the 3-1 lead. Again, it's much more aggressive of a start than last game.
You've got a lot more like aggressive heroes in nature, I think, and you don't have these heroes that all rely on each other. You have a lot of heroes that can set up some of smaller things on their own. And Fatson on the LC, honestly, is doing pretty good. 22-4. Let's not forget he had first blood as well. Nice silence.
Might have another one. The silence out. You mentioned the ink swell. Ooh, one more attack needed. Grimstroke, good job abusing the line of sight. Manages to escape mid lane. How about this? Batrider chasing the sticky napalm's up to 6 stacks. That burn is kicking in. Ember Spirit feeling has some TP support. It's not going to save his life, but it will get the turn kill.
In the meantime, looks like Darkseer's going to be A-okay. But all these turn kills, if you're Batrider, they always favor you. Because you just want, at least if you don't die first, you get all this XP up top though. They're also diving Mr. Smiling Knight once more.
Yeah, all 3 lanes. How the action. They dive Smiling Knight and they do get him in DK. I mean, you'd figure Balrogs at 5-2 lead. In fact, they could get more. Double stun. Wave put out, and that's a dead Darkseer. You got Earth Spirit holding his ground, the Ion Shell, but now Knight needs to be careful. He wants that kill on Vengeful, popping everything he can, going for it, but it's not going to happen.
Got him.
Excelga with the stun at the last second, using that magic missile. Balrogs 7-2 lead.
We're in for a game here, that's for sure. Slade him back to mid. Concussor shot. A block grenade. I love when mid players buy block grenades, I'm not gonna lie. I think this is one of my favorite things to see. Oh, nice dodge.
A game like this especially, yeah this is such a different bit. This is more the South American Dota that I frankly expected coming into this this tournament even.
No, for sure. This is it's like you're watching a different region from game 1 to game 2.
Right.
Because now you just have like people are coming together, killing each other. Just have kill trades here, kill trades there. Looks like but they want to go top together. Maybe pressure Mr. Smiling Knight a little bit more on his Medusa.
Why not? Batrider, he's not level 60 yet, but not going to matter for this kill. That's an easy one on MJZ, so he'll take it. Gets a little bit closer to level 6. Batrider rotations kicking in. Meanwhile, middle lane, Vengeful, even doing some decent damage to the Ember Spear right there, but Excel got here to pick up some experience while Bat Riders rotating elsewhere. So let's kind of take a step back, though, Casey. I know there's been a lot of action. It's pretty fun. 8-2 lead. But overall net worth isn't necessarily reflecting that. It's still fairly even.
I would say it's still fairly even, but this is definitely the type of start that Balrogs need/want to like have a good time in this game. Like have your LC be high net worth. I think if Sven wasn't this high, it would be okay too because he can recover. It's important that Bad Rider stays here or can maybe even go a little higher because they need the tempo of the Bat and the Legion most important of all. Because Sven, he's just gonna sit back and farm. Like he'll do his thing regardless. But they're doing good.
Yeah. We'll say net worth, Legion Commander and Sven are the two top of the game. Legion Commander especially looking really good. I mentioned that first blood and overall he's now 0-4. It might get another. Silence is up. There's a duel going for the first duel.
That's right. Here too.
No, it's not going to be the kill initially. Sven Knight survives. Never mind. He is taken out as Sven shows up. And now he's going for Grimstroke. So teleporting in. The rotation is real from Balrogs. And they are getting a secured lead in this one.
That is a sexy play from Balrogs. Has a sleight of fist against the magic missile. Might just be a freebie, by the looks of it. Yeah, he will take that, but yeah, I love this move from Sven. Like, Sven's just a type of hero where you get to push out your lane so nicely when you're in the safe lane that you have so much time after you kill it to make a move. Twin gate, go top, get a kill, go back bottom. I love seeing these plays. Yeah. Now he has to be careful, perhaps, as they're twin gating back to him.
Yeah, the twin gate. I mean, hell, with the way this gun started, not a surprise to see these twin gates. But as you mentioned, Sven having to be careful, not careful enough. Oh, okay. I was a little close right there, but Ember Spirit does cut him down. And you see the well plates coming out. So Thunder Awaken happy with that one. As they make it now 5-10 now. But Ember Spirit going to put some pressure on that tower as well. But yeah, Sven, even with that death, got his power dress, has the Morbid Mask. Mask of Madness is going to be coming.
Yep, we're gonna need to be looking at a couple of stacks, I think, from both teams. I don't know if they have any yet, really, but you have Sven against Medusa. They're both just gonna want to sit back and do some stuff. So you have a little bit going on here. You have like double on all the camps. I guess a little bit similar on the Dire side, not so much on the Ancients, but yeah, slayed him. He's kind of back. Didn't have the best early game, but now 3 kills back to back, so looking good.
And Sladem going to TP to the top lane with Knight up here on the Earth Spirits. The Spirits moving together. They want LC. LC is the top farm right now. Maybe not. Medusa was there too, but with Vengeful also showing up nearby, you also have Sven in the area, so respecting the numbers. Going to play fairly defensive. Both teams losing their safe lane towers, though.
Yeah. I mean, I guess for these carries, it doesn't matter too much because they can still, like, they can kind of farm wherever they want because you have Cleave, you have Split Shot, you're just kind of getting easy farm wherever, as we have some separate engagements. Looks like Demon is dead.
Yeah, Demon's got the seal off though on Ember Spirit, but the follow-up damage isn't really there. Legion Commander now in trouble, isolated from his teammates. Vessel's up and Legion Commander, more so the Urine's up, but either way, it's a kill on him. Double kill for MJZ playing the Grimstroke, but as a team, that's gotta feel pretty good for Thunder.
The Wolf, he blocked him.
Oh, wow. And they also get Vengeful. Extra good for Thunder Awaken now.
Oh, that was, yeah, I would say they overplayed their line a little bit of where they want to go. I mean, it was a very nice punish from Thunder Awaken, but you did so many nice things early on that now Smiling Knight, he got like more than half a level. He was also bottom net worth of the course, now he's more in the middle of the pack, so very, very costly overplay.
Well, you talked about the stacks going out, KZU, and you look at Sven's farm now, he just cleared out a couple, he's going for more. Far left of the map, so we are starting to see that acceleration quite a bit from DCMC and Medusa. Not necessarily going to her stacks yet. Well, in the meantime, MJZ is trying to keep more going for her to eventually come over. But
yeah, I would say he's kind of okay wherever he is. Eventually, sure, someone else can do it even better. Maybe you want like 4 levels of split shot. He's also close to like his Yasha to then have that completed. DCMC, whenever he is old, he can clear whatever the hell he wants. So these two are just going to continue to farm, but I'm continuing to look at Mr. Nango on Bat because he needs to have a good game. Like he's like the shine, like his pick I think is the real gotcha towards the end of the draft where it will either bring it all together or if he doesn't have a good game, then I think it's gonna be hard for them.
Yeah, and you know, he had the struggle last game on Pango. There is no if and buts about it. but looking to have that recovery here in game 2. So far, it's been solid, but you're stressing. Need a big performance out of him. Unfortunately, finding himself with his hand in a cookie jar. That's the attack not going to come out. You mentioned the silence hitting, and now Legion Commander got that blade mail, but is that going to matter here? Does that Vengeful to support as well? The swap on an LC, and now Vengeful's a big two-lane stun. The duel as well.
Duel.
And a duel victory coming out on Ember Spirit. They also get the kill onto the Earth Spirit, so it looked like it was going to go the way of Thunder Awaken, but Balrog gets the reinforcements and make it happen.
I don't know if I saw it wrong, but I know that Ember was ink-swelled, and I think maybe during the slide of Fist, it exploded when he bounced on a creep wave, so it didn't explode next to him. It may have changed it a little bit, but either way, Balrogs, it's good of them to strike back there. Like Legion, you love to, I mean, every hero loves to win its lane, but after you win your lane on Legion, it's very easy to stay in areas because you're fast, you're tanky, and you can dispel yourself. So it's like kind of hard to really kill this hero, and they just really, they abuse that very nicely just there.
Well, and we saw an example of it right there. I definitely want to get your thoughts on this now. I saw Legion Commander had the Blink queued up earlier, decided to instead go the Blade Mail, and of course going to go Blink next, but prioritizing the Blade Mail, does that make sense to you?
Honestly, I kind of like it. I think when you go Blink first, you can make a case for it, because you have Skyref, but then maybe just the same thing as last game happens, right? You go off map, they back off for 30 seconds, because they're like, well, what is he doing? He's smoking with Blink. And then you kind of gimp your entire game. Instead, your top net worth, keep that ball going with Blade Mail. You can still play aggressive in a different way, but you'll also get the Blink faster. So honestly, I like it.
All right, he likes it as well. Does Fatsin. Gonna clear up the creeps up here at the top lane. Vengeful Spirit going hunting nearby as a level 4 magic missile. How about Vengeful, by the way? Support Venge just wants to get that Ags. Going right into that Vengeance
You know
aura.
what? I'm down for it, bro. You want to get the big boy item? You get the big boy item. If he gets a Philosopher's Stone, they're going to win this game. I'm calling it now. He's going to get the Ags. He's going to rip some noobs in this game, swap him in. But in the meantime, you have Darkseer. He's got a good game on his own. He has Pipe completed, and I think a lot of your damage, like LCQ, Bad Rider, Vengeful, Skyref, so much mitigation now.
It definitely could come into play right here because a fight about to commence. In fact, Air Spirit rolling on a Vengeful Spirit off the bat. Nice silence, though, onto the Air Spirit, preventing a lot of follow-up, but it's just not going to matter. It's Vengeful in the end, so I don't think Balrogs is too disappointed with that, but still, good kill from Thunder Awaken.
I think Axel overstepping his boundary there. Forgot that he's the carry of the game. The Thunder Awaken. Looking for a smoke. It was a little bit close. But not quite. There. Yeah. DCMC, too quick.
Yep. Makes his way out. The timing just slightly in his favor, and he's over to these Ancients down to the left. Meanwhile, mid lane, that's Demon going down. Got caught.
All right, some good kills coming up for Thunder Awaken. Of course, you've got the... You can just run around with people being shelled. You've got the Ember Spirit, you've got Earth Spirit. Just very easy to catch all of them. I would say for Balrogs. You've got Blink on your LC, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, he did just get it, so he's going to be online. I think you're going to want to let Sven farm his BKB and then involve him too.
Yeah, he did just get that Blink, so you certainly expect Balrogs to play with it. In fact, they grouped up as if they were going to spell Kakea. Here we go. One on the right, they want Medusa. They figure maybe she is farming those stacks. They'd be kind of correct, but Holy Knight is over to the right now, has that Manta style, going to use the illusions. Do they get her over here, though? Gonna get the wisdom.
He's got some good map reads. This is like the second or third time in both of these games where he just kind of like dodges it. I do think like when you're smoking 3-man like this, you need your other 2 cores to show, and I think Bad Rider was not showing for the longest time. That could make it a bit easier for the Medusa to read it, but overall, yeah, I mean, not easy to kind of smoke on them in both games, kind of just dodging it with ease.
Yeah, certainly credit where credit's due, but I think the second part that you're saying right there, just not showing anywhere else, it's almost like it is obvious at the same time. It's like,
yeah,
obviously they're missing. No one's. If you're Medusa, you just play extra safe. So
yeah,
good heads up.
Just manta out the waves, continue to farm. Now in the meantime, their smoke didn't hit. You've got some good waves. You just go hit the mid tower if you're together. Yeah, right now, like this is a bit of a problem when you do play LC. It is hard if you have to jump into like a big ball, and Darkseer is one of the best heroes at doing that. First of all, he has auras to mitigate your damage, and then he just vac walls the team and they help during your duel. So Thunder Awaken, like that they do go for the mid tower here.
And And then get the easy objective as a team. Feeling very confident. Darkseer, you mentioned, building the auras, has the pipe, and now has a Vanguard being purchased. So idea of even a Crimson Guard could certainly be around the corner.
Well, you do have Blink, you do have BKB now on Sven, not a Blink. So it's going to be important to try and see if he can get into the fight nicely. I mean, it's not the easiest for him, of course, because there's still a Stone Gaze to kind of maneuver around, which is very annoying. But looks like they're not going to be able to find too much down bottom.
Yeah, Batrider, he wants to finish that BKB. He teleports up to the top lane, does have those boots of travel. Gonna try to do that currently. Just needs the Mithril Hammer. And then we'll have a BKB to work on. I think that's kind of the item that maybe they're waiting for on this Radiant side to
I think so.
A lot more confident.
There's a few things that I don't know how good I feel about it. I would, if I'm Sven or in the team of Sven, I would want him to max out Warcry for me against these dire heroes. I think you want to give more armor to like your LC, your like all of your 4 cores don't have the highest armor. So against Medusa and like Ember Slide of Fisting, I think that is somewhat important, but we'll see. Maybe it won't even come into play.
Yeah, I mean, eventually we'll get there, of course, with the levels, but yeah, early on priority is on the elsewhere top lane. There's a catch. Ancient Seal put on Ember Spirit, trying to get out. Skywrath, though, that was close. Yeah, valiant effort, but in the end, it's not enough.
Okay, so looks like they're retaining a little bit on the map. As I mean, Smiling Knight on this Medusa, it's just he's hitting this like very annoying state of the game where Medusa, I mean, she generally gets there. You get Manta, like one more small item, now you have like 1400 mana, you have like 6-7k HP effectively. It's really hard to kill this hero, and when you can't kill her, it means that she always occupies an area, she sends her Manta illusions down a lane and like keeps pushing it in, and it just makes it like kind of annoying to play the map.
Yeah. I mean, you got, we talk about timings here. Batrider does have the BKB now finished. Sven gets the Echo Saber once again after breaking it up for his BKB himself. I mean, this seems like the go time now for Balrogs to make a play.
I think so too. Like, the only problem is you only have one real way to go, and it's your LC. And I think he's kind of falling behind a little bit now in the net worth, which is somewhat normal for this hero, but especially so because he's the only one that can go in. I think Batrider is going to have to work on a Blink, Sven as well. I mean, of course, you can have all the items you want at any given times, but they're going to have to work on those to just make it easier for LC to play this game, I think.
Maybe they want to wait for Vengeful's Ags.
I mean, you got to wait a long time, but I'm down. This is a dream item. He doesn't have a tier 2 item yet. Remember, Breaky, I said if he gets a Philly Stone, we're going to be in for a good game.
That's going to really take off. So, yeah, they're going to steal some Ancients here. Not necessarily
and some
a stack, but
easy.
Okay. Yeah, oh, that actually had the Cornucopia on it.
Yeah, laying the... I mean, I guess not really delaying the link because he's still really far away, but either way, some bonus gold. We'll take that. Yeah. A free tower. We'll take that too.
I mean, Thunder Awakens isn't going to be as incentivized to fight now, so free objectives for Balrogs as we hit 20 minutes into this game. Invisibility Rune picked up by the Medusa. I don't think too much is going to come from that. Just probably head back into the jungle and continue her farm. You talk about the Eye of Scotty, though. It's coming up, and yeah, I mean, it's easier said than done, though, right? It's like, yeah, this seemed like a decent time for Balrogs to try to maybe go for a play. Yeah. Well, I guess a play could be Roshan, and they're going for it.
Yeah, I think that's a good play. Like, at some points in the game, it's just really hard to do something aggressively to the enemy, and then the question is, can we just do an objective and force them to come to us? So now it's more about the fact that, okay, can we kill this fast enough? Roshan's about to be half HP, but they're coming. And Thunder's teamfight is disgusting.
I mean, the heads up right here, pretty crazy. Now, Medusa doesn't have the Scotty yet, but she does have double Ultimate Orb, and overall team part, as you mentioned, Darkseer into the way. Certainly part of that. Here we go. You know that vacuum's coming eventually with the wall. No, he's silenced. He got silenced actually by Skywrath. Meanwhile, Vengeful Spirit trying to get out as well with a Swab. Grimstroke, though, the ultimate binding them together with the Batrider. The duel coming out from LC. It's a clash for the ages, but in the end, Thunder Awaken does come out on top. It was that cluster that you were talking about, Keizu. Not favorable for LC at this Balrogs team, it feels like.
Yeah, definitely not. Like, you just have to like kind of run in. It's very awkward, and then it's just so easy. Like, you vacuum wall, like you pop some auras on Darkseer, Medusa presses R, and I feel like all of this alone will kind of decide the fight. If you're Balrogs, you need like a more chaotic start in terms of how Thunder get to respond to this, because it's just so easy. Like, look at Smiling Knight. He just stands his ground, A-click, hands off keyboard, and he's just gonna win this fight straight up.
I mean, the silence on Darkseer was the prime start, in my opinion. Like, that's obviously the target, makes sense to get that silence on because it prevents that initial combo.
For sure.
But you're right. Medusa just standing there, right-clicking with the multi-shot. It's like, you're not going to win that fight.
It's just like Snowgate, and even when you silence the Darkseer, which is great, like, don't get me wrong, that's a clutch play, but he's still piping his teammates, he's still crimsoning them. And, yeah, your heroes they're just gonna whittle down to the split shot.
Well, that's obviously it feels bad for Balrogs there. On the other side, feels pretty good. If you're Thunder Awaken and the item progress gonna be that much better now. The Lincoln's coming along for Ember Spirit. Yep. Obviously a great item to have for multiple purposes. The silence as well as the lasso initiation.
You've also got the shard on Grimstroke. I mean, yeah, we see the win percent, 84 for Dire. I'm pretty much with Gabe in here, our Lord and Savior. He always knows the right percent, but the Grimstroke Ag Shard, like if he can just pop an Ink Spell for 0.1 seconds on anyone who gets lassoed and then he uses it right away, you're just breaking free on the spot.
Yeah, that's right. That picking up the shards feels pretty big. And we didn't even really talk about the Soulbind synergy even with this hero. But, I mean, it doesn't feel like there's really much.
Wait,
but
what is there in this game? Buy a Dagon or something. Buy a Hex Dagon.
But the Soulbind itself, we saw there, it latched, I think it was a Skyrath as well as a Batrider together. And they couldn't move. It causes chaos still. Even if you don't have that double nuke to take advantage of, it still works.
Maybe it just helps your Medusa like get some more clicks off, right? So, all in all, it's not like the most crazy Soulbind game, but it makes things easier. But you've got so much else that you have going for yourself, so, like, who cares?
Well, right now the map has opened up quite a bit for Thunder Awaken. Medusa feeling pretty good, but similar to last game, though, Balrogs, they have DCMC as a carry. He's farming pretty well still. Gyrocopter last game, this time the Sven. Has that Qhali presence. If they can still get that jump with the dual initiation, Sven help burst them down. I mean, there still is certainly hope here for Balrogs. But I think the word to use is chaotic. It feels like that's what Balrogs really needs to benefit from right now moving forward is just create chaos in this game.
Yeah, if you're Balrog, I think like a lot of times, even though Dota is a 5-on-5 game, you need to be very creative in terms of how you fight. And if they ever want to like take a 5-on-5 clumped up fight, they cannot win it. They need to like create like 2 or 3 separate fights. Like Sven gets a blink later with like God Strength, he jumps someone, he solo kills them. You have Legion Commander who blinks on someone with like Mystic Flare, boom, that's like your second target. After Sven killed his first target, you lasso. It's like kind of like this. You need to like stagger or swap someone in, which is not easy, but that's what you're gonna have to do.
Now this Medusa already has an Eagle Song purchase after it's got a nice job with the Manta there, by the way. Avoiding the magic missile. So yeah, it's decision time for Balrogs. Do you kind of just sacrifice your middle base right here, or do you actually put up a fight? It's not an easy question to answer.
It looks like DCMC, he's queuing up an MKB, so he's gonna want to itemize against his Butterfly. I could see them drop 1 Rax, and then by the time that the Aegis is gone, maybe you get this MKB, and you just try to all-in the Medusa. I can see it. I think it's a ballsy play, but I'm not opposed to it. You can try to swap her in, get a God Strength in, and just like, yeah, just try to like burst her. So if that's what they're playing for right now, and that's why they're playing this open map and not truly defending mid, I'm kind of down for it. Let's slay them. Kind of cosplaying game 1 where he's just hunting. And that's a free kill.
Yeah, that's the freest of free kills indeed. Skyrath, he does have a buyback though, so if they do choose to put up a defense here, we'll be ready to go, but it's the choosing doesn't look like it's going to be happening. They're slowly dwindling down the base. The ranged racks will fall, and now the melee racks exposed. Meanwhile, during this, you have Sven pushing pod. I mean, that's even more of a reason why they're so confident to push mid right here, because they obviously see Sven doing what he's doing. He is running back now.
Can't do anything to this Medusa yet. I think the call is definitely, okay guys, I need this MKB, because he's going to have Butterfly. He also has Aegis. We can't really kill him once, so if he has an Aegis, we certainly can't kill him twice. So just wait for this, push out the lanes, and maybe smoke up and go for something. Because yeah, this Medusa is, she's a problem.
Almost an understatement to say that. Double damage rune. Yeah, right? I know. We're casting here. Yeah. Might be too over the top.
It's rough out here for them, that's for sure.
Balrogs, very much an uphill battle. Double damage rune, though, as I was talking about. As spot, I thought I saw them pinging it. Yeah, it looks like Ember Spirit's coming over to bottle that one up, so that's a nice benefit there. Sven does hit level 20. I mean, he's 3 levels higher than anyone else in this game, so there's that. There's a positive. He has plus 10 in Warcry armor. You were mentioning that earlier. I mean, it's still level 1 Warcry, but with the plus 10 armor, I mean, look at that 16 bonus armor.
Yeah, what a beast, actually. He made up for all of it. You know, all the levels of stats. He was just playing for the 20 talent.
Yeah,
My man knows how to kill creeps, that's for sure.
For Spirit. Okay.
MQB's completed as well.
All right.
This is this might be it.
Yeah, this is the all-in, and to your point, I mean, he needed the MKB, though, but this feels like that potential final clash could be happening, depending on how it goes. Knight goes in first. Ember Spirit going to be taken out immediately, though. Inkswell now rolling back the other way. Medusa with the scream. Vengeful. She's probably going to die pretty quickly here. There she goes. Using that swap off the bat, but rolling around everywhere. Earth Spirit, that is. He went in too far. Looks like the tool. Oh, the vacuum combo doesn't save his teammate, but now the run is on as Balrogs is trying to get away. Sven, BKB. He is jetting on out of there, and Ember Spirit cannot chase further. So, after all of that clash, it's a 1-for-1.
Yeah, actually only a 1-for-1. Well, I guess you got like maybe even a triple BKB out of Balrog, so Thunder slightly on the winning side here, also able to get this tier 2 tower. Yeah, I feel like you need, I think DCMC needs a blink. You have all the damage, but it's hard for you to position yourself to get on top of the target you want. Like if you're behind AK Gold and the enemy team kind of wants to go together, you need to rely on them like really slipping up to not have a sentry on top of themselves with the Shadow Blade.
Well, it's a case of, I mean, that could have definitely been the final fight. So yeah, if the Balrogs, hey, still have a chance, still have an opening here. That's you know, always looking at the positive part.
Maybe he wants to just like play. I mean, I can see the idea of I have a bad rider who should bring them to me, and then Venge who can swap them in. If that's the case, then perhaps you just need to smoke up and like just try and find a good angle. I know that Thunder are making it pretty hard from previous times we've seen to like get a good smoke angle on them.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of smoke, I don't...
Nope, we've seen this before.
Yeah, that's Demon just dying to the solo Ember Spirit once again. Even with the silence, just not going to matter at that point. So, good find there from the Ember Spirit. And I was saying, though, speaking of smoke, it looks like Thunder Awaken, well, they're kind of grouping up as if they were, but they're just going to run together.
They've got a gem now on Dark Sphere to help with the map. Roche can start to respawn soon. That's probably what they're going to be aiming for. I think if they can get the second Aegis, you've got the Shadow Blade completed. By the time you get Aegis, you probably have Silver Edge as well on Medusa, and then, I mean, what stops you from just then hitting another Axe?
Not much.
Exactly. That's a problem.
Vengeful Spirit. Yeah,
he will have the Axe
here. It's coming. One more. Get that last one. Let's go. Run back to base. The Axe is coming. Let's go. Vengeance Aura is going to be online.
Okay, so the play is you swap in Medusa, then you'll lasso her in. After you swap her in the first time, you hope that they kill you, so that by the time you respawn, after the lasso, you swap her in real more. I don't think this actually works with how I said it, but you need to do something like that, so find a way.
You said a lot of words right there. I'm like, yeah, sure, let's go with that. Balrogs, just do that.
Just do it.
Execute.
Yeah, just do it.
It's easy.
We're getting the Aether Lens as well on Venge, so yeah, he got the memo. He gets it. He needs range and swap in the Medusa, and then do it twice. Let's go.
Okay. All right, well, yeah, up for the challenge. Bat Rider, he's going to be positioning himself appropriately. You see, he has a team, though, on the side of Balrogs. They are grouped up on him, and Ancient Commander in the front lines dealing with those illusions. If you're Thunder Awaken, though, I suppose Roshan is certainly what you're looking to do first, and about 20 seconds, as we see, before Roshan should be up. So
yeah, I mean, Thunder's game is pretty easy at this point. Hold position, take second Roche, go for the next set of racks. And I think Balrogs, they know this, so I do like that they're trying to fight back. They know Roche is coming up soon, and they need to go for a play.
And they scan them. The scan hits, so they're definitely aware that Thunder Awaken is in the vicinity. Wrapping around. Who's not with him? That's Skywrath is currently back at base. Gonna hold off the push and maybe show himself. Another smoke, though, on the other side. This could get spicy.
Oh, they're going around. Sky's TPing.
Courier. Oh, the Courier, the TP. There we go. Earth Spirit gonna be last on this. And the big vacuum wall combo, though. The stars seem decent for Balrogs, but the response is better from Thunder Awaken. The BKB Sven is like, where did my team go? They're all dead. He's going to run after the Earth Spirit. At least might kill him. No, he can't even do that. Chased down by the Ember. And he'll fall. Bat Rider
Oh, he got him
not
too.
going to escape.
Right.
That's going to be a complete wipeout. And Roshan, Thunder Awaken, completely opens up game 2.
Yeah, just a very casual 5-man vacuum wall with all the auras, and the fight ends at that moment. There's no way Balrogs can fight back after that one. That was disgusting.
Oh, this is one where you get ready for the replay, because, yeah, here we go. It's fun to watch if you're not a Balrog fan, that is. Because, yeah, that sexy 5-man combat. Again, you play a lot of Darkseer as well throughout your career, and you know how good that feels. I'm sure you had plenty of those, right?
I mean, you just know that the fight is probably a done deal. Like, Knight on the Earthsphere, he didn't even die during all of it. He gets Crimson Grieved piped, then he uses himself up in the air, rolls around a little bit. At the end of it all, you know, cherry on top, gets the TP cancel on the last hero, and yeah, team wipe into Aegis Cheese into the high ground. They need to pull out something even bigger now. Like, now you definitely got to do what I said before. Double swap lasso, buyback, triple swap, maybe quad swap. I'm sure it's possible. Just do it.
Just keep on swapping. Just keep the swap going.
Yeah, it's easy.
Love it. I mean, hey, that still has potential. You got Sven's up, and yeah, I mean, you're gonna have to do something. So they ping him, but okay, Ember, come on, really, Ember? You just had to ruin their fun in the backline. There's a swap. There we go. Nice. The LC duel. They want this kill, but no, it's not gonna matter. Get put under. Although Sven manning up. Never mind. It's just too much damage. Hey, Keizu, props to them. They got an attempt. They tried. But that's it.
I mean, they even had the Aghanims on Earth Spirit, then Chant Remnant on Knight. There's just too much counterplay at this point. But yeah, Thunder, they are looking pretty sick. I do think that Balrogs did a nice job like fighting back in this game and like the early mid game. I think they did pretty good. But I think Thunder's drafting and movement, they are pretty damn good. So I'm not surprised that we're all calling them the favorites of this qualifier.
Yeah, for good reason. And what I liked about those two games, right, as well, that series in general from Thunder Awaken's side, is that they show that they could perform in kind of two different game styles, right? Where the first game, it was more of a laid back earlier on. Balrog Esports, had an okay laning phase, and it was fairly even up until about 15 minutes or so and very little action. Game 2, the opposite. It was just chaos right for the first couple of minutes. Non-stop action, and a very good lead for Balrog early on as far as hero kills go. As you see, only 10 minutes in, it's already 10-6. But this is a good fight in the side of Thunder Awaken. And really where they kind of stalled things, it feels like, and neutralized the game.
Yeah, I think this was just like an overstep, which, it happens. It is like round 1 of the upper bracket. You kind of need to take these games and losses and like try and learn from it. Because I think their lanes, I don't know if it could have gone any better. So if with this draft, they're going to win at any point versus the Dire draft, like this had to be the game. So I think you're going to have to take this one, learn, because, I mean, these qualifiers, they don't just end in 1-2 days. You're going to have a lot of games to play, so just use this one, learn from it, and, keep your head up.
Yeah, exactly. Balrog, that's what you got to look forward to. You face the tournament favorites of Thunder Awaken. Hey, Thunder Awaken did what they were supposed to do. They took care of business. So Balrogs will be matched up against Lava Esports now as they bounce onto the lower bracket. But we also talked about there's 2 spots on the line that could go to TI. So, something to look forward to if you're Balrog, but just going to have to grind through the lower bracket. But yeah, Thunder Awaken, very impressive performance by them as we're continuing to see throughout the highlights. And here's that final attempt right here. You kept talking about it, the swap strategy, but too many items at that point.
It's rough out here. Eventually, like Thunder Awakening, they also have a brain. They know that this is like the only thing they can do, so you can be ready for it. You can itemize against it, and yeah, they were just on the ball.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the overall stats, again, all the cores, everyone across the board had a great game. We talked about how scary that Earth Spirit would be with heroes like the Darkseer and the Grimstroke. And it is one of those two where it's, even as a spectator, you kind of know that, but it's hard to appreciate how annoying and how powerful that really was unless you're playing against it. And I'm sure for Balrogs, it was very frustrating because, things like Blink, we saw near the end there where they thought they had a chance. All of a sudden, Ember Spirit just dives in the back line and creates that chaos.
Yeah. No, there's just, like Medusa, I would say Knight, sure, he plays well. I think he played well in both games, but there's so much happening around him from like just Ember going in, Darkseer, like building the right items, having great teamfight positioning, Knight and MJZ, like they're just all doing their job, and like at given moments, they're doing even more.
Well, of course, we always have to talk about a game like this and games in general, who the potential MVP was, and I think I'll let you announce it, Casey, on who the MVP was.
Yeah, I think my boy Dark's here. Of course, no bias from me. It's not like it's my favorite hero, but I think he laned well, maybe had one death, but whatever. His items are good. The priority of itemization as well. The way he like positioned, he gets off some 5-man vacuum walls. Sometimes it's more on him, sometimes more on his team to set it up. But yeah, just a very sick performance.
Yeah, Illich, very impressive indeed. And we saw him play the Razor last game. Obviously, Razor, he could have definitely got the MVP last game, absolutely. Again, we're across the board, though, this team, no surprise, is looking very good. And like I go back to, 2 games that were really different sides of the spectrum there, but proved that they could compete in both ways. So there's still quite the journey ahead of them. Again, with those 2 spots on the line, you need to win 2 more series, and then that would secure a spot for TI. Yeah. But they will have a bit of a break here, and I believe tomorrow, no, actually 2 days from now. So yeah, they'll have tomorrow off even, and then they'll continue with the upper bracket come Thursday at that point. So that's got to feel good too. They can sit back and watch as things continue on in these qualifiers.
Yeah, I mean, they just get to kind of look at some of the other stuff too, just make sure they keep working on their stuff. And I mean, they just look good. So I don't have much more to say. They look scary.
Yeah, they do. But again, especially with the newer patch, as we talked about, still trying to figure stuff out. And I think having this break is certainly very beneficial too, to allow for more of that theory crafting as well, and see what other teams are doing and busting out some picks here and there. But certainly confident with their own strategy. But like I said, Balrogs is still in it, and they're going to be bounced down to the lower bracket. We do got our second series is going to be coming up, though, here soon. That's going to set up now with the rolling schedule, as mentioned. So with this one finished, a short break, and then we'll be kicking things off with what's going to be Keydstars versus Mad Kings, a 4 versus 5 matchup as far as the standings go. But certainly recognizable names on both sides, as we talked about. Mad Kings for me, my boy Oscar on that side, but Keydstars, Costumile.
We'll keep going back to Oscar.
RD.
I can feel it already.
I might mention his name once or twice in the upcoming series. We'll see. But no, that should be a go on again. 4 versus 5 seed, as you'd expect. Not sure which way that one's going to go, but perhaps the distance. That's what maybe we could hope for going all 3 games. But yeah, looking forward to that one, Keizu.
I think it's going to be pretty even. You've got good names, good players on both sides, as you said, 4 seed versus 5. Start of a qualifier. Don't really know what to expect, but I think it should be more even than the one we just witnessed. I think Thunder, they just put on a show.
They put on a show that maybe we expected, and they definitely gave. So, hey, the winner of our next series will play Thunder Awaken in the upper bracket. That's what they got to look forward to, but they got to take care of business themselves first. Ladies and gentlemen, game 1 of that series after a bit of a break here on Break CBK, joined by KZU. We'll be back. More South American Dota.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.
right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the South American qualifiers here for TI-12. We have Mad Kings versus Vivo Keed in our next best of the 3 series. Again, 4 versus 5 matchup. On paper, this technically suggests should be a much more closer series, and certainly one that could even go the distance. We're looking forward to that. But names recognizable on both sides. Point is, I'm Breaking CBK, joined by KSU. Looking forward to a good series ahead of us here.
Yeah, I think Keed Stars, we have a lot of names that, well, I think will say something to a lot of us. You have Costa Bile, you have King RD, Analog. You have KJ as well. From what I know, he's like one of the biggest Treant protector spammers. That's what I've known him for. The guy who plays Treant on 200 ping while he plays European pubs. And the one that I don't know as much about is FCR, their offlaner. So, of course, I never look at offlaners because I'm not biased, so I'll only look at him a little bit. But yeah, definitely some recognizable people here on the side of Keed Stars.
Speaking of offlaners, on the other side, we got a player named Oscar. So set me up perfectly right there. No, Oscar, obviously, again, a good player, but this whole roster, though, looking forward to seeing what they can bring to the table. Adrian, Jenik, Red Monster, and Pippi. We'll go up there. So waiting to see if the teams are just about ready here. Should be good and going with game number 1 of this series. But again, still, as we keep going back to somewhat of a newer patch, I was looking through these teams' history, and hasn't been a lot of official tournament play for these teams in the last 2 to 3 weeks, especially. So is this kind of their first taste of recent, especially with the B patch, how things are going to play out?
Yeah, probably, you've of course, you've got the scrims, and hopefully by the time the patches dropped, you had everyone play like a bunch of pubs. Because if you're not already invited to TI via points, this is the time of the year where if you can choose to peak, it's now. Or, well, now and then hopefully at TI. But you need to get there first, so therefore here, you got to do it. So for my friends, I hope that they've all been playing a bunch of pubs, a lot, to like try and figure stuff out. And here it's now time to bring your ideas and either take something from the other qualifiers or bring in your own little sauce.
Yeah. And I go back to kind of going on that a little bit more is whether or not, the discussions to be had and whether you agree or not. It's a fact. There's 2 spots on the line here for South America. So especially in the South America region for Dota 2, for qualifying for TI, if there was a year to really make sure, you're on point, you're playing well, you're connecting together, you're peaking. Exactly. Do it now because you even get a couple of chances. Yeah, like with that said, so
if you could just like do your stuff, and I mean, obviously you always want to play well, but if you can like kind of just be composed, you do what you've practiced, and you just bring your A game, like now you can just kind of show what you're made of. You have already some of your best teams are qualified. Now you have 2 slots, and let's just try to show up. I know it's easier said than done to not feel the pressure, but whichever team will have good ideas and they play the freest, which for now we've only seen 1 game, but I see that in Thunder Awakening with how they're moving. It feels very free and fluid. People are doing what they want to do. That's what you want in your team.
Yeah, absolutely. So a couple of the players doing some restarts here, so that's why we haven't jumped in the first game of the series yet, but hopefully that issue's figured out. Excuse me here, and we're going to be good to go shortly. But again, this is our 2nd series today. There's going to be 2 more series even after this one. As far as the schedule goes, from the winner bracket here, this will be our personally casting this last series, but of course, great commentators going to be joining you throughout the coverage here for South America. But it looks like we are now going to be loading into our first game. And yeah, I mean, even just with a couple of games so far, it's definitely interesting looking at these bans and picks and how it's very heavy on the bans initially. Of course, 7 in total, and then the 2 picks and even more bans. So how teams are reacting to that.
Yeah, that's the drafting stage is still, it will just take time. So for now, it's more like, okay, how do you understand to like at least make, because I think it's going to be hard for teams to try and really get the most out of every ban and pick stage, but maybe you try to slowly understand, okay, this is what we need to do for our first pick, and then we ban this, and then you start learning about like the middling stage and so on, and you just kind of learn while you move forward. Because it is when Dota brings changes like this to how the draft works, they're some of the most complicated ones that really take a lot of effort, time, and practice.
Well, it's interesting too to think about how maybe with having so many bans initially and then only the 2 picks and then even 3 more bans after, so 10 bans out of the first 2 picks basically, the chance of picking up a mid or even a safe lane hero maybe becomes a little bit higher, right? Because you get to ban quite a bit and protect that carry. Where, you know, in history's past, we've seen usually more of maybe an off lane, you know, position 5, position 4 picked up earlier on as you're still feeling out the draft.
Yeah, because I think also over the span of Dota, or especially in recent years, people have gotten a lot better and also at understanding that you can pick a lot of carries, and then it's just about how you form a lineup around them that then allows them to do what they want to do. So if you can like pick one of the carries you want early, and then like you literally ban like the next 5 counters for it, and then you just build a solid draft around it, you know, I can totally see it. I mean, it also goes to show you that people like, in a lot of games you have some first pick gyrocopter because he seems very good and you can easily build around him. So yeah, I don't think it's out of the question to do anything close to it.
Yeah, well, not going to see gyrocopter this time around as you know, got banned, but the Razor comes to mind. Certainly as one of those very versatile heroes that could be playing different roles, and we haven't seen a bit here in this patch. So yeah, we'll see as our first pick is about to be happening on the side of Vivo Key. You got Custobula. He's just
I like it.
He's elsewhere. You know, keeping it. Yeah, you don't want to be over focused.
Yeah, he's hella chilling. I like that. You know, if I had some, I don't know what it is, a hacky sack or a little ball, and you just keep throwing up and you catch it. He's just chilling and vibing. I like that. As we have a first pick Qhali, a little bit different from some of the, well, the one game we've seen on some of the drafts I looked at. But Qhali always a hero that I like a lot because it's the type of hero where you need to combine yourself, similarly with Grimstroke, to make stuff happen on the map. And I just think that it naturally makes people play better Dota because you're forced to sync up and do things together.
Interesting. Seen 10 times, 5-5 record so far and throughout these qualifiers. Yeah, take that as you will. And speaking of Disruptor, same thing, 10 times, 6-4 record. But yeah, so we do have what we would lean towards more of a to support picks, go figure, with the first two.
And so it's still very strange. You see like both sides have a pick, and now you have some bans come out. But of course, Face of Void makes a lot of sense against Qhali, multiple reasons. You can always time walk off the Illuminate. You also have time dilation against Qhali, which is disgusting because the hero has like 6 or 7 spells later in the game. So very annoying to deal with. And also Bloodseeker can sustain in the lane. So overall, just I do think this first stage is pretty easy on drafts. Like you pick your one hero, you ban for it. But I think it's important that your first pick doesn't require too many bans, because now when you go into the next stage, I don't know if they necessarily ban for those heroes, at least when I look at the Vivo Keat Stars bans.
It really does make you like think further ahead of the draft more so than the previous version. Yeah. Because the 3 straight picks for either side before another ban happens. That's definitely you got to make sure this is the final ban before those 6 picks are going to be happening back to back to back. So it's clearly Mad Kings is thinking about it, understandably so. What they want to take out here, perhaps another core option. You talked about the Bloodseeker already. I mean, a lot of cores, a lot of carries that really are being taken out here so far. I mean,
when you play against heroes like Qhali, generally what you want like assassin type heroes or heroes that can jump into the backline, because Qhali is if this guy just gets to do his thing, which is like why even back in the day when like GH was playing it, if this guy has a free game, like this hero is very scary. He enables your team, he gives them mana, he keeps them active all the time, he's going to heal them as well, maybe recall them. You need heroes like Storm that can jump him, or like PAs, Rickies that can just like threaten the hero on the map. Because this hero is one of the scariest supports if left untouched.
Radiant team pick.
Oh, plenty of time used by Mad King there to figure out their final ban, which they finally go with the Pango. And then they quickly answer with a Monkey King as far as their pick option goes. So now Vivo Keat has a couple of picks themselves to work with. But yeah, the Monkey King carry.
It's a good choice. I think I like that first of all already, because similarly to the other heroes that we mentioned, if you're good at using Mischief, you can of course also dodge the damage from Qhali. You also at the same time are a hero that can get on top of him. With Primal Spring, you have lots of physical damage, and a really cool change on Monkey King that I haven't seen as much is when you transform with the Mischief, you don't lose all the move speed. You keep your own plus bonus, so similarly what we talked about last game with Invoker, like he goes through Vision and Ghost Walk, you can turn into anything and walk through Vision, and it's not like you lose move speed. I think it's actually a very cool change.
Oh, that's interesting. It makes Mischief that much more.
Yeah, like it's not just to like dodge and like, haha, I'm a tree. You know, it's like, oh, I can move around faster.
More than a taunt in most cases.
Yeah, exactly. So it's actually
interesting.
Cool. Yeah.
All right, we'll see some of that play coming out from Mad King, taking advantage of it, I'm sure, and All right, you talked about this, the Treant spam. Well, sure enough, Treant Protector picked
Here
up
it
the
is.
Vivo Key. Go figure.
So it looks like it. I mean, I guess Tusk could be flexed, but I have seen some people try out the mid Caudal. It looks like Vessel is a. I mean, it has been a good item for a long time, but I think mid Caudal is very annoying for Monkey to deal with because his timings are really fast. I think any mid hero that can rotate early with like some boots of travel, which Caudal can purchase, of course, is very annoying for these lane dominating carries to deal with, like Bloodseeker, like Monkey King, because then suddenly minute 5-6, some Snapfire shows up with ult, some Caudal boots of travels through your lane and like kicks you out. So kind of like what Vivo Key Stars are going for here.
They get their Aura Carrier in Darkseer, of course, coming off that previous series, watching that great Darkseer game for Thunder Awaken. Mad King is going to get the chance to play themselves in that offlane role. Decent partner with the Monkey King, so far you can stay with the Ion Shell, but overall has potential to be annoying in the laning phase and a good aura builder, and just a hero that's going to get us farm in the game, right? So
yeah. No, Darkseer also, this looks good. I think Darkseer is very easy to play in games where you're not in threat of like getting bursted or where you have pretty good team fight. And I think Treant, Tusk, Caudal, they're not very explosive heroes. They need quite a while to deal a lot of damage. So it's going to be easy for you to get some vac walls off. You get the auras. I think the TA is also pretty good. I mean, the Monkey could be a 4 as well now, right? In lane with Darkseer. We don't know yet if it's going to be the carry, but I really like this double response from Mad King.
So the Templar Assassin to go with the Darkseer, but then speaking of responses, Troll Warlord coming out for Vivo Key. So that you figure for sure is going to be their safe lane carry of choice, but the Troll Warlord, and I know I've worked with talent in the past, KZU that, has their strong opinions on this hero.
Yeah.
Almost
Everyone
a meme
does.
at points. So
Everyone does.
How do you feel about the Troll right now? And is this a good Troll pick?
I think Troll is just a very... it's a hard hero to make work. I do think it's better now. If I'm not mistaken, you can actually use your items now in your ult, so you're not fully like just all hands of keyboard and either I win the game or I lose it here. And he did receive a couple buffs. I think you can cast both of your axes now, which form you're in, because it switches for you when you press them. They deal more damage, and he has a new shard, because the last shard he had was like Rampage, which was, I don't know, kind of weird. So I think the hero's a little stronger than it used to be, but either way, this hero has... I feel like it reminds me of the Legion Commander from the carry role, where it has so many things that counter this hero. So even though when it's a good game, a lot of things can go wrong.
So, and even also on top of that, maybe that it's a snowball mentality. Like, you gotta, if you don't have a good start, you're not snowballing, then these aren't looking good for you. So, yeah, Vivo Key putting their hands in the Troll Warlord as far as their carry choice, and we'll see how that works out for them. They did ban the Razor, of course, would have been a good hero to go up against him, so smart ban there. One more ban to go on either side, though.
Yeah, Invoker, of course, already gone after what we've seen in the last game. Like, these are just the type of heroes you want to take out, I think, if you're Vivo Key. You want to take out anything that makes this Trolls game hard, because now you were like, haha, I picked Troll here. It's pretty good against TA. I don't really think he'll get bursted by the other heroes unless he gets like static into like burst damage. So anything that makes the Trolls game harder is what you're gonna want to take out now. Of course, you already did that with the Razor. I think it's most likely that Mad King would pick a mid. So any like counter team fight, but you all Pango's already removed as well. Maybe like some. Let's see. You probably have Caudal mid. I think anything that can chill there and like kind of fight back. I think some Kunkka, Puck, any of these heroes would be kind of annoying.
Yeah, it's kind of, you say that, so we are leading towards the safe lane Templar Assassin, more of a...
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's still on them to like kind of decide, but that's what I would think they will do.
It's definitely a lineup that, yeah, you're certainly not too... And the fact that they don't even have the last pick either, Vivo Key is... I probably going to feel pretty nervous right here, in terms of what that final pick is going to be, and is that going to throw them off or not? But yeah, they as they should. They're putting a lot of thought into this. They still got 50 seconds of extra time.
I guess TA could go. I mean, it always has the option of going mid against Caudal. I think generally what people have liked against Caudal, which I'm just going to assume it is a Caudal mid, is you put heroes there that just benefit from free farming, like an Alchemist or a TA. Like TA, you're going to have Refraction, and you just farm. When he ganks with his Boots of Travel or whatever, you just rise the entire map. You hit mid tower, you kill all the jungles, you're never going to get ganked. So in that scenario, it could work too, but it's they will be able to decide as, ooh, a Dawnbreaker. I have seen more of this hero, and it has been buffed. But it is a double melee safe lane, off lane rather.
But again, I know you're talking about this column. It's for me, this VivoKid lineup, it has a lot of flexibility. They really could. I mean, even the core Tusk is of question, right? That's certainly there. So Dawnbreaker has been played a bit, though, to your point. 16 games, a 10-6 record.
I mean, Dawnbreaker generally lanes well against low-ranged heroes, because then you get on top of them with the hammer, you Starbreaker on top of them. As the puck does come out, I think it's the type of hero where VivoKid probably knew that it could come out. I don't think it's some be-all, end-all last pick, but it's pretty good for them. You don't care too much about Dawnbreaker. You can kind of dodge all the rest. Yeah, I feel like a lot is actually on this Dawn. Like, they could do very well, I think, in this bottom lane. If they can get on top of the TA, there's not that much Disruptor can do. Maybe a defensive glimpse, but even that doesn't really feel all that good.
Yeah, I'm just making sure who's playing what, and sure enough, it is going to be analog on the Qhali as you're talking about. So yeah, that's a good reason there to be confident with the mid Qhali, and so safe lane troll with the off lane Dawnbreaker is what they're going to end up with here. So yeah, the final pick puck though. Overall, what do you think of that puck coming out in the end for Mad King? Is it going to be good control, good answer that Mad King's needed?
I do think it's pretty good. She should have a pretty good game, right? There's no like instant stun unless Analog at some point gets like a Hex maybe, but this is 30 minutes plus in. So for VivoKid, I think their laning stage is super important. If Analog can do well mid, at the same time your Dawnbreaker Tusk, like if they can do well bottom and you speed up the game, I think that's their key to victory. No pun intended. Yeah. As Mad Kings, if they get to chill, have a good map, take Roche, I would love to play their draft from an even point after 20 minutes.
All right, well, we'll see what happens as we're going to be loading into game number 1 here of this best out of 3 series. Again, the Monkey King going to be in that support role in the hands of Jenik as well. But looking forward to another impressive Darkseer performance matched up with the Monkey King. So going to be into that troll, well, probably a troll treant safe lane. You think Darkseer should be setting up to be pretty good there?
I think he'll do okay. It's like this level 1 and 2 is very scary against like some double slow lane, but if he gets through it early, he'll be fine. And I think he's gonna have some good vac walls into these dire heroes. Like Dawnbreaker, generally you get into the fight, everyone like clumps up, you get some counter whack walls. So yeah, VivoKid stars, I need them to pop off in the lanes. That's what I'm looking for.
All right. And the ability to move, certainly. Heroes like Tusk, Dawnbreaker, etc. can definitely be very aggressive in this game. So here we go. Game number 1. 4 versus 5 matchup as far as the seeds go. VivoKid versus Mad Kings.
Yep.
Here in the upper bracket for the South American qualifiers of TI-12.
And
look, this one.
Look at it go. The Iron Branch with top move speed. You can't see it, but it's right up there. Oh, goddamn, he left it. I will talk about this change a couple times because honestly, I love it. Like I was thinking about it like back in the day where, if you know they have a ward there, like you can mischief or like jump around and do it. But now you can just turn into a tree. And you're not just pretending anymore when you use the spell. It's actually good.
It actually has a purpose now, more so than
you're not just trolling, you know. It's like, oh, I'm a banana, I'm a branch. Look at me.
I'm a courier.
Yay.
All right, he's in the trees. Getting some vision right now is Monkey King, but yeah, going to be playing the more than support role, so expect to see a bit of tree hopping going on even throughout the laning phase and where he ends up moving. But the stare down commences from the beginning right here between Mad Kings and VivoKid. As both teams looking at one another in the mid lane. There is a ward that was placed here on the dire side coming out from Mad King, so they got that mid ward. We'll see if VivoKid picks up on that or not.
I mean, looking at level 1, I feel like VivoKid have pretty good level 1. You have Troll, you have some Treant, you have the Blast too. Let's see. Looks like it might just be an even trade. Oh, Monkey King is hopping over to steal the rune. Easy 3-for-1. Doing Monkey King things. I like it.
Good mobility. Takes advantage, so yeah, well played. And that's a slight advantage for the set of Mad Kings as we head into the true laning phase now. So Templar Assassin, always this hero that she may be more of a safe lane option now. We saw her mid for the longest time, but either way, still that core role, and the build as far as items go still feels like a very similar Desolator, Blink, and even a Dragon Lance could be thrown in there, but looks like gonna go the Desolator first, at least that's the plan.
Generally, like, gonna be the right, you got the Dragon Lance, You go some Deso, Blink. I think the Shard is very good, and it's been starting to get picked up more and more and more in all these TAs. More vision, but most importantly, the more traps and the silence is just super strong, especially around the time in the game. So kind of looking at him, but this is not an easy lane for him to play through. Like, this kind of goes to show if this player on TA, if he's going to have good positioning. So Adrian, he's going to have to be on the ball here.
Well, they try to find Tusk, and sure enough, they found him hiding next to the tree. So with the harassment commenced from Disruptor. But yeah, the top lane you see there, a little bit of pressure being put on Oscar. But again, early on, speaking of TA, sitting in the middle, but taking some burn. It might be dead.
See you later.
Adrian, absolutely. See you later. King RD trying to survive himself now, and he'll be successful at that. Thunderstrike is not going to do enough damage. So yeah, TA just underestimating the damage, I suppose.
Yeah, I think this is just like what you need to be careful about against this Vivo Keep lanes. Like Dawnbreaker Tusk, this lane is no joke if they can get on top of you. And I mean, there's a reason why they picked this Dawnbreaker. Like, double melee lanes can work if they can play aggressive and then just kind of kill you. And if they can do that in this lane where, sure, you have meld, but you're gonna need a couple levels. As apologies, I missed that kill.
I caught that at the last second there. That's just Monkey King. Yeah, they just ran after him and couldn't get away. Monkey Troll throwing those axes out, now going over to Oscar and bully him out of the lane. So yeah, two kills early on for the side of Vivo Kid.
I mean, this is a platinum treant. He's just gonna slap your face. He's gonna deny your creeps as well, as they already have a shared 11 denies in this top lane between Troll and treant. So that's not what you want to play into.
That's crazy. Yeah, Oscar.
That's nasty.
3-0 on the core Darkseer, and this is a hero that you usually expect to just get farm anyways in most cases, but you're right, this treant, KG, you called it going in. He is a treant spammer, and
he is.
Sure enough, here he is.
I mean, honestly, this is a pretty easy lane for them to play, right? You have some Monkey King post 4, like, it's not really, he doesn't add much. He helps you win the lane if your offlaner is already strong, but he kind of helps you lose if you're weak, which is the case here, where treant, KJ, he just gets to slap them, use Leech Seed, they both heal, and it's like, yeah, they're just chilling.
What kind of build is this game for a Troll, you think, especially with the decent laning phase that's going? Is this the Battle Fury? I mean, or what kind of direction?
What I've seen is every Troll, they just go Fury. It seems like you just have to do it to get this like more gold pumped up to then kind of be the hero you want to be. So I guess just like some Battle Fury, maybe SNY, BKB, and then some Blink Daggers maybe to get on top of the TA. So we have a glimpse.
Yeah, glimpse that's going to bite him in the butt. Red Monster is regretting that decision right there. He's definitely helping him to get himself killed, unfortunately. Again, TA is not a hero that you could expect much help from early on.
Oh, you've got the... Yeah, it's just easy. They just get on top of you with 2 separate spells, right? You have either the Snowball or the Hammer into the Starbreak, Tag Team, Blood Grenades, and yeah, if you get caught out, you're just gonna die. I mean, if you're Mad Kings, you need your TA to get levels out of this lane, so at least when your Disruptor like dies, you get solo XP, which is good, but I'm just looking at your Darkseer, who has 7 CS right now, which is horrible for him.
No bueno.
Yeah, it's no better way to put it.
But yeah, we'll see Oscar and how he's able to recover from that. I will say, the shining star here for Mad Kings is Pippi in the middle lane, playing puck. He's doing pretty good, 25-5 against a 34-0 Qhali, but of course there's jungle creeps in there too. But yeah, holding his own.
Yeah, for sure. And it's a type of game where you can definitely rotate around this puck, right? Like Troll and treant are gonna look to play aggressive top. If you catch them down bottom as well, you also have a Disruptor to set you up. As my boy KJ, he's been watching some replays from Riyadh Masters, just taking the gate. Let's see.
Another bottom lane, a big clash. There's Red Monster going down, however, the turn. Snowball in. Here's KJ showing up, those mentioned Adrian.
Good ball.
He might be in some trouble. Good job by Gedek, though. Manages to keep them away with the Boundless Strike, and that's only going to be the 1 kill for Vivo Kid as a result.
Honestly, a pretty nice play from Mad Kings that they like bring 3 heroes down here to try and help, as Gedek is in a bit of trouble. Does have 18 stick charges, but will not quite be enough.
No, in fact, that TP, I was going to say it's going to cancel. Well, of course, Disruptor coming in, but now he's in a bad spot. Oh, great job with the Snowball. Avoids the glimpse, and now Adrian has to get at least 1 kill out of this as he might be
the leech hit!
No, it's not going to be enough to leech it heal, but here comes Puck to clean up. Gets 2, and going for the 3rd. King RD looks like he will manage to live, but you're right, that leech seed barely keeping Dawnbreaker alive.
Well, that was, well, Pippi is definitely the one that is coming out on top of this. He got to kill a treant with a killing spree. So he went from like level 6 to level 7, nearly on an instant. But yeah, you just got to see the type of rotation early on that you can do with just like outnumbering your opponent.
Well, 7-2 hero kill lead for Vivo Kid, but in this, unlike kind of the previous series, it's definitely reflecting in the overall net worth too. Already a 2,000 net worth lead at 6 minutes in. That feels pretty good. King RD, though, might be in some trouble. He has support coming in, however. Dawnbreaker, Celestial, going in.
KJ's
wants the
back.
kill. Disruptor in trouble. And yep, KJ, he's just going to walk away as Dawnbreaker gets the job done. Starbreaker and everything else. So, yeah, this is going very well right now for Vivo Kid.
I mean, this is definitely something that can happen in Dota now, where people are so good that if they win one lane slightly, it can just transition into like a second lane where Costabile is still pressuring top as hold that Mr. Adrian in a lot of trouble.
He's
just getting clapped.
Trouble? He's definitely getting clapped. They're just wait. They're gonna literally getting clapped on.
Yeah, that's a good glimpse though.
Oh, Costabile, you mentioned he was doing some free farm, but finally they take him out. So a little bit of something for Mad Kings. I guess who's there shown as Puck. I mean, Puck is the factor.
Yeah.
The one hero that right now is going to need to make big plays.
I mean, Oscar also, he's getting to recover as it's kind of a 1v1, and also Pippi coming in to first get the kills bottom, now get another kill top. So he's, with all his good moves, they're still 3,000 gold down.
Yeah. But mentioned recovery. That's where we're at now for both Templar Assassin and especially the Darks here. Open up some of the map. Puck, certainly a hero that can assist at doing that, as he is level 7 and he's got a Dream Coil ready to go once again. But Red Monster, I guess he's just playing a mobile ward right now because was out in front, and that proves to be the death of him.
All right, this is nearly a Witchblade completed for the Puck. As of course, Analog on the Kodo. He's doing well. He has Vessel. I think there's an urn flying out. But yeah, the map could look to shrink a little bit. Like, you're about to lose your tier 1 bottom soon. And Boots of Travel are available as well.
Jeez, yeah, I was just about to point that out too. The Boots of Travel on Coddle.
It's nasty.
Going with the urn. That is a great start for Analog, who does have that top farm. Mentioned Dawnbreaker. Success that she's also out of the phase Boots, Soul Ring, and even with just those two items, can do so much early on in the game.
Yeah, I must say I am a fan of how Mad Kings are using the heroes right now, where like you put the TA mid, because all Coddle does is push in the wave, so your TA can at least recover there, and your Puck goes bottom, because he can at least stand his ground against Dawnbreaker, right? You can dodge his spells, you can get away, so I think this will help them like hold the map state. I think if TA is down here, he would, I mean, let's see. Okay, good dodge.
You're talking about this, a Boundless Strike, and the chance for a turn now. There's a Dream Coil commitment. Starbreaker comes out, though. Dawnbreaker's going to live for now. They get the kill on Monkey King, and now Analog shows up. Pippi, got to be careful about it. Good dodge. With the phase shift, and he'll live. Meanwhile, KJ's over here.
Dude, this guy is everywhere.
He really is. Level 5 Korea. Level 3 Leech Seed is going to put some harassment on a Puck, but force him to get away. However, Kodo was trying to cut him off. He's going to get the Courier Snipe. Now he puts down the Solar Bind. I mean, Puck still could be in a little bit of trouble here, actually, although Treant, I think he overstepped a little bit too much. Dawnbreaker, never mind. Dawnbreaker comes in, and Monkey King's dead. Oh, Puck with the dodge at the last second of the phase shift, but it's not going to matter. It is too much damage, and Vivo Kid, they are on full throttle right now.
Yeah, they are destroying them, actually. Like, there's okay, they're looking a mid. Probably cannot catch. TA not the easiest hero to be caught if you have some traps out, but yeah, just continuously like taking these fights, right? You have heal with the Leech Seed, you have more heals with Coddle if he enabled, like if he's there, and then you have a Dawn ult on top with like a third heal, and well, obviously he can globally help you as well, so just continuing to just put in the pressure.
And Troll's just on his own side of the map, like, yeah, guys, keep doing what you're doing. I'm just over here chilling, you know.
I'm securing the late game, guys. Don't worry, I'm securing a late game, boys.
That's definitely a yikes there for the side of Mad Kings. Yes, the good news is this is just game 1 of a best of 3, but
yeah,
it is definitely an uphill battle.
Yeah, 6K at 10 minutes is definitely nasty. As now you have a mid-siege creep. Let's see if they can try to use that. That's the name of the game, at least for Mad Kings, is you need levels on your Darkseer. You're going to need more farm on him as well, and your TA has to recover. So if they can not bleed more net worth. I think they'll be okay, but I don't think Vivo-Kid will keep the game state like that.
Yeah. And you got Oscar at the top lane. Again, just trying to finish a Vanguard right now to go with his Arcane Boots. Continuing to play the recovery game. We talked about Puck, get in the Witchblade. Queues up the Blink next, but it's still a bit of ways from that. Of course, got delayed after what happened at the bottom lane. Treant's now level 6-2, though, by the way. So we've already seen KJ being so active, and now he has the whole overgrowth factor on top of that.
Looking on Adrian for now with shards.
FCR going in, not going to put the Starbreaker out, though. Does have Solar Guardian. We'll see if that comes into play, but there's that overgrowth, as we mentioned. Templar Assassin doing everything she can, which frankly isn't too much at that point. Gets taken out. Puck, does he go in, though? If he just simply trying to protect the tower right now and also use his advantage, but it's still not going to matter. They lose Disruptor, and now the shards, the pushback. Puck should be fine. Yeah, puts down the Dream Coil. They just don't have damage, though, to respond.
They're just casually chilling behind your tier 2 tower bottom.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, nice Starbreaker stun, but is it going to matter? KJ, cut them off. Well played.
Treant is a fucking monster. What the hell?
I love it. He knows how to position. He is an aggressive Treant.
This is, I think, out of all the year, out of any Dota game I've seen, this is the nastiest Treant's performance I've seen, at least in the early game. He's definitely my new favorite Treant Protector player.
I mean, he has a lot of hours on the hero.
No, he certainly does. Just putting it to use here.
Yeah. It's definitely fun to watch, and no doubt Vivo-Kid is like, yeah, thank you. It's one of those, I mean, obviously we're still in game 1 here, but Mad King's going to game 2. Treant ban, honestly, maybe not a bad idea in one of those initial bans.
Oh, triple bounty rune, because we were already owning them without all of that. Seems about right. Yikes. Mid tower gold coming out as well. Yeah, 7k healing at 12 minutes. Why not? Because, yeah, sometimes it's like, but he's a support. I don't want to, like, ban a support here. It doesn't matter, man. If a hero owns you, the role is regardless. Like, no one cares about what role it played in.
Yeah, no, this is very scary support, no doubt. So, worthy to think about at least. But again, this...
Oh, Genic.
Where's he at?
Easy kill.
That's going to be a Desolator, by the way, for Dawnbreaker. She's going to get a Deso before the TA.
That is, yeah. Only 77% Dota Plus, actually. I feel like Gaben being very generous here to my Radiant amigos. I don't know if I would agree with that stat, but let's see.
Yeah, that is interesting. I mean, it really favors the TA, I guess, as far as scalability, sure, but... Puck! Oh, okay.
Clutch.
Yep, that deserves some emotes right there. Gets the overgrowth use.
I mean, Pippi's he's gonna have to pull out what he's kind of doing. The closer he gets to Blink, he can try to play the map like more open. I mean, their catch isn't incredible. So like if Puck can keep scaling, he'll be fine as there's a defensive glimpse. Oh, no first hit root at least.
Yeah. So good job by Disruptor, managed to get out. But yeah, you see Troll Warlord, of course, he's had the Battle Fury already for a bit, even has an Ogre Axe on top of that, building into the BKB high priority as Wisdom Rune is pinged out over here. It's going to be snatched up on both sides, it looks like. But yeah, Darkseer, I mean, again, there is still that Wombo combo potential, right? As far as the Darkseer, we saw in the last game, much different circumstances, but you get a good vacuum, get a good wall, you get the Dream Coil.
Yeah.
I think, of course, like going back to that graph, and it's 76-24 right now, like obviously that's still a factor.
Yeah.
Potential.
No, you just have to, they're going to have to drag out the map a little bit. Like I think allow your Puck to, play down bottom, play up top. They're very open areas where you can easily go around. Try to get like 1-2 items on your TA. Maybe you get a good fight. You can steal Roche. Just like easy comebacks. Not this one though, as they're gonna catch out the TA.
Uh-oh. Even that stomp down from Dawnbreaker is gonna come in using that Solar Guardian and using her new Desolator as well. So yeah, free kill on a TA and so much for the bit of recovery that she was starting to do right there.
I think the biggest factor of the Dawn ult there was to get on top of the TA and show him that I have Deso before you, noob.
More of a taunt play than anything.
Secure the kill. Why not?
Well, it certainly was that. And thinking about Roshan. I mean, they have a Troll Warlord, and in fact, FCR joining as well with that Deso. So yeah, this should be a pretty quick Roshan kill, and there's really no chance for Mad Kings to address this at all. They're going to push bottom. Why not?
Yeah, like you have some heals as well from the next Leech Seed. You have drums. You have the Deso. Sure, troll ult, why not? Just get it killed. As, yeah, 60 minutes into the game, first Aegis, you're going to have a BKB completed too. And I mean, for now, I think if you're Mad Kings, you're not... I mean, obviously, you're not happy with how the game is right now, but considering the first 10 minutes, they're holding on pretty decently.
Yeah. Yeah, that's, I think, a fair way to put it. I mean, Puck has a blink. Working on Boots of Travel currently is sitting bottom lane. If he had backup down here, maybe, but no, not really. I guess Darkseer's kind of nearby.
Yeah, just not the most damage, but yeah, they just need levels. Like if they can keep the game like this, where Monkey King, sure, just gonna push out the wave instead. I think like if they can just keep it like this, where Monkey King is occupying one lane, Puck is doing another, you jerk them around the map a little bit, allow your Darkseer to get levels in gold, then I think you're pretty happy.
Yeah. But then you see Octarine Core's almost finished on Keeper of the Light.
Yeah, and then you're not so happy anymore.
Not that slight smile maybe goes away quickly, but hey, do what you got to do. But the map is proven to be very difficult to move around in if you're the side of Mad Kings and being comfortable with it. Top lane and Darkseer just farming the jungle up here is going to be spotted though. Maybe.
Okay, looks like he's dodging. I mean, looks like he's dodging it a little bit at least. He's gonna try to get whatever he can. I mean, I could even see, okay, so Evokid might just get themselves a freebie as Red Monster. Blocking for his TA.
Blasting to finish the job. So, yeah, Disruptor, death on him. And it's been a struggle for Disruptor. I mean, this whole team has obviously been very difficult, but 8 deaths already.
Easy 10 HP getaway.
Why not? DP's back to base, so he'll be fine for now. But yeah, FCR will just pick up more farm, has a blink to go with the Deso again, really doing the TA build just slightly better.
Yeah. He's gonna need the blink as well, and maybe that can like help him maneuver around the map. I think later you're gonna see a Hex come out for sure on the Kato, because we can see that all Radiant can do is split push, right? Put Puck on a lane, try to be annoying, have your TA kill some waves, put some traps, and eventually I think if you're Vivo Keyed, you're gonna have to talk about one thing. How do we stop them from doing this? Can we push the high ground with Troll, keep healing with Kato? Or are we just going to build 1-2 hexes and keep killing them on the map?
I mean, I will say it's good that they have Monkey as a support, because he is doing a lot of just being in trees, getting vision for the team. He's kind of being that ward in a lot of ways, and he has time to do so, being more of a support role. So, you know, trying to create that vision for the Puck, for the TA especially, to secure their farm. Oh, as I say this, TA's in trouble.
Nope.
Going for the Tournament Tusk, but it's just going to be too much again. Solar Guardian going to come crashing down. King RT getting slightly low, but not low enough, and TA was found.
Yeah, there's so much turn play, right? You have so many heals, you have 3 in armor as well that can get popped out. It is only level 2, but still, you know, every little bit, it just makes a difference. Qhali has an Aegis, he'll never die. Pippi is dead.
You know, I'm sitting here talking about making some vision, making some room for both the TA and the Puck, and a minute later, they're both just dead. So much for that vision coming into play. Top, you got to chase us on. Monkey King, he's likely dead as well. One more attack. Oh, the Mischief is trying. It's not going to matter.
Nope, just making it look too easy. Holding the Starbreaker as... I mean, they just still have no real way of fighting back. It's still they have to just continue to do the same thing. Try to get as much gold as you can, try to split them around, and eventually try and fight back. But Analog, he's queuing up the Hex. They're just... I mean, Dota's just easy when you're ahead, but you still need to make the right decisions, and they certainly are.
Yeah. You still got to move appropriately, and it's certainly capitalizing on this latest Vivo Key. It's all the credit there for sure. You're just taking more vision away from the opposition. But speaking of this, you got Mad King says, we got to try to make a play. Go for a kill on a Troll Warlord. Not really. Monkey King initiated, but the rest of the team wasn't really ready. Puck, he now gets initiated on. Static Storm is put down. Really trying to protect, and that's going to force Vivo Key to fall back for now. Glimpse, not going to really matter. Oh, maybe it will. You got Dawnbreaker caught in the back line as the result, so he is dead, and that's favoring Mad King so far.
Well, that's 2 huge kills. That's like so much gold and XP going your way. Like when you're down this much, every like kill is a big way and like a big step back in the game.
Especially when there's no deaths as a result. So
yeah,
they that was about a 2,000 or 3,000. Yeah, really about a 2,000, 2,500 net worth swing right there, favoring Mad Kings. Signs of
Gets
life
whipped
and
and slowed.
I mean, Blink's coming for TA, so she will have kind of those early 3 items, much later than she would want it, but hey, Blink, Dragonlance, Desolator, you start feeling fairly strong at that point.
Yeah, also it just allows you to be more mobile, to like kind of play around. It looks like KJ is in a bit of trouble. Good overgrowth.
That's certainly a kill on Disruptor at least. Oscar, he's going to go the other direction, as well as Adrian into the base, so don't know if they're going to get more. Maybe they will. They catch up to the Darkseer. The Shards, he surges around, but it is too much damage when it's all said and done. So they did catch Darkseer, and they comfortably move to the mid lane now to push down this tower.
And that was just nice bait into the overgrowth with a great Dawn ult. Red Monster using his force on the TA instead of himself, so at least saving Adrian so he can live to see another day. It looks like Pippi is going to look to maybe cut the mid wave, but you know, Vivoki, they'll just use this wave to try and just go high ground, and there's no glyph available to kill these creeps at least.
Yeah, no one's really split pushing either currently, so they're gonna go deep. Is King already regretting this one?
Maybe a little too deep.
I think so. Yeah, it's
just a little
deep
bit
right there. Okay, so they kill King RD, and that's probably gonna help them save the racks of Unfact. They want more. TPM from Darkseer, he's going for the combo. No, he's not going to get the combo off necessarily. Puts the wall down, though. Troll Warden popping his ultimate, though, with the Battle Trance. He is starting to heal up quite a bit. Nice force staff away. BKB's activated as well, but Costability, that's going to be wearing off soon. He knows it. He might be in trouble. Denick trying to go for it. Boundless Strike sends up initially, but
there's a glimpse
the illusion sent in. It's not going to be enough. The glimpse, minimal distance, unfortunately. Pippi, though, good combo. They get Troll
the
low.
heals.
Enough static. Sword finally comes another vacuum as well. And Troll Warden, the heals kicking in, but it's not going to be enough. Even with Tree Protector's armor, still managed to get the kill, but at what cost? They are going to lose 3 more. FCR with a double himself. And I mean, big picture, Vivoki still feeling pretty good, I would think. But hey, they killed the troll, though.
Yeah. Maybe not the cleanest for Vivoki, but still. 1 for 3 exchange. Fewer Mad Kings. Sure, you're at least getting some more golden XP. You stop their mid push, and yeah, you're just going to have to pray, and you're just going to have to delay the game for Pippi, I think, to take over. Like in 10, 12, 13 minutes, if you can get there and he gets another 1-2 items, he can start dishing out serious damage.
Yeah, definitely possible. I mean, tier 3 neutral items are going to come out around 27 minutes, of course, plus. So it's another kind of marker that you're looking for, especially if you're a team that's behind. Disruptor. He's a nice force staff. That certainly is a great item. A lot of value from that item coming out this game.
Okay, Oscar.
Yeah, that glimpse again. It's like, is that a good glimpse or not? I don't know, but maybe it is. Alice doing work, and Puck thought about it, but it's just too much. You mentioned these heals multiple times. I mean, the living armor, the heals, the illuminate. It's just so tough to get these kills.
You know, Kostabile, he also has the Ags now, so he can, like, defensively, he can dispel the Surge as well from Darkseer with the range one. He can dispel himself. I mean, I don't think there's too much to really dispel off of his own body, but, you know, lower cooldown, more damage coming out there as well. It looks like he wants to queue up the Satanic as well, just to, like, be tanky, stand your ground, and, yeah, I guess second Roche, and you can just go push again.
That is interesting. That definitely feels like let's kind of win much sooner, though, item.
Yeah.
As far as that, because that with the BKB, I mean, yeah, his mobility should be pretty good at this point right now.
No, for sure. And you have the Hex coming out soon as well. I think this is like a really big, like, a game changer to how the map can be played for you here if you're a Vivoki.
Picks up a nice double damage rune, and that'll help destroy this top tier 2. That is the last outer tower, so it is the base now for Mad Kings that remains, and the top lane is going to be the app's choice for Spielkid, although the bottom lane is being pushed in by Mad Kings. They getting some pressure themselves, so matter of what do you do if you're Vivoki right here. In fact, Adrian is looking to solo the Tormentor.
Yeah, Refraction does certainly help you with that. It's like another added bonus of TA for sure. Can solo some stuff. I mean, you give it to Gennec, who now, of course, he has a Boundless Strike where you can just get in and you like do half the effect of Primal Spring, which is not bad. Of course, better if you're a core, but we'll take any bonuses we can get.
Yeah, free 1,400 gold right there, essentially.
Yep.
Slight Discord issue apparently, so get that settled out. And I mean, hey, Mad Kings is certainly making the point that they're not giving this one up. And Keizu, I mean, I pop up this graph every now and then, and I mean, the win probability, it's still not too bad. I mean, 79-21 right now favoring Vivo Kid. So something about this Mad Kings lineup, Lord Gaben kind of likes.
I mean, I guess their team fight is not, their scaling is pretty good. Like you have TA, if she just gets to stay on range, you have, I think it's really on the puck and the team fight from the Darkseer. I can see it, but I really think that one of the next fights is, it will really make it snowball like one way or the other. If we have Kato, like Analog, he finds a good hex, maybe they even find the puck into the second Roche, I feel like that could nearly seal the deal for them.
Mm-hmm. Well, currently, as we're approaching 26 minutes, I mentioned those tier 3 items are going to be coming out here in the next couple of minutes, so something obviously both teams will get to take advantage of, but the team that's behind a Mad King certainly can hope to help them. 18 seconds on Roshan, Keizu. Is this, if you're Mad Kings, I mean, obviously I don't think they can try to take it themselves, but certainly going to be having to defend it and willing to fight for it.
I mean, if you could set it up somehow with like a lot of traps, like maybe if you're pre-set up, like let's say they're all top right now, they could probably steal it, but looking at the map positioning, I think Vivo Key, they're going to be the ones to kind of be in a prime position. And I mean, at least this pause should help Mad Kings decide, okay, do we want to contest? And if we do, how do we do it? Because I feel like if Vivo Key are set up, it's not an easy fight for them. Even though you do have this Monkey King and Darkseer, I don't know, it's not easy to just run in, because there's a hex on this Kato. Like if you just run in with not the best positioning, bam, you are just dead.
So Oscar gonna throw on the reconnect here. Again, this is game 1 of this best out of 3 series. You're from the upper bracket, so absolute worst case, you bounce down to the lower bracket, and see the discussion continues to go on. We reiterate, there are 2 spots on the line, though, as well for South America, but certainly like to just clean that first spot and get the job done. Thunder Awaken, though, winning the first series earlier on today over Balrogs, taking care of business there, 2-0. And this is the second series for today. 2 more to come following this one with that rolling schedule. So yeah, take a look at the hero damage on the screen, by the way. And Dawnbreaker, especially from the earlier part of the game, but even all throughout, has done plenty of damage in this one.
I mean, what? Ah, okay, that was a bit of a... How much gold does Darkseer have right now? It's 520?
I see 208 currently.
Weird. Okay. It says 870 when I click on him in-game. I mean, it's probably bugged because it's paused. I do think there's a couple of key items that could come out for Oscar. Maybe a blink later in the game as well to like help you with some back walls. Of course, you have Adrian on the TA. As they say, G-try while Darkseer is disconnected.
I mean... Communication. Come on, let's go. I think both teams are having fun with that one. It's like, are you sure you want to go? Yeah, it's
like, okay, go. I mean, PPD would unpause on the spot. Really, you said ready, man. Like.
Gotta throw PPD in here, of course.
Of course.
He's sitting back like, wait, why am I getting thrown in on this?
Just catch the phrase,
No, okay. Now they're actually good as Oscar's reconnected. Good to go there. Okay, so as we've been talking about, kind of for 26 minutes in, a scan hits from Mad King. Says, wanted to make sure that Vivo Kid was still in the area, put some pressure bottom lane as puck.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Okay, so I mean, just gonna be a pretty free Roche, I think. Whoever, if they scout it out now, I think it's really hard for you to contest, like walk all the way up top. So in the meantime, if you're Mad Kings, I think while they take Roche, you try to push in every lane to just make it really hard for them to just walk down a lane after they do take Roche and delay it. And if you're Vivo Kid, I feel like you just put the map in a state where you can try to pick them off or just walk it down later. Like if you have all these heals, it's hard for them to deal with that.
Yeah, Dawnbreaker's also doing a good job of protecting this bottom lane. Of course, that with the Treant armor at the tower, and of course the lead on top of that. It's just so many good factors coming into play for Vivo Key that, playing it well and smart.
You've got the... Okay, so he's queuing up an Orchid on the Dawnbreaker.
KJ.
At least for now, do kind of like the idea as they're going on Oscar.
This Tran just beelines for Oscar. He's going to get double force staff, though. Wukong's put down by the Monkey King. How much you want to fight into this? I guess the answer is they definitely do. Dawnbreaker shows up with the Solar Guardian BKB and not able to commit further, though. These force staffs have been a great item choice.
Yeah, they're owning. Seriously. Like the first item force staff Monkey King, not something you see too often. And also on the Disruptor, of course. So, yeah, I mean, just the name of the game is to help each other out, right? You're like Overgrowth, Tusk, and Dawnbreaker. It screams force staff. So, already getting a lot of use out of those.
Yeah, I was looking at Darks here. I'm like, is he actually? I mean, hell, maybe he should go one too. But he's working on the aura still. Gonna finish pipe at least. Oh boy.
Easy cut down into the troll ult. Why not?
Oh, force staff ain't helping him there. Battle Trance was used for that, but that's a 60-second cooldown. Of course, he has Aegis anyway, so
yeah,
supposed to be really not too concerned.
Okay, I mean, you are up 13k now. Looks like they want to poke a little bit. I do think maybe you want the Satanic and maybe some more heals before you do it, but let's see.
The Aegis, of course, making it a bit more confident, but seems like that might not be a bad decision, though. He has enough gold to buy it. Of course, the case, though, if he wants buyback, is going to have to farm up a bit more. And, yeah, if you're Vivo Keyed, I don't think you're necessarily in the biggest rush at this point. There is the Satanic.
You can just kind of chill. I think it's fine. You can work through some of like your next talents as well on some people. You're level 19 on Kato. He's getting closer to stuff. You have the Satanic completed. You're about to get level 20 as well on Trolls. So you can kind of just play the map chill if you want with Hex. But I do think you could look for like a man-up situation where you just 3 armor, Leech Seed, put the Coddle heals over and over on the Troll, and he just like trucks down a tower.
He has so much armor now. That with its level 20 talent he just got, I mean, that's insane. Breaking through all that armor, and you got a TA who's, of course, relying on that physical damage, so it's going to be difficult to drop.
That is the last glyph, because they already refreshed it early on the mid-tier 3, so it's kind of a big deal for Mad Kings.
Wukong's, it's committed.
Found us a little off the mark.
Disruptor puts him in the arena with a kinetic field, but speaking of support, it's just Vivo Key they don't panic. They play that very safe, you know, he's able to just walk out. There's the tower. What's going on mid lane, by the way? Yeah, Puck as well as Dawnbreaker having their own game over there.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Dawn, you can just kind of, you know, do your own thing. You can always just connect with ult, so you can just continue to keep scaling in the game. So another tier 3, another ranged Rax. And with the next set of items, like with this Aegis, I think you can certainly do this play again if you're Vivo Keyed. Or I don't really see anything stopping them if they have waves.
Buck is trying to finish his own Octarine core. He's got the Kaya Sage. He's the double Void Stone to pick up that Octarine core, so has made some good progress. At the Templar Assassin, we talked about his items. He upgrades the Lance into the Hurricane Pike and wants to build, of course, a BKB next. And we are seeing the tier 3 items starting to pop out more and more now. So something I mentioned earlier.
Well, some more kiting with Ogre Seals and whatnot is certainly also going to help. But I do think Pippi, he's going to need, so the full Octarine core it is done now. I think you probably need like maybe a Linken's later as well against this Hex. But yeah, Vivo Keyed doing the right thing. I think you can definitely just pressure this. You have 1 more minute. You also have a Shield Rune. So yeah, it just makes things so much easier. No glyph.
And the Dawnbreaker presence you mentioned, he can do this. He can push out bottom lane while the team engages top because he's got that Solar Guardian, so to join if and when need be. So the top set of racks is easily cleared as Glimpse will delay this slightly. He tried to snowball right there, but
I mean they used wall as well up top. I think this Rax is gone.
Jeez. I mean, it's like, but what can you do? They just have to sit back and watch both of their racks essentially get destroyed right there.
Yeah, you're gonna have to fight back. I know they've been split pushing for like 50 minutes now to try and get back in this game, but you are just bleeding out on a map now. There's too many items come out. Like there's a Titan Sliver, Satanic, the Aghanim still. Like you either need to look for a smoke now or when they 17k build. Yeah, it's a bit disgusting. It's like some lone druid numbers.
That's fairly absurd right there. But he literally, he's the only one just standing in front and the other team's just watching him do it. So Makes sense to see that stat pop up right there. But you do it once, you do it twice. You don't do that a third time. Obviously, then the mega creeps come out and you're like, well, why did we even try at this point?
Yeah.
So you got to defend eventually here.
Okay, looks like they are looking for something. But King RD has a good position to break for now. I mean, I don't think you can clutch the troll out of the game. He has like 3k HP, BKB, Satanic.
Adrian was found. The Forest Staff helped, though. He's able to blink as well due to refraction. Tusk, he's lifted on up. Monkey King causing issues against KJ. Almost gets a kill on him. Managed to get out, but Puck was just picked off in the midst of it. So a trade that certainly benefits Vivokeed.
For sure. There's also no buyback on him. They probably don't know this, but you're gonna have to kind of fish for it.
Puck just solo died to the Dawnbreaker? Is that what happened? Oh my gosh.
Maybe like
mid lane
Hex into Donald or something. Yes, okay.
Yeah.
Gonna go for some more damage.
Well, it's again the illusions actually gonna fight them back. So that's not bad to have right there. Have you?
I think that may have been a misclick.
It had to be, yeah.
Yeah, probably wanted to do Satanic. All good. It does work. So at least you gotta take out the victory there. My item does work. I'm gonna back off. There's a Satanic.
Well, that's So with that down for another 70 seconds, it's all right. Let's just pretend that never happened and let's go back and farm elsewhere.
Okay, 98%. Second Roche isn't up all that soon. I mean, it's 1 minute until we know the minimal respawn. So if you're Vivokeed, back off, spend your gold, and then decide. Okay, wait for Roche or go bottom. Is Adrian gonna try to give his team another shard? Well, at least Pippi gets it.
Mm-hmm.
Get your little face shift auto attack with some bonus damage. Sure.
Yeah, almost level 20 as well on Puck. Just needs another creep kill, so slight bump there in terms of what he can do. But yeah, again, it's whether the last stand for Mad Kings at this point. Mentioned Roshan, another 30 seconds on the red timer at least.
Yeah.
And he actually does spawn. Basher finished though on Troll Warlord.
Another shield rune. King RD is gonna take that to just whatever, bros. I'm gonna go in, just tank it up as okay. Looks like we're gonna have another fight. There's a smoke.
Mad Kings, they need this opening. They need to catch somebody. Right now, Troll's not 100% with the team. If they can go quickly, he is coming though. Kind of split up. I mean, they just don't know exactly where they're at. So that they're hunting, but Pippi can only do so much. Wukong's put down.
It was put down indeed.
And he just jumps away. All right. Thought for sure something was going to happen there, and I think connected too, but
okay.
So now.
It is a somewhat of a quick Roche respawn timer. So just going to clean the map with Gem. Probably wait for Roche at this point by the looks of it, but it will go up top as we're heading into a little night cycle. And we're just going to smoke across the map by the looks of it.
Yeah, smoke up there makes sense. As you mentioned, a very fast Roshan respawn it happens to be. Puck is also making his way up there. Uh-oh, Pippi, if he's spotted here. Oh, no.
My friend, though, don't get hexed.
That's that. Sudden told him not to. Now he is able to phase shift out of it after the fact. And the blink. Okay, though, the chase is on. Hex in 6 more seconds. Ooh. There's the pull in. Thanks to the Willow. And he gets out of range. Another waiting rift. I mean, he's good, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Nope. Kaya Sanj with the status resistance certainly helping out there. So, I mean, Pippi is definitely doing, he's working overtime in this game. Yeah. He's trying real hard, as he should, like trying to keep his team in here because, yeah, this game is just not easy. Looks like the third row should be on the deck now for Vivokeed. And, yeah, at this point, if you're Mad Kings, you have to talk about how to take this last fight because it is coming your way.
Well, level 20 for TA as well. I mean, it hasn't been much to talk about for Adrian this game, but hey, level 20 has the meld dispelling now, so defensive tool, and oh, that could come into play here. Oh no.
Okay, we have Pike. Okay, he's fine. Looked scary.
Yeah.
I mean, you can get out of the overgrowth, or maybe like dispel some Kato spells, some blinding light, solar blind. Certainly okay with the dispel.
There's that inevitable Roshan, though, happening. And double cheese currently. Yeah, Kato from before. Tusk has his. You have Aegis in the hands of Troll. There is a double damage bottom, by the way, but no vision on it currently. So we'll see they managed to go pick that up or not.
Pick up some bounty runes, guys, because the only item I care about in this game now is King RD's Aghanos. Just kick him out and kill him. I also love it against Monkey King. He rings and you just yank him out of there.
Oh no, and it just disappears. You're like, no, it's not like this.
I would love to see, but okay, let's see. Those Mad Kings, they are ready to ambush.
I love it. I mean, why not? They got, the traps are down, the shard effect in place, so do they go King RD? Is that the target? Looks like maybe. He actually went for the kick right there. He's going to be lifted up in the air. Will-O-Wisp also put down Adrian, realizing this is maybe not the best. He gets force-staffed out. Dedek with the ultimate. The Wukongs is down. Trying to kill that Will-O-Wisp the whole time. Finally does so. Constabule.
Orchid.
In pursuit, but he gets pushed back with a glimpse, and now Gedek, he's having to try to get away. The force staff on him. Puck was picked off, though. The Orchid used, and no chance to get out after that. Monkey King, another Will-O-Wisp, and that means his death right there. So 2 kills, and Evokeed going to go for the base now.
All right, it's just, there's too much stuff, right? Like when you're down this much, there's a Hex, there's an Orchid, everyone's just tanky. You can't even kill the Tusk when you initiate on him because he has a cheese. Okay, Constabule.
Yeah, that when you said I was looking at the Bloodthorn obviously on Dawnbreaker.
Yeah,
even upgrading to that, so another tool for the Puck.
Oh, no. There it is,
no.
baby.
Yeah, launch the yeet. And G's dead for 75 seconds. I gotta think those GGs are coming out pretty soon here for Mad Kings, and there we go. It is officially over. Evokeed will take game number 1. I mean, let's be honest, Casey, this is one that if Evokeed, they took control early and they did not look back.
No, certainly not. Like the lanes just went way too good for them. And yeah, once you get kicked out of your base as a carry and you die instantly, you know those GGs are dropping. Like at that point, there's no more holding on to the game.
That was an impressive performance. I mean, Evokeed, all the credit on their side, certainly. All 3 lanes going their way as we talked about, and certainly we'll see eventually, but I could say, you know, really many of these players deserving of that MVP, so we'll see who it ends up being. But I mean, starting that discussion, Treant Protector, like we kind of talked about that a little bit, his early impact, and all throughout the living armor, constantly a nuisance.
So sick.
Do you ban this hero, man?
Yeah, I think so. Or at least if you don't, you need like a lane that fights back. Like that's some double melee lane. Maybe you do some ranged hero with another melee, because he just, so they won the top lane, then he just goes bottom and they do that. They were already winning bottom anyway with the Dawnbreaker as well. So I think going into the next game, if you're Mad Kings, you need more stable laning and you need to be more aware of like how the enemies want to play the lane as well.
Yeah. I mean, as far as highlights go, this is, you know, a decent hold from Mad Kings initially, but and although there wasn't the most kills like in this scene that necessarily took place, it's a matter of, you really got to appreciate just again the support coming out from Evokeed. I mean, look at that troll. Finally, they goes down. It took forever though, so many resources to do so. And then the double kill from FCR to finish that one off there. But yeah, that was one of the very slight shining moments there for the side of Mad Kings, and it still wasn't even you know, the greatest outcome for them, and this was more near the end here.
Yeah, it's like, even with this initiation, you know, there's too much stuff, and then Pippi in the back, like he's trying to do his best thing, but then there's a Bloodthorn, it ends, he gets to use Phase Shift, but no, he comes out, he gets hexed on the top, and he's dead, and it's just like, you know, he's trying so hard and playing so well, but the enemies are so fat that no matter what which problem you throw at them, if they know how to itemize, they can deal with anything.
Yeah. I mean, the itemization was absolutely key. You mentioned that Puck was the one hero that was doing all right for, you know, coming out of the laning phase, and they got items for him pretty quickly. It started with that sheep and even eventually the Bloodthorn, as we saw coming out there. So it's just, even with his okay game, it just, there's too many answers for him.
Yeah.
And yeah, certainly I keep going back to credit to Evokeed as a whole with their decision-making and deserving victory. I mean, we talked about going into the series, Casey, that, you know, expecting maybe more even series, a 4 versus 5 matchup. I know it's just one game, but man, Evokeed certainly looks like the stronger team.
Yeah, I mean, they played really well from like start to finish. For me, it goes all about the laning, really. I think Mad Kings did an okay job in the mid game to like hold on, but giving them these heroes that lane well and giving KJ his like signature kind of Treant Protector, I think is something you have to think about twice.
I mean, just look at the stat lines across the board. No ifs and buts about it. Every single player, very impressive performance. Hell, even Dawnbreaker, man, that's a 12-2-13, the offlane Dawnbreaker. Obviously, him and the Tusk had a great laning phase, but there we go. There's the official match MVP. I certainly think, certainly some debate on that one, perhaps, but in the end, KJ flipped the Treant Protector. It's his hero to play, and they let him play it, and he made them pay for it.
Yeah, it's just like good laning. I think he also had the highest kill participation out of his entire team. I think he was in 26, the next highest was in like 25, and just like, doing well in your lane, rushing drums, which not many other Treants will do either. To like, you have good early pace, you amplify it even more with your items and with your movement. So yeah, just impressive. And into the next game, if the lanes are gonna go like that, I think you ain't got a chance against this team.
Yeah, it's, again, thinking about banning him, or at the very least, certainly addressing him more, as you talked about. So we'll see what they have up their sleeve on the side of Mad Kings right there. But yeah, Vivo Keen, impressive performance, and we'll see how they now think about going forward into game number 2. Of course, they too have to go into that draft. Got the 1-0 lead, though. Feeling pretty good about their chances, but it is a best out of 3 KSU, and we've seen many of series before, right, where one team is so dominant in the first game, and the draft slightly changes. You wake up a little bit more, and the game 2 can and certainly could be completely different. So maybe we're setting up for that. We'll see. Yeah,
I think they need. You just have to. Step 1 is going to be pick stronger heroes in lanes, or make sure you fix the problems you just had in the laning stage, so you actually get to play Dota in the next game. I think this was way too hard.
All right, well, we'll get those answers figured out, starting with the draft after a short break. Ladies and gentlemen, on Break CPK, joined by KZU. South American Qualifiers, Game 2 continues next. All right, welcome back. Game number 2, just around the corner here. Vivo Keyed Stars versus Mad Kings Esports here in this best of 3. And right now it's Vivo Keyed up 1-0 here from the South American TI-12 qualifiers. I'm Breaking CBK, joined by Keizu. So yeah, game number 1, no ifs and buts about it. Vivo Keyed, the better team by far. They were dominant, but something tells me, again, this could be one of these series where, hey, Mad Kings could have a great response here and have a much better game number 2. I'm expecting that at least, Keizu.
Yes, I am too. I think this time around, they showed me a lot of like good stuff in the mid game, and they've taken out the number 1 reason why it didn't go so well. The KJ goddamn Treant Protector. If any man will get Treant banned against him, it's my man.
Good old KJ Treant. I mean, it's one of those like, I mean, you even called it going in. Obviously, if you're aware of it, Mad Kings absolutely was aware that he plays a lot of Treant. It's one of those like, okay, let's just let him have it once. We'll really see how scary it is.
Yeah.
Boy, did they find out. So yeah, just take it out with the very first ban.
Yeah, they paid the price, that's for sure. But this time around, you know, just take it out, make it easy for yourself, because I think, as we touched on a few times already, it starts in the lanes, it makes everything easier, everything harder. Of course, the more net worth you have, the easier it is to play the game. So just take out some of those things, which I feel like is the theme of these bans already, with Tree and Dawn, very strong laners that help you around the map. So I like at least this adjustment already going into the second game.
Yeah, it's nothing wrong with, especially when a game is so one-sided in the first one, you're on the losing end of it. It's, hey, one of the more simple ways. Don't overthink it. Hey, these heroes, these were 2 heroes that they used. They both did very well. Let's just take them both out and force the other team to adapt themselves. And so yeah, can't be too against the opening of the Treant and Dawnbreaker bans coming out.
Yeah, maybe the Disruptor as well is something that, I mean, we all know that the way you play Disruptor is you want to play from ahead. You want to be the ones to run at your opponents, not the other way around. So maybe you don't first pick this hero and rather you go for a support that is like more flexible in terms of laning, but also like a bit stronger just from the get-go. So that's like another, I think, adjustment you can make, not just in your bans, but also in the way you pick into the game. So let's see if that's also something I want to adjust.
Let's see the team right there of Mad King talking it over. What they want to ban out with their last ban right now to then leads into their first pick. As far as the bans on the other side, you have the Undying, the Beastmaster, Rubik, and Naga Siren taken away from Vivo Keyed. So a bit more support heavy overall when it comes to the bans early in this time around.
The Naga ban is somewhat interesting. I wonder if, so with like the new drafting stage and whatnot, like, is this Naga like a lot now for one of your next picks, or are Mad Kings known for playing the hero? Because at least that will be something that I am not aware of. But yeah, I still think there's so much like room to really play around with like the insane amount of bans that you do have nowadays.
You know, you got me curious. Got my numbers pulled up right here. I mean, Naga Siren, yeah, Vivo Keyed hasn't really. Oh, the Vivo Keyed is the one that banned it. Excuse me. So let's see, Mad Kings right here. Yeah, in the last 3 months, they've only played it in 1 tournament match.
Okay,
they won with it, so
yeah, there must be like kind of more to it. I guess I think the Nature's Prophet ban is pretty nice. It's a hero that, or like Nature's Prophet traditionally has been very bad against Naga, so maybe that's something they were looking at. I mean, overall, Nature's Prophet is very good, but I'm surprised we haven't seen it in the games we've casted. I don't think it's been banned in every game. Maybe I'm wrong and I have goldfish brain, but I would like to see it, like this new Sprout with the teleport. You just go around. I don't know. It seems kind of funky. But here we go. Mr. Invoker made his way through.
Yay! Yeah, a hero that certainly, as we stressed in the first game that we casted today, because we saw it, has gotten his own changes, and not surprised to see it here in the hands of Mad King. So
yeah,
I assume Pippi is going to be the one to play it, of course, in that mid role. So hey, impressive performance earlier in the hands of Thunder Awaken. We'll see what Mad King does with it.
Yeah, honestly, he might just do it again. So I think if you're Vivo Keyed, I mean, they must know, because, you know, if I can see that Invoker is good, they probably see it twice as much. So this seems to be a hero that you need to address. I think there's some core heroes where it's like, oh yeah, you know, we can kite him, we can itemize. Invoker, from what I saw in the earlier game, try not to give this hero a free start, because he looked incredible.
10 seconds remaining.
So I think it's fair to say Vivo Keyed confident with the Ember Spirit pickup. You know, that matchup right there.
I feel like it shouldn't own Invoker that much unless, you know, maybe it has a lot to do with how you're gonna want to play through him. Like maybe you do some Ember with Mirana and also a 5 that can play through it. So like you start ganking Invoker. Because typically that's one thing Invoker is really bad at, is being rotated on. Whether you're X-Sword or Wex, you don't have the most tools. Of course you have more as Wex, but still.
Yeah.
So, well, there must be something they do see with the Ember. So I assume the more further down we go in the draft, we'll also see it.
5 seconds remaining.
The Night Stalker ban coming out from Mad Kings. Another one of those bit out there, perhaps, but Qhali, not so much. Of course, just saw it last game in the hands of Analog.
Yeah.
So they have an Ember Spirit, but still could easily be played as a support too.
Well, we have right, you've got the Qhali Ember together. I think Night Stalker as well is an incredible hero. I love the change they gave him, where when he uses ult, he gets kind of his spells off cooldown again. Definitely makes the hero a lot more interesting. There's the Marcy that I've seen a lot more in other regions. Like this new Psychic that's like kind of permanent. Honestly, sounds kind of busted to me. So I'm surprised that this is the first time today that we see her.
Yep, to give more backup to what you're saying, let's say 9 times with a 5 and 4 record throughout the North American and Chinese qualifiers. So.
Okay, so not actually that much, huh? Interesting.
No, more average, about the 46th played, 46. So yeah, still solid fair amount. Mad Kings, though, now with their next 2 picks. Again, they have the Invoker. Obviously, you'd figure more of a support direction here. You talked about the Disruptor. Maybe it wasn't as big of a fan of it. Something to think about. So Silencer, it's a different direction.
Ooh, that was for sure. On the 2 of them. Okay, so you have a lot of backlining supports, more so, right? You have Silencer, you're going to stay in the back, you're going to press Global. You have Earthshaker. You're more about Fisher until you get Blink later in the game. So if you're Vivo Key, I think generally when you play against this type of draft, it's very nice if you can have a carry that is like really tanky and you just stand your ground. Like if you get global, whatever. Yeah, I think Gyro definitely fits the bill. And you also have the Sidekick, of course, with not only bonus damage, but the lifesteal. So yeah, I'm definitely a fan of the Gyro pick.
Yeah, fits that mold as you're describing right there pretty well. And Mirana support to go along with it. A bit more aggressive, especially going to the laning phase. Yeah, Marcy supported the Gyrocopter too. Does feel pretty good overall. So the Mad Kings, they got some solid initiation, so kind of sit back, but now how can they deal with this Gyrocopter?
I mean,
that's what they're up against.
Generally, when you're now against Gyro, I think what you want to do is like kind of outrange him, or like you want to do the same thing as Gyro, but like better. So I think heroes that come to mind is like, yeah, Sniper, TB, Medusa. I also think we saw Drow Ranger earlier. They all kind of fit, I think, the same bill. And on top of that, I mean, you're kind of playing a similar game now. You have range carry with a buff against range carry with a buff. But I do think that Medusa has a very nice matchup into Gyro. So I think this Medusa pick is pretty on point.
Well, so yeah, the final pick, Medusa, there as far as the before the bans, because now you got 2 bans to work with as well, and so you could take away some options and maybe scary. Of course, something like an anti-mage does come to mind, although they have a position 1 you'd figure.
Yeah, I think Dark Tier was going to be the first ban that came to mind for sure, unless you would have wanted to pick it yourself on Mad Kings, which of course you could have if you wanted, but that means they don't want that.
10 seconds remaining.
Let's see. I mean, yeah, there's always the AM into Medusa factor. If you want to go for that, you can. Otherwise, what am I kind of missing? I think this is a pretty hard Bad Rider game. Like, you don't want to do that into some tornadoes and global silences, but I guess Mad Kings have to pick first, so it's more like on them to kind of show their hand.
Yeah. Legion Commander has been a very popular choice from the offlane role, so another option that could be a potential. Both teams are likely looking for offlane, right? Yeah,
I guess if you're Mad Kings, it makes it a little awkward, but you could do something like Razor, what we saw earlier. I'm simply looking at it because I think a range hero would be kind of nice because you have Earthshaker, just to like make your lane a little better with like range melee. And Razor Shaker have decent synergy against the Gyro, just to like furthermore help your Medusa. If it's not that, I think they're gonna look at a more maybe just a team fight route. Like some guy who's going to just build some casual, like Crimson, Pipe, Guardian Grief, something like that.
A hero that we haven't seen yet today, but actually was picked up quite a bit and successfully is Doom. Doom was 14 games, 10 and 4.
Very interesting, actually.
So.
I guess the way new Doom works is they can still use items, if I'm not mistaken, but they don't heal. And I also tested it, which means if you play against some Marcy draft that rely on standing their ground and lifestealing, you know, that actually does sound pretty cool. Like, I'll be down for it, because eventually Gyro has to stand his ground and, you know, hope that he wins. Well, you're not winning if you can't heal, that's for sure.
Yeah. All right, well, Death Prophet ban coming out eventually.
Interesting, okay.
Mars. Mars, and they're confident.
Okay, just so it looks like they're gonna take a route where you can build auras with. I just assume this is gonna be a snap offlane. So you can build auras if you want, and it's just like more tempo early on to help your Medusa to just like farm the map until she's ready. So honestly, I'm personally a fan of snap, so I kind of like the pick.
It was, I don't know if you were watching the reactions right there, but I and maybe I'm looking too much in it, but I saw the Snapfire came out, and there was a lot of smiles. We're looking at Vivo Kid right now, and their reactions. I don't know if that was crap, you know, we didn't think about that, or if that was they went Snapfire, we're good.
Oh, that is a dirty Lycan pick. Yeah, I think this Lycan pick is very strong for like a multitude of reasons. It's pretty annoying against Medusa until like way later in the game. Then Medusa is fine, but she needs like 3-4 items. Because like Medusa doesn't really interact with Lycan in a way where Lycan gets to do what he wants to do, and that's really scary when you play against this hero. And Shaker, Silencer are really bad supports against this hero too. And you build items that your Gyro loves. Lifesteal, drums, AC, so this is a dirty pick.
In a good way for Vivo Kid.
For them, in a very good way, yeah. For me, it's... yeah, like if I have last pick here and I see the fact that I won't Lycan, I feel like this game is over.
Yeah,
you would say it like that. Of course, it isn't over, but it's really damn good.
Yeah, it's I'm sure happy that they got that FCR. Of course, the one going to be playing it over there on the side of Vivo Kid. So
yeah,
finishing up on who's playing what, but it is going to be Oscar on the Snapfire, so we'll be that offlane Snapfire. And you mentioned the art, but yeah, when it comes to being able to lock down and deal with not only this gyrocopter, but now this Lycan, it's, you got to question, did they do enough for it?
Yeah. I mean, okay, so Mad Kings, you definitely have to, I think it's a bit similar to last game, where if they can get to a good state of the game, like 20, 25 minutes, and it's somewhat even, I think they're fine, but there's so much room for this game just exploding and kind of being similar to the last game, where this Lycan pops off, Ember runs around, so I hope that Mad Kings, that they can stand their ground and fight back, because I also like their draft.
I will say, I mean, maybe if you agree or not, but Vivo Kid doesn't necessarily have as like an aggressive of a laning phase to,
very true,
you know, get those hero kills early on, because I think that was a big factor of last game, right? Was
super big.
Very aggressive laning phase that just constantly in your face, and all three lanes going the way of
Vivo Kid is more like first Lycan form until like 20 minutes. I think there is no way that if they have numbers that the enemies can ever really fight back. So that's like what they want to abuse. Because I think lanes will be way more even this time around. For sure.
Well, Mad Kings need to look forward to that. As we had a pause going in. So looks like going to be a pause to start things off or get whatever figured out. But in the end, again, Vivo Kid up 1-0 and feeling pretty confident about their lineup, as it seems like you're suggesting right there.
Absolutely. I think they should be feeling good, but let's see. You know, Invoker might just be doing Invoker things again, as it looks like PP is a Grandmaster super nerd tier on Invoker. So I think that's a good thing to look forward to if you're his teammate. I would be feeling pretty good. I glance over, the guy is like the highest level on like one of the best meta heroes right now. Yeah. This feels good.
That's in your mid roll, so certainly got that to look forward to. We talked about how Ember Spirit was a pretty quick response, though, to the Invoker. So at the same, on the other side of it, right, for Vivo Kid, Analog, obviously confident with this matchup. I'm sure he gave his opinion in terms of wanting the hero.
He's also a Grandmaster super tier. So you've got two people who are very comfortable in the heroes going up against each other. So there's no blaming anything but your own skill, because you know what's going to happen in this matchup for sure.
We have officially resumed. The one last thing I'll say on that is, though, again, Ember Spirit, we talked about going into today, these qualifiers, the most picked hero, but only a 36% win percentage. So I guess, take that how you will. That's, maybe that's mean too much in the big scheme here, but something they have to get over the hump of Ember Spirit's win percentage.
Yeah, it definitely makes you want to look twice at the hero, I think. Of course, every team is going to be different with the hero too. Like, some teams will use it better, some teams will need it more. But I mean, he has some playability this game. You can also sidekick Ember with Sleight of Fist. It's going to give him some good lifesteal, but also, of course, mainly the chains into arrow. That's what they're going to have to try and look to play on.
Oh, we got just looking at one another early on in the game. Not a bunch of clashing going to be happening. Of course, the Wolves are scouting from Lycan. And plenty of information. But our mid matchup, again, Invoker versus Ember Spirit, certainly going to keep a close eye when it comes to that one there. Oscar might need to be a little careful if he tries to go for this one. Here at the bottom. He's thinking about it, but no, he's not going to put himself, although the missile's up.
Oh, there's a Marana, my friend.
Suppose is ready. The arrow connects, and that's going to be a kill. Just set up for the gyrocopter. Oh, King already takes it. Kill secured, baby.
He already, like, he dropped the sorry while his auto attack was flying out, too. Oh, that's pretty funny. He's like, sorry.
That's what you know. I mean, it's like, he mentioned it. Come on. A preemptive sorry. No, it's, let me see. Still a big kill nonetheless for Vivo Keyed. Start things off.
Yeah, you'll always take those. A little bit of bonus gold, a little bit of bonus experience. PP mid lane, of course, Invoker. I mean, I assume he's gonna be pretty okay in this lane. You're gonna have more damage, but maybe it's harder to deal with the Sleight of Fist spam because you don't have the Quas region anymore. So
yeah,
definitely a matchup I have not seen too much yet on this new patch, at least.
That's what I'm saying. That's where it feels pretty different, I would figure, for these Invoker players.
That is true, yeah.
You have that Quas before this patch where you just, pop it, you get level 2 of it, you pop the Quas, you take the Sleight of Fist damage harassment, and you're healing it up, but you don't have that option anymore. Although he's putting a lot of pressure right here as he hits level 2.
Yeah.
Gets the cold snaps out, and Analog's going to get low. He'll be fine, but going to force regen. All right, top lane matchup, though, as we see.
A little bit of a...
Oh, yeah, it's fine on my screen, but...
Yeah.
I don't know if that's the observer there. It looks like... got figured out, though. All right, but yeah, they were doing some roaming throughout the bottom lane area. Marcy back into the lane, though. And setting up some good farm for the gyrocopter down here. Although, as I say that, it's only 2-2 right now. It's like against Snapfire.
Yeah, he should probably be okay, I think, in this lane with Gyro. I mean, Gyro doesn't have the most early damage. That's just, like, a little annoying. He has 54 damage now being level 2, so not the best for him, so they can definitely contest that early on. And I think Lycan up top should also be pretty fine. Like, so definitely the lane that's, like, most interesting to me is mid, even though I don't know how much will really happen here. It's more like, I would assume that Invoker should still come out on top, which currently it seems like he's doing pretty well.
13-3 against 11-1. Seems like a pretty good stat to have right there. Top lane Medusa is getting her free farm.
Yeah.
13-1 against a 9-3 Lycan currently. Ooh, the arrow. King RD was going for a play on a red monster right there, but swing and a miss. He'll be fine.
And this is like it's the type of lane where if you're Lycan, the closer you get to like your Helm of Iron Will, that alone will allow you to like kind of solo through the lane and like stand your ground, not really care. And then once you get Dominator, you just kind of kick out the Medusa or even take the tower with your level 6. So we'll look at the Helm of Iron Will timing. Maybe it allows King RD to like kind of move mid as well.
Taking some good damage right there as Lycan, but yeah, eventually that's going to be coming out, and we talk about a good basic item that you'll be able to take advantage of. So the Snapfire and the Earthshaker continuing to do what they can here at the bottom, which right now with the creep pulled back, but Gyrocopter feeling fairly cozy.
Yeah, I mean, he should kind of
really farm.
Chilling, I think. You have the sidekick, you just always regen. They also have Lotuses on both their side lanes, I think, on Vivo Key. They're holding one on Gyro. I think they're holding one on the Marana, who King RD also has an urn, since he did not steal First Blood. So he's got all the money to finish that already, which is nice.
Kill secured.
Yeah, kill secured, my bad.
Yeah. Oh, well, I'll just take this urn.
There you go.
Deal.
Fastest urn for my bro.
I mean, mid lane, yeah, Invoker is a little bit lower. I was going to say Marana could start rotating over. We're hitting 4 minutes right now. Analog, go for the rune. If Marana is going to go for an arrow play, 3 seconds on the arrow. There's the slide, jumps in, the arrow. It does come out. The fissure's done. The tornado is not enough, though. Still get the kill on Invoker. Analog.
Oh, that's the urn, baby.
There you go. Urn value coming into play. The leap forward. King RD, another arrow in 6 seconds. Not going to matter. Slight is enough. And so that kill earlier on for Mirana, maybe it was worth it. As Red Monster could be in trouble. The blood grenade going to be used, but Red Monster, he gets the kill at least.
Oh, can the Wolves do it?
Fall.
They need 2 hits.
Yes.
Oh, that's a big... when you play Lycan in these games, like where there's a kill trade happening, or you just get a... like any boost to you is so big, because you don't really care about XP that much or like how you get your item, but the faster you get Helm of Dom, even if it's 10, 20, 30 seconds, it can really change your entire game. So this kill is also very scary for Lycan.
Also, action picking up quite a bit. It's a 4-1 lead, though, for Vivo Keen.
Yeah.
As far as hero kills go, and a slight net worth lead for their favor. But Medusa, she's still having a great time. And even Invoker in the mid lane, he's not doing too shabby. So wouldn't look too much into that right now at this point. Although, as I say, the Snapfire getting disposed back in. A little too tanky, though. Has the Bracer, a full magic wand. So they're not killing her.
Man, this sidekick is really crazy, actually. The fact that it's permanent. I still can't... I can't really get over it yet. So yeah, I'm just kind of excited to at least see it play out this game as FCR. I mean, sure, you're going to pop your spells on him, but Lycan has a lot of regen, especially with the items he's going to build. So there's some impending doom happening up here soon when he gets 6+ Dom.
Yeah, Costabile is feeling pretty cozy. Now, as I say this, currently Marcy's not with him. Marcy's actually south, and Costabile could be in trouble as a result of this. The push forward with the cookie sets up another enchant totem and sets up the kill. As I said, Marcy was actually busy teeping to the top lane, and we see why. Going over here, going for the kill of Medusa. She barely heals up in time, though, with the stick and the mangoes. Isn't enough, though. Adrian continues to run. Here comes Earthshaker. Fissure in 1 second. The Fissure stun perfectly timed. KJ still wants this kill, but he's in trouble himself. The Wolves are assisting Adrian so close to death, but no. He'll live. The rotation from Earthshaker proves to be on point.
It's so funny when Medusa gets hit when she has no mana left, because one hit is like 50% of her HP. But there was beautiful rotations from
Invoker.
Mad Kings. Oh, here comes... Oh, it's not over yet.
Yeah, I was going to say, rotations certainly aren't over, and look at FCR. He's like, wait a second, I can't go anywhere. Great fissure block coming out from Earthshaker, and Pippi will help to secure that kill. So they kill the courier, I guess, did FCR. That's what I'm looking at right there. But either way, it's obviously very good news for Mad Kings.
Oh, that was great. Like, you get the kill bottom, then you rotate top to save. You get the clutch mangles again on the Medusa to save him as well. You get some turn kills, and you kill this pesky Lycan, who, I'm telling you, he needed to die. So that was really big for their, like, the tempo of the game for them right now.
Yeah. Speaking of Vern, of course, Invoker has his own, has a double bracer build, actually. And looking to pick up boots to follow. So we'll keep an eye as far as Invoker. What direction he continues after that is currently heading towards bottom with that Ghost Walk. They want to deal with this gyro, but the scan comes out and Costabile is like, all right, time to go.
All right, scan hits, but here comes Red Monster, giving him vision. Uh-oh.
Still could be in trouble. Where's the TP support? It's not coming yet. The cold snap over to the EMP. They know he's dead.
Well, see ya.
Jeez, yeah, they used everything right there.
He would have died twice there if he had the HP for it. All right.
Hey, kill secured.
Oh, definitely. Okay, nice move. Get the kill, a second kill on him. Can push the bot tower a little bit as well in the meantime. They're trying to push the mid tower a little bit. Didn't get too much on it, but at least some pressure.
Top lane, we see our first shapeshift also being used. Coming out from Lycan, putting some pressure at that tower. Both teams trying to figure out how they want to play these objectives. As homing missile comes out bottom, but Oscar is fine.
Well, if they get to hold this lane like this against first shapeshift being used, then that's a pretty big deal. I mean, they are coming, but he gained a lot of mana.
Oh,
they're gonna cancel that.
Copter. Yeah. He's out. Meanwhile, at the top lane, there's the jump on a Medusa. It's both teams taking advantage of the twin gates, and right now looking pretty good for the Radiant side. However, bottom lane tower is definitely going to fall here, although Medusa trying to deny it, unsuccessful.
Okay.
The objective taken.
Okay, kind of like overall what's happening in the game. Sure, they did kill the Medusa, but let's see. So top tower will probably just end up falling to Lycan. He's waiting for his level 7. Then spawn his wolves to kill that. And yeah, it just looks like the normal build on Invoker right now. It's just like some 1-2 bracers magic wand into just a straight up vessel. And you are just, yeah, we all know how Cosvex Invoker looks like with the early vessel.
Could be choosing not to cold snap initially. They were going on Ember Spirit right there. There is that cold snap EMP combo though, and all of a sudden all that mana's gone for Analog, but he was fine. He's gonna bottle up and go into the jungle where Red Monster is nearby, and also his teammate KJ playing that Marcy to get the kill on the silencer. Oh, the arrow just missing. However, Invoker, he's still chained up, but he's got TP support. Great Fissure, stun of blocks there, or Ember Spirit even, but now he's got the Remnant, so he'll be good.
Okay, it looked like he was stuck for a little bit there on Shaker. As yeah, this Light of Fist with the sidekick, my man, that is disgusting. Oh, not a shapeshift. You're
benefit.
You're both dead.
Yeah, Invoker's absolutely dead. Mortimer's Kiss is doing some damage to Hastrude. He's going to be fine for now, but it's not going to matter. Gets the Urn kill as well and throws in a bit of a taunt there at the end. So this game is definitely picked up with action, and you know what? We're not done. Red Monster once again going to fall right there. Rinse and repeat.
The pain of playing some of these heroes into Lycan. He presses R, right clicks you, and you're like, help. And just spam help. As that's, was it, I think it was 3 kills. Sure, you didn't lose a tower, but you're starting to bleed more and more. The one good thing though is for Medusa just gets to keep chilling and just free farming.
That's what I was going to say. She's just been quietly doing her own thing at the top lane during all of that. So yes, it's chaos. That's certainly favoring Vivo Keed, but exactly, Mad Kings, maybe it's not the worst thing ever for them. As you pointed out, Medusa has a Yasha, Manta style is in the works currently, and is top net worth in the game.
Yeah, Vivo Keed need to make sure that the... Okay, so they will still get the mid-tier 1 from all the aftermath, at least, of the fight. And top tier 1 probably as well. It's going to be a little awkward for them to defend it on the Mad King side, so... Yeah, all in all, they're probably going to be up 3k gold with 2 towers, so going to have to just continue at the same pace with all the next shapeshifts.
You should apologize.
25 seconds before another shapeshift is ready to go. For that Lycan. Ember Spirit. Maelstrom will be the build choice for Analog here. Makes sense to you to prioritize the Maelstrom?
Okay. Mr. Genek will try to, of course, try to work on a Blink Dagger, because eventually, I mean, they're gonna need that, right? They kind of lack all the initiation and lockdown. For now, it's like more like random, maybe a cookie, some invoker spells, but yeah, he's gonna be, he's gonna have to come up clutch later, I think, in the mid-game stage of this game.
KJ, that medallion, the Solar Crest, gonna feel pretty nice. Finish that is hunting in the area over here in the trees. As top lane's been hunting, there's the opening. I don't like it. Pop Shapeshift trying to get away. EMP connects, but with a fissure on the other side, no chance to chase him. So Lycan, Shapeshift defensively.
That's a lot of TPs.
Yeah, mid lane, wow. They want to make a kill happen over here. They know Lycan's top lane with that Shapeshift, but they can't catch anyone. So TP's happening, but no catches.
Nope, KJ, you better press that TP. And he's dead.
Oh, Red Monster, you might be dead. The call down even.
Yeah, my bad.
I know he's good, but
I mean, Pippi is falling behind in XP quite a bit. As holy Snapfire ult, I'd see you later.
There's a combo, bit of a wombo combo of sorts. Oscar though, he gets taken on the back lines, and Analog also able to take out. Well, that was a courier right there, I suppose. But now going for Adrian himself. Marcy on top, using the Unleash. Going for the kill again. The mana runs out, and it's too much damage. The support Marcy helps to burn down Medusa, and they kill Invoker on top of that. Double kill for King RD. Red Monster's Blood Grenade is not going to save him there. Killing spree for Analog. They finally lose Marcy after all of that, but hey, she did her job.
And KJ is honestly a boss. Like with this sidekick and the ult, like, you know, he just mans up. Of course, they also did buff Marcy's Unleash. You get force swipes now all the time. He just, yeah, he kind of kills Medusa, stands his ground, gets the Invoker as well. And now FCR, his net worth is kind of getting inflated as well. Getting closer to the Vlads, into the Helm of Overlord. Scary stuff.
Yeah. just about finished. Has free farm right now at the top lane, and yeah, so much for that Medusa having free farm, kind of just 2-0 thing. I mean, she is over doing the jungle to the right, but yeah, mid lane, catch on Invoker, Earthshaker doing what he can, but the slight will take him out. And now Jeddick also in trouble. The Cookie's not going to save him in the long run. A couple more kills going the way of Vivo Keed, and you know, KZ, I hate to say it, but this is Vivo Keed is really starting to find their footing once again.
It's not looking great. I actually also like Ember Lycan together are really scary because you have all this minus armor as well for the Sleight of Fist. But when you're weak on Lycan, like when you have downtime, Ember has no downtime. He can continue to like play aggressive and like hold area. So I feel like they synergize really nicely with one another, and I mean they're just putting it to use. At the same time, you've got the Marana on top, you've got the Sidekick. It's just like they don't care about this Medusa being in the game right now because they're just taking everything else.
Yeah. And you mentioned, I mean, sure, eventually she's, of course, going to be scary, but it's getting to that eventual point. It's not going to be easy and maybe not even possible at this rate. Although Marana is going to get picked off. She was doing some counter warding and ends up paying her life for that. It's a 4-kill streak ended as well, so Silencer is, I suppose, going to benefit from that at least.
Well, that's a very needed kill. That's for sure, as you're still down 7k, but yeah, I think Pippi's game has really slowed down a lot. Like I said it before, now I mean, that kill helped. He's getting closer to level 9. I think once he has this vessel, maybe wait for Genex's blink, but then it's you're gonna have to try and fight back somehow.
Yeah, I think Genek, of course, blink on the Earthshaker, absolutely a key. So at the very least, waiting for that. But I mean, we've seen the potential, right? It's the term we use, the Wombo combo. They got the Silencer, they got the Earthshaker, they have Snapfire. You throw it all together and certainly make a play happen with it. Of course, Invoker doing what he can do as well. But speaking of Invoker, that's not what he wants to be doing.
Yeah,
as he gets caught in the middle.
I think like playing in this mid area of the game, I think if you watch a lot of Gaming Gladiators games, people should notice by now, when you play against a fat Ember, mid lane is not the way to be. It's way too easy for you to die as Genek. You're trying to TP and you can't.
And it's like, and it's so those red numbers just start popping up so fast. As the Ancient Black Dragon as well to assist, and Silencer dropping before he even has a chance to think about what's happening as well. So a complete map control right now for the side of Vivo Keed, certainly.
Yeah, and I don't really think it's gonna stop anytime soon. I do think that Genex's blink, like, it's the way to go. So he's only 400 gold off, so you need to give him a lane and then smoke up and try to like just take a fight.
Pippi is doing his best, doing his darnest to recover. He's got the full Spirit Vessel, cues up the Hand of Midas now, but of course this is going to be a very late Hand of Midas on Invoker. Meanwhile, Roshan, as you see, is being done. It was scanned out, but that's not going to matter. It's going to be a free Roshan kill. Yeah. And Aegis going the way of Vivo Keed.
I mean, even that, it's like, Kostabile, he hasn't really had to play yet, and I don't blame him. You know, all he has to do is farm, chill, wait a bit, your bros are getting some items, and then later, like, you just go together. He's not even taking the Aegis, because he knows that. I'll just continue to farm. You take it on Ember, keep going in, you know, just play the map as you want.
Yeah, he's going to be just fine. He's got the axe just about finished. Speaking of that as well, as the Vampire Fangs, thanks to the neutral item. So I think Gyrocopter is very cozy with his spot right now. And speaking of Ember Spirit with the Aegis, he's already in the mid lane. Talked about this area. You got to be careful here. And Pippi could be in trouble again. The Slight connects. There's the combo. Arrow hits, the fissure helps delay a little bit, but it's still too much damage. The Slight from Ember secures it.
Yeah, they just have, yeah, I don't know. The Ember is just king of the mid lane. It's just Slight chains Arrow and you kind of just feed. Like, there's no real way to go about it. There's no save, there's no combo break. And they have so much damage now. Solar Crest, Sidekick, all the auras as well on Lycan, so it's just getting scary.
Yeah. BKB on Ember's Spirit is being queued up. He has 1,700 gold saved up, so a little bit more farm needed, but that's certainly going to be coming. Talked about the Sidekick from Marcy, the buff, level 4. That's just buffing them up as well. You got the Solar Crest in hand, too. It's more than just the cores.
Okay, got a TP. They want to hold this and also take a fight with this Shaker Blink. But they're going to have to set it up for him. Like, yeah, someone has to bait. So there's a Wolf. He's going to scout some things out.
Get to walk away from this.
Well, arrow will hit Medusa at least.
Oh, I guess the 5-second arrow made everyone disconnect.
Yes. That good. Yeah, so you're going to have to get that reconnect on and then continue on with action here. But yeah, it's from here. I mean, you mentioned the blink on Earthshaker.
Yeah.
It's good news. Did they actually see? No, they haven't seen the Earthshaker yet, so I think it might still be technically hidden information. But
If they like were really quick on this one little wolf that was there, then maybe they saw it. But I'm just going to assume they haven't. And for entertainment value, we're going to assume he didn't, because he's going to hit a 5-man Echo Slam after the unpause.
all right. That's
Calling it now. It'll certainly happen.
all they need to do is just Vivo Kid to just clump together. And then, yeah, just jump in, do your
Just
thing.
Die. Yeah. It's that easy.
just die, yeah. Yeah, as you said, though, in the series, no, it's like, yeah, how do you really do that? I mean, the potential it sounds nice, but unless Vivo Key just completely brain farts here,
Yeah.
they shouldn't give them that opportunity, so. All right, there's the resume. And the map control continues for the Radiant side. He got Pippi Invokers elsewhere. He's trying to get any kind of farm once again that he can. They do scan the Radiant jungle and they see somebody in the area, but where do they move to? Looks like Earthshaker comes middle.
Okay, he's gonna farm maybe a couple more BKBs. I mean, Medusa is still, doing Medusa things, which is kill creeps. But eventually, similarly to the last game, you will have to fight back.
Yeah. Yeah, Maindrin's level 15 is working on that Eye of Scotty. It's coming along nicely. Might find himself running into Ember Spirit here. I guess the illusions will tank the damage for him. So good job by Adrian with the heads up. Even farms more Ancients as a result. And is keeping the top net worth. So kind of the signs of life there for Mad Kings.
Okay,
Okay,
it's queuing
got it
up a Midas as well on the Invoker. I mean, I'm pretty much okay with that. I think at this point you're hoping that the game delays, you get more levels, you get more items, throw up a high level alacrity later on your Medusa. And I think just for Vivo Key, it's kind of free real estate. I think you can go where you want, track down some towers, maybe take the next bottom outer towers as well, and just try to keep increasing your lead.
Snapfire will push in the bottom lane. Shows himself and then quickly runs away though. So Vivo Key, though, they're not too concerned about that. They're pushing mid-tier 2. They, of course, have the Aegis on Ember for another minute and a half. So a little bit of a window here still to make an aggressive play with it if they want to.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
On bottom.
Denied the Wisdom Rune. That's a dirty one as well.
Oh, nice.
The Wolf.
Gonna have aggressive. First Spirit's being pretty aggressive. God, these chains arrow combos. You just can't do a damn thing about it.
Well, it is a first pick Ember. You know, we need to not forget that as well. Okay, another TP has been cancelled, so Oscar probably gonna die eventually.
Yeah, it's so satisfying, right?
Yeah, it really is.
Is under attack.
Yeah, one more. Okay, no, he's gonna heal. Guarding Grease. It's making this take as long as possible. Had another cookie, but I mean, that's again a support Marcy. It just running
down
the
a core. Yeah, it's not the best state of the game. Okay, let's see. Looks like the next two bot towers are next up on the menu. Got some more stuff come out. You already mentioned the Vampire Fangs earlier on. So you have Vampire Fangs, you're going to have Sidekick, you're going to have the Helm of Overlord aura, maybe your own lifesteal later as well on Gyro. So yeah, you're doing fine.
Not worried about dying, that's for sure. Anymore, that is, because he is 0-3-1, but is not going to die anymore. I'm sure that's what Costability is thinking. Now with the items that he currently does have. But yeah, Ember Spirit, the Aegis is going to run out here, but finish the BKB. Queues up the Kaya now, and oh, we got a smoke play actually. How about this? Medusa leading the train, has that Eye of Scotty. Play.
Okay, let's see.
Marcy Okay, not the greatest of openings though, and Marcy, jeez.
Yeah.
That snake going far. Oh, she's good, and now Mad Kings basically has to give up on that, or do they? Never mind, there's the Echo Slam
Echo.
open, they catch Ember Spirit.
Global.
They want to burst him down. Is it enough damage? Yes, it is. The Global Silence even used. They get the big kill on Ember, and they're
they
going
got him as
to
well,
get
no leaves.
Mirana as well. Okay, hey, big picture, still a lot of work to be done, but you know, you got to start somewhere.
All right, PP is back. He was under level, didn't have his Midas yet. Now he got more levels, and he got his Midas.
There you
It's
go.
a double whammy. He is back.
Yeah, that feels good. It sort of queued the Boots of Travel up and 1,000 gold saved up, so start expecting him. But I mean, Casey, we can't forget this Medusa. That
We can't.
is still top farm, and they're gonna do this. They're gonna do the Tormentor now, so they're gonna get a shard out of this as well.
Shaker Shard would be pretty sick. Things are coming together.
Yeah, they
Now
are.
you get a free bonus stun after your Fisher, of course, to just keep them at bay from high range. There's a BKB on Costa Bile, so they're probably like, okay, if we just go together, we don't get Echo Slammed and like kind of chain stunned, we'll be fine. So let's see if they're gonna look to go together.
Yeah, no Echo Slam, no gaze for 20 seconds at least. No silence, though, from Silencer, the big one. There's Ember Spirit jumping in. Now's their time with a cooldown still in play. Called down, that mana's running out, and so is the life of Medusa now. She is dead. 50 plus seconds, gonna be dead. 4 snap fire the backlines. Is 2 gonna be caught. Lycan, meanwhile, beelines for Silencer, and yeah, the typical support life against the Shapeshift Lycan. She gonna
They did have a good play, but then they just go together, press their buttons. And once again, let's look at the lifesteal. Oh yeah, easy like plus 250, 300 from one slide with our Arcane Rune. Really like that.
Yeah, credit to Vivo Kid, right? Because they knew that these cooldowns were in play. They were still a good 30 seconds plus window of Echo Slam as well as Global Silence they didn't have. And that's why they were so confident to just run at them.
Yeah, it's just... I mean, if you're Mad Kings, you have to like try to replicate what you did earlier, right? With some Echo Slam maybe, whereas, yeah, Vivo Key, they're like, okay, something bad happened, it doesn't matter, what's up next? And it's just like, okay, let's go in, they used Echo, we do it. So I think you can see that they're just, you know, they're chill. Some random mistake is just gonna set them back.
With all that said, you still have Medusa, top net worth, but Lycan, Gyrocopter, and Ember Spirit, all 3 of them are keeping it close.
Yeah.
And of course, that's going to favor Vivo Key quite a bit.
I mean, yeah, you even have King RD who overtook Oscar in the net worth department now in this game.
Oh, yeah.
So not the best sign, of course. I think maybe eventually you would have liked if your snap could have transitioned into a core, but I do think that that ship has sailed now. He's queuing up a Crimson Guard. So he's just really putting every egg in this Medusa basket.
Yeah, I think you're at a point where you certainly kind of accept that fact. And you have the team fight around the Medusa. Matter of that initiation, and we've seen what can happen. You get the Echo Slam start. Kisses, Global Silence, Medusa herself, who now has a Chrysalis, queues up the Silver Edge even, so she is going to be starting to pump some pretty good damage if you got the lockdown around her. That initiation, really.
That's all gonna be Genek. He just has to come in clutch, really, on the Shaker. He's gonna have to hit like a big Echo Slam or multiple Fissures with the totems, of course, to then get the Aftershock. As Vivo Keed trying to help KJ get his BKB as well. Honestly, he's a menace too. Like the minus armor from Howl and the AC with the bonus damage. Like he himself can like start killing some of these backline heroes.
Yeah, FCR, he is shredding. I mean, we saw him going Silencer in that last fight, just went right for him and felt like a couple of auto attacks ends up killing him. So Invoker's TPing to the team up here. We're definitely going to see a bit of a clash. Roshan's up. The Wolves are scouting. Smoke is up. Ooh, the arrow just missing. Here comes the Exposed. Wards are put down.
E-Ward.
Keep going to the back line. This Analog. Analog wants to kill Genek. Genek can't do a damn thing. He's just being ran down. He's going to survive for now with the Guardian Freeze, but Silencer's already picked off using that Global Silence. Genek is still trying to find his chance, but the blink keeps getting deactivated. The Stone Gaze defensively continuing to run. Lycan goes back in now as the Stone Gaze is currently on cooldown. The TP play from Adrian. it is successful. So he gets out, and Snapfire is also going to escape. Okay.
Well, you do lose both supports, but I mean, luckily for you, their death timers are not very high. I feel like you could look to maybe contest Roche if they do go for it now, but you just see Shapeshift gets popped. You don't care about global. Ember goes in with VKB, and everyone is just on mode like run to your home, and you're not making it there alive.
Yeah. I mean, you're right though. This is if you're Vivo Keyed, you're not. This is not a very confident Roshan because Earthshaker didn't Echo Slam. You still have Mortimer Kisses. You still have Invoker ability, so it looks like it is going to be pretty free, though. They're not going to defend this.
Okay, it looks like they're just going to go bottom, try to get some farm going, I guess, as Vivo Keyed. I would assume that they're just going to... Oh, yeah. I didn't even realize that they were still doing Roche. My apologies, as of course that's a free one. And they want to just go bottom. Hello, my friends.
Oh, that's a great target to get off the bat. They get the Earthshaker hold of the TP, and Earthshaker is going to manage to escape, but that's because they got distracted going for the Invoker.
That was a very heads-up scouting from FCR there with the Wolves, just giving his team the vision. You could instantly Vessel and just get on top of them. They all knew they were there. Roche into the next play already. Just very heads-up.
See that arrow accuracy coming out. 38% from King RD, so... hasn't necessarily been landing every single one, but
yeah, not the best.
That's some very easy ones with the chains.
You also do miss every arrow you don't shoot, and I think this man ain't afraid to shoot every arrow he can.
Sure.
It's 50 arrows in 30 minutes. It's not a bad stat.
Yeah. Bottom push. This is the last outer tower, right? Yeah, the last outer tower remaining. Mad Kings is going to be no longer in a couple of seconds. They'll be reliant on their base, but cooldowns are ready. Mad Kings has it all ready to go, including a Silver Edge now on Medusa. On the hand, this Lycan, though, keep pumping up this Lycan quite a bit for good reason. I mean, look at his farm. He is actually the top net worth now. He even overtakes the Medusa.
He is actually... Yeah, it's disgusting net worth. And all his items, like, they're not just good for his team, they're also good against Medusa, right? Medusa has split shot, you give everyone armor. Also, when you use Howl, maybe Manta is down, you lower the attack damage from Medusa as well. So there's just so many levels of layering that's just so good for his team and against the enemies.
And Mirana checking things out in the middle, using the Moonlight Shadows. Unable to find a hero, though. We'll kill the Catapult. As tier 3 items are dropping. BKB is finished on Lycan, but we're seeing a lot of very defensive posturing from Mad Kings right now. They're basically sitting in their base. Medusa is going to scout with the Silver Edge. I don't think we can expect to play. I mean, I feel like Mad Kings certainly at the point of they kind of just have to play defensive posture at their base and let VKS come to them.
I mean, for Vivo Keyed, I guess high grounding isn't like super straightforward because there's like gonna be... You're gonna have Fissures into Aftershocks on you. Like, you kind of want kills before you go high ground. And, like, Ember isn't the best high ground hero either, unless you have, like, Aghanim's and Shard and, like, a +1 item, which, yeah, he is queuing up the Ags, but I think they might just need more gold and more time. So they'll just... I mean, they'll happily play the map like this, where their net worth goes up by, like, 1k a minute. But they'll just have to keep doing this.
God, Gyrocopter and the Butterfly and has a Demon Edge here now, so... Or queued up, at least, I should say.
Yeah. He's a scary man.
Well, we really haven't even seen, again, his stat line. He was 0-3-1 to start this game. Like, he really hasn't. He's now 2-3-1, but I haven't seen a lot of action from him as a point. It's been a very passive sit-back game. Obviously, it's being Courier right there.
Early on, when he was too weak, he obviously didn't want to fight. And now when he's strong as hell, no one is coming close to him. So, yeah, his KDA actually looks pathetic. It looks like he's just, like, not trying.
Like, come on, Costabile, pick it up, man.
Oh, there's the Echo, baby. See ya.
Okay. I mean, it's like, yeah, it feels good, but it's on a Mirana. So
let's see if it's someone makes the call. All right, let's go push. Or if we are chilling. Because they pinked the Twin Gates. But there's no one there.
Well, maybe they saw Medusa up here initially, or
yeah, maybe
in the area. Yeah, they're trying to figure. You can tell they're talking about it, going back and forth, not exactly sure. So, I mean, they still have Global Silence as well as Stone Gaze.
One thing you also could do is that like you have the gyro with all his bros like hit here, or you just get a free kill. Sure.
Marcy, love to see it. Oh,
he lives.
Free kill, Keizu. You're saying?
Never mind. Oh. Okay.
He's dead.
Got him once. Probably will not get him a second time, but still pretty good.
Got a BKB still. I mean, that Medusa damage again. You gotta respect it even.
Yeah, Alacrity is there as well to, of course, help furthermore. Okay.
Well,
if you're
not the prettiest.
Yeah, if you're Vivo Kid, maybe you just do like you poke one side a bit and then like Lycan shapeshifts the other. Like if you get a little bored and like you want to start dealing some damage over time, you could do that. I think otherwise you just keep playing the map until your Ember has like 1-2 more items and then he just goes in the backline and like solo kills the supports or something. Because right now, yeah, high grounding against these dire heroes is still, it's annoying. I don't think you can do it.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, Ghost Scepter proven to be a good pickup for Silencer. That's absolutely saved in there. That engagement. Oh, they're spamming out Invoker. They know he's in the area over here. Yeah, he just ran past the sentry, that's why, but if he is, looks like he should be fine in the end. He's got the Ags now. Of course, Cataclysm in play.
Okay, that's pretty good. I mean, if you get this Echo off on, let's say you Echo Ember, and you get a follow stun with Cataclysm, yeah, I think he's probably just dead, straight up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's why I go back to this is definitely not over. I mean, this is
for sure.
You see some one-sided games that you're kind of like trying to sit here like, oh no, totally there's a chance, but really in the back of your mind like, okay, come on, let's just go on to the next game. I genuinely feel like you get that combo as you're saying right there.
Yeah.
The opening from Earthshaker, the Cataclysm follow-up, you have Global Silence, one of her kisses, you have all these abilities and a farmed Medusa. Absolutely, there is hope.
You probably need a Force Staff maybe here on Radiant just to like, sure, you're gonna get global, then you're gonna get echoed, but maybe if you have a nice position, you can like force the guy out of the Kata combo, or maybe a Wind Waker, or maybe you just start the fight with Ember and still looking. Oh, Echo.
Oh, there we go. There we go. They get one. They get Mirana. Costabile, though, he's not gonna die. He has a little too tanky. The Tormentor also assisting some damage even, but so far it's a 1-for-1.
Oh, Adrian.
No, Adrian gets caught though. Pushed backwards with the Dispels. Has to fight this. Invoker helping. Good tornado with the MP, but again, the mana runs out, and so does the life pool of Medusa. And the TP's away. 80 seconds, Medusa. No buyback.
Yeah, this lifesteal on this gyro, I feel like is not okay. You've got the Psychic Helm of Overlord. He has his own Morbid Mask and that Paladin Sword. So he had Vampire Fangs, now the Paladin. So even when he's stunned, I feel like his Ags alone gives him like 300 HP.
Getting with it, a good target, but yeah, to your point, it's just too tanky, too much life still kicking in, and they're dealing with the snapfire on the back lines as Gyrocopter helps burn down the base. That's going to be the first set of racks taken by Vivo Kid now. And of course, they know that Medusa doesn't have a buyback by now if they weren't sure before.
Yeah, it's 40 seconds. That's got to be 2 sets. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's just a Tormentor. We just take it for free and play it safe.
Yeah, again, no reason to necessarily rush this, I suppose. You got a free shard there going the way of Marcy now.
Not sure. Looks like it's just going to be the Rags into Tormentor, maybe another Tormentor, and then the next Roach of the game.
Also a double damage rune that spawn up top. See if they manage to pick that up soon.
Oh, I saw a Sacred Relic. Was that on Medusa? Oh, who has a Sacred? My bad. It's just like, and he's buying Nullifier. Boring. Thought we were getting a Divine Rapier. Sorry, guys. My bad.
Oh, Medusa has one queued up, but
see, we're getting
has the Demon Edge at least. But.
Nah, never mind. He's just gonna go MKB. We'll have to wait another 20 minutes for a Rapier, but I would be hyped for one. This game definitely has the potential to reach that state.
Yeah, the Medusa defense and in general with the team fight, it's understandable why Vivo Kid isn't just charging uphill by any means. Gotta respect all that potential to come. So, hey, we got tier 4 items now starting to pop out, and being picked up. Ninja gear just picked up by Earthshaker over there.
Well, it's definitely gonna help. You just all about positioning. So okay, looks like I mean DD is gonna run out, but they're just pushing all the waves. Maybe even hit the tier 3 to like force them back and then back. But let's see. 1 more minute on the Roche.
Yeah, proven to be a little bit longer of a Roshan respawn time. Man, if you thought Gyrocopter's already pretty difficult to kill, now he picks up a Trickster Cloak. So yeah, these tier 4 items, as you'd expect, doing a lot of work. A Spell Prism for Ember Spirit. He likes that.
Okay, let's
There's
see.
the Arcane Rune.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking at analog, I think, on Ember to... I mean, he's 10, 111. He's had a sick game. As you said, he has a Spell Prism, he has Axe, Kaya Sanj, BKB, he's holding a gem, now an Arcane Rune. I think he really has the opening to like get in the back line, maybe get on the Earthshaker, cancel like the Snapfire and the Silencer, and just like make it really easy later for his team to like just take the fights, or maybe even zone them off while they hit, because I think with this next Aegis, you can look to poke the high ground.
Oh, under 10 seconds before that Roshan is going to be spawning here. You see the win probability 80-20 right now, favoring Vivoki, but that kind of goes to that respect that Gaben's giving to the side of Mad Kings, and a very foreign Medusa mixed team fight. They are. You never want to count them out, so. But Roshan spawns, and it's going to be a pretty quick one. And as you talked about, Vivoki maybe a little more confident.
Okay, so sure, you do have your Medusa. MKB is completed, so again, Medusa's damage, it ain't a joke, that's for sure. But he's gonna have to be enabled to hit, as we have a refresher on PP. So yeah, I'm down for the Echo double Cataclysm. Just wipe them out of here.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Gyrocopter got to like 30% life before the region really started kicking in and healing.
Yeah.
So yeah, if he gets a double Cataclysm off with that lockdown initially, I mean, maybe there, but he has an Aegis, so that's unfortunate.
I like what Adrian was doing there on the cam. He's just kind of doing some stretching while waiting in base, just waiting for creeps to come by. You know, make sure you stay stretched. And you're good to go, because this game. It could definitely drive. If they have some good defenses, they're going to hold on to this game for a while.
Oh yeah. Obviously, this is it here for Mad Kings in the series, at least with the loss. So certainly gonna play to the bitter end, as you'd expect. Give themselves that chance. Why not? As they continue to defend their base, and getting level 25 even on a hero like Medusa certainly can be beneficial as well. He decides to go with that. Monkey King bar is finished, though, on the Medusa.
Okay, there's a smoke.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
a lot of damage.
That damage, yeah. Ember Spirit, though, as you talked about in the back lines, but now he's in a bad spot. He is silence. He pops Refresher. He's trying to get out. He has to Remnant away, and he'll do so. The global silence was used, of course.
Oh, they did get the mid tower with some Lycan hits.
And so a bit of a distraction there as they're split pushing.
Well, unless
That'll be the
Rex falls, I don't think they really care. So you did get a step closer to being able to hit it, but unless you can really track it down, then... I mean, I don't even... Of course they care if there's mega creeps, but the game will stay the same, I think, nearly, if there's megas.
Yeah. Well, back to farming, positioning, and again, you still have the Aegis for just under 3 minutes, so maybe a reset here going again. Global Silence on cooldown for another minute, so certainly a slightly larger opening to the window now. Oh, Marcy just picked up a Heaven's Halberd too, so that's another one of those items where it's kind of like, okay, yeah, another tool that they can use.
Oh, that's a really good one for sure. You can just get the disarm on the Medusa, of course, help out your team. That's great.
Neutral items on the other side. Invoker did just manage to get his own Spell Prism. That's great for him, of course.
Yep, gotta love cooldown reduction. I mean, it's probably like one of the best items for Invoker, right, in terms of like neutrals. So.
Oh yeah.
I mean, he's ramping up. I think he had a decent like laning stage, but then the mid game and later stage of early game were really bad. But now just getting to recover, getting to where you want to be as an Invoker.
Yeah. Oh, here we go, Costabile. Up in front. Global Silence up in 10 seconds. Oh, the fissure block has to fight this. The damage is real, though. And there's the Aegis burnt. So the Aegis down. Adrian, is he going to commit to this? He still has Stone Gaze. Global Silence is back up. There's a fissure stun. The double cell locking him down. Good 4-staff support. The Stone Gaze pop as Adrian's going for it. Meanwhile, on the back lines, Ember Spirit.
Lycan is taking top racks.
And yep, Lycan doing his own thing. So that's the strategy. FCR just do his own thing. And look at him turn for Invoker. The Nullifier out. Meanwhile, Analog on top of Silencer gets the Global Silence off finally. Buyback from Medusa. She was dropped.
Oh, they got the mid-racks too.
Jeez, the split pressure here is just too much to handle.
It is split depression. You were gonna say the right word here for Mad Kings. This is, I mean, you get to hold the melee racks, I guess. Okay, for now. At least they do heal a little bit. Kill the creeps! Oh no, he cast his spell.
Oh, keep it alive. Sunstrike. Oh, nice
Easy kill.
And Gem on the ground too. It's still there actually. Airshaker going back, and Marcy was as well. Uh-oh. That might cost her life. Gold snap to Alacrity is applied to Medusa. Currently disarm, takes the halberd, but finally wears off and they secure that kill. Look at the wolves going in, by the way. The wolves to kill the they kill the Rex! No!
Classic Death Blast.
Yep.
Well, next Lycan Shapeshift BKB, I think I know what's happening. Oh, never mind!
Well, yeah, he's dead.
Shapeshift, he's gonna die. Alright. Getting some gold, getting items. We're holding on. We're doing a good job at that, that's for sure.
I mean, holding on is definitely... Honestly, yeah, that was like, it went up to about 36K lead, I want to say, for the side of Vivo, but after all of that, it's down to 28K, so it's still a massive lead, but,
yeah.
I mean, what, 8,000 net worth swing going the way of Mad King's there, so there's something.
It's time to get some towers. Let's go. Second tower of the game. As, I mean, always they've been on the defensive the whole time. We'll finally get to cross the river for a little bit. So some more gold their way.
And Medusa's level 25, so the split shot's now using that modifier. Gyrocopter, by the way, 25 as well on the other side. The flat cannon cooldown talent picked up on him.
Pretty good. As okay, a BKB on Medusa just to like, yeah, get rid of these halberds. Don't have some like random stuns and slows and whatever on you. So this seems about right.
Sheep on Invoker coming.
Yeah, I'm ready for Genic to get this refresher. Again, I've got my eyes set on one spell combo. It's double Echo Slam into double Cataclysm. Rampage. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
It is an interesting strategy, though, for Vivo Kid, and it feels like the understandable right one where they are split. Like, FCR is just playing his own game. He's in another lane, in another area, just getting objectives or getting like a back line while the rest of the team is elsewhere.
Which is kind of like just the right thing, right? As yeah, they all have shards, so now they just get gold from the Tormentor, which is also funny. Not something you see too often. As looks like Analog changed his mind. He wanted to go for a Hex, but he ended up buying an E-Blade. Okay. Sure, it's gonna help him get all this matchy damage, I guess, when he wants to burst people, and also save from Medusa.
Oh, interesting, yeah. Yeah, he too with the 7th halberd, so him and Marcy.
Yeah. Ah, so actually, never mind. So he has E-Blade and Halberd, so he just split his Sanji and Kaya. I didn't even catch on to that, which is interesting. I mean, it will use 2 slots, but it's pretty cool.
Not something you see often.
Yeah. Oh, melee racks are healing.
There you go. Keeping it alive. You mentioned, though, we know what when another fight does break out, I'm sure that's going to be the mission of Lycan. Go for those racks and get us mega creeps. Earthshaker, he's trying. Sunstrikes to scout. Roshan, 30 seconds on the red timer, so still going to be probably around a minute at least.
Yeah. It's okay. We're starting to get to the territory where you have to start replacing items. Adrian's already playing without boots. Next up is going to be a Swift Blink on the deck. I mean, honestly, the longer the game goes, like 20k net worth lead at like 50 minutes, it doesn't really matter. If you just find a good initiation on top of a ward, you get to wipe a hero out of the game. Like, that's more than 27k gold right there.
Yeah. Oh, that's what I'm saying. It's still, the initiation is absolutely key. And you still got to play your game. You got to play smart. You can't just be like, oh, we got this comfortable lead. Let's just mindlessly run at them now. It's definitely
yeah.
Mad Kings is keeping hope alive, and they have a chance. As slim as it may be.
It's a pretty long Roche respawn, at least. Still 1 minute 40.
Gyrocopter and Medusa running into each other right there. Full
It's
heroes.
like, they're probably both like, nope.
Yeah.
We don't want any of that.
Quickly run away.
Radiant are scanning.
Fly away in the case of Gyrocopter. But yeah, a little bit longer of a Roche, as mentioned, about 1:20 still remaining. So the posturing of Evokid is gonna wait for that.
They also got they got their glyph again, so it's not like you can just go for some smoke play here if you have Evo Key to like go in and like BKB and hit the racks. Like there's a glyph available, so it's just gonna be a straight up Roche, I think. I don't know if there's any items that they would really like to wait for. I mean, Costabile will also have to look to replace his boots because he's holding 6k gold, and boots is gonna be the next item that he will have to drop, I think.
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
Yeah, does he go for Swift Blink or Overwhelming Blink, you think, on Gyrocopter if you want
Yeah,
to go
probably. I'm down for the Swift Blink. I think give yourself the attack speed, the movement speed, get in there. I think it just seems good.
All I can give us.
All right, 30 seconds remaining. On the Roshan respawn, Scythe has been finished on Invoker, so that's another great lockdown tool, especially when you consider he has a Refresher Orb.
Yep.
Earthshaker, it's probably not going to be seeing a Refresher on him anytime in the near future. It's the Shadow Blade.
I'm waiting for my boy Genic. Someone needs to set him up for a big echo. Also, level 20 talents on Earthshaker are both very annoying. You've got the Fissure range and also the echo damage, so it kind of depends. Okay, does he feel like he's going to get the echo with Refresher later? That is the choice. I'll say it's the more Chad choice. You play like in 10 minutes, I'm going to wipe everyone out of the game.
I like it. Okay, Sunstrike did scout Roshan being up. I don't know if you saw them actually starting to do it here, but either way, again, the question is, if you're Mad Kings, do you really try to defend? I mean, they're posturing as if they're thinking about it. Invoker.
I don't know, man. This is a rough one, I think, to contest.
Oh, they're gonna have to. Okay, yeah, they're gonna have to twin gate bottom.
Yeah.
It's 50 minutes. Roshan's like, all right, let's go.
All right, make way for Roche, everybody.
I love that he knocks Ember Spirit as he's running there. Get out of my way.
All right. One knock. That's a lot of damage. Right, this Roche is quickly gonna fall.
Well, even if they wanted to defend it, not gonna
They're
happen.
roaching, guys. They're roaching. Oh, it's it. Aghanim Scepter. Cool.
Oh, Lycan says they. Oh, just Wolf Bite. Let's go.
Wolf by the Ember also is kind of cool. You just make the remnants like super fast, but I guess you just pop it on Gyro maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, either way, I'll take a free Ags. Why not?
Right.
I'll find a way to make it somewhat useful.
Yeah. Bump up that net worth, if anything. Speaking of that, again, Gyrocopter, massive. 40,000 net worth currently in this game. BKB in the backpack, thanks to the Aegis pickup. Here's a smoke play. Currently, Mad Kings is all hugging in their base, as you'd expect. Medusa sitting on 4,000 gold. Of course, has that Swift Blink queued up, but
Yeah.
not yet.
Yeah, I guess Swift Link for what? Like maybe you swap out. I don't know. I feel like there's some play where you use your BKB, you blink in, and then you swap out your BKB for something else. Like at this stage of the game as a carry player, I'm sure these guys like all know exactly what to do, because eventually you need to get good at playing with like 7, 8, 9 items, because you have this like backpack to just make use of every little gold.
Ooh, we could have some engagement. It's been a little bit. Fissure on the wrong side, though. Gyrocopter not blocked in. Good. This will stall them, though, of course, as a random arrow going through. Back kicks applied. Oh, look at this. He gets hexed up immediately, though. Lotus Orb coming out, but this is a lot of damage once again in the backline silencer. Is he going to silence first? No, he dies. He has to fly back. He's got the global silence after the fact. Medusa going to be disarmed by the BKB use. They kill the Gyro. Resurrecting still have global silence, by the way. There it comes out. Lotus Orb immediately. Private Dark off to the cut. Has to avoid it. It does hit. Cost him going to move, but no, Adrian's going to fall. He buys back, though, immediately. and he's going to be good to go once again. Pippi's also managing to stay alive. Good combo on two. Deafening Blast 4. They want the Starcopter dead, and they're going to get the Gyrocopter.
Echo.
There's the Echo Slam as well on two. Like it, including his Marcy. But Adrian, again, these disarms stalling so much damage from him. KJ in trouble.
Okay, buybacks are coming.
Oh, all right. I
Oh,
mean,
good cookie.
yeah, so KJ's dead. Mega Creeps, of course, have spawned, though, throughout this. Jenik, win
good
for the
arrow.
jump. The D overextended. Great arrow indeed in response. Get some support, though. Guarding Greaves, and oh my god, Lycan is going to melt. Yes, it is enough damage. Take him out. Force a buyback, maybe.
Okay, a lot of stuff happening with plenty of buybacks. At least for VKS, you get the Megas on the deck, but for Mad Kings, you kind of... You got to hold. I mean, yeah, you're playing against Megas now, but let's be real. You have Medusa, you have high levels, you don't really care.
I mean, these halberds are absolutely what's... Without halberds, that Medusa would have just shredded that Radiant side, but multiple times you saw that disarm message popping up throughout it.
Yeah, and also his BKB is dropping... I mean, it's still an 8-second BKB, but like 1-2 more fights, suddenly it's down to a 6-second BKB, and then these halberds are even more annoying.
But the gold swing, looked at that recap there real quick, it's about a 5,000 net worth swing, technically favoring Mad Kings, but it's 35,000. Again, really, net worth doesn't really matter. I know you
honestly,
anyways.
yeah, it really doesn't matter. You get one good Echo Slam, and like, I will trade 40,000 net worth for like a 2-man core Echo Slam right now, because they're both dead.
Rune of invisibility.
Oh, Gedek, keep talking about it, KZ. I think your boy's gonna get that refresher here very soon.
But we've got a Rapier on Costa Belay. Okay, so I assume that he thinks with this Rapier, he just is gonna deal so much damage, even when he's stunned, that he will not die. We will see if that's how it's gonna turn out.
Yeah, and I know where you're going with that.
I think he could die.
I was gonna say, I kind of have a feeling. I know, yeah, that's when you're ahead like this. Obviously, that's a little risky of a decision because you're right. I mean, he has died multiple times, right?
Well, net worth is just a number. So if you drop it, you're still up 25k, right? So it's fine.
True, I guess. Yeah.
It's a great point. You can agree. It's fine.
Yes, we'll go with that. Just a number.
Yeah.
I don't know. It feels so. Yeah. It is one of those cases like what the hell else does he get? I guess he doesn't have Moon Shard, like, so that's a bit of an option.
Yeah, I'm down for Moon Shard. He could. I mean, his next 2k gold will go into that, I think, because he doesn't have a buyback. So he's probably like, okay, if I die, we're kind of screwed anyway, so might as well get this Rapier and you know, I'm sure. It's a big cojones play. I'm down.
Well, something we do have to think about now too is Tier 5. We're 55.5 minutes in.
Yes, sir.
Mad King certainly would be the one that would be happy to get to that point with the way this game has gone. Now we have engagement, by the way. Medusa, oh my god, she opens up really deep over here, so they kill Sasori, got the global silence off, but now the disarms. Medusa's isolated. Not everyone's here. She pops BKB down the Echo Slam, comes the Cataclysm, and yes, they get one. They got Ember Spirit, actually. Lycan manages to barely survive as he's running away with the shapeshift in the BKB. Here comes Constantly, though. That Divine Rapier damage is real. Earthshaker's dead. Root on to Medusa. The mana's gonna wear out in a second.
I see you later.
Medusa. And that will do it. So, Dostubile, confidence is there, and for good reason. It's finally over.
I just made it.
We'll take it.
He made it look easy. I mean, that was probably mainly on Ember, like soaking up everything, buying back and coming back in. But yeah, just, you know, walks in there, gets an easy triple kill with his nice Rapier. As, yeah, rightfully so. I think they should be pretty happy to win this game and also get out of it. I think the Mad Kings made it pretty annoying for them to end this game. That's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, you got a Medusa lineup, and Medusa that was very farmed, a team fight around him. Like, the idea is certainly there, and understandable how they were able to hold out for so long, but made that a frustrating experience, I'm sure, for Vivo Kid. But hey, if you're Vivo Kid, you did get the job done in the end, and
yeah,
that's what matters. Look forward to the next series, which, like I said, the winner of this one set to now play Thunder Awaken in the following round. So they definitely have a challenge there for them. They will have a couple of days.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, they also look good. I would say that Thunder looked a bit more clean, I think. Maybe a little more concise in what they were doing. But either way, that's it's going to be a pretty good match, I think, for Mad Kings probably moving forward. I think the way they hold on to games is not bad at all, but they're kind of in these stages of games, I think, where the game's already a little harder than it should be. So I think they're going to have to look a little more at their early game.
No, this was more the mid-game at this point. Obviously, the lead was definitely there for Vivo Key about 35 minutes in, and yeah, big fight coming out. That was one of their first big kills on Medusa. They managed to happen, and this takes us a bit later, going for those mega creeps. You saw it again, goes to Billy, as farmed as he was.
Yeah.
Medusa was also pretty damn powerful, and got the Aegis killed. And well, this is where we see the disarms constantly coming out, though. And BKB wearing off.
He's just shredding them with Medusa,
yeah.
actually. Like, his damage is incredible. I like the fact that he went for a BKB. Like, nowadays, Halberd, you know, if you pop it before the BKB, it doesn't matter anymore. It will, like, take it off. So I think the BKB choice was very good from Medusa to go for that, because I think it gave them, like, a better fighting chance. But overall, just
See right there.
just a little too hard.
Yeah, the buyback and doesn't have BKB. You see another disarm coming out, so yeah, it's frustrating. This was the final fight that ended it just moments ago. Again, fighting outside of the base. That's one of those moments if you're... I mean, Mad Kings could have yet again sat in their base and tried to go for yet another hold, but they chose to get a little more out there, and ends up being the end, as we eventually saw here. So yeah, valiant effort on their part. Certainly they are still alive. That's the important thing to remind, as they just get bounced down to the lower bracket now. As let me double check the brackets right here. I believe they're going to be playing. Yeah, so they actually get the, funny enough, they get the bye there, the lower bracket.
Get the bye round? Yeah, okay.
So it's just set up that way. As we mentioned, unfortunately, X5 Gaming had to drop out of the event. But hey, so they're going to move one step forward in the lower bracket, but still, it's going to be a challenge there. So.
Yeah, I think for them, it's going to be more about like a little bit of the early game for Mad Kings. And I think VKS, they play really well, but I'm not too confident in how they close out the games yet. But I think overall, they're looking pretty good. I think KJ for me is pretty damn nice. I think Analog as well. But yeah, I think you were pretty happy with the FCR-like in performance this game.
Yeah, it was fun to watch. No, you were hyping it up quite a bit, and for good reason. It was an impressive performance from SVR. And like I talked about throughout the game, especially as we saw later on, he, in a lot of ways, and I guess Lycan tends to do this, he was playing his own game. He was playing, in other lanes, pushing objectives while the fight was breaking out, or just in the back lines, running down a silencer and killing him in a couple of hits. So.
I mean, it's just like some Lycan stuff. It's funny that even though, Dota is a 5-on-5 game, but sometimes the best thing for you and your team to do is that you don't do something with your team just by the nature of your hero. You just want to like go on the back line and like kind of feed on them or split push. And yeah, honestly, I think he did that really well. Also his itemization. Yeah, just some classic Lycan things.
Also that building damage, not surprised to see that so high up there, 12,500. Pretty damn good. But again, you're staying alive, you're moving forward, even if you're Vivo Keyed here in the winter bracket. Certainly a tough challenge ahead of them at Thunder Awaken. That should be a good series, though. That'll be a couple of days from now, of course. As we mentioned, though, Mad Kings also staying alive, just bounced down to the lower bracket now. But we got, of course, 2 more series that'll be ahead of us here today. AcatSuki versus Infamous will be the next one. Another solid one to be had there from the South American region. But Casey, as we start to dwindle down with this series, last thoughts about these first couple of series and even this one?
I think Thunder Awaken look scary right now. I'm going to have a bit of a look at the next 2 matches too, but I want to see if someone, at least from what I can see, can match up against them. Because right now, I would be afraid if I was playing this qualifier. Yeah,
it's 2 spots on the line, but so much can happen. We're just in day number 1 of the South American qualifiers. So action continues from myself, BreakACBK, and Keizu. We're going to be wrapping up, but you'll be joined by Moxie and Wagamama. 2 excellent casters themselves, of course, will be coming back and to cover the next series. But ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the break. See you on the other side.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.
All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the International 2023 South American Regional Qualifiers. I'm here with the wonderful Wagamama. We have an amazing series ahead for you here. We've got AcatSuki versus Infamous. There's a lot of history behind these two teams, as is a lot of these regional qualifiers. But Waga, what are you most excited for today?
I'm excited because, it's not too long since we had our patches here. 734, something we've explored a little bit, but it really hasn't been that much time yet. And of course, the balance patch as well, the B patch. So it's curious to see how the meta is quickly evolving here, because teams have to work fast to find out what's good. We're seeing a lot of Gyrocopter coming back. We're seeing, as a response, a lot of Razor as well. He's also strong. Just curious to see the approach of the different teams here, what drafts we're going to see coming out. We've seen a lot of Tree and Protector as well. The hero has just been phenomenal lately. So mostly the draft, to me, excites me a lot here.
Yeah, I've seen way too much Nature's Prophet in my own pubs. Honestly, I'm sick of this hero already. But like you said, we do have this new patch. We are seeing the new heroes making it up to the front to become very, very strong, powerful. They've been in the pick ban, percentages so much where, we're not seeing some of these heroes that seem very, very overpowered, right? But do you think, we've already seen China, we've already seen North America. Are we going to see some of these trends transfer over to the South American region? Or do you think we're going to be seeing, again, South America tends to be more isolated from the other regions, right? Are we going to see something different coming out from them?
I definitely expect something different. I'm not sure exactly what we will see, but generally I would say that South America has its own flair, has its own style, and we see them usually favor some a little bit different play styles as well. I also like South America because it's a region that really has a lot of love for TA, for instance. So I might see that a little bit, being a little bit of a personal favorite. But yeah, we're heading into the draft, and already we can see, the Razor getting banned out in the first phase here, kind of setting up for a possible gyro pick, as we see Lion, DP, and Invoker as well. All very strong heroes right now as well.
Yeah, I feel like I've been seeing a lot of the resurgence of the Lion and the Invoker, especially with him being changed for Universal here. He did get tweaked a little bit, so he's not quite as strong as when the first 7.34 patch came out. B kind of did a little bit to him, but not as much as people think, right?
Yeah, I mean, he was absurd. His win rate was 60% in pubs when he came out at first. The Ghost Walk was absolutely cracked. Now it's fairly balanced. They also nerfed the Vessel, which is a key item for him to go, since you always go for the Quas Wex Invoker now. Works fundamentally different than before. And I think in general, Invoker still provides that high tempo gameplay that you're looking for a lot of mid heroes currently. I've talked about it a little bit more recently how I think that the carry and the off lane are sort of the greedy positions, and the mid laner really has to be the playmaker in a lot of these teams. But looking at the bans here a bit, we see the Medusa getting removed, TA getting removed, and Earth Spirit getting removed. And then Nature's Prophet, like you said, he's just so solid right now. Sprout is one hell of an ability. It doesn't really matter which hero you are. It's so annoying to get repeatedly Sprout. Even if you Quelling Blade it immediately, you still take some tick damage.
That is exactly the problem I've been having in my pubs, is that, you get the Quelling Blade, you go for it, but he still gets off quite a few of those clicks. I'm surprised that they let it through, honestly, though, just because it feels like it is so incredibly strong, like you said, because that Sprout is so cheap, and because, with the Tango changes on top of that, it forces your supports to be a lot poorer, because they have to pick up the Quelling if they want to try to survive, or pick a hero that has the escape. And then, of course, the pushing potential and the ability to just, gank other lanes. It's pretty intense.
Yeah, he does open up the map a whole lot, even without going for too many points in Treant early on. It's just the fact that mid suddenly becomes very dangerous. If you overplay a little bit, you could easily get early TP'd on. Normally mid laners, they've been a little bit safe lately, There's not that much roaming gameplay going on, so before minute 6, you don't see that much emphasis on ganking mid lane, but Nature's Prophet is one of those outliers. He does open up the threatening of the mid lane, and suddenly you see a TPN Sprout, and that could be a kill on mid, which could offset the balance of the game a lot.
That, and being able to just pop up grabbing wisdom runes very, very quickly is another thing that is one of the nice benefits of having that Nature's Prophet support, because even if you are a support and you make it over there, if you time it wrong, he's still going to be able to sprout you and get some damage off. So something to keep in mind. But the Dawnbreaker gets picked up for the side of Infamous, and I know this is another hero that received some nice buffs. I'm thinking a lot of people are more keen on picking her up recently.
Yeah, she got a better cast point right for the Q and some other changes as well. The cast point really helping a lot though, and we see a lot of Dawnbreakers go for that like Echo Saber Deso style, where you kind of just one-shot supports if you get your Blink Dagger and get a chance to jump in on them with the Q.
So I'm curious here too with AcatSuki. I know they are a big fan of Tusk, and that seems to be something that has been kind of like brewing in the South American region for a little while. I don't know how common it is in the others, but I do know that that's something that they could potentially pick up. Meanwhile, on the side of Infamous, I feel like, and feel free to disagree with me on this, it feels like a support patch in a sense. Like, I feel like a lot of supports got kind of buffed up. They're a lot stronger. And you've got Jupiter, formerly known as Hain, and Nuages. They are a power team. They play together. In fact, all of the side of Infamous used to be the No Rune squad. So, like, they've been playing to get... Mr. Jeans, you need to wake up, dude. Big yawn on that camera. But I feel like they're going to be a power team that we're going to have to watch for coming out from the side of Infamous.
Yeah. You gotta, he looks nervous going into this, but maybe just getting his energy. I agree though, a lot of the supports have been outstanding a lot, especially when you think of that Nature's Prophet that we discussed. But I like that you mentioned Tusk. I think that hero is completely going under the radar of a lot of high-level players, to be honest. It's not a hero that I see spammed a lot in the EU region, at least, in terms of high-level play. So I think his passive Shiva aura, if you can call it that, the minus attack speed, is more impactful than a lot of people think it is. So would love to see some more Tusk gameplay. They go for a Dawnbreaker and Shadow Shaman here, so getting a little bit of push. Lion was banned out in the first phase, but Rasta fills a similar purpose in getting really good disables, and the stuns already looking solid on the side of Infamous, whereas AcatSuki, they don't have any stuns yet, but they have that team fight, they have that global presence. Tombstone now, and they have the Furion, of course.
Now, what's the reasoning behind picking up the Shadow Shaman versus something like a Witch Doctor? Because Witch Doctor has been the talk of the town recently. The changes to his Death Ward are so good, plus the fact that his cask does so much where it can just chain study once you get the extra +2 cask bounces. Why do you think they opted for Shaman here?
I think Witch Doctor is definitely strong, but I think with the most recent nerfs, he may be a little bit overhyped for what he is. Like, the Death Ward is super strong for dealing with high armor targets, and you can actually kill core heroes quite easily with it, so I respect that. But Shadow Shaman, though, bringing that Hex, you get damage amplification during Hex now for everyone dealing damage onto the target. That's really impactful, and even the Rasta wards themselves can combo a little bit better with it now. So I think Shadow Shaman might be an interesting hero to see, and this is exactly what I was excited for going into the South American games, to see exactly their take on the game.
Would you rank Shadow Shaman higher than Witch Doctor currently, or do you think just for like the needs, that the way they want to play, it just is a better fit? Because I watched Dendi just play a game that was insane on Witch Doctor. He was dishing out like 19,000 damage in fights. It was insane.
Yeah, Dendi was playing that mid Witch Doctor, and he was playing as Earth Spirit. Gunnar was playing the Earth Spirit. It was an exciting game to watch. I actually studied that replay, and I would say the Witch Doctor has potential, but we also saw the problem in that game where he played the core Witch Doctor is that you are very cooldown reliant. And it doesn't sound like the longest cooldown ever, 100 seconds, but it's long enough that if you're not very useful outside of it, then I don't really think it's justified to go for a core Witch Doctor. Shadow Shaman, though, I would rate him close to Witch Doctor, like right under probably. So sure, they could have gone for the Witch, but not seeing any high armor targets when they picked the Rasta. You see a Nature's Prophet on Undying, you don't really get much value from the true or pure damage of the Death Ward. So I like their approach here.
So what do you think about this Huskar? Because he's not someone that we see as often, right?
I'm usually nervous when I see Huskar getting picked into a lot of good disables. That's one of the problems I can see in Dawnbreaker. Also, pretty good smashing hero, maybe going for that Deso later on, some physical damage. The Starbreaker is a lot of burst of physical damage. I mean, they seem confident going for it, and obviously it's hard for him to have any form of shielding for this Huskar now in form of a support, because you have Nature's Prophet and you have Undying, so you're not going to have any form of Oracle combo or Dazzle combo. This, to me, looks like it could backfire. They are building sort of a Death Ball with the Tidehunter and Tombstone from Undying, and then go together with Nature's Prophet and Huskar. I mean, there's a Death Ball brewing, but I see Infamous having great tools to deal with this.
I agree, and I definitely see Infamous with the heroes that I know they're quite comfortable with, right? Jupiter's well known for his Mirana play. The Spirits in general, right? Every single mid player plays them, but Mr. Jeans is probably Ember Spirit's one of his best. Dawnbreaker, I'm assuming, is going to be Hiko playing that, and then of course, Nuaja. So it's just down to like, what's the mini hero, I guess? What's the cherry on top of the sundae here for Infamous?
I mean, their draft looks pretty well rounded already, but I would like to see them add like something with like decent team fight presence still here. I mean, we still haven't seen the Gyrocopter banned out yet, and they ban out the Troll, so that hero is still possibly an answer. Okay, they ban out Gyro themselves, so they don't want to go down that route. Leads me to think even like another hero that could be used against Huskar to try and deal with him is something like even a CK or a Sven to get that massive physical burst and kill him quickly with your disable, utilizing the burst potential of like going in and hexing him.
CK got a couple buffs too recently. He seems a lot stronger. I was thinking because it was like CK and like Wraith King both. It seemed like a bit of a strengthy boy mini buff sort of thing going on in this particular patch.
Yeah. Yeah, Wraith King feels amazing with the new skeletons. The extra 2 armor made a big difference for him, actually, and some other changes too.
I wouldn't mind seeing the CK, but we'll have to see what they do. Over on the side of AcatSuki, what else, what is the hero here for Minos? Oh, we'll find out very quickly. Goes for the Slark. Okay. That's questionable to me because they have ground targeting and a lot of disable, again, like we talked about.
They do have a lot of disable, but Slark is pretty good against Shadow Shaman usually, in the sense that as long as you have any form of vision on the Shadow Shaman, which you quite easily have with that night vision of Slark as well, you kind of know if you're under ward or not. It's hard for him to get a good shackle onto a hero like Slark. So it can be decent here. You also can't really land the Searing Chains if Slark has ulti available, so it's an alright fit here. I think the lane is the bigger problem. Like Dawnbreaker plus Mirana combo in lane can be pretty oppressive. And yeah, I know you have your option of having the Undying here protecting you, but I can see this being a bit dangerous. They go for a different Illu hero. The Naga Siren coming out, so not the CK. Naga does bring a lot of minus armor as well, and even more lockdown. And now they even have like Song into Arrow combination. So Infamous lineup looks really nicely around it. I like it a lot.
Yeah, this draft looks very, very solid. I know a lot of people have some high expectations for AcatSuki, given the hero, or not the heroes, given the players that are on this team are definitely no strangers to playing quals of various types, especially TI. But right now, I would say Infamous draft just looks really, really solid. What do you think? Who do you think is going to come out on top here?
If it's purely about draft, I would definitely say Infamous should come out on top. But I do like what AcatSuki has done in the sense that they picked the Huskar against the Ember. It's something I've been calling for a long time, that these early pickups of Ember, even in previous like DPC seasons, I've said that it's volatile. It can backfire if you get hard countered by a Huskar pick in lane, for instance. And a lot of it comes down to how well we're going to see the Ember deal with the situation. Because Mr. Jeans has a tricky situation here to deal with. Like, this lane is nearly unplayable, and then there's also a Nature's Prophet as well who can TP in and join to put pressure. So how are they going to handle the laning stage? Is he going to get into the game in a decent way? That's going to be the massive question on my mind.
Do you have any idea of how it might be able to play out, how this Ember is going to be able to survive? Because like you said, there's a lot of pressure being placed over on Mr. Jeans.
I think a lot of it comes down to maybe early rune controls. Controlling the 4-minute rune, even with the supports, could be useful to make sure he gets at least a bottle refill, and possibly make unexpected rotations towards the mid lane. If you can free up your side lanes to be fine on their own a little bit, you need to focus on getting this Ember into the game in a good way. We'll see. I'm saying this as though he's already out of the game, but the Ember versus Huskar matchup is incredibly tough to play. It is so unfavorable. It's hard to overstate how tough it's going to be.
I mean, on the bright side, I feel like they do have a Mirana that could make some of these rotations depending on how this offlane is going. And Dawn is a fairly survivable hero once it gets to a certain point. But yeah, it does seem like it's going to be very difficult in rotations. You know, do you think they have the right kind of heroes that are going to be able to make the rotations when this Nature's Prophet inevitably shows up?
Yeah, I think, I mean, it might be difficult to react to the early Nature's Prophet rotations, but like you said, the Mirana, if you can just shove the lane with Dawn plus Mirana here, that frees up her to maybe go and, you know, fish for an arrow on the mid lane, and that could offset the balance a lot. So that's a possibility. Or just active rotations between the lanes. Use those portals, try and, you know, go from your safe lane to your off lane, gank, and then maybe smoke towards mid. There are many moves that they can make here. As we see smoke out by Infamous to drop down some vision over on the mid. So at least getting a deep ward.
I mean, like, the one nice thing about this is that you do have these twin gates now where you can make these rotations without the cost of a TP, right? Because that's going to be another thing that, unfortunately, Infamous will have to keep in mind, is that the Nature's Prophet has a lot more maneuverability than what they have necessarily, unless they want to spend that gold on TPs, which I'm sure the supports do not.
Yeah, no, it's costly to make the moves, and it's also slow, right? That's where Nature's Prophet has the advantage and the ability to go towards that mid lane like we discussed. But yeah, the portals could be a key thing to utilize here when you have the Mirana plus Rasta. You might get some Shackle into arrow combinations. And Slark just standing on mid, kind of spotting that Infamous was standing on the other side with their Ember, but they didn't get any intel on where the wards were dropped.
The calm before the storm, hoping maybe they can catch someone out, but looks like
The battle begins.
doesn't seem to be the case. Hiko, though, standing around here in this top ward spot, but nope. It'll just be a nice and even split for the start of game number 1.
Yeah, we also saw Naga, of course, checking for that mid vision, so they know that there's no dire mid ward that could see the Naga illusions as she was standing on the tower. But yeah, we're heading towards the lane. It's going to be the safe lane Undying to protect the Slark here. Nature's Prophet quite often run as the post 5 as well, but I think it's the smart choice to have him on the post 4 here.
All right, so with this bottom lane, how are they going to want to play this then with having Qhali in the bottom? And like, this is what we're talking about, right? It still just takes you a couple seconds to go and cut through. And again, that's a tango that was needed.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting handled right now. This Mirana has to skill leap immediately and down to 80 HP. Look at Furion's HP. He's full. He took no damage at all.
Oh, it's so stupid. Oh, I'm so angry about this. And like, look at this. Like, he's already got the Sprout back up again. She, okay, didn't manage to quite land that. Still
salve
took a little bit
cancel.
of damage, but
Yeah, he canceled a salve with his Sprout, so still really big. This Mirana in a tough spot now.
she's only got 1 leap charge left too, so she's got to be so careful, which means Minnie's going to be taking a lot of harassment.
Yeah, this unfavorable trade there is gonna really manifest itself by making Naga have a harder lane.
Me if given half a chance.
I'm curious now. It just feels like Nuages has to play so much more carefully, and they do end up landing the Sprout over on Minnie, but don't get the clicks off, so not as bad as it could be.
Yeah, this lane
Top
is
lane, Kotaro? That's the Starbreaker. They want to finish him off, but don't quite have enough.
yeah, still using those.
There it is. That's we talked about this being a difficult lane, Waga.
Yeah, I mean, this is expected that he will lose mid, but dying first blood before minute 2 is really early. Leo style doing a good job. He got those early boots. I think that's what caught him off guard there. He didn't expect the Huskar to run him down as well as he did, but early boots in this lane, super good choice by Leo, and this lane is only gonna get more difficult because anytime you trade with a hero mid, you usually want to go like, oh, but it's fine, you know, I traded down resources and then I come back and he's weaker. Well, that doesn't work against Huskar. Huskar wants to be low HP, and Huskar's mana pool is never an issue, so top lane, Tombstone.
Looks like they'll be able to finish off the Shadow Shaman.
Yeah, a little bit of a rotation there by Kira coming out early. Still has the TP to go back home as well with TP scroll.
I do see a rotation here from Qhali. He's gonna go take some of these little observers. Making his way over towards this mid lane. Mr. Jean needs to be careful. He's playing very far up.
Yeah.
They're pinging it out. This is not looking good. All right, they're already gonna rotate. And I think that's needed. But again, Nuages, he has no mana here. He doesn't have his courier.
And he already struggling to have like good impact on the bottom lane. Now getting forced to move around the map. Now you're playing Nature's Prophet's game. And Nature's Prophet happy to just start focusing top as well. He's going for the Rasta again.
Yeah, they're going for Shaman. Landing it here. A couple more clicks should be just enough. Good Starbreaker, but not going to be enough to save him. And Kotaro, sitting a little bit low, does have a salve that he'll be able to use and get right back up again.
I like the way AcatSuki are playing this. They realize that Tide is the type of hero that you can just leave against a Naga 1v1, get a lot of experience by being solo, and then utilize this mobility of Fury and just run around and cause mayhem. So Mirana now trying to keep up with this, but she has to look for an angle for Arrow, and that's not easy to do until nighttime comes around.
Well, like you said, they're going on a very death ball sort of strategy here for the side of... They're still listed as Infinity. They're not. It's AcatSuki. But, you know, this is just going to help propel them forwards, right? You've got yourself a Nature's Prophet who's just putting so much pressure on the lane so early. And then, of course, Devil, or Frank, as he is also known as. They do this all the time, South America. They always change their names. He's going to be able to get those levels online so quickly, and that's just going to keep putting so much more pressure on them.
Yeah, his intentions are already clear. He has 2 points in Kraken Shell, 2 points Anchor Smash. He's going to take no damage from Naga. He's going to be completely fine. Rushing that Meteor Hammer as we expect. I was just giggling a bit because Qhali actually killed both the Water Runes on minute 4. So that's kind of rare to see the same hero deny both the Water Runes, not even take any of them.
There's more important things going on right now for him, clearly.
Another life squad.
So bottom lane's just going to be Frank, just farming up. Same thing with Mini. I'm sure that we'll see like these rotations coming out from Qhali and Nuages for both of them, but
yeah.
Otherwise, I think it'll be mostly quiet. I think the pressure is going to be in these the top and the middle lane.
Mid lane taking a bit of damage here, but Leo style kind of too high HP to do a lot of damage. He needs to drop his HP lower for the Berserk's Blood there. I think top lane and mid lane, you're absolutely right, should be the more focused lanes here by both teams, as Nature's Prophet has that TP ready, and if you ever overplay going a little bit too far out of position, you might get jumped.
So we've talked about the fact that Mr. Gene's going to probably struggle in this mid lane against Huskar. Is it worth it for him to try to be a bit more active, try to rotate a little bit more? Oh, look at this Qhali coming back top, finds himself. Goodness, he's already used that hammer. They're going to try to put as much damage down as possible, dropping the Tombstone, dropping the Sprout even, so he cannot go forward.
Yeah, really nice Sprout there. It served 2 purposes as well, catching the Shadow Shaman as well as blocking off the Dawnbreaker. Another nice kill. No, I think you're right, but he needs level 6 before he can really make those moves on Ember, and he's just trying to get it in any way he can on mid lane right now.
Do you see that rotation for the 6-minute runes? Just trying to do whatever they can here. We do have the medallion that should be completed here for Qhali. Should be getting it shortly, which is going to mean he's going to hit even harder every time he goes for those Sprouts.
Yeah, Nature's Prophet already a very good hero at trading, and once he gets the Solar Crest later on, putting it onto Huskar is very nice. Nuages stole.
Nuages has had enough with his nonsense. Like, look at this. Goes to the air. Doesn't quite manage to land. And
He might get him.
I'm curious if he's going to go underneath the tower here.
Oh, he doesn't.
I'm curious. Oh, I thought about his Steppy illusions.
Oh, no.
Trying to use it. Oh, I love this region.
I thought he might have had it if he went a little bit earlier there, but, you know, the Fairy Fire, he was calculating that leaping in could be dangerous. At least he gets the kill, you know, but he did die first.
He did. This gives him a chance to get their one Wisdom Rune, though, over here. Yeah, look at this. The Shackle. All right. Shaman managing to get himself that rune. Hika's going to help make him pay for it. As part of trying to get the denial here with these trolls, but not going to be able to. So only one Wisdom Rune going over to the side of AcatSuki, and they end up losing the Undying on the other side of the map.
Yeah, and bottom tower, of course, having opened up now with that Meteor Hammer from this Tide Hunter, now going on to the tier 2 tower. This is the problem. If you ignore Tide, he's gonna start taking buildings, and I don't know if anyone wants to go down and play against him.
I think it'd have to be a pretty concentrated effort to get him off of the towers. You'd have to send so many resources. It's probably better just to focus on another lane, right?
Yeah, most likely, but that does open up the tier 2 threatening here. I mean, the catapult is coming in. If nobody goes here, this tower will fall disgustingly early, I want to say.
I mean, that's two heroes that I feel have not had any pressure on them, right? Leah Styles, Huskar has not felt... That was a little bit funny there with the jumps back for the remnants. Leah Styles really hasn't had much pressure. Neither has Frank on this Tidehunter. And that's a bit worrisome for me, especially with this game, the idea of how they want to win. Because their win condition is, you know, get this momentum, like run over them before these other heroes really come online.
Yeah. See Jeans trying to make a move here, going around, but he was spotted by 2 sentries, so they're fully aware of his move towards the bottom lane here. Ember looking for his first rotation, but it's going to be tough to get a successful one.
I think you just have to be careful, too, because you've got a Tidehunter that has... yeah, he doesn't decide it's worth it.
He wanted the Furion. He didn't find him. Furion TP'd over to his own jungle after seeing the Ember rotation. So Ember is back towards mid, but that's time invested. Just making that little rotation there.
Is under attack. Bounty.
Yeah, this Slark is having the time of his life. His current gold looking very, very good right now. Although, if you take a look at the top 3, it's really the story of AcatSuki right now, right? Huskar sitting top of the net worth, followed shortly by Kotaro, and then Frank at 3rd position. So, game's going swimmingly for them. What do they need to do to disrupt this now? How do they gain a little bit of breathing room back?
Sorry, laughing a bit. Mirana manages to catch the Meteor Hammer of bottom, cancelling it from the Tidehunter Ravage.
Ooh! Oh, what? Devil?
He was missing mana. He couldn't get it. He got his mana boost delivered just now as well, a little bit too late. But that's Ravage on cooldown. Mirana also did a lot of damage to Tide, who now steps up.
And Minnie's here. Minnie's ready. Follow up with the Dawnbreaker. He goes here. Once you get the kill to Minnie, they gotta put a little bit more damage on this boy.
Oh,
Need to watch
boy.
this. He gets the final hit.
That was so avoidable as well. Committing under tower, taking tons of damage from a tier 2 there. At least top lane is being pressured since a lot of heroes rotated down to bottom. But Tidehunter, a big takedown there that they didn't expect to get for sure. Also, this build on Slark, I want to touch. Is this common? Have you seen this guy do this before?
Top tower.
The Radiance Slark? Because
No, I haven't.
this is not standard procedure on Slark.
Yeah, I'm curious as to what the mindset is behind this.
I mean, it's a good way to deal with Naga. Maybe they're just saying, you know what, Huskar isn't good against illusions, Slark isn't that good against illusions. He wants to build up in a way that deals with them. Maelstrom doesn't feel great on Slark, so he goes Radiance. Yeah, I don't think it's a bad choice, actually. You gotta keep in mind as well, a lot of sources were buffed against illusions. Radiance was one of them. 150% damage versus illusions now, instead of the normal 100%. So perhaps this is a good way to do it. I don't actually find myself disagreeing with the choice.
Do you think there would have been something better, though, that he could have gone besides Radiance to try to deal with it, or...?
I don't think for dealing with Naga. I mean, usually you just go for the Diffu, the Echo Saber, you know, the Aghanim Scepter type of ganking build. But that would leave the Naga problem. And Undying is terrible against Naga as well as Nature's Prophet. So someone has to be good against Naga, and it can't just be the Tide damage reduction. So maybe this is the correct play. I think it's actually pretty nice.
And they say you can't teach an old dog new tricks. Kotaro's been around this scene forever now. I wonder if he's ever thought, like, wow, it's really coming down to this. I have to get a Radiance to deal with a Naga Siren on a Slark.
I don't know what I expected today, but Slark Radiance was not on the menu, I think. But, it was. It was a secret item.
I feel like we need to make a South America bingo card for everybody in chat. They can play along with us, like, what was on your card today? Well... These all look ridiculous, but they've happened before, so they could happen again.
Yeah. Speaking of items, this Armlet plus Sanj Huskar on mid lane, chasing in.
Right into the arms of Leo Style and Prada. He's going to be able to get out, though, as they'll put a little damage on the tower.
Quick double jump there by Ember, getting to safety.
He is hunting. He sees Nuages. There's going to be a little bit of that leap forward. We'll just force away the Mirana. She's going to have to deal with this, but this Tombstone's still up, and the final hit, down goes the middle tower.
That was a good move by Leo Style. Just forcing out those cooldowns on leap is really painful for Mirana to deal with. There's still 52 seconds per charge to restore, so using 2 of them there, that's over 100 seconds cooldown. You know, normally you think about ultimates cooldowns, like that's big, right?
I mean, especially when you consider what she's up against here, too. Like, it is a very necessary skill, so now she has to play more cautious, which is not fun.
Yeah, at least she does have that Crown Blade to stay safe against the Nature's Prophet if he tries to go on her, but yeah, we see maybe an early Roche attempt here as Huskar and Tide making their way over, definitely clear intentions, and we even have the full Solar Crest, I think?
Yeah, I just noticed that.
He is not, he's otherwise engaged though right now on Nature's Prophet, role-playing as a ward. So he cannot Solar Crest Roche at this moment.
Yeah, he's making his way over there. They do have to be careful though. Yeah, look at this. They're going.
The Roche is
They figure something is up.
bit too slow.
Sitting pretty low. They're playing it a little safe right now. They don't have their Slark with them.
Slark is coming.
Frank does have...
He's going through a portal.
Frank does have the Ravage. They're in position though. They have a ward there. They'll know if he shows up. They start pinging. Like, do we want this? Do we not want this?
They're trying to shield the Slark to come through. He's coming through now.
All right, jumps forward, finds himself. He immediately takes down the ward, pounces down. It looks like they're gonna just let them have the Roche, honestly. Oh, that arrow. That could have been close. Ravage gets used over here on Hiko, followed up with the Meteor Hammer. Tataro, he's hungry, he's on the hunt, he wants a Stonebreaker, and he's gonna find it. So he'll drop the Serpent Wards over onto the backside. Nuages is now stuck in those trees. He doesn't have the leap charges. We talked about this. Qhali looks like he's gonna be able to get out now. Mr. Jeans and Minnie, they're here. They're in the Roche pit. This is not looking good, though, because Roshan's smacking away at Mr. Jeans. Oh my god, Roshan, you are supposed to be unbiased.
Oh, yeah, I mean, what can you do when the song comes on? Roche is like, okay, I guess there's only the 2 of you awake, so I'll start smashing you. And easy, quick farm on the wards there afterwards. Huskar getting the Aegis. The dream situation there for AcatSuki there. Getting everything that they wanted. The Radiant Slark coming in and actually being useful as well in that fight. Going on to the Dawnbreaker, making sure she couldn't come in.
God, this is just the funniest thing, though, looking at the Slark, who just has his Power Treads Radiance. Does have the Sage's Mask in the quarterstaff now, but...
I don't think that fight could have gone any worse. Everything was absolutely despair there on the side of Infamous. They tried to get some coordination, but they will see the Dawnbreaker in the replay, getting caught, tries to get an ulti in, but she dies before she can finish it. And meanwhile, this Huskar just going to town. And we're gonna see more of that now as well with that full Aegis in inventory, and he's going for an Aghanim's next. Not even opting to go for the Halberd, going for the more aggressive item choice. Or does he have it on Courier? I guess maybe his Courier got sniped with the evasion. Yeah.
Man, just looking at that last fight, just so unlucky there inside that Roche pit.
Trying to go on
Ran
Qhali.
into a corner. Well, looks like they're probably going to be able to go and punish him. No, they realize they don't have anything left here to
The
cancel it out.
Searing Chains missed, and he simply just sidestepped against the Dawnbreaker Q and realized, hey, I'm fine, I'll just TP out. No way he should live there. Gets away safely. Everything is just coming up AcatSuki right now.
And they're already just here in the base. They got themselves the Aegis on their Huskar. They've got the, don't have the Threat of Ravage, but they will have it up in about 11 seconds.
Yeah, they forced out the Glyph. That's a big move, right? Just going up, getting Glyph on cooldown. But now, thinking about going bottom. They don't want to delay this. Having the Huskar with Aegis, I think they want to crack that high ground.
Glyphs and TPs. They've got the Ravage back up, and honestly, Frank's so big, he could literally just walk into all of them, take a decent amount of damage, and not have to worry about his game to place. Uses the mechanism. There it is. There's that Ravage connecting over onto multiples. As a follow-up, in comes the Dawnbreaker, trying to just stay alive a little bit longer, trying to use that ultimate, but not going to be able to survive. As now, Mr. Jeans, to watch as they are forced back. This tower getting just sliced away. We'll see Mr. Jeans trying to use the Slight, trying to clear them out just a little bit, thanks to that Moonlight Shadow, but I just don't know if he's going to be able to do enough damage, and still, they're holding on to the Aegis.
Yeah, going on the Huskar with the Aegis there, when there's so much to turn around the fight there, the Undying coming in with the heals, the Tidehunter with the mech, and then of course that Ravage just completely sealing the deal. And that's gonna be Leostyle comfortably standing on the enemy high ground here. And even Slark chasing after Naga as this is going on. Naga in trouble.
Yeah, Mini can't do much here. He doesn't have much for mana here for the Song of the Siren, so he's just gonna run away from Kotaro. It's the bottom lane. They've already finished off half the racks. They're looking to get themselves the other side. And what can they do on the side of Infamous right now?
They can't get out on the map because Slark is just on the hunt here, going on Ember as well.
Pokes away. All right, there it is, that Wrath of Nature cleaning up.
Bounty.
Honestly, I think at this point, when the Huskar already has the Aegis, when they're already grouped up with this Death Ball that we discussed, it's hard to do much. I think you needed to, you know, somehow solve the Roshan fight there in a better way. Now, how do you deal with 1 minute 20 on this Aegis? I think mid-racks are just gonna fall.
I think you would be absolutely correct on this. Even go put this Tombstone down. So Style's gonna walk right back in under the safety of this Meteor Hammer.
Watch out for the Aghanims on Huskar now. Anyone who steps close might get caught by that Sable.
I just don't know how they kill him. Twice, even.
Yeah, no, this...
Like, one time is gonna be hard enough.
They're just standing here watching. They realize...
Continue to just keep Frank alive on back end. Leostyle finding this opening, immediately taking out the Shaman. Does not have to deal. Kotaro starts clicking away over here at Mr. Jeans. Hunt, he's got another flavor in mind. It's gonna be the flavor Nuages. Finish him off, pounce away. Just go right back into that Shadow Dance as they finish up the mid-racks. They are losing so many buildings.
Yeah.
Here on the side of Infamous.
Such clean play as well. They're backing out now. Even Kira gonna get out safely from the enemy base, and they're moving as a Death Ball should, all together towards that top tower. Tier 2 tower is on their minds. Mini is on the map and is farming. He's finishing an Orchid right now, so he has the full Orchid available on Naga, but does that silence really make a difference here? What are you gonna do? Try and silence the Tide to delay the Ravage maybe and ignore him in fight? But Ravage is back online.
I mean, he's such a big, meaty boy. Like, it just takes so many of your resources to do anything here to this Tide, to do anything to the Huskar on top of, like, Huskar doesn't have an Aegis anymore. He just jumps in onto Eco immediately. They will use the Song of the Siren, try to get themselves into a good position, start clicking away over on the Tombstone. Moonlight Shadow also going to come into play, but it doesn't matter. There it is, a big Ravage coming out here from Frank, as looks like the Shadow Shaman. It will be the next one to go down. Hiko trying to fight his way through with the Starbreaker, but Mini, he's just been clicked away by Kotaro, by Leostyle. He is dead. They will buy back. They finish off the Dawnbreaker. Mr. Jean stuck in the trees. Another buyback coming out now from Hiko, but they call the GG. They've had enough. This is a fast game number one here for the side of AcatSuki.
Yeah, this was some tempo they came in with, and this is exactly what I feared looking at the draft here. I thought that this could play out in a very dangerous way for Infamous. Their draft had a lot of stuns for sure. There's a lot of tools to deal with, you know, single fights, but this Death Ball, it gets online. The Huskar, they didn't deal with it in a great way, and that Huskar mid versus Ember, we saw how tough the matchup is, but more importantly, the Tide was just such a great fit against the Naga Siren there. He could be left alone. He was sort of the backbone of the team, and the team fought really nicely around him.
Yeah, I feel like also the Nature's Prophet choice just fit that completely well, right? The draft was a big deal. Just with the idea of, you know, like you said, you've got Frank, you've got Double on this Tidehunter. He can be left alone. And because he can be left alone, that makes Qhali even more potent with the ability to, you know, harass early, like that. The sprout on the Mirana originally was just terrible for the start, right?
Yeah. Yeah, no,
and then
was,
on top of that, it just got worse as he just starts moving around the map, and they really can't do anything about it.
Yeah, and there was so many things that were sad. I mean, even using the Naga Song here, we could see the Slark, that Radiance kept ticking, the burn damage from the spears as well, of course, just going down to AoE damage. And any fight that they tried to take when the Aegis was online on Huskar, I think was doomed from the start. Maybe they needed to just sacrifice, like, okay, we can't hold our bottom racks, you know, try and be on the map and get something. But they sort of have committed to both. They tried to defend and get out on the field, and Slark, he was chasing heroes who were outside of the base. So he found that Naga, found the Ember. I don't know, this just looked very well played and well thought out by AcatSuki. I think they played their cards fantastically here. And on the side of Infamous, they had the tools to take fights, but I think their overall team fight was a little bit weaker.
Yeah, it definitely felt like during the draft, I know I was saying Infamous looked like they were pretty well-rounded. They had a lot of heroes that they felt very comfortable on. But a lot of people, we've been watching AcatSuki, not necessarily under this team name, right? Because they had another one before. In fact, I think right now their tags is Infinity. But we've definitely, seen how they play together, and they do it so very well. So even though their draft felt a little bit more difficult to execute in some ways, they definitely shone on knowing exactly what they're doing, exactly, Kotaro with a Radiance again, not something that we thought we'd see today, but definitely paid off in the grand scheme of what they wanted to do.
Yeah, it was creative, and I think a correct response here. You could even touch back a little bit more on this Radiance, saying that when you run a Huskar in your team, it's usually true that you want to try and buff him up. We saw the Solar Crest, of course, but that AoE miss chance is a good way to increase the survivability of your Huskar even more. So the Radiance, sure, it's good against the Naga, and it can work on Slark, but it also has some synergy that now those right clicks are going to have a chance to miss on the Huskar, and any damage missing when you're trying to burst the Huskar that's crucial damage that you would like to have, right?
So what do you want to see here for game number 2, right?
I think you got to be careful about picking matchups that are so volatile, even though the mid Huskar versus Ember wasn't really terrible in lane. And I say that after he got first blooded solo killed minute 2. Like that's not ideal, but it could have been even worse. I would like to see them just try to pick stuff that's a little bit more stable and doesn't have as big glaring weaknesses. There are heroes like Lina who would, do better against just about anything on the mid lane, for instance. And something we have seen get popular again. Oh, there we see the MVP, by the way, Qhali. On his Nature's Prophet, definitely had some good reads in this game. I mean, his moves, leaving bottom lane early and just playing between top and mid was really smart, I think.
Yeah, and you need to have a really good sense as to when to make these rotations. And I felt like he read them quite well. I will say that bottom kill between him and Mirana was very funny because they were both really trying to play to their utmost maximum understanding of the hero. And they did end up, getting each other eventually. But yeah, it definitely felt like I don't want to see any more Nature's Prophet. I feel like he's just really, really strong. I feel like you said, you could definitely make some changes in terms of what you're drafting to kind of make it stronger. But I feel like that hero, we shouldn't see him again.
There are very few heroes that can trade with Nature's Prophet, right? The level 1 was a big issue. Go back to that, the Mirana versus Nature's Prophet. What happened there on level 1 in the jungle is not okay. If you're trading as a support and the enemy support ends up being 95% HP and you're down to 5% HP, that is not okay. Your carry is going to suffer because of it. So yeah, she survived. She skilled leap and got away. And then she got arrow and started arrowing jungle creeps. But none of that is either addressing the Nature's Prophet or Tidehunter. So yeah, I think ultimately Nature's Prophet, if you don't have a good idea of how to solve him in terms of a hero combination, I don't know, maybe you just ban him in the first phase.
Well, if you ban him in the first phase, that means that something else slips through. But we won't know what'll happen in game number 2 until we come back from a short break. So stick around, guys, and anything can happen. It's South American Dota. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to have game 2 of AcatSuki versus Infamous coming up in just a minute. But game number 1, let's go back a little bit and let's talk about what our viewers might have missed if they weren't lucky enough to watch game number 1. Hwaga?
I mean, game 1 was pretty one-sided, to say the least. It was a quick finish. You know, if you just tuned in, you're like, oh, I want to see the end of game 1. You know, I thought I was here in time, but no. We saw a pretty devastating death ball execution here by AcatSuki. They even had pretty good late game to take it later, but their lineup with the Radiant Slark, with the Huskar, of course, just going for standard Huskar items, and then the Tidehunter on the offlane just was too much to deal with for Infamous. They had great skirmish lineup, a lot of pickoffs and disables, but for those big early team fights against the Undying as well, they just couldn't really cut it.
Yeah, and they also had some issues with early rotations, with heroes that are able to sit in the lane coming out from the side of AcatSuki. So this time around, when we get into that draft, we want to see them pick something a little bit stronger that's going to be able to stay toe-to-toe. And it looks like the draft is going to be getting started in just a moment. There it is. Look at that. You know, we're not holding up the draft for a change.
Yeah, we'll see if Infamous... What I'm looking towards them is that I want to see them work a little bit on stability of the safe lane and mid lane, right? Mid lane, I'm not a fan of those early Ember reveals because you can have what just happened happen to you where the Huskar comes out, but also their safe lane. That matchup where Naga is against the Tidehunter freed up the rotations of Nature's Prophet, and that kind of ruined their offlane because their offlane was going decent, but then Nature's Prophet started showing up like, hey guys, and that's when everything crumbled on the offlane. So I think they need to just get good lane pairings where you don't just get bad core-to-core matchups, because that's what they had on mid and offlane. Or safe lane, sorry.
They let them get the Nature's Prophet again in the first round, so hopefully they've got a better defensive idea as to how they want to kind of defend early on. And of course, as it gets later, he will be another presence they have to be very careful of. And they go for the Monkey King super early on the side of Infamous, which is a little surprising to me. I know it's one of Mini's best. I guess maybe they're afraid that they were going to block it.
Yeah, Monkey was absurdly buffed in the 734 patch. The Mischief change is huge. He went from being a lot slower with Mischief, you know, kind of relying on turning into a courier when he gets the transformation, which there's a lot of tricks to, by the way, as well. But now it doesn't matter what you transform into. You're just always fast. That was a massive buff. He even got a 10% movement speed buff from using it. So he can charge under towers easily, you know, without tower aggro, for instance. The hero is just way stronger now, in my opinion.
Is it worthy of a first pick?
If you have a hero or a player that's really comfortable on it, I think you can get away with first phase picking it. I definitely think so, because it's very skill-based, playing Monkey King. You know, I have some high-level friends as well who are monkey spammers, and if you know what you're doing, you can play it into many things. I think the downside for Monkey King picks like this is if AcatSuki now go for some high-mobility heroes. One of the worst heroes for him to match up against is stuff like Weaver, who he can't just run down and get the Jingu trades on, easily gets kited and can even get revealed by the Swarm, for instance. But Weaver isn't really meta right now, and high mobility isn't really the meta in general for carry heroes right now. It's more like those gyrocopters, even saw some Medusa before, you know, going back to some of those slow and steady type carries.
I guess not. They have a lot of mobility currently with being able to tree hop and then the Mirana. Would be interested to see how they want to run the Mirana this time as well, just because of the fact it really seemed to struggle against Nature's Prophet. I wouldn't be surprised if they do try to maybe shift it into the offlane. They do have the flexibility, both Nuages and Jupiter play this. A Tiny. It's been a little while since I've seen a Tiny.
Yeah, it's been kind of neglected a little bit, but it does provide some good disables. I wonder if this is going to be a mid Tiny or if it's just going to be a support Tiny here. Tiny is usually not that preferred as a +5 at least, but he could be played +4 alongside some form of ranged hero on the offlane and then run that 5 Nature's Prophet instead. Last game we saw it position 4, but I think Nature's Prophet +5 is even stronger than +4 generally.
I know I saw a Tiny when I was going through some of the former drafts, but I can't remember exactly the placement. Ooh, Venomancer. Okay. Gives you a little bit of that vision.
Yeah. Veno Tiny is a nice combo as well. You can get the Gale, the toss back, you know, if that's a lane they want to run, they definitely can go for that combo.
10 seconds
We'll see.
remaining.
I'm usually not a huge fan of Venomancer, to be honest, but it does provide more of that siege and build up to go as 5 kind of tools that you need. The Veno wards are great for just providing vision when you try and siege tier 2 towers, and with Veno and Nature's Prophets, they could go for some form of push Constellation again. Infamous, though, I want to see how they're going to react to that.
I would love to see coming out from AcatSuki. You and I were just talking about Leo Style plays a mean Queen of Pain, and she did just get buffed. It would also play with their tempo. So I'm hoping maybe that this Tiny maybe going to that offlane position, but I'll have to see.
Yeah, I agree. I think, you know, either offlane or play pos 3 straight up. And we see Infamous go for the Spirit Breaker and Snapfire as well to pair up. They like their stuns, this team. They really do. Again, they have really nice lockdown. Spirit Breaker not been that popular lately. Ever since the change to status resistance, not giving slow resistance as well. They separated those in the 734. And that came with a huge nerf to Spirit Breaker, because he used to be so hard to slow down and lock down. Now, you know, if you land a Gale on him, he doesn't really move, even if he bulldozes or not.
Yeah, I'm curious what the mindset is behind these 2 pickups right away. But clearly Infamous knows the type of game that they want to play, which is always good. It's always a little bit concerning when they're really waffling and unsure what to pick.
Well, the good thing is that Spirit Breaker is fantastic against Nature's Prophet as well. You have some global ganking, that's fine. Spirit Breaker can also just globally react to whatever you do, and you know, he can also set up for the Snapfire very nicely. You charge in and lead the way. Snapfire can get those Mortimer kisses down.
I am not upset at all with seeing Leo on his Storm. He is an excellent Storm player and is going to be able to zip around quite a bit.
Yeah, usually Storm Spirit is pretty nice to have in these high aggression early game matchups. You know, last game was decided very, very early, but at least Infamous on their side of things, they do have a ton of different disables. They're sort of conditional though. It's deceptive how many of the stuns are easy to dodge here for Storm. Because sure, Monkey Stun from Fog of War, that can definitely catch you, that's hard to deal with. But Arrow, Charge, Spear Breaker, Ulti, Cookie, all of these can be dodged or disjointed very easily by a Storm Spirit.
I'm curious, like, I feel that we're missing some pretty big, like, offlane heroes that are fairly strong. Things like the Beastmaster, Bat has been really, really popular, especially like in the Chinese region. Why do you think they're not putting a priority on these heroes? Do you think? I know they play them. I know Frank's an excellent Beastmaster and Bat player.
Could just be about those carry picks, right? Because both these teams, they like to show their carry late, it seems. And if you pick an early Beastmaster or Batrider on the offlane, you might find yourself getting hard countered in lane matchup. So maybe it just comes down to that. You know, there are some heroes that shut them down pretty damn well. But yeah, different priority and different idea. I personally think that Beastmaster is still absolutely amazing, but he did lose the vision game. You used to rely on that hero just for providing vision for your team. Now he doesn't have the Hawks doing the same thing anymore.
The Meepo ban, oh boy. All right, so what do we have left here then for AcatSuki? Because I still need the Minos hero, right? Unless somehow that's going to be a tiny core, which I don't think it is.
Yeah, no, this is definitely, they're needing their carry right now. And I think you could go for, it's a bit tricky to say exactly what it's going to be, but I mean, still Gyrocopter is available here. There are a lot of lockdowns, but I could see it being the hero. Kind of coming back to that, but Jar is sort of the flavor of the patch right now, and he has not been removed. There's no chance for Razor to counterplay either since it's banned.
Yeah, honestly, it wouldn't be too bad, too, when you consider that a lot of these heroes really kind of want to play around. Like, they can't sit too far back, right? You've got Spirit Breaker needs to be pretty close. I guess the Snap can be pretty far out. Okay, they'll go for the Terrorblade, though. Another Minos special. Usually the Terrorblade more for the TA, but the TA was taken out. So that'll give them some really strong advantages early on with being able to push towers on multiple levels. He's got that good armor.
Yeah, we'll see if he is going to use the Terrorblade abuse as well, which is very, very strong right now. I don't think that's been patched out. The puck comes in, so coil combo with Snapfire is a very, very nice thing to kind of have the magic damage to lock down Terrorblade. And I'm excited to see the puck here because this hero got a few changes, a few buffs. I think the Shard is super strong right now.
You want to fill in our viewers as to what these changes are for those who haven't been able to keep up with the changes?
Yeah, so a few things. I mean, the change to the Shard on puck is that you get a lot of magic damage when you phase shift, right? Your phase shift hits everyone, but that magic damage is on every hit anyway. And now it went from 20 to bonus 35 damage on every hit magical. 35 damage per hit magical for the rest of the game for 1400 gold. That is a pretty good deal. So if you get Witchblade, if you get Power Treads, you have pretty high attack speed. You can do a lot of magic damage, which mitigates the damage reduction there of Terrorblade, or bypasses, sorry. As for the Terrorblade and the abuse that I was talking about, there's a thing with Meta and Shard that I don't think has been patched out yet, where if you use this Demon Zeal, then it's not supposed to work during Metamorphosis. You cannot cast it, but if you Meta and shift-click Demon Zeal, it casts Demon Seal while you're in meta, giving you 100 movement speed and 100 attack speed for 30 seconds to yourself and all your illusions nearby. It's absolutely insane, and if it's not fixed yet, then you definitely would see him use it here. This is a very strong tool. So we'll see what they do here.
I mean, I was not aware of that, and that sounds ridiculous if it gets to that point. But yeah, we are headed into game number 2, and after what you saw in game number 1, seeing these drafts, who do you think is going to take? So is this going to be a 2-0 for AcatSuki, or do you think Infamous is going to be able to bounce back?
I think they have the tools to bounce back here. I wouldn't put it past them. I like some of the combinations they have. I don't see a glaring weakness. They have a lot of matchups that are favorable, like Puck versus Storm is pretty nice to have. You've got good lockdown later on. Yeah, I'm actually down to see this game evening out the score here. I think Infamous can definitely turn it.
All right. Well, you heard it from Waga. This one hopefully should be a little bit more even, maybe not quite as fast if you are an Infamous fan. However, if you're a AcatSuki fan, I'm sure you're just craving blood right now and you're like, get it done. Just finish up the game 2-0. Let's go home. Let's do this.
Yeah, just get done with it before, a shorter duration than one single game could have been. Nice.
It was like a 20-minute game or something, right?
Yeah, it was very quick.
Playtime?
That's what you usually see though with Huskar's timing, is that sort of 14-minute go Roche and then 20-minute go Throne kind of timing.
Right. So how do you expect this to all go down now if we take a look at both of these drafts? Like, what do they need to do in their lanes to come out on top?
I think, again, the Fury and how they activate this Nature's Prophet rotation could be very interesting. And a big thing to mention there is that it's a different player, right? Prada is playing it now instead of Kiri. They're swapping it up, like I said, doing a little bit different roles. That means it's going to be that safe lane. But I think his presence on the map is going to be very important to look towards. Mid, I think, should be pretty even in the start, but later on, Puck is a pretty good counter ganker against that Storm rotation.
I'm curious too, because they ended up putting Frank on the Venomancer. This is something that he used to play a lot of, like many patches ago. And this is not a hero that feels as comfortable as a Tidehunter where you can just walk away from it, right? This is one where
you can after a while, but yeah, it's different. Yeah, you can't leave him as early. Definitely not against the Monkey King bottom. They're sticking around here with the Sprout.
Yeah, they're going for Mini. Good Blood Grenade. Try to go for the Sprout. We'll block him from the exit here as Kiri's chasing after him. Does have... Ooh, he's going to try to dodge away a little bit, but the final hit will indeed go over to Prada. This Nature's Prophet up to a great start, and it looks like he's going to go right back top this time, join up with Kotaro. So Nuashes is probably happy that he's out of his lane, but probably not as happy that they end up losing their core.
Yeah, that's very nice. I like the use of the portals. Those twin gates are there for a reason. Use them. And if you're going to be together checking the boundary in any way, just try and get some value on the way back to get that first blood. It was nice that they also held the Tiny's avalanche. He didn't waste any mana, so saved a bit of mana on that kill as well.
And you can see the mid lane a little bit different of a deal than it was in game number 1 this time. Feels like Leo Style struggling a little bit here against Mr. Jeans early on, as to be expected with a Puck versus Storm, but he does have, I believe, his bottle now.
Yeah, he takes some
more
harassment,
sting.
but his focus on CS has been really clean. He got 9 CS already, so that's really great. Wow, he's really trading here.
Oh, Jeans. Oh, that was a very aggressive orb coming out from Jeans, too. Charge up in the top lane. It's like Prada's trying to finish off Hiko, but now he's sandwiched between two. Does have a Fairy Fire.
TB is here.
Action. They're looking. They'll get Hiko, and they would love to get themselves a Spirit Breaker. As the Sprout comes into play,
no.
he'll be able to get through, but he blocks him off, so he's not going to be able to get the final hit.
And he could TP base right now on Prada as well, heal up, and then have the teleportation ready. He's not going for it, though. He wants to go back under tower. Gonna stick around. He's tangoing up, but I wouldn't be surprised to see him go base and heal up a bit here.
There it is. There's the teleport out. As expected, mid lane, Mr. Jeans looks like he's in for some trouble here. Leah style, getting off a couple clicks. We'll be able to dodge away. One more click, though. No, not quite enough.
He got a high
to
ground
finish
miss.
off the puck.
He got a high ground miss on Stormer there. I don't think they would have gone to kill anyway, though.
Ooh. Hello, Mr. Jeans.
Uh-oh, he orbed in.
I'm not sure that was the play. Not sure that was the play.
He panicked. He had a Fury on him. What can you do? He felt like, I'm gonna die here for sure, but then jumps into the fire instead of the storm.
I feel like I'd rather die to the Fury and than
Yeah.
to the Leo style storm here.
Yeah, definitely. That was pure panic. He did not expect a Fury to TP in, but you know, he just finished TPing back to base to heal up, and he was looking, where can I join on the map to have some impact? Prada, off to a great start here on this Nature's Prophet. 3 kill participation already.
That's 100% of the kill participation.
Yeah, he's the man of the hour right now. Gotta
What a
keep an eye on
player.
him.
He heard that we had to name an MVP, and he's like, oh man, this MVP, this time it's mine. Charge over into the mid lane on Leo style. Just gonna poke a little bit at Mr. Jeans. They probably don't want to dive too hard, although they do have the orb up to get a couple more clicks here, just for value. But nope, he's fine.
Yeah, gonna be completely fine. You know what? He saw the MVP is like, oh, Nature's Prophet got the MVP. You know what? Give me the Nature's Prophet for next game. I'll show you. It's the hero. It's not you.
He's like, literally anyone could get MVP on this hero right now, guys.
Well, they're gonna go on Leo again, coming around, only harassing him, I think, but maybe they can bring him down.
Oh, they're going for a deep dive. The drag back, though, because remember, they have a Nature's Prophet. He can be there anytime.
Oh,
Mr.
no.
Jeans in an awkward position. Qhali looking for this opening. The toss back here over onto Puck, and he just gave Prada a double kill. Man, he really wants that MVP, dude.
Yeah, that was nice by Kira, though, waiting and then tossing in the Nature's Prophet as well. And this support's showing that, you know, they care about their mid laner. He gets dove, bottom.
Uh-oh, Mini. He's got that poison sting on him. Will try to survive a little bit longer. Nice boundless. Arrow's gonna get eaten by Prada. Trying to slow down Nuages, getting closer and closer, but needs to be careful. He might have gone too far, but the Sprout, outplayed.
Oh, no, the Urn.
And Nuages, can they get the final hit? Yes, they did. That
Oh,
early Urn of Shadows
Yeah.
paying off on Frank.
the first kill there on Mini, giving the Urn charge, and then, you know, I was also going down. Man, that is rough right there. And the lanes are just playing out fantastic for AcatSuki here again. 7-0. I mean, I said I wanted to see them maybe turn it around, get a better game here, but AcatSuki have a different idea. They're like, nah, let's just make it a quick one again.
It just feels like they hadn't quite... I don't want to keep harping on the Nature's Prophet, but I do feel like that has been a huge factor in a lot of these early rotations.
Yeah. I mean, he's going to be part of everything. That's what the hero does. Still 100% kill participation. It's amazing. And he's just playing active and leaving the Terrorblade kind of alone top is fine now after he got that sort of double kill takedown earlier.
But like, that's my question is how do you deal with this, I guess, if you are the side of Infamous? Because we talked about potentially, this little hello here from the Spirit Breaker. He needs to be careful. Did toss out an arrow, but Kiri's nearby and so is Prada. They're protecting that rune at top so he can fill up his bottle.
Yeah, gonna be refill for the Storm there.
No, he's out. He's out.
They need level 6 on Storm before they can really make moves themselves here on mid and punish, but Infamous just trying to get something done. They have the coil available. I think that will be, you're asking what their way to change something is. I think the coil and the Snapfire are gonna be some key tools. Oh, no Snap though.
Hiko's sitting very low. Yeah, he is just toast. My issue isn't necessarily so were they always going to hemorrhage these early kills, do you think? Is it just the nature of like the hero right now for Nature's Prophet?
No, I think they're being completely outplayed right now, to be honest. This is...
So what is, aside from like, playing better, which sounds terrible, but aside from that, like what do they need to do? They need to have some different heroes, or look at Qhali, they're getting position. They want this Wisdom Rune.
Yeah,
Land
steal.
little arrow using the Dream Coil.
That's gonna be their first
heroes
kill.
for just Qhali. Just Qhali. I don't know.
Yeah, it's not really great, but things are so dire right now. They need something. At least to get 500 gold for this. They turn it around a little bit, but I think get your level 6 online on Snapfire, start playing around her, and then maybe you can take over this top lane. But you have to be careful about bottom lane. The bottom lane has been, proving to be so difficult. Monkey, I think he's ready to go full jungle almost. This tree dance, just go jungle with power treads.
Just Frank doing what Frank does best, staying in a lane and pushing it and making it so that people have to leave. He's doing a good job.
Yeah, he's serving the purpose that Venomancer has, which is make the enemy carry unhappy. Melee carries generally struggle against Venom.
One for Nuages here. Turn their attention now over to Puck. Arrow will connect. Mr. Jeans, though, sitting just a little bit too low. Ends up sticking around, though. Qhali doesn't quite have that damage, as it looks like Prada turns his attention to the Mirana.
Yeah, Kira's still chasing this Puck as well, but doesn't really have any backup.
I don't think he can quite grab him, unfortunately. Yeah, even dropping the coil just for extra, because he knows that the Snapfire's here, but those kisses not quite landing on their target. It's going to be a charge in here from the Spirit Breaker. Mini looking to get himself a little bit of a kill here. We'll be able to use the Boundless, get the last hit.
These are such expensive kills on support, though. Coil and Snapfire ulti used, carry rotation. It's so much effort to bring down just a tiny there. And, he's happy to die. He's happy to die for his team.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Well, there was a Puck there.
Nature's Prophet ulti, and Storm just zips in, cashes in on that easy kill on Puck.
If I'm Nuages, I do not want to stay over here. I feel like any moment you just get collapsed upon.
My eternal
Yeah, that's some terrible damage, but right now, mid is looking dangerous, bottom is looking dangerous, and nobody's pressuring TB. Everything is just coming up AcatSuki right now, and I think they're gonna go for the correct move as well. Start hammering down on that bottom tier 1.
I mean, they know that Mini's struggling as it is, and he did get himself like a little, not necessarily a redemption kill, but just something, right? He needs something at this point. But it is looking a little scary. Top lane, though, they're chasing after Hiko. They've used the meta. He's gonna try to go through this gate, but the avalanche coming into play. Mini is here. Mini's gonna go and drop the Wukongs, but this is probably a real,
That awkward moment when you're trying to run away through the twin gates, like, oh, maybe I can live, and out from the twin gates come a tiny, like, yo, I'm here. It's me, your boy, coming in with a double disable.
Definitely does not feel good if you're on the side of Infamous right now.
No, this is looking very scrappy for sure. They need to try and regroup again with the Mortimer Kisses and the Coil combination, and this time land it onto a core hero. They need a takedown on the Storm. They need to kill this Terrorblade. I mean, looking at the CS chart and the net worth chart, it's very heavily favoring Dire right now.
I feel like we really didn't get to talk much about the Terrorblade in the top lane, which is terrifying in terms of the fact that it was just going so well. Didn't really need to mention anything about the action.
Yeah, he's flying ahead. He's got his full Dragonlance going for Yasha next, so gonna get that early Manta style, and that'll provide him a little bit of safety against the silence of Puck as well.
Do you have the coil back up on Puck? Trying to see if there's any specific items, or I feel like once they get the Moonlight Shadow, perhaps they might try to make another rotation here, try to find something, but Puck feels like he definitely wants to get that Witchblade online.
Oh, TP coming in bottom here.
Oh, Nuages? Let's be careful. They don't quite have that vision, though, so... Mini. Looking to hop down. Prada's like, oh, hey, what's up, Mini? Puts out a click or two. Does need to be careful that this arrow's coming in. Will get itself a neutral creep.
Secure some CS, as at the same time, top tower is going to be pressured a little bit by the Snapfire and Spirit Breaker here, but TB is level 10. He can just hold this on his own. If there's no rotation from the puck, then he doesn't really worry. Qhali.
Would you like to see this Mirana just move towards the top to try to put more pressure on the Terrorblade, or?
I think the play has to come from the combo of the puck.
Gonna try to teleport out. Does he go to cancel TP? Nope. And forces 2 TPs.
Yeah,
Pretty happy about that if you're AcatSuki.
Yeah, they managed to get out. Nature's Prophet as well, TPing towards that top lane, so not really wasting any time there. And Tiny, of course, joining mid. None of them getting forced to TP base or anything. The coordination is the important thing here. You need to play the strong combination of coil into damage from the Mortimer Kisses. We're just not seeing it yet. There was that one move onto the Tiny, but it's minute 12 already. Like, the timing to punish TB, but with early magic damage is slipping.
So it looks like the Witchblade has just been delivered to Puck. We have the Mortimer Kisses online. Are we going to see them grab a smoke and make some moves, or?
Right now they're just playing different areas on the map. The Puck trying to deal with the top pressure. That's also an issue when lanes are being shoved in like this by illusions, by the Venomancer on bottom lane, even by, you know, the rotations of Nature's Prophets running around and pushing here and there. It makes it hard to group up and make a move.
You know, Kotaro's feeling very comfortable. Okay, here we do. We have a smoke coming into this top area. They have the ward, they have the vision. They will see the Spirit Breaker go, just dodging past immediately. Leo Style getting to position that blows up Mr. Jeans. No chance of survival here, as now they'll turn their attention to the Spirit Breaker. He will get cut down. They felt like they were in the position to maybe gank Kotaro, but in the end, they didn't realize that there was already a smoke in play, and they were just playing with their food.
Yeah, AcatSuki are just faster right now, and having that Orchid on Nature's Prophet as well now, they can set up even stronger rotations. Now that Mirana has to be very worried, because she doesn't have any Quelling Blade on the Mirana, so if she gets Sprout Orchided, she would die to just the Nature's Prophet alone.
I feel like Mirana's already pretty nervous, not even because of the fact of she can be silenced, but she seems pretty paper in a lot of these little mini skirmishes we've been seeing around the map.
Yeah, she just doesn't have the sustainability really to stand toe-to-toe, and I don't know, she doesn't bring that much quick damage. I think you were right earlier saying that maybe you want to try and make the moves with Moonlight Shadow, set something up.
That is going to be coming off cooldown in about 6 seconds. They have Coil up, they have the Snapfire Kisses. Let's see some movement here, Infamous. Let's see you, group up together, see if you can get a pick off, because you just seem to be getting picked off yourself constantly.
Yeah, they got some D-wards. So right now they know the enemy don't have any deep vision here. This could give them some space to make a move, but again, those illusions on top, you're always on a timer. If nobody pushes that out and you go for a smoke, then it's going to be obvious what you're doing. So just a very solid hold by AcatSuki right now on the map, and TB tucking away so far back and safe. 15 minutes, Manta, Dragonlance going towards an I have Scotty, 1,000 gold towards that, 9.7k net worth. He is on an amazing timing right now.
It just felt like he hasn't had any real pressure placed on him.
Yeah, not a single move has been made against TB actually. There was like one attempt, but they caught him. They caught the rotation on the way there with their own rotation. So,
but what's funny is that if you look at it, he's got 4 kills under his belt and 2 assists, so he's definitely being active. But it's the like call an ambulance, but not for me sort of situation. It seems most of the time.
Yeah, and at this point he's so strong that you need basically all 3 cores to bring him down. I don't think you kill him even anymore with a coil plus Snapfire combination, even with just supports being there. You need like the full trio to engage, and that's a problem. I think now you could have kind of accepted the Manta Style is up and just go fight the rest. Try and get a pick off on this cheeky Veno.
I mean, they did have that A-test picked up, so we'll be able to get Frank. A little bit of a zip over back and forth here as they're going to try to get Nuages too. And there it is. There's a sign. No Quelling Blade means a very dead Mirana.
That was a good toss. Caught her mid-air and stopped her leap from getting her out of that spot.
Oh, all right. They're going to try to make a move on Qhali. We'll be able to get that with the Dream Coil.
They even threw in a blood grenade there as well. every bit of burst damage helps.
I mean, smoke them if you got them, right?
Yeah.
Prada, they see themselves the puck. They do have the cookie, though, which will enable him to get a little bit further out of reach. Mid tower will go down.
Yeah, this is really well played by Kotaro as well, just realizing he's by far and away the strongest on the field right now, so you don't want to just sit jungle. He comes in, uses this meta to try and engage a little bit, and look at his right clicks. Miranda is like, nope, not having any of this.
Do not want. Definitely been in that position before. All right. Well, that is what appears to be all the tier 1s from the side of Infamous, whereas AcatSuki, they still got all their tier 1s, so they're feeling very good. Do have a Blink Dagger that's going to be sent out now to Mr. Jeans, so that'll help in positioning, but again, it just feels like these fights aren't yielding the results that they want.
Yeah, they went on Venomancer and got that kill, but again, you know, what you need is the Terrorblade and Storm. Those are the targets that you really want to bring down. None of them have died a single time yet, and Infamous just struggling to deal with the pushing of side lanes as well as facilitating ganks. It seems like they're always having to deal with a lane somewhere on some hero, and yeah, not sure if they can find a way to play faster. But we see a smoke right now in Miranda with the blink on Puck. I think they shove mid lane, smoke up, and this time you have to get onto the Storm or onto a TB.
It just feels like they have a grocery list of just things that they need to do, things that they have to pick up and get done, and they're just drowning in it. Do you have a Blink Dagger then now? So with Leo style, with a double damage, and the blink on Qhali, I'm sure that we're going to be seeing some action coming out from Akat if they can find the right target.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing really proactively on the map, just moving and shielding their course in a great way. Their support movements is quite good on AcatSuki, and now going towards top lane here, looking towards what they can do. I mean, this support, Nature's Prophet, is level 11 right now. He's so farmed. 7-0 and 7.
Yeah, he's been in almost every single one of these kills on his team. He's just very, very powerful and potent, and that's another thing they have to worry about, right? So even if you use a Qhali and Leo style, making these rotations, so as I say that, Prada does get spun out by Mini, but look at this, the blink forward, the toss out,
wow.
The zipping around, they're just trying to punish Mini. They're trying to say, get away from our Nature's Prophet, and Prada's still not looking too great, but they've already gotten the kill on Mini. He's gonna try to teleport out, and they get it. No, there is none. And now Qhali, blink, toss right back to the double damage Leo style, gets the kill. Needs to be careful though, Mr. Jeans is here, but oh, okay, here we go. These are the Snapfire kisses, but they're just not getting them and just putting enough damage. As another silence onto Mr. Jeans. Leo style has a triple kill.
Wow.
Oh my goodness, that is not what Mini intended to have happen there, and a lot of that's just the surprisal of the Blink Dagger coming out from Tiny, just being in the right position at the right time.
Is he Smarana?
He's thinking about it. He's getting into position, waiting for Frank to come in here too. Land the Gale. Nope, there's a little bit of a hop forward. He's gonna get charged, but they have the Vessel charge. Need a little bit more damage. Do they have it? Yes, they do. Qhali might end up dying for this. Yep, here will get punished for being just a bit too greedy, as it's not looking great here for Frank, but the zip in here from Leo's out with the silence. Atos comes out, but doesn't matter. He wants to be right there anyways. He says, don't worry, Hiko, I didn't forget about you. Drags him back. Prada and Devil just chasing after the Snapfire, bullying Grandma, and they get the kill.
Man, these cancels are so nice. Qhali is playing a really good game as well in his Tiny. Like, that reaction to save the Nature's Prophet top, I almost want to see a replay of that, because that was such a quick, you know, on your feet thinking, finding a way to toss him onto the creep wave to save him from the Wukong's command. It was a great reaction, and also good punish there, chasing for more as they get the tier 2 mid tower now. The map opens up a bit for them. And Mr. Jeans just trying to farm bottom, but he's in danger to this Orchid as well, maybe.
Prada's gonna see that. Yeah, look at that. Immediately, Orchid, sprouted, zip in from Leo style, and he's just toast.
Yep, this Nature's Prophet is having even more impact than we saw that last game. Absolutely absurd how much he's making happen right now.
Yeah, that is pretty wild.
I mean, they're just being outplayed as well at every step of the way. We see a replay here. Look at this reaction time. Wukong comes in. Tiny is like, okay, I can save you. Tosses him towards the creep wave, out of the Wukongs, and then the punish is there.
And he dances around the circle like so well too, right? Like in one little incorrect step, it could have ended up
Yeah. So
disabling that blink dagger. Definitely a guy who knows his heroes. And there's gonna be the movement down towards bottom. It's a smoke on smoke action.
yeah, they saw him coming over, so they want to fight them.
Qhali looking for vision. They just miss each other a little bit as both smokes.
The monkey going around.
Yeah, look at Leo's styles. They've got the Moonlight Shadow. It's about to wear out. They drop the ward. Jump forward from Qhali. Great positioning. Again, toss right back into Frankie. Tries to leap away. Not going to be able to. Nuages is dead. Buyback now from the Mirana. As they're looking to see if they can't grab themselves Mini. Ghost drops a move. Oh, both of them right next to each other. Mini is absolutely obliterated. So is Mr. G's. Hiko ripped apart, and Nuages is toast. The GGs get called. They don't want to have to deal with this anymore. AcatSuki looking so incredibly powerful.
I mean, Kotaro is just way too strong for them there. The amount of farm they have on this Terrorblade, I think even if they try to land every single ability on him, he could probably... Like, he was almost at the stage where he could 1v5 them at this point, because he was so free farmed on his TB. Amazing play, again, by AcatSuki, looking really solid. Good early movements, and amazing shielding of your cores in general. But looking at the net worth even, I'm looking at the post-game here. At minute 10... Who do you think is at the 5th spot in farm? The POS 5 Nature's Prophet. He was higher than the carry Monkey King. He was higher than the offlane Snapfire. Yeah, there was just an absolute clapping here by AcatSuki.
So, question. Who was your MVP this time around? Who would you nominate? Would it be Prada on Nature's Prophet, showing that anybody can make MVP on Nature's Prophet? No, Prada's very, very talented. Or is it Qhali? Because we said, you know, we were really impressed with his reaction times, with his positioning. Those seem to be the two that really stick out for me. What do you think? I
mean, it's you know, have your pick. They all look amazing here. The Storm, who didn't die a single time and had 19 kill participation as well out of 27. I would give it to Prada, though. 8-0 and 16 in a 27 kill game. You can't really ask for much more from a POS 5. Like, he missed 3 kill participations on this Nature's Prophet. That is absurd. He didn't die a single time despite playing really aggressively. But obviously the entire squad worked hard. I think, though, the meme is true. Nature's Prophet back-to-back MVP.
So again, like, I'm coming back to this. Like, what is the solution? If you're going to let this Prophet through, what do you need to do? What do you need to make sure that you have?
I think you got to think about some heroes that make Nature's Prophet uncomfortable in general, right? Like, some stuff that he doesn't like to play against is things like Underlord, who can also globally join and have that route to cancel TP out. He can, you know, kill you even if you try to go for a Sprout TP out play. That doesn't really work. You know, like, just generally think about those different heroes that punish a Nature's Prophet. Because I look at the matchup of Infamous here, what they have, and the 5 heroes... None of them are exceptional against the Nature's Prophet. And again, the Mirana trading hits early on against the Nature's Prophet does not work at all. Like, that's just, you know, bound to fail.
I mean, they did try to, like, rotate, right? Nuages wasn't playing the... Actually, no, Nuages was playing it, but they did move the Nature's Prophet, right? Because Prada went up top.
Yeah.
It was Qhali before in the position 4. So I'm sure Nuages was happier about that. But... I don't know. I just feel like because he wasn't in that lane in the game number 2, it wasn't as dire as it was in the game number 1, where the Mirana just could not stand toe to toe. But do you think just in general, just having the Mirana wasn't the call there? Or do you think they should have switched it around with another hero?
I'm honestly not impressed with the support Mirana. I don't know if it's something that they're just super comfortable with. I think the hero is a little bit too weak to run as a POS 5 at least. Like, she's fine as a POS 4, I think, but POS 5 Mirana, I don't think it does a good enough job at protecting your carry. I don't think it is putting enough pressure on the enemy, and I don't think it shields your carry in a good way, because Monkey King, he was under a lot of duress during this game. And look at the Terrorblade. He was so safe, but a lot of that is because, well, Terrorblade is a pretty strong laner, but he had a Nature's Prophet bullying that Spirit Breaker, right-clicking into that Snapfire. They destroyed that safe lane.
Yeah, they really just did a great job in being able to stand toe-to-toe, and then also not only stand toe-to-toe, but get those early kills. And again, looking at our match MVP, it is, of course, Prada on his Nature's Prophet. Just 8 kills, 16 assists in a game where his team had 27 total kills. So very impressive, because not only was he able to get these kills, he also was able to keep Kotaro alive, especially during laning. I believe Kotaro had no deaths. Yep, 7-0 and 5. Like, most of this team, they ended up just being the aggressor for about 99% of the time. And for the other 1%, they were not the aggressor, and they still managed to come out on top, unfortunately, for the side of Infamous.
Yeah, exactly. It's also about like who died. You killed the Tiny, you killed Venomancer. Tiny died like 4 times, and then Venomancer died once. If you're gonna have a core hero die, Venomancer is completely okay with going down. And Tiny as a support, you don't care about losing him either. So the fact that both the TB and Storm were this unpunished, it just speaks to the level AcatSuki were playing here. I think they just played way better Dota than Infamous. We talk a lot about the draft, but ultimately it comes down a lot to execution as well, and I just think they were on a different level.
Well, those of you who are South American fans, I'm sure you're not super surprised by this, because a lot of just real old familiar faces with like Minos, Leo Style, all those guys. And Infamous, you know, they're no slouches. They definitely are also very, very well-blooded in the South American scene, but fortunately, it's just not going to be their day. It's going to be a 2-0 going to the side of AcatSuki. And that's going to be it for our third series of the day. We do have one more coming up, which should be a lot of fun. But before we get to that series, we are going to go to a short break.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the South American TI Regional Qualifiers. Here with T-Panda and Fear taking over the last series. We are way ahead of the schedule with how the day has been advancing, but don't let the Dota stop. If we got games going, let's watch games for sure. We're kind of taking over the world here because we've just finished NA, and now we're here at South America. Fear, the region that has been building a lot of hype in the last 2, 3, maybe even 3.5 years or something like that, but surely making waves. And now we're looking for 2 teams from South America to go through from these qualifiers who are going to be making their way through. Still yet to be unknown, as it is the first day of this upper bracket, but already some swift games, would you say?
Oh, yeah, they've been pretty one-sided so far. But yeah, as you touched on a little bit, this is a region that has 2 slots compared to the North America, who only had 1 where we came from. Most regions actually have 1, but South America earning their 2 slots through their performances throughout the year here. Very excited to see. It looks at the moment it's very top-heavy here in the region. All the upper bracket games going 2-0 so far today, and it's even projected that this last series potentially might be a one-sided affair here as well, but we'll have to see if this other teams can do it. Can the university students in Universitario do it against Infinity, or will they just be another 2-0? They've got a steep, I would say almost a mountain to climb ahead of them, because this matchup does not look very easy for them.
Yeah, you could say that, with a lot of 2-0s on the board, which has kind of been the theme for not this year, but say the previous couple years in TI regionals. 2-0s quite often happen compared to the 3-map series. If they're able to do that, either team, it would be a feat for Universitario. If Infinity drop a map, that could also be a sign of weakness. We saw that from Nouns in the regional qualifiers, that they would drop that occasional map. So we'll see if the underdog bites back here, as you can see the previous scores from today and going into this final series. But let's talk about these teams a little bit here, Fear. Maybe we could touch upon Infinity, which has gone through so many different rosters. But this year, lately, the Hokori that does not exist anymore, they pretty much have their roster coming through their team. They've been 6th in the first tour, 4th in the second tour, 6th again in tour number 3, and in the latest third-party tournament, even a direct playoff invite guaranteed. Going all the way to the grand finals, dropping it to Thunder Awaken, but definitely a team. With looking at their players, they were already in last year's TI, Lumiere, Qhali, for quick names to mention. Teams that I love to watch when they were playing in BTS tournaments. We had that one just before the TI qualifiers started, and the last chance qualifiers even, and holy damn, that was some entertaining Dota. And I was like, man, they're playing SCA teams. They're rocking. They're making sniper world records, basically, with Lumiere playing in that +1 carry. I was excited for that team, and I think I still am.
I mean, yeah, of course, they look good, and that's always been the question mark for when it comes to South America. Outside of last year, not a lot of teams have gotten the chance to perform on the big stage, as we talk about teams like Beast Coast and now Evil Geniuses, pretty much hogging every single slot throughout the entire year, being able to go play on international competition. But you got 2 slots now. EG already directly qualified. Beast Coast, same story. So we're going to get 2 new, fresh South American teams coming from the region that didn't get any opportunities throughout the year to play in the DPC and international level. So they're hungry. They want to show what they can do. They want to show it's not just Beast Coast. It's not just EG going to be representing the region. We've got some very star-studded lineups here. And as you mentioned before, Infinity, definitely one of them. We saw Lumiere, KXY, Qhali, Michael Gardick. These are all people that have a lot of experience, and they look good right now. They're definitely going to be the favorites going into this matchup in my eyes.
And they also have a lot to say and a lot to state as well, that they're not going to be giving up this series easily. Universitario Esports, basically, you've got players from ex-KBU US, you've got Dad, you've got Dismar from Ravens earlier on in the DPC, Lissex coming out from Paradox, which was basically reformed into Universitario later on for tours 2 and 3. But they were a team that came into the third tour from the closed qualifiers, went directly into second place, so they're going to start off Tour 1 in Division 1 next year. But of course, you've got your eyes set on TI, you've got your eyes set on the draft as well. So I'm excited to see what South America and their best have to give this time.
Yeah, most definitely. And we're seeing some repeat bans on the Batrider. This hero seems to be a staple across the regions. Invoker gone, Gyro gone, and of course the Nature's Prophet. A little bit of flavor bans with the Timber Saw. We don't see this one a ton banned in a lot of the other regions. And same with Disruptor, maybe more targeted towards players that are specialists on these type of heroes.
We'll see what the first phase picks are going to be looking like. We've got the classics. I actually am happy to see the Batrider being respected in South America, because this was a hero that North America just ignored. We saw it being picked once. We only saw a couple occasional bans coming through. But here, they know the strength of it. Maybe taking a bit of examples from what happened in China region, for example. They listened to us talking about the numbers, that hero is damn strong, heavy in win rate numbers. So get rid of that. But we're going to good old, you got a Treant Protector to kick things off. I like it.
Yeah, Treant Protector's been a hero that's been on the rise quite a bit here. And as a position 5, he has an incredibly high win rate in the pubs right now, even higher than Vengeful Spirit, even higher than Nature's Prophet, some of the usual suspects here. This hero potentially could be busted. A little bit of his changes maybe being slept on, as Nature's Grasp does count as trees now, so you can walk across in the fights with the Shard, with invisibility, doesn't break your Nature's Guise. All these little things can add up for this hero, and of course Tree's always been a beast in the laning stage, and it looks like the university students here, they will pick up the Clockwork as a response to that. Going to get that into the game. When I think South America, I definitely think Clockwork. This is a hero that the region has been running for years and years and years on end, and I don't see it changing anytime soon.
Oh, hell yeah. It's definitely a staple in South American history. You got to have a Clockwork player, no matter what the team's going to be like. And I was actually curious that Primal Beast was banned out. They decided to go for the Clockwork, because something that I was watching in the NA finals, which was last night, the whole issue with Primal Beast and Earthshaker being on the rise and a team that loves to play it, I was like, why aren't they just banning the Clockwork right away? Because it makes it so much easier to actually approach those heroes. But instead, Infinity, they also banned the Primal Beast. Universitario, they get to pick the Clockwork for themselves, which is a big nuisance for like 3-4 heroes, like direct counters with basic abilities, but also providing you vision, team fight. You know what Clockwork does. Like, it just kind of fits into the mold of, which used to be SA Dota, fight, 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 brawl, 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 now allows you to strategize and go a bit more on the tactical route when you have Clockwork.
Yep, definitely. And it is a hero that pairs incredibly well with heroes like the Death Prophet. We're starting to see more Treant, and it wasn't too long ago where Treant was a popular hero, actually earlier on this year. And Death Prophet was also a popular hero at that time frame. And this is one of the heroes that we often saw go against the Treant. This will probably be your lane matchup against the Treant as well here, as you do have that Siphon against the Treant to allow you to kind of out-sustain the sustain that Treant has. You have that Leech Seed, you have that Living Armor. Spirit Siphon doesn't care about Living Armor, and it kind of combats the Leech Seed a little bit, and that Clockwork being that kind of beefy frontliner that can just sit in the front and allow DP to continuously push forward if she wants to, will definitely help it out. And that's definitely a strong laning stage here. If you're Infinity, do you pick your support here, or do you choose to pick your carry? Those are kind of like the choices. I suppose you could pick your mid if you really want to. You got 2 picks here, and they're going to go with the Pango right away. Just in case this DP does go in the mid lane, you do have that Swashbuckle that can kind of disengage you from the earlier Siphons. And of course, the way Siphon works is it is a flat damage number, but it can be reduced a bit by the shield crash.
Yeah, they already got themselves a couple ideas that they can basically approach here. Looking at this Pangolier in particular, that is a top 5 pick for Vitaly if he wants to take it into the off lane. He's got almost 60 games competitively on this one. I do not see that many Pango mids though, so I believe I can fit it. Right. Of course, you don't want to pick your mid right away. They have to flex DP, so you can decide, hey, maybe I'll take the Pango into mid if it looks good, but for the time being, leaving things open. Only offlaners being picked so far.
Yeah, and Pango offlane is another South American special, I want to say. Sometimes we do see Beast Coasts run this more times than not, where many other teams don't really want to run it because the risk of putting it in the offlane is sometimes greater than the reward. But SA Dota, baby. They love their risk. They love their high. They want to outplay you, and they want to play the heroes that they enjoy playing. So I could see this being a possibility for them. But with that being said, if it does go Pango off lane, and you are aware of that, if you're Universitario, then you can potentially exploit that pretty hard in the laning stage.
Technically, you could, yeah. Getting yourself a matchup where the offlane doesn't get to do that much, falls behind, itemization becomes a lot trickier. Like, how do you bounce back into the game? What items are you going to be bringing onto the board? And of course, how much support do you provide for the other lanes to carrying their safe lane? And talking about that, it's starting to look like a potential Muerta carry, at least in my eyes. Like, could go mid, but at least I know a couple players back in the Finnish scene. This is not SA, obviously, Finland's in Europe. But a couple players I've seen that they just prioritize Muerta as a carry and have had some good results with it, too. And it sits in pretty interestingly as well with itemization because, like, we talk about Revenant's Brute, right? It converts some of your damage into magical, and Muerta's ulti kind of feels like if you build Revenant's Brute, you're nerfing some of that damage away from you, but it's also a different kind of way to look at what's your main source of damage going to be like, and you can look for it as well, but that's already reaching out. However, I do like the idea if they do put Muerta as a carry. Too long didn't read.
Yeah, I mean, sure. I didn't read either. What'd you say? No, just kidding. Muerta is definitely a hero right now that is good in the right game. And against Pango, it's not really a great hero because you do magic damage through your ultimate, and he's got that 80% magic resist when he's inside that Rolling Thunder there. And of course, you have the Skywrath who can target and do magic damage through the ulting as well. I think, is it the Calling? Is that the name of it? Whatever Morta's ult is called right now. This is a hero I don't have a ton of experience on. But either way, when he pops his ultimate right now, that you have ways to deal with him. You can disarm him. There's lots of different things you can do. Oh, Pierce the Veil is the name of the ultimate, by the way.
Pierce the Veil, yeah.
And now you have a Brewmaster. On top of it, more magic resistance within the big Brewling there. You have a lot of different ways to deal with it. Normally when I see Morta, it's against like some Morphling or some of these high armor heroes, some Terrorblade, right? That you can just burst through their armor quickly because you are a magic damage carry. Not particularly the case here, so I think this must be a comfort pick more than anything. Or potentially just wanting to make this Tusk work, because if you can manage to get some more Gunslinger procs off on the Tusk passive, probably not going to happen in the early game, but either way, the right clicks with that, with the Calling, which is actually the W, the Silent and Slow, it's a strong lane. So it looks like they're going for more of a strong lane approach as opposed to countering what they see.
We'll see what
Because you could have definitely picked a Bloodseeker or something there, right? If you wanted to counter the Pango.
Yeah.
But then the Morph, this is a hero that I said the Morph is actually kind of good against. They pick it regardless. Just thinking,
no fear.
This is what they need.
Going fearless into this one. Infinity, I guess the experience is also one of the reasons why they wanted to pick this one up, and it is a Lumiere classic. Out of the Pudgeons and the Snipers that I saw last year, he's also quite formidable with this Morphling. A couple of mishaps here and there, you know, the random, oh, how did Morphling die, and just randomly get sniped somewhere. But I don't think this is a patch where that happens too often, at least, you know, digging a random kobold and getting smacked in the face, you know, that can also happen to some players. But I mean,
that's so mainstream by now that you can't
exactly.
allow that to happen to you. Every time you dig, I don't want that to be me.
Yeah.
I don't want to be on the main stage, die to a kobold, get the Crystallis reaction. That's the more famous one, right? But yeah, I mean, Morphling, he is a split damage carry, so he can do damage to Morta, even though she does go into Pierce the Veil. However, it does give Morta a purpose now against the Morph. He does a lot of damage to Morphling. Is a bit of a squishier hero. And then we're going to see the Keeper of the Light come out as the last pick here. And that is a Vessel Carrier. It definitely looks like it will be a core here, as James, the mid laner for the team, will pick it up. So we're going to get ourselves a last pick mid Coddle.
All right. kind of getting a bit of flair there as well from the likes of like Gunners and Sumails from the earlier on this year. Like Gunner obviously had played it much more frequently, but this Qhali mid, no matter what the patch is, it feels like it's still showing up. Maybe the itemization has changed just a tiny bit from what it was. It used to be like the Orchid rushes from the offlane position. Mid would more worry about like let's if I have a combination directly with someone, I'll make it work. And to go back quickly to that shovel thing, thankfully, this TI only has friendly kobolds, so Morphling should be fine. But still, I like the idea that Universitario is going for this one. It's very fighty, it's kind of cooldown dependent, but also at the same time, it's quite not, because Clockwork Tusk, they can still brawl quite often, go in and out. Maybe that style of Dota also helps Dad with that Muerta.
Yeah, it definitely will. They have like those bodies where Mortis definitely fits that back line. Most ranged carries are in that way, where they don't want to go in first. Morph is a different example because he can just go in with a BKB, pop his spells, and then just fight you. But Morta, he's more of like that drow sniper approach where he's wants to come in a bit later. And for that to happen, you kind of need heroes to start the fight. You got a Tusk, you got a Clockwork. These are your supports either, and that's one of the best things you can do. It's like, hey, just go on. Who cares if you die? Create the opening, absorb the spells. Give me that moment in which I can find this Morphling, potentially stun him, burst him with Pierce the Veil, and it's definitely a possibility as he will go into a generally normal build here that we'll see Mortis do. Just Treads, Mask of Madness, Maelstrom, maybe some Silver Edge or Daedalus, just get that damage pumping out. Of course, a BKB at one point might be a necessity here.
And of course, if you're surprised, if you're questioning yourself, who is this Faker guy? No, he has not changed video games. That is KXY. So KXY, I think he believes he wants to be known more as Faker these days. I was looking at some of his other profiles. I see Faker all over the place. So, yep, the Faker of Dota. Definitely wants to be that guy. That's going to be the mid Pangolier.
Or the real Faker.
The real could be.
Well, depends how you look at it. The
as
real Faker.
Well, the real Faker
being
probably
the
won't
fake
do as good. Fake Faker. Austin, pretty close to the rest of Infinity here, but we will not get a brawl to start things off with. Already pinging out ward positions. However, it's on the other side for Infinity and Universitario. Well, Austin, he's going to get jumped on here as he walks into Lumiere, and Gardex also going to be backing him up. This Mar pops the tag team, but this Tusk can't stand his ground. He's going to have to go on the move. And we will not see a first blood happen, but we do get a D ward out of Gardex ward. Oh yeah, actually Michael's the one to kill, and it is Gardex with the D ward getting that money. So Universitario losing a bit of that extra vision. However, they have another observer straight in the middle of that mid lane. Don't probably expect it to be there, but they still have the vision for it, going in the mid lane.
This Train Protector, Leech Seed, only costing 80 mana now. It was actually buffed in 7.34B. Probably why we're seeing a lot more Treant, but 25 heal damage per second for a 5-second duration. That's actually a crazy 125 damage heal and nuke ability. No wonder this hero's off the charts in win rate.
Like, oh, the bottom lane, they dropped the calling there. We'll silence Michael and Vitaly for a second. Austin, he does drop low, however. Gonna have to regenerate quickly back into that lane so Dad doesn't end up in trouble. You can keep a stable lane. You can poke a lot with this Muerta. And you scale pretty hard as well once you get if you get good positioning with Pierce the Veil.
Yep. If you just get good, you'll scale.
Surely.
Agree with that one.
Easy way to look at Dota that way when you think about it.
Yeah, one of my favorite things, of course, just to get good. And both these teams are quite good, so that should not be an issue here. And I do like the tag from Universitario here, just the U. That looks nice in the brackets there. Big fan of that one. As this mid lane is a matchup
reminds me of your college times.
Yeah, just a little bit the university student times here, as that is what their name does mean here. And Faker 10-1 against a 6-0.
Oh, that's a first blood as well. Vitaly gonna drop, which Dad's gonna be picking up. Michael fighting in the cogs at the same time. But the battery assault will annoy that Skyrath's right-click animation just enough. Dad sneaks the kill. Austin, he'll just deny himself to the tower. It's going to be a split kill as well, so that's not going to feel too good for the ex-Hikori lineup of Infinity.
Yeah, with that reliable gold there, the Clockwork only loses 10 gold for just a free refill, and he's picking up a Robe of the Magi and Boots of Speeders. Lumiere will get locked here.
He's got no waveform right now. He does have the 10 stick charges, and Gardic's going to have to come to the rescue. Surprise, more. Yeah, he's just holding on to them for as long as possible so he can go for the full attribute shift. And that was a good attempt there from Dismar and Lissex.
But unfortunately, when it comes to Morphling,
it's not
temps don't matter. Only killing the hero does is he will get salved up. Oh, almost canceled that one, and back to full HP here. He doesn't even want to use those 10 stick charges. 3 minutes coming out. Now we're going to get the Lotus pools. Who's going to collect these ones? Looks like Dad and Gardic will be getting the Lotuses.
Very likely Gardic for Lumiere as well. Morphling probably one of the best heroes to get that Lotus up early on. Get that quick burst of heal.
Yeah, he can always use it on him if needed, so
yeah,
we'll see how they choose to use that.
Dad dropping a pretty early calling here. Won't catch the Skywrath, but they will kill him nevertheless. Inside the cogs, that's going to be the 3rd kill going for Universitario.
Yeah, we talked about how strong this Clockwork Morta lane is. Use that calling, use a battery assault, get him caught in a power cogs and a battery assault with the calling down. That Skywrath has no chance whatsoever here.
Yeah. And the best part about it, they only got like 1 connection of the calling until he was already outside of range for him, and still getting the kill fairly easily. Skywrath, you got 0 armor. This is a straight up blast cannon.
Mid.
Rotating into mid, going for James, trying to go for the burst, and it looks like
actually
it's gonna happen. Nicely done there.
That actually worked. He refilled the bottle and then smoked the Pango. I was like, what is this? He
top lane,
smoking
Dismar. He's going to go down. Gardic's also very low, and mid Lissex will get that right click required to finish off the kill. There's also the AI intervening, the Centaur keeping Lumiere at bay. That's a lot of kills right there.
It is indeed, and I really want to just touch on how cool that play was from Michael here. He's actually been one of those players in POS 4 I've been seeing a lot that has been impressing me from the region with how cool little plays are like that. Like, he just smoked his mid laner, and I was like, what is the purpose of this? I don't get this. And the mid laner just stays in mid, so I thought he was going to go bot, then he just wraps around, and Pango pops out of the smoke, and they just jump him immediately. So that was a really cool play that you don't see every day.
Of course, these early rotations, now Skywrath has +1 armor, 6% physical damage resistance. Hooray! That might help out versus the Muerta and the Clockwork.
If he gets caught in cogs, no. Unfortunately, not.
Exactly. Take away all that security.
In fact, even if he was like physically immune, he probably would still die to this lane.
True.
How much magic damage they have to pop out here.
Resistances ain't high enough this early on in the game. But yeah, looking at the CS board, only the Brewmaster is not having a great time. Vitaly, of course, this is a pretty somewhat difficult hero to CS with, I'd say. You've got high right-click damage, but despite that, like this threatening lane, it's been the Skywrath tanking most of these attempts and also getting a couple kills for Universitario, thanks to those. But still, Brew hasn't been able to capitalize with the CS and the farm, and he's only up to 13. Which is not too good.
And Faker is just chasing Coddle in the jungle here. I wonder what the plan is at the moment. I guess they do find the Clockwork here. One more
hit.
Don't even need it, but we'll send it off anyway just to make sure that there's no region shenanigans there.
Just a quick reminder. You'll take
That's
this
a big
bolt
kill.
with you to the grave. That is a big kill indeed. Like helping out with a bit of an assist going for this Pango, but most importantly, Sky, who's a hero that's basically built off of ganks and kills, and you get most of your experience through that. Because Brewmaster just wants to soak up the lane. If he's close enough to the fight, he'll join in, but he just wants to stick around. Kind of like the Dooms, right? They just want to farm for as long as possible. And there comes a Fear. Nicely connected there with the dead shot. And Vitaly, still very, very tanky.
Oh, Faker TP bot here. He doesn't want to do this for nothing here, but I think that just might be the case here. As he will come down, no Rolling Thunder is used. Good patience there from Universitario here. And 6-minute rune coming out.
They did place that ward down as that fight broke loose, so I think that also scouted out his move towards that lane, which always hurts a bit.
And we got 3 points in the calling from Dad here, which is a little unusual. as
They
it
wanna
will
fight.
slow down your farming.
I honestly think it's a good farming tool, the calling. I think this is like what I've seen from the carry Muertas. You do want to get at least 3 points, maybe even the full 4 points, and you can farm Ancients with it very, very easily. So above going Gunslinger, when your right-click damage ain't that high, you go for Deadshot on the calling, and that's about it. So I approve.
All right, we'll see if he can keep up with the farm with the Morphling here. As for now, though, they are kind of neck and neck, but with the kills, Dad is slightly ahead here.
But only 8 kills. We started off with a very, very electric beginning for the game. A lot of brawling in all of these lanes, technically. And now a bit of a breather coming in between. As you can see, the department there of gold being gained and the last hits gold accumulated. Somewhat even.
And these carries are both off to a very, very good
Austin
start
maybe
here.
even in the bottom lane. Oh, he's juking around in the trees, preventing the pull from Qhali. That's kind of a sign for the Brewmaster as well. Like, man, this lane's not going my way at all. He's fallen behind in CS, not having a great time, and then Austin just making it harder for him with these constant interruptions.
But it should be fine. And when he gets level 6, they'll have the opportunity to pressure him no matter what here. Maybe with more points into that calling as well, increases the silence duration against the Brewmaster. Maybe that's the other logic. Just lock him down, perma-silence him.
In that way. But shouldn't he already be level 6?
The Brew?
Yeah.
I mean, shoulda, coulda, woulda. He's not this game.
He is not this game for sure. Arcane Rune spawns. That's a good one. Faker going to be picking it up. Dismar going to get hit and doesn't actually even get hit by that swashbuckle. So they're going to have to rely with the rest of the spells to finish him off. Another connection with that Orb of Corrosion. And there's your snowball being used. Connection on the Gardic. Faker will get the swashbuckle to finish him off. So that's going to be the Tusk going down.
And right now, I mean, we're talking about how Brewmaster's struggling a little bit. If you look at the Death Prophet, sure, maybe level 6 before the Brewmaster, but not by much. Net worth is worse, though. So DP struggling even more than Brew is in this particular game. And mid lane, Coddle mid, you do have your bots. You're supposed to be the most farmed hero on the map right now. But even Pango is beating you in net worth there. So it's a slight advantage here for Hikori. As in Universitario, your supports are also getting picked off a little bit. And the Skywrath is actually by far the most farmed support in the game right now. So maybe not a huge win from Infinity here, but it's pretty close.
Yeah, that was also like what it was. Oh, bottom lane, actually. Morita being targeted here. Dad's going to be dropping low. Down to
Level
500.
6
Drops the
Brew.
calling, but it's just not going to be enough. That Brewmaster, that's a snowball save. And maybe just in time, 3 more seconds until those Brewlings are going to be turning into the real deal.
Feels enough.
Qhali has to fight himself against the rest of the world, but Faker's coming into the rescue. They've got the Muerta detected. Faker can't get the connection. He will finally, with that swashbuckle, taken down. And here comes Lissix,
Brew's
just
not
a
dead
tiny
yet.
bit too late with that exorcism to help out his carry, but at least they can get the Brewmaster. That's something. Trade-off happening there with a 2-for-1.
That's your exorcism. That's bringing all 5 heroes to the mix there. Meanwhile, Morphling is just going to pound away at your tier 1 in the top lane. Of course, you can defend it with James here, with the Keeper of the Light. But
And a DD.
not
for
how you
Infinite.
necessarily want to use your first exorcism here, as it may not translate into much here. So you do have that level 2 living armor available for Gardic here to defend this tower.
Yeah, that exorcism now runs out, so he can't poke more on that bottom tower. And the Treant also keeping that extra armor, that extra HP region up on it. While a DD already instantly popped by the Pango, he wants to use this time that he still has to poke this mid tower, and does a decent job at it too. James can be throwing in that Illuminate. Should be clearing out the creeps. Well, at least almost all of them.
I think the big power spike for Infinity right now is going to be the fact that Pango has just picked up a Diffusal Blade. So that is a huge tool. Now having that extra damage on the Swashbuckle, having that chase potential for the Pangolier here. It's a fast Diffusal Blade, and it's a scary one as well.
It definitely is. Like, the reason why it's also so good on the Pango, because it's not just the stats, but it's guaranteed damage, because you can no longer dodge Rolling Thunder. You pop it on the roll, and you know you're going to get a connection. So it's technically just free damage. And then you also get the benefit
Dismar
of
might be
Swashbuckle,
the
and
victim
you
of
can
it.
see it right there. Tusk taking a big beating there. He's going to pop that snowball. He's not even going to try and dodge this one. Lumiere is going to come for the kill. And he is top in net worth right now. And I was expecting Lumiere to be pulling off a performance just like this, that he should be top 1 or top 2 almost every time. And he's doing that exactly right now.
And this is where you're going to see Infinity, sorry. You see the Qhali logo on the top. Infinity, not Infamous. All right, I'll get it straight. But they're going to get off to a good start here pretty easily, as they're going to defend their tier 1 top. They're going to take the tier 1 bottom. You don't have any huge timings right now if you are on Universitario here, because you do have this Death Prophet. This is not a playmaking hero. You don't have like this Brewmaster ult on the other side with Vessel up, by the way. You've hit all your timings right now. All the timings have been hit for Infinity, and now they are going to try and use them. Or they have the capability to defend just about anything, and you're even popping your Exo right here, but here comes the smoke. Infinity are not going to let this go.
That's also a Treant +6 armor for this tower. It's going to be very difficult to poke and prod. They're wasting time off of this Exorcism, and Infinity, they're just waiting for their time to strike, and they're going straight for the backline. They've got that Tusk. Austin's going to be fighting against Faker. Faker going to get pushed about with the cogs. Michael very low on HP. Desmar's already gone down, and Games wants this kill. He's going to get at least something out of this, but they've lost 2. And Pango going to be a bit late for the party there. Faker won't be able to get much done with that Rolling Thunder. But 2 kills, tower defended, Exorcism spent. Lumiere's got some confidence now here.
That could have been way worse for Universitario there, but luckily that Clockwork with the hook shot to stop the first initial Rolling Thunder, make him back out and go on the DP, who was already probably dead. Probably saved the lives of about 2 heroes, I'd say, in the backlines for Universitario here.
And Infinity, they will take that tower, and they will look for a kill as well. Austin already vesseled up with that Cinder Brew, slowing him down. It looks like there's going to be a gap that's going to be very difficult to close in. Lissex should be safe under the tower. Not going to go for this one. Lumiere, however, spies a little Ancient stack. Oh, for me? I'll take it.
Yeah, and if you look at the difference in lineups here and why I'm a bit worried here for Universitario, is that this DP is playing versus a Vessel now, and you're seeing
he's going very aggressive into the lane as well. They're going to get the jump onto this DP, and Lissex is gone. Vitaly does get the ulti off just in time, and now Austin surrounded by hostiles when he thought he had an easy target on the Brew. There's much too many for him to bargain here, and they will lose Dismar and Dan and James. The last 2 versus 5, trying to hold their ground under the tower. Cyclone throws the Muerte into the air.
Dad here.
Still set up for him here. Muerta surrounded. Let's get that instant dispel there with that Pierce the Veil, and will not get hit by that Overgrowth. Gets a kill, but he's still going to go down. Perfect dispel timing there, popping the Pierce the Veil at the same time as the Overgrowth connected, but still doesn't make a difference.
It was a good attempt there, and yeah, the basic dispel maybe was one of the reasons why they thought about picking this versus a Treant. Have that early dispel here, but as we saw, the Pierce the Veil isn't making you immune to damage this game. You're still going to get hit by the Rolling Thunder. You're going to get chain stunned. The Mystic Flare can be on top of it. Brewmaster has tons of AoE. Morph has AoE. It's not a game where Morta can just press R and then you are invulnerable, right? It's going to be very difficult, and that's not even the biggest issue that you do have right now.
Invis Rune in the bottom lane. Maybe if he finds James, this is a kill he can take. He's got a kill that he can take. The Illumina is going to be charged up. Faker, he's going to walk right next to him. And this is a huge one. TP coming in from Lumiere. James knows he's in trouble right now, but Austin comes in between. It still won't matter. They've lost James right away with a big burst from Lumiere, and there goes Austin as well. Faker on the hunt with that Invis Rune, and it pays off.
This is a very aggressive build. As he has Boots of Travel, he'll TP top lane now. They have the Vessel available, so even if you do this, okay, you can just TP out. But that's about all you can do as a Death Prophet right now. It's just try to silence and TP right now. The opportunities where you can just pop your ultimate, run in with Spirit Siphon, be unkillable, that's where DP normally shines, but that is not an option in this game. Maybe when he gets his Greaves here with the Dispel on the Vessel, he might be able to do it. But even then, this Morph is getting closer and closer to that Scotty, and that is something that he will not be able to get rid of.
Also, a bit of a downside for Dad right now is he would like to get quick pickoffs with the help of this clockwork, but constantly they have to play on the defensive. It's Infinity that's making all the moves, and here you see as well, Faker going to get jumped on. Silence might just be enough. Yes, it is. And you can happily trade a clockwork away for this, but he will live. Dismar gets the jump on Michael. And you've got two supports around here. Lumiere showing up, though. That's the scary one. Vitaly coming in as well. Dad, he can't get these kills. He wants to tree it so bad. Well, Lissex coming in from the side. Exorcism burnt as well. Lumiere, he's also retreating to the low ground. And it will be a 2-for-1 trade. Universitario getting themselves some good kills with that Pango blown up right away. He thought he could survive, but the silence, too much.
Maybe with the mid tower as well. Yeah, with this max calling, if you do manage to get a cogs off on some, it'll silence you, and by the time the next Revenant comes, it'll silence you again. So you're looking at perma-stun here. And I think that's
Pretty
why
much,
you're seeing
this is a good position for Universitario, but Infinity TPing in. Faker just respawned, and the tower denied by Michael. So a bit of extra gold taken away, and they've also backed out. They recognize the Exorcism has now run its course. But they can't get a fight to break loose either. I think they would have probably lost that fight. They got a good position for themselves going on in that mid lane. However, the tower, no gold.
Yeah, that's a little punishment on the Pango for going that Boots of Travel in that last fight, as we did see there. Just getting perma-silenced. I think when he does get to that Manta timing, which he's going for, it'll be a lot harder to kill these heroes. And if you look at your tools for Universitario on how you can get kills, it's going to be off the calling, it's going to be off the clockwork. Maybe a Tusk will make that same initiation, but once you no longer have that perma-silence play of locking him down with the Revenant Silence, your options are kind of low because you got a DP offlane and a Coddle mid, right? These heroes will provide no lockdown, and we've seen this story before. If you have a lineup that has low lockdown,
they see Roche.
It gets harder. And I think Manta is an item that's going to make this game very, very difficult.
They see them going into the Roche pit. That ward on the edge of that twin gate has shown their location.
They have
Rocket will confirm.
And they see it, but what can you do, right?
Trying to activate the portal. It is Austin.
Okay, Austin went in. He wants to steal it. But he's been spotted out.
Yeah. He's the one who dropped the ward down and left the portal ages ago. Now he's just going to get hunted. Now he's going to get killed.
I mean, that was definitely one of those situations like, all right, guys, just farm. Maybe I'll try to steal it. Maybe I'll get lucky.
Yeah, and it's going to be another kill. That's Desmar dying in the mid lane. Faker, he's got it.
Support's having a rough one here. And
Surely.
we talked about how impactful this mantle will be from Faker. Giving away these kills is going to push him closer and closer to that timing here. As it is 19 minutes in the game, 7k advantage here for Infinity.
And that top tower, that's going to be history in a matter of moments as they can continue going with this push. Just reset and go again once the creep wave arrives. James is going straight back to the base. Dad trying to farm these Ancients at the same time. He's got decent farm speed, but can't keep up with the Morphling anymore. Maybe that
it's not really... It's not a game where he's going to be the 1v5 type of carry, right? He doesn't have the support staff to help him. When you pick heroes like Coddle, you pick heroes like Death Prophet, they all need to kind of pull their weight. And maybe they can at some point in this game, but there's definitely been a large window that has been missed for them to do that, as we do see a hook shot.
Oh, but Qhali trying to get the form off, and the Primal Split.
He got it.
He just got a 30 HP. Oh, Austin.
Give this Clockwork a break, man. Come on.
35 HP. That's all he needed. One right click, one more battery assault. But no. But no. Sweet dreams are made of these.
I mean, if you're Brewmaster, that was more like a nightmare if you're the Clockwork.
It certainly was. Oh, and the last time one support died, another was found. Desmar, Michael gets the jump on him. Waiting. No Mystic Flare. Already burnt a half a minute earlier. Faker has to use the Rolling Thunder. Austin's back in action. He's ready to go again. And he will get a level. So level 9, thanks with that kill off of Michael.
Oh, good punish there. A little bit of an overextension there. Pango had to use his roll. He's like, hey guys, if I get hooked here, if I get silenced, I'm dead, because he had no Manta. If he had Manta, he'd pop and get out. Still 200 gold away from Manta, so it's coming soon.
Going. There's got the hook shot. They've got the Morphling.
No
Morphling
Manta.
doesn't have Manta available right now, and they will drop him and that Aegis. Gardic got the Overgrowth connected onto 2. Lissex is coming in as well with that Exorcism. Now they're going to have to help out Lumiere. He's backing into the high ground. Deadshot doesn't quite connect there, and Gardic will give his life away. Universitario finding a good tempo there. Punishing Michael earlier on, and now finding Gardic as well. Austin, he might have died before, but it was just, you know.
Pango has Manta. He's behind them here. What's he trying to do here on Faker? This could be risky. Could be genius. Maybe with this Manta, he feels like he is unkillable. As he does find the Pango. Or the Tusk with his Pango. And what a shards, actually. As almost saved him. That was a good attempt there from Dismar, but unfortunately not enough. But we'll have to see here as Faker is going to push into the bot lane here with his Manta style. Michael and Lemire will be going behind him and trying to support him in any way they can, as Austin just lurking behind here, seeing what he can do. He brought his courier all the way around there. Quite interesting. But I guess I feel like if you're Universitario, continue to do these plays. You have like lots of options to just like make crazy things happen. And the fact that they just found this Morphling with Manta on cooldown, being able to get that hook shot into Vessel, into Silence, into Chain Silence, getting that Aegis right away, forcing out the Overgrowth, really just helped them out a lot here. And it looks like they might potentially have a Tormentor on the menu here for Infinity here, as they will go ahead and claim it. And we'll see who goes ahead and grabs it. It will go straight to Michael here. Not necessarily the item shard that you were looking for, but it's the one you're gonna get here. The other option was a Trine Protector, which would have been much better with that Nature's Guise, allowing you to go invisible. Part of the reason why this hero is so cool is Nature's Grasp with that shard will allow you to have more reach in the team fights.
Surely not the biggest shard. However, Universitario, do they get a better one for themselves? Tusk shard. Okay. Extra slow. Bit of DPS on that ice shard.
Bit bigger too, so it's pretty good.
Anything you can get at this point. Oh, Austin. Oh, he can't even hook shot away. He's like, help me. Help me.
He hooked like the spirit of Qhali. I see a hero. Oh, no, that's just not even an illusion. What do you even call it? I guess a spirit, right? Just spirit form. Not many spirit types in the game. But 2 of them are on Universitario when you have like the Revenants from the Calling or Spirit, and then you got the Qhali form. Units that you just can't interact with.
You got the side of death, you got the side of light.
Yeah.
You have a machine that has no life or no soul whatsoever. That's just the machine. They've got all 3 different forms.
You're telling me
8K lead.
Qhali has no life?
Still going to the way of Infinity. And they're stalling for the time being. Just chilling for a bit. They have this game pretty well in their pockets. No need to go for any risky moves here. Just wait for and abide their timing. Very likely the BKB for the Morphling. It's going to be a pretty huge pickup. And also, Faker 600 gold short from picking up the Blink Dagger for this Pangolier. So I believe those 2 items ready. 26 minutes. We're good to go.
Yeah, we definitely have some interesting item pickups for sure. One of the more interesting ones that I do see is Brewmaster queuing up for a Radiance. Not really close to it, so maybe he will not just opt for it. But we've got our basic kit on the Pango. Morphling with that BKB now, even if he does have Manta on cooldown, can't be surprised there. We'll have another Get Me Out here. As I think he needs quite a few of them. You got Silences galore on the side of Universitario, and of course you do have the Qhali, who is constantly going to put solar binds on you, constantly going to put spirit vessels on you, so having ways to remove it or at least not be affected it with that debuff immunity, absolutely crucial here. And the gold lead not really going too much higher on the side of Infinity here, but it's definitely still a steady and slow increase as a team fight potentially could happen, as Infinity, I believe they do want to make something happen with this Morphling BKB.
I'm just curious how far can this Morta carry go, because I feel like some games it could be somewhat of an ultimate late game carry, but there's just so many better carries compared to the Muerta. But it's definitely a fun one to play because it's not like Sniper. Obviously, it's... I mean, okay, Sniper does have the grenade, right? Which gave him like that extra tool to play around with. But Muerta's got like a somewhat of a similar, but still a very different type of kit. You benefit from fears, you benefit from silences, making you more capable on taking down supports and not needing to buy like a silence item, like some of the Nagas and stuff they'd go for, like Orchid, Bloodthorn. Muerta doesn't need that. You've got the calling for that. And that smoke, let's see how's it connecting. Desmar, James TP's out right away. So the smokes have popped. They've lost their extra movement speed, and they're out. So this was exactly the 26-minute time they were looking for with those blinks and BKBs, but they won't get it.
And unfortunately, this is a almost max duration Roshan respawn. It was like 250 or something for the Rosh to respawn. So they're going to sit around the Rosh pit knowing that it can be up right now. But what they don't know is this Rosh is not going to be up anytime soon here. And in fact, when it does get up, it's going to be close to going to the Radiant side here.
And you know, who's stalking for it? Look at the very top left corner. It's Mr. Austin. You know, he's found himself a nice little corner to hide in, and he'll just abide his time.
He's waiting. Maybe he'll throw a rocket and flare in here.
He's going to wait there for 2 minutes. He's not leaving.
But he doesn't know if it's up or not, but he can know whether or not if they're doing it or not, just based on how they're moving on the map.
I'm just going to watch Austin for the next 2 minutes and wait for that blind hook shot, and it doesn't hit anything. Or maybe it hits Gardic.
That would be very strange. I mean, he has no wards on him, so he's literally just waiting.
He's just waiting, yep. No need to go anywhere else. You know the team's playing the map. He's got the Rosh duty. You know, like sometimes when you have people set up for like patrols and stuff, you take first shift on the night watch and stuff. Well, Austin, he's on the Rosh patrol.
Not really a position you want to be in Dota, just like Lizex right now. Not a position you want to be in, as you have pretty much no way to get out of this one. See you later.
Yeah. Good night, DP. Still 1 more minute for Roshan. And Austin's gone. He's no longer staying there. He just DP'd out.
I mean, you said Austin's on the duty, but look at Gardic. He's also on Roshan duty.
Yeah, well, Gardic has nothing better to do. You know, like they're already leading.
Both just have nothing better to do.
Guess you could put it that way. Austin finally throws in the rock.
It's the pause 5 job, right?
That pause 5 job, yeah. It's not the Lich waiting on high ground to put Frost Shield. Just sitting around inside the base. At least these supports get to move around the map a bit more.
And Infinity are just like, where the hell is this Roshan at, man? It's been 2 minutes already. How unlucky can we be? And they might be calling it quits here in a second, being like,
they're gonna.
Whatever.
I mean, this is actually smart because 1 minute is going to be daytime Rosh, and they're going to be heading towards the bottom lane. Muerta, they've got the detection
dust.
Faker with the dust, and he's down to half HP. Dad trying to go for the TP out, but no, sir. Your exit has been denied, and Gardic's found another. It's Austin. Now he gets the hook shot out into the next camp, but still Gardic. Oh, you got the big tree chasing the machine. Still trying to make a run for it. Gets whipped up as well with that concussive shot, already slowing him down. And that's 2 kills, and this time, Rosh,
now they know.
He is up.
Now they know for sure, in 20 seconds here, that Rosh will be on the Radiant side here, so they're just going to make base here, camp it up, get 2 kills on top of it. And one item that I was going to mention that Muerta doesn't like buying, like almost ever, and it feels like if you ever do buy this item, you don't have enough damage, as Dismar will go ahead and get himself out there. It's the BKB. This is just an item it feels like Muerta kind of needs in most games, especially this game. But it feels like you can never buy this item and feel like you have enough damage to kill the enemy. So one of the flaws and why we don't see Muerta a ton, great in the early game, does a lot of damage, but sometimes has an issue getting to hit heroes, especially with this much AoE to be able to put on the ground.
Rosh is now back to the bottom half of the map, so whenever Infinity want to take it, they can do it, but they're going to push out the wave at least.
Everyone knows it's there.
Going to be pushing a bit. Oh, actually, the Kobolds want a bit of extra action, so they decide to run for the camp instead of the
Can you give this away, though, if you're Universitario, or at least... I don't know, like... I get it. It's a fight that you're probably going to lose, but when is it going to be a fight that you're going to win, right? When will you find that fight that you can win?
Yeah, they're considering going to the portal. They already threw a rocket flare that way. Unfortunately, they are not.
Look where Tree's at right now.
I think he saw Lissex, or did he?
Yeah, well, I don't know, but he's in a great spot to catch him if he wants to. But team is too far away. Just keeping information on him. Does have Yules and Guardian Greaves, so definitely can't just overgrowth him. But
that's a great start for the fight. You could just force out his buyback and his exorcism. But Gardic will let him slide. I'm going to make it too obvious.
That's the question. And stalk the backlines.
James is coming, rolling thunder, and they spotted him, and there goes your DP. He's going to be uled up into the air. Faker can't quite get the connection, nothing to bounce off of. Now rolling thunder, that's going to be a miss.
Yeah, no shard on the Pango yet, so he can't really sit there and wait out the Yules and get that chain stun, as he is going for the Aghanim Scepter instead. And I think that Aghanim Scepter is something that's going to be very annoying to deal with if you... Pretty much every hero on Universitario, but especially Dad on his Morta. Having that extra spam of the swashbuckle coming out over and over again. Really only having that Pierce the Veil to save you just for a small amount of time.
Yeah. Look what Lumiere just found for himself. Of course they get a DD rune for the Morphling, so even more grim news. Lissex, they're still trying to hunt him, but Austin, he's got an idea. The dust will connect and Gardic. You have been spotted. Universitario finding themselves a pick off of the support treant. He's been stalking for so long.
Dad, is he trying to make a kill happen here, or what's going on here? This, is Silver is going to run out and Vision. He force staffed right away, but he's going to be able to TP. No stun available for the Pangolus. There's no Basher available. And Lumiere,
I like the idea, but I think that's still maybe a bit too risky, considering that Infinity has always been moving around with at least 3 heroes, except for the Treant Protector, who's always alone. I kind of like the idea of getting a quick snap pick off and then just getting away from there, but I don't think that's going to happen more than maybe once or twice, and
who
Dad's
can kill?
Playbook's open.
That's the real question. I don't even think that Pango's a kill there. If he's alone, you can kill Tree and Sky.
Yeah, Tree and Sky, pretty much, yeah.
You got the Ghost Scepter, but that's the cool thing about Morta. Morta doesn't care about Ghost Scepter. She welcomes Ghost Scepter. Very interesting choice, actually, from Sky. Not sure if the Ghost Scepter is supposed to save him from this game.
Maybe he just wants to live against the exorcism. I don't know.
If Pierce the Veil is down as well, of course, that will save you.
Yeah. That is still, I think it's still a pretty worth item.
Oh,
they're going to run into that as well.
He actually used the Silver
Brew, and the Radiance is there. Lumiere's coming. Oh, look at that! There's your DD nuke from Lumiere. 3 hits. And Muerta does not have a buyback, so this is a great opportunity for Infinity to take some buildings.
Yeah, he just ended up buying the Yasha recipe as well as the Blade of Alacrity, so there goes your buyback. Not sure if it would even help him in this situation.
Not much you can do.
Without it, definitely going to lose their barracks here.
Maybe even lose Lumiere. There goes her Aegis. But also Guardian. Oh, he's trying to get his ulti off, but no.
Okay, that's deep.
But at least they got the rack. So I guess you could say mission accomplished. We had some collateral damage.
Yeah, not a huge deal. Just a small mishap, as we'll call it. But at the end of the day here, all is good for Infinity. And we talked about that Brewmaster and what items he's progressing. I said that Radiance is far away. Well, that Radiance has been done, and he's 2,500 gold going into the Shiva's Guard next. So a very, very farmed Brewmaster here. In fact, everyone on the side of Infinity incredibly farmed here, as we do have a finished Aghanim's Scepter as well for Faker on his Pango, and Lumiere just completed the Satanic. So a whole new round of items on the table here for Infinity going into this next fight, but they no longer have the Aegis. But do they need it? That is going to be the question. With how fast that Morta dies in these fights, I'm not sure.
Lumiere definitely has been struggling a bit against that vessel. He's been using his Manta pretty offensively, you know, like just using those illusions to do some damage, and then no longer has nothing to dispel it with except for maybe trusting the BKB. Of course, you've got Satanic, which you do want to save more for fights, or at least if you've dropped low, you see a creep wave spawning, you'll clear that one out with the Satanic.
Triple dispel.
They did get that, but they did get that Aegis kind of free. without a real actual full commit. Just vessels, illuminates, rocket spam, a couple shards, and boom.
And I wouldn't be surprised if Lemire wants to go for like a disperser as well for a 4th dispel, but I can see the appeal of a swift blink as well. Normally you get this blink dagger when you're feeling really strong. Pairs really well with the Black King bar. Just get in there, use your abilities, snipe out this Morta right away. Pretty good choice.
Yeah, you call it the disperser, but at that point Morphling becomes the dispeller.
Yeah. I mean, pretty much it.
Oh, but here we go. There we go. The Walrus kick initiation into the hook shot, but the snowball. The Lotus snowball will save Vitaly. And this mark goes down, meanwhile at the same time. Lissex very low on H. Well, not him low being on HP, but Gardick's going to get blown up. And that Ignis will help them out a bit, but now he's going to get initiated on. Here's Dad coming in. Pierce the Veil already used up, but he is too afraid to just charge in. His team's trying to make space, trying to make some time. Lumiere, he's taking some hits here from Dad, but he's getting himself out of there. And Austin, he's gone too deep. And he will go to his grave. Dad, and get hit by Faker there. That's about it. They do get back to the safety of their high ground.
Lemire will full heal there. I mean, Lemire was very cautious in that fight. It was not a great fight for Universitario, but Lemire was kind of like pacing back and forth, and I mainly put most of my focus on like who's he going to go on, who's he going to snipe, but he's kind of just running circles there, not totally confident to go in without that Aegis, and with Mortar popping Pierce the Veil there. But luckily, this Pango, this Brewmaster, doing tons of damage in that fight. 4.5k damage from the Pango, 2.7 from the Brewmaster, and even the Sky with 2.5k damage here.
And we're going to need some crucial items here, because at least Desmar, he got a good opening for that start. However, Vitaly got a bit lucky there with that Lotus Orb, because he wanted to follow up with a snowball stun, and which he did. But as that kick ended, that just gave him the time to use Lotus Orb, and oh, Brewmaster's actually saved. Because that was even at the same time, it's a bit lucky, because that was also your initiation, but it was also his savior.
Yeah, and that's going to be like the one big tool that you have for Universitario here is getting that snowball into kick combination, catch a hero by surprise, and maybe kick him into the middle of your base, right?
Yeah, I needed Hex or something for that, and Coddle's already on the works for it, because you can't allow him to get that Lotus Orb off.
Already in the works. This time a lot more impressive last time you said it.
Hey, we got a sheep stick on the works.
Like Darkseer's on the way to Hex right now with 300 gold and no parts of it. This time he's at 3.4k, so he's actually getting fairly close to that item.
Oh, you know, fake hype.
Oh, I love it.
That was a good example of that. We'll see what happens here. Protecting the Roche Pit area. 5 seconds, and Gardick going aggressive here, but doesn't have an idea. However, Universitario, they do. And there goes your Treant Protector. He's out of play. Faker coming in. He's got a rolling boulder going onto the clockwork here. And does actually get a nice 2-man hook shot, but they just don't have any follow-up for it. They're also spread out. They're so scared. Dad's just going back and forth. Doesn't know who to focus on, and there we go. There's the initiation onto Lumiere, but Dad, he's been out of this fight for half the time. Just waiting for the BKB. Maybe it paid off. Yes, it does. Lumiere goes down, and maybe they can give any more out of this one. James will give his life away, and Lissex, he's low on HP at 500 right now, but this Muerta, oh, I was like, do they want to fight at all? But just waited for the BKB to be forced out, and he saw his opportunity, and now they make them pay for it. Faker, he jumps in, he does a lot of damage to this Muerta, and they turn it around. Find themselves the carries, the cores are down. Austin will be left for a moment, but he will not survive this fight. And a buyback coming off of the Coddle. James, it's a dieback. Sorry, it's a team wipe for Universitario. And a buyback.
Yeah. I mean, pretty much all you could ask for if you're Universitario in a fight like that and still losing it. At the beginning, if you're wondering, when I was talking about Murta's good versus Morphling, you're going to see here exactly why that is the case. You're going to see right here, this, I mean, Garda gets caught out a little bit, right? He's a little over-aggressive, doesn't get the root off. Great cogs as well on top of trapping Faker in there for some time there. A hook shot onto 2. Lemire pops his BKB. Look how patient we are being here from Dad here on the Muerta. And this is a damage output that you can buy. All right, BKB, it's running out. Dad realized it. Time to go. Lemire, he wants to fight, but he's dead in like 4 hits there for that Pierce the Veil. He doesn't care about your armor anymore. But unfortunately for him, there's more than just one farmed hero on the side of Infinity here. There's also Faker on his Pango. He comes in towards the end here as this replay does wind on here. You go on Vitaly, you try to kill him, but in the backline, Faker, he's going to kill 2 heroes. He's going to mop up Lissex on his Death Prophet. Then, of course, Dad will go follow suit as he no longer had any defensive capability now that Persevera was down. They're just too farmed at this point on Infinity. You have multiple threats to deal. Take care of one of them. How do you take care of all 3 of these threats?
Cut off one head and 2 will take its place, right?
Yeah, something like that.
For Infinity. Already so far ahead at this point of this game, but trying to find some answers at least. Like that patience. I was getting worried. Are you waiting past your luck? But it was exactly what they planned for. But yeah, Faker. 8-1 and 18 on this Pango. 8-1 and 8 on Lumiere's Morphling. 2 raid bosses.
Now we have an
1.
Aegis. And we have an Ag's Blessing on Lumiere here. Debating, does he want to take this nerfed Aghanims for himself? Or does he want to give it to someone else? As the choice has been made, and they give it to Treant Protector. Eyes in the Forest. To me, this says they want to play the long game, as Clockwork does get sniped out there by Faker and Michael on that Skywrath plus Pango combination.
Nothing to see here.
Not really, yeah.
Poor Austin.
Just Austin doing his thing.
But that's Clockwork gameplay at this stage of the game, right? Either you're in the fight initiating dying, or trying to push out a wave dying. Yeah, that's just how the hero works at this point.
Yep, my Universitario has done... Honestly, they're doing better than I expected, just based off of these 2 teams matching up. It's going 42 minutes in the game here, but down 31k gold against a Cheese and an Aegis.
Oh, but there might just kill down in the top lane. They've got Faker and Gardic surrounding him, and Vitaly coming in as well. And he has gone for 84 seconds. That's a go sign for Infinity. They're like, hey, we could maybe force Muerta's buyback. Oh, they don't know he can't afford it. 1,600 gold short. No way this Muerta's coming back in 70 seconds. Faster than that, at least.
Definitely not. And that's probably going to be substantial damage to your buildings here. We'll see how far Infinity does want to push this advantage here. They get the glyph, and that's going to be their only glyph, by the way, as they've already taken a tier 3.
There goes there
another 60 seconds gone. This is a 3v5 snare against Aegis Cheese. Good luck, my friends. You're going to need it.
It's like Lissex is like, well, the moment I pop Exorcism, it has to count. So we're going to have to force these mid-racks to fall and wait for the Muerta to come back up. A Clockwork, huge piece of your defense. The big controller. Not going to be there for another 40. Dismar, at least he can do something here. But Faker already protected from the Ignis. And going straight in for Dismar. The Tusk will pay for it with his life. This 6 should be fine.
10 seconds for Muerta, but they got 2 supports with no buyback now. Trading their lives to buy time for Dad to respawn, but that's mega creeps.
That is mega creeps indeed, and maybe even more. Morphling just charging in. James doesn't stand a chance. Only barely getting out with 200 HP. And there goes Lissex. He's been targeted by the Mystic Flare. That's another one down. 70 seconds. Does still have that Exorcism, but look at Gardic going for the back line, dropping a very nice overgrowth, and there's your Muerta surrounded and killed again. And that is looking like the game over. There is no turning this tide.
Definitely not here, but maybe they'll try with this DP ultimate here, but as soon as Lissex dies, if he dies, that'll be the end of it, but still not dead for now here. As he will kite him out. However, Exorcism... All right, kick him into the fountain. Maybe that's what you can do. And a beautiful cogs there, trapping all the Brewlings in there. But one will sneak away.
Their best.
Or will
trying their best here to hold here at least, but the tier 4
really
still taking damage from Lumiere. Throw him back into the fountain.
And they'll hold on.
They actually are holding. Yeah, they're going to have to back out with their resources completely spent. This fight was too long for Infinity.
I don't know if this game's winnable or not, but... they definitely bought some more time in this with this Tusk play, kicking the Brew back in twice. A cheeky little dust
valiant
there.
Defense. However,
very valiant indeed. But Muerta's
still coming back in. Lumiere, he's got Austin on his sights and tries to wait for him in, gets pushed away by the cogs. Lissex is also right there, but no exorcism this time. Ismar thrown into the air, does get the blink out to safety. Faker will be targeting, but the Yule's there from the DP, dodging that stun. Lumiere gonna get hit on the Morphling. Morphling gonna be in trouble, needs to get the BKB off, and there we go. The Satanic Heal comes out as well. Won't be able to snipe him when they wanted to get a quick opening on the Morphling. Lumiere, unkillable, and he's out. Another kill for Infinity.
More time bought here. Not exactly sure for what here, but Dad is going to continue to farm.
Borrowed time, Fear.
Yeah.
That's what they're living on.
They most certainly are. Yes, I don't see any huge item. I mean, Dad has a Hex queued up. Maybe that's it. Maybe you can Hex this more, burst them, force them to buy back, and kill them again, and then go down mid.
There's still a Hex in the works for Qhali. Still not finished.
He actually has less gold than he had before the last time you talked about it.
Yep.
With all these buybacks and deaths happening, really not really... Yeah, he's really not making any progress on that, is he?
And there's a shard going from Muerta, who actually gets spell lifesteal now with Pierce the Veil been active. So with the Mask of Madness and then the spell amp
gain or something? Or permanent spell amp if you kill a hero.
So 2% spell amp each time she kills somebody or somebody dies in the vicinity of the Muerta. So it's a bit late, but
that's the beginning of the comeback. That's what it is.
Do. Austin, there's the beautiful overgrowth again, and they're stuck this time. This fight's over much faster than the last one. Clockwork coming in with a buyback, another kick. Faker brought into the fountain, trying to escape, but no, his life is forfeit. But the Ancient's down to half HP. Lumiere still hammering away. Another swift blink to the side. They've got a Qhali there with those Brewlings causing issues for the Muerta. Dad doesn't get to do much right now. That Percival already burnt. 500 HP is all they need, but they found that. They found this far, and there's the GG call. So the borrowed time finally coming to the end as the Reaper, Infinity, take game one.
Pretty convincingly too here. It wasn't the cleanest game we've ever seen. A little bit of overextensions here by Infinity here and there. However, at the end of the day, they were the team that looked much stronger. I think the laning stage went pretty well for Dad on his Muerta. You got to give him that credit. Of course, Caudle isn't... I can't really judge someone who plays Caudle mid on their laning because you don't really lane with that hero. But either way, they kept the net worth like competitive. However, you kind of had this draft on the side of Universitario here where you got a DP offlane, you've got a Caudle mid. They couldn't fight them in the mid game, and you're going to see through a lot of these replays. Like, you don't have the tools. Clockwork was doing the best he could. Same with the Tusk with initiations, but if all three of your cores don't have a great laning stage, they're not going to provide you the team that you're looking for. But Gardic, on the other end, with his tree, gave him a lot of team fight. Of course, Qhali on this Brewmaster was quite good as well. But yeah, not much other than that this game. It was a very difficult game, I think, for Universitario. Just how the draft went and how the post-lane stage went. Just kind of outplayed a bit here.
Yeah, that's also some of the experience shown by the players from Infinity. These players have already been to TI before, so they know how to handle these high-pressure situations. So Universitario maybe cracking a little bit there. Austin, of course, like with this Clockwork, you do what you have to do, but they weren't ever with 5 towards the later part of the game. It was usually 4 heroes defending, at worst case, maybe even 3. But they were lacking their supports, which would be there for the team fight. And also, even if they did initiate, how do you follow up from there? That one big fight in the mid lane, which looked all right for them to start things off with Dismar, showing that Aghanim's going for the blink kick in. Qhali didn't get hexed up, didn't get silenced up, didn't get stunned up. Pops though the sword, the incoming snowball turns him into a snowball as he's low on HP. And oh, okay, well, what do we do now? We're going to lose a hero for this. We're going to lose 2 heroes for this. And an attempt with that Roche fight, I mean, close to the Roche pit there, which we just saw there in the bottom half of the map, started off great with some, I don't know how they extended that fight for that long, even with Clockwork just using hook shots on no BKB targets. Still, they're able to get a pick off of the Morphling, but yeah, that's where we noticed it's too late in the game. Morphling cannot, the Muerta cannot single-handedly carry this game anymore.
Yeah, most definitely not, and I think it's hard to say what to change for next game if you're a Universitario here, because part of their draft and maybe why it worked is because they were able to keep the early game competitive by picking heroes like Death Prophet Claw. Can't really lose your lane that hard with them, even though they managed to not do a great laning stage. Same with the Mortis, strong laner. Coddle, strong laner. Maybe if they make too many adjustments here and there, they get lane stomped, right? Because Infinity is a very strong team. So it's going to be a difficult going to game number 2 here. I think they're a team that doesn't have the advantage, but let's see what they can come up with.
Yeah, let's indeed see what they can come up with. But however, a MVP for this series, it will go to our good old Mr. Lumiere at the Morphling. Going out a fantastic performance, start to finish. No mistakes, no wrong moves, just clean gameplay from him on this Morphling.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he had one potential mistake where the Mortis did kill him one time. But all right, he had 0. But overall, yeah, his laning stage was phenomenal. His team fight decision making was great. His itemization great as well. He just had a pretty flawless game here, and really just chose which fights to enter. And of course, you look at the hero damage, 48k. Definitely not one of those carry games where he was completely AFK, then just came out of the woodwork at 30 minutes. Yep. He contributed whenever he could into the team fights and really helped his team progress on the map.
And that also means that they are going to be taking the lead in the series. Infinity, that is, Universitario Esports, going to have to find a way back into the series, tie it up, and stretch it to game number 3. But all of that after the break. So you are watching the TI SA Qualifiers. More after the break. Infinity taking the lead in this series with that first map going convincingly their way, but it wasn't in Universitario being completely disarmed, at least. They showed some spark of hope, but the itemization kind of came a bit lacking. There could have been so many things they could have built if they had more time, if they had a bit more farm. So we couldn't say it was a direct stomp, at least on the side of Infinity. However, they were definitely in charge of that game. And now we're just waiting to see if the series becomes competitive, or is Infinity just way too strong for them to deal with Fear?
We'll have to see. The big thing that I'm looking for is, if Universitario wants to win a map on the series, or just win the series in general, they're going to have to play a different style of Dota, in the way I see it. But that style of Dota comes with inherent risks, because they need to have a more stable lineup. And to do that, they're going to have to pick heroes that potentially are worse in the early game, right? You'd look at the Morta. It was great in the early game. Didn't see it do a lot past that, right?
True.
Same with the Qhali. You just kind of don't play mid lane. You just farm. Did some good things. What happens if they pick more traditional heroes, like some Embers and stuff in the mid lane, and that Ember gets crushed, and now they can't even get to that mid game? So do they want to continue to play this style where they focus heavy on the laning stage and most likely are doomed in the late game and hope they snowball it super hard? Or do they want to pick more traditional heroes and try to beat Infinity at their own game? Hard to say. It's a tough call to make. Last game they survived, but it never really felt like they're going to win.
Yeah, it's an avenue for sure if they want to just go into either side of the draft, like full-on early game potential, or then the late game scaling that can come into play at some point. But you're also kind of hoping maybe in that situation. But I know Dad, if he can get some of those late game carries, I'm not sure if he matches up with Lumiere exactly in skill and experience. But I know that he can be a force to be reckoned with for the team. But right now, from that game one, what really stuck to me was James. We kind of discussed it in the draft. You mentioned it, that they picked a Morphling into the Qhali. And I was like, okay, Qhali actually looks pretty good in this game when you kind of consider the matchup that this Morphling has. But still, Lumiere just felt a bit unstoppable in that game number one. What happens in game number two's draft, as the draft is now ready and available, kicking off right now with Infinity and Universitario Esports. They do have the first pick on Universitario, and that also means that they will get fewer bans. You don't really put your bans against Lumiere at this point. Maybe getting rid of his, like, the Morphlings, the snipers, potentially. There's still so many heroes that this guy plays. You can't really target him too much. But you do have the 2 bans in the second phase, which might help you out a bit.
Yeah, and a lot of those are going to kind of protect what you pick later on, or maybe just your first pick in general. But we'll have to see. Last time they banned the Gyrocopter out as well, if you're looking at Lumiere potential heroes. This has been a hero that's been rising up in popularity, making it into that first phase picks / bans quite frequently. They're taking their time here on Universitario here, and they're going to mount the Pango. Bit of a respect ban. Faker game number 1 there with that earlier pick Pango. Not first pick, but it was second pick, I believe, for them. But either way, it did a lot of work in that game. It was a blind pick. They did pick the call to respond to the Pango. It did not work. Faker's still out of control in that game, making moves all across the map, even feeling strong enough to just go straight travels after he got his diffusal blade, something you don't see very frequently. And you only do that if you feel like you have complete control of the map. As the Batrider Gyro do go out, so the only difference in bans are going to come from Universitario here. At the Pango, maybe a +1 could be a removal of what we saw from last game. Maybe the Tree Protector, or perhaps they want to first pick the Tree this game.
Also, I was curious about the Primal Beast ban when they still pick themselves the Clockwork, and that's what they're thinking about right now, is if we ban the Primal, we probably won't pick the Clock and take something else instead. But if they decide to ban something else, I don't think Austin's Clockwork is a bad idea again. Like, I mean, I would definitely go for that route. It already worked out. And they ban the Undying, and
Darkseer.
Okay, a little bit of a shift up here. Darkseer, first pick into nothing.
Can you just first pick Faceless Void here, or nah? They like their Tree Protector. They think this hero's busted, and you know what? They might be correct as well. If you ban Undying, right, you think about what Undying does as a hero. He's a strong laner with team fight. And Treant's the same thing, but Undying stonks are going down and Tree stonks are going up. So I think Infinity aren't even sad that they're not getting Undying. Maybe they even want Treant over Undying, which they probably do, to be totally real with you here. And they're going to get it. And it's going to be another strong laning partner. And you have tons of options to lane versus Darkseer as the carry. Faceless Void is the best just because of the hero in the meta right now is one of the best as well. But then you also have heroes like Sven who are incredibly strong as well. And we saw PAs be pretty effective. Razors. There's a lot of heroes you can pick against Darkseer right now. Darkseer doesn't mind either way because Darkseer is also a strong hero in the meta. But when you're laning versus a Treant Protector, your lane always gets significantly harder because it's very difficult to trade into Leech Seed.
And those are all heroes that Lumiere has played, maybe not recently, but has definitely played in the past. Looking at the heroes that he has played competitively lately have been the TB, which is his most played hero. We've got the Templar Assassin, the Ursa, the Troll, those are, and the Juggernaut as well. Like, these are the ones that he has been playing the most recent out of his most played carries. But he's definitely got that Faceless Void, which you talked about 2 months ago last time, but now looking pretty good in this patch. They'll leave it open for now as they lock in their supports, the Treant and the Lion. Pause 4 coming in. So they've got ways of... They've got ways of holding the Darkseer on the spot. The quick Hex surprise before he surges off is always handy.
Yeah, you got the big lockdown, which is great, but of course, sometimes the biggest issue of Darkseer is the illusions, but if you do get the Shard on Lion, you can take care of all these wall illusions, which is not necessarily something you expect or is a hard counter, because Lion is pretty notorious for being one of these heroes that can just die instantly in the fight, right? So I wouldn't consider that reliable by any means, but it's a nice tool on top of everything you just mentioned of having that lockdown.
Yeah, it is an addition for sure. And of course, with the way that the Tormentors work, he has a fair chance of picking up that shard fairly early into the game as well, where the Darkseer is starting to tuning into fights, going for the vac walls. You might already have the shard up on Lion, plus 20 minutes in with that Tormentor shard picked up for him. So maybe Infinity is also a bit like fingers crossed, or they're just going to force him buy shard ASAP. You know, it's like, that's your first item this game. Probably not, but we'll see. But they go for the Clockwork, which I was happy with for Universitario in game number 1, that they had that in the draft, and they have it again. So that's going to take a couple ideas away from Infinity on the core pool. And a Rubik Darkseer lane.
All right, yeah. I mean, you could do Clock Darkseer and Rubik 5 if you want, but most likely it'll be the Darkseer with Rubik. But we know for sure that both these heroes are going to be supports now, the Rubik, the Clockwork in the game. Darkseer almost exclusively goes into the off lane, unless they're feeling really wild and want to do some mid Darkseer, which I think from this region, I've only seen one player do that, and I believe it was Chris Luck, when he had this phase of just playing pretty much anything in the mid lane. Unlikely to happen here, so we probably have our supports and off laner, and Affinity knows that. Do you want to pick your carry, or do you value the carry versus carry matchup? Logically, you should pick your carry if you want to get a drafting advantage. However, if you put more emphasis on the fact that we want to make sure that Lumiere is going to counterpick and play something against that he feels comfortable winning in the late game, we're going to take that hit of not having the laning dominant matchups. We're just going to pick something else that they're going to have to probably deal with here, and it's going to be the Leshrac right away. But they do have one extra pick here. When you pick 2 supports like that, you will have to reveal 2 cores here. So Leshrac, it can be versatile. It can go offlane. It can go mid. And that's pretty much the only 2 rules we mainly see it. Very rarely does it go carry. And now, yet again, how late do you want to save Lumiere for? That is the question.
I also want to ask you a question, because we now know that the carries are going to be coming up, and also the mid hero from Universitario. Since you're experienced as the carry, you know, you've already been to the top with this role as well, and you've also got the experience of coaching with some of these SA teams and playing versus SA teams. Is there a way SA carries think about their matchup slightly differently compared to NA carries, for example, or are they somewhat the same? How would you say? How would you put it?
I think it really just varies from player to player on what type of style you want to play. You have some of the carry players that put a high value on just being last pick, and those type of players are the ones that need high farm priority, and they need a team to play around them pretty heavily as well. And those are the ones that they're generally really good players, and you just know that they have a team behind them, and it looks like Lumiere is going to go that route here, where it's like, hey guys, just give me last pick a bunch of heroes with a lot of team fight, and if I see my matchup, we're just going to win the game. It's simple as that. And if you have a player like that, those are the ones that are very scary to play against. And you have your other style carry players where they're like, you know what, pick me early, I'll get the job done. Maybe I won't have the best game, but I'll give another player a strong lane so they can take care of the mid game. And it really just isn't dependent necessarily on the carry player himself to make this decision. It's a team decision and kind of like utilizing the pieces you have the best. Some players will be better at last pick. Some players will be better at early picks. You just got to figure that out through trial and error, lots of scrims, a lot of matches.
You have the selfish and the selfless players for sure. And Dad, well, we see the Muerta coming up. They already won this lane versus the Brewmaster and the Skywrath Mage, if I remember correct.
Yes.
Clockwork was able to find the Sky. Muerta getting a bit of extra DPS with the Calling. And of course, the right click's very handy coming into that. And the thing that I'm still kind of pondering in my mind, because I should have spent like the 6 to 8 minutes just literally watching the bottom lane. How did Brewmaster not get ahead in CS while Muerta and Clockwork were hunting down the Skywrath Mage? I was like, how is he still far behind in CS when they weren't super like aggressive against the Brew? They were aggressive against the Sky. But Universitario, if they've recognized that from game number 1, that we can win this lane again, they've got the same duo. It's just a different support that's going to be going up against the Clockwork this time.
Yeah, this lane should play out pretty similarly. Maybe Skywrath is a little more vulnerable than the Lion. So however, the result will be the same if the Clockwork can get on top of the support. He will die every single time. They're both very squishy. But I think it's a lot harder, or a little bit harder. I won't say a lot harder. It's a little bit harder to get on top of Lion compared to a Skywrath. So there's always that'll help you out, but definitely going to be a Muerta Clockwork favored lane.
Yeah.
And we don't know the mid matchup here for Universitario here, so they get the ability to counterpick 2 lanes here. And Infinity, they could have counterpicked if they wanted to, but they decided you can have the double counterpick laning stage option, but we're going to make sure we have the ultimate carry. And you're going to see the Morphing go out, even though they have the Darkseer. You're going to see the Sven go out. But now they have to pick a mid. And that'll give them the pick of the litter here to decide what they want to get here. We'll have to see. And as far as versus this Leshrac mid, not a lot of things are coming to the top of my head. A lot of them are banned, like the Pango's banned. Ember could be good, but it's banned. Invoker's banned. Lots of mid-heroes getting banned. Even that Coddle got Respect banned there, so... Not entirely sure what you want to pick against Leshrac in this type of situation here. Even Queen of Pain, they banned themselves here.
Yeah, and of course, like the the hero pool here for James, the Embers, Invokers, the Leshracs, the Storms are pretty commonly picked, but there's a Razor coming out.
Okay.
And I have a feeling we are mixing things up a little bit here because... he's only got 6 games on Razor, and the last one was a year ago. So I don't think we're seeing a mid-Razor. I think we might be looking at a mid-Muerta even. Or a mid
Maybe,
Muerta
but I think it's
support.
Razor mid still. If we look back at the past, we saw a lot of teams really want to play this Razor. And of course, we talked about at the beginning, do they want to Faceless Void first pick?
Yeah.
Right? Do you want to pick Faceless Void first pick against Clockwork Darkseer? That's the best hero you can do.
Yeah.
And instead they get last pick Faceless Void. Why not? Sure. Yeah, it's really good versus Razor. Fine versus Muerta. Great versus Darkseer, as we mentioned. Great versus Clockwork. Great versus Rubik.
That's the whole
great pick.
Draft from Universitario's side was we're focusing on Vitaly and Faker in the bans, and only the final phase we're just basically knowing that Lumiere's hero is missing. We only get 2 bans against this guy, and he gets probably the best option out of the 3 that went through.
Yeah.
So he's happy with his hero pick. James going for the mid-Razor after all. So at least in competitive, it's been a year since he's played this the last time. Maybe he's been playing it a lot in the pubs. I'm pretty sure there's a reason why they wanted this hero to come out. But Infinity's draft, it is strong. However, Leshrac versus Razor, what do you think about this matchup? Is it still Lesh favored?
So this is something a lot of teams were experimenting with throughout the year. When IO Lesh was really popular, teams would pick the IO, and then teams would steal the Leshrac, right? Because they don't want to have the IO Leshrac combination. Yeah. And they found a replacement for the Leshrac, which was Razor. So now it's gotten to this weird type of situation where there's no IO with the Lesh, and people still pick the Razor against the Leshrac. And I'm not completely sold that without the IO, it's still good, this Razor mid, but Razor has been buffed quite a few times. It should be fine. The idea is just you just have so much overwhelming damage for the Leshrac that you can actually just kill him. He has little armor. You're going to bring that even lower with the Eye of the Storm. You're going to get him super low, and you should be able to kill him. It comes down to a lot to how you do in the laning stage. And this is a matchup where you have to lane a bit more than you did with the Qhali, right? We saw the Qhali just running off the jungle at like 3-4 minutes here. So we're going to see Faker actually get to play a lane matchup. And will he be able to just school him in the mid lane? He's master tier on this Leshrac, so incredibly confident. But yet again, Razor, not a hero that's very difficult to lane. So Universitario going a similar route of trying to win the laning stage. If it goes into the late game, this Faceless Void, we talked about it. This hero looks incredibly scary. So you got to do some work in these lanes, and we'll see what James can do on this Razor. Not a very traditional mid laner.
And you also quoted it in the NA qualies where you said that Faceless Void, probably the best late game carry in the game.
No, I said it is.
It is.
Period.
Yeah. So, period. So that is also that Universitario has to take into account. We're probably not going to be able to beat it in the late game. But on the positive side, just like the last game's draft, they've got control, they've got silences, they've got stuns, they've got long duration stuns as well with that hook shot and the telekinesis lift. So they have tools versus this Faceless Void. Just not a lot of debuff immunity piercing abilities there with that BKB up on the Faceless Void. It's going to be very tricky to deal with. But maybe the Razor can nullify this Faceless Void's impact later on, but you'd have to sit your game on top of him with that link. We'll see how this one goes.
That's hard to do because like you time walk in if you want to, and then you have the shard, you can time walk out, or you can just save your time walk and just take the link off. Or you could just chrono the Razor and kill him. You have no save on Universitario here, so. Yeah. Void is kind of weak, though, in the early stages, right? Like, he's going to want to farm a Midas. He's going to farm a Maelstrom. From there, he's kind of strong, but he's still not the strongest. Then once you get to that level 15 talent of 50 time lock damage, all right, he's getting a bit scary. Time runs out. Level 20 comes around the corner. Oh, okay, now the game is kind of hard, feeling like you can't do anything anymore. So you basically have until Faceless Void's level 20 to have a sizable gold lead, get Aegises to deal with this, perhaps maybe some Aeon Discs, even though that item's not super popular because Nullifier is a very popular item. But Aegises are going to be the big one, and gold advantage to the point where you just don't have the damage.
Also the big difference maker coming into the early game. The Wizard hats. 4 for
These
Infinity.
Party
3.
hats.
Okay. They're kind of
1,
Wizard hats
2.
to me, but they're party hats. There's 4 for Infinity. There's 3 for Universitario.
I mean, it is Dota's 10th anniversary party hats. Don't disrespect
There's still
it.
kind of Wizard hats here at least. But James, you don't have
Who's
one.
not a wizard right now is James, as he gets...
He's a crummy wizard.
Yeah. Wishing maybe he was playing a wizard. Probably not. Getting caught like that will end in your doom, no matter what. And who ended up getting the first blood there? It was just Michael. So at least he doesn't have that double whammy of playing against a mid laner, getting first blooded, and giving him that first blood.
But you say it's just Michael, but it is Michael, you know? Like, this guy, if he gets himself a good early game, especially with this Lion, getting those early items with the mobility, getting himself that Blink Dagger, as you can already see, he's landed up. All I need is a good old magic wand, you know? He's literally the wizard. Party hat and getting the one for himself. And there's an early calling coming out, but won't be able to do too much. Austin tanking a lot of damage.
But I love this game. Everyone party hat up on this one. So we got how many party hats we got? We got to do a party hat count after this. So all right, let's check out Faceless Void party hat on Leshrac. Is that a party hat? I can't tell. In that big, he has a party hat in there, right?
Does he?
How do I?
I honestly cannot say. He's moving around so frantically that I cannot actually see if he does.
All right, he's got a party hat. Yes, he does. Okay. We got a party hat on Brew. Okay. We got a party hat on Lion. We got 5 party hats on the side of Radiant. Right. Can we match that as Dad? Yep, party hat on. Austin, party hat on. James, after getting first blooded, has not party hatted up at all here.
No, that it falls there. It falls there already.
So Lizx and James, only ones not wanting to party here. Glad we got through that very important piece of information there. But
Maybe they'll pop it later on.
Yeah, maybe. But as we fast forward to the laning stage, Razor 5-2, Faker 7-1, mid lane going pretty even, and yeah, this bot lane here. Can you beat a Treant Protector in the lane? Is it possible? I'm not so sure it is. It's Lemire off to another free farm start here. Definitely
And they haven't really destroyed any of the trees either from Gardic, so he has a lot of free reign.
No Quelling Blade.
Mobility-wise. No Quelling Blade indeed. 0 Quelling Blades for the entire team. One of the crucial things that you do see when you're playing up against a Treant Protector, maybe it's just a Dire side thing, right? If you have a Dire Treant Protector, but because it's Radiant, I don't know. Maybe
I think it's
changed.
pretty important either way if you want to slow down the trees impact. But we'll see. But no surprise in this game that we do see Dad on his more to top of the CS again. But we were talking about last game, Qhali. Maybe he should have had more CS in game number 1. He's pretty much mirroring, as we will see action on the top lane on Austin.
We'll see if this one works out. Qhali's also low on HP. Austin, he's done his job. Dad with all the poke that he can provide, dropping the Brewmaster low enough for him to reset for the time being. And Michael, he's got more HP. Austin, he didn't actually get the wave. The Satyr just threw a random right click towards the clockwork and kept on going. But still, no stack, no pull. Stack timer also 30 seconds, a bit too early for that. Oh, Mortis Courier! Oh, the Satyr's chasing it! Chasing it! Oh, just outside of the camera there, but the Satyr, the big Satyr, started chasing the Courier and
he's
almost
just aggroing everyone.
He's mad. Yep, he is. Invading my home.
Oh, but they caught the
alert.
Kind of caught out, but you can't really go past that Pierce to the calling. My bad. Pierce the
Pierce the call. Yeah, you can't pierce the calling. You're right about it.
Can't pierce the calling. That is true.
Michael also running out of mana, so he couldn't even throw that instant hex for Qhali to close in the gap. But no changes right now. It is just casually James soaking up damage from Leshrac from time to time, still taking big nukes from this level 3 Lightning Storm. Faker, he's so close to getting it. Doesn't even have to force out the Fairy Fire, but he's out of mana right now. Does have a Mango.
He has boots in his bag right now on the Leshrac. Does he want to use those? Yeah, he does indeed. So he will deny the flag bearer too, as they will get a kill on Gardic here. Out there doing a warding or de-warding mission.
The roles have changed for sure. Now the Darkseer and Rubik are the ones being the aggressors.
Oh man, Lemire, he's getting so close to this Midas. It's such a scary item on faces.
Faker, he's got it this time. He got it.
That's a solo kill.
And Desmar's too late. And a bottle refill. Oh, he's getting everything. He's getting everything right. Michael also rotating in, tries to get the sneaky stun. Doesn't quite connect on the river.
Dodged everything. But getting solo killed in the mid lane there, that's a rough one. I was kind of worried, you know, like, would this be the case as Michael will get chased down here? This is a boots win lace versus no boots. He gets out.
Dismart. Try to get closer, but here comes Qhali. Austin's got nothing left. Except his life. But that life looks like it's going to be forfeit as well. One more hit. And there comes Faker. Secures it. Second kill for the Lesh.
Actually gives mana back to Michael and to Qhali here with those mana boots that he picked up from getting the solo kill.
There goes Gardic.
Uh-oh.
Down.
If James gets stunned here... Okay, not enough mana.
Yeah. Great minds think alike.
Yeah.
Not enough mana to go in, but they're looking to be a bit more friskier on the side of Universitario, thinking about crossing the river, going to Michael. No.
There's a haste, though, now on Razor. That's a big one. That'll either allow him to chase or disengage if he gets in a sticky situation. Probably couldn't got a better rune than that, eh? Yeah, that's one of the best ones he could have asked for here, as another refill will be happening on this mid lane for Faker. They
They're
feel very
really relying
confident.
Faker on doing a lot this game because they're like constantly moving around this mid area. Lumiere just uninterrupted solo farming here, basically, or free farming, maybe even you could put it that way. Can't interrupt the Void, can't really do much against them. He's just getting creeps more and more.
I mean, they have a truce on bot lane. It's like, all right,
Top lane doesn't
lane.
though.
Look at the line. Does he have a
Look at
clap
Austin.
available? He's done.
Close. There we go.
He's done. But yeah, bottom lane has a truce right now because like you have this Vanguard on Darkseer, which means you can't pressure him anymore. It's way too hard. And of course, you can just never pressure this Void. And they
No, the
chrono.
chrono.
All right,
He tried to
maybe
surge
with the
away.
rotation.
Oh, Faker walks into it, but doesn't matter. Does get lifted away there by Dismar, but Lissex, he's low, and Avac comes in. Lumiere, he gets all of his HP back, and Lissex gonna get chased to death. But here comes James. He's got that haste rune. This dude needs to work. He needs to get this rotation to get some kills in, but no. Looking for Lotuses, looking for somebody to be found, but nobody there, and they're all out. Austin too late with the cogs as they weren't able to locate him in time, and James will miss out on the action.
Brewmaster Ultimate for Dad here.
Level 6, rolling in. It should be enough. He's got a Lotus, but with Michael there to back him up. Costly for Universitario. The failed rotation for bottom, losing their carry in the top lane. Spain without the S. 6-3 now. And looking at net worth as well, Brewmaster, Vitaly. He is topping the charts, followed up by the Leshrac. Razor falling behind. And he doesn't exactly farm as fast compared to the rest of the heroes. Of course, the new improved Razor does farm decently, but
Not at level 6.
Lesh,
You
you
don't.
look at Void, yeah, at level 6 even. Like, you just
Level
don't keep
6
up
to
with the
8.
rest.
Ooh.
You do not keep up with the rest.
And now you have one of the best runes that you can get for Leshrac as well. So I talked about how that haste was the best rune you could get for a Razor, and that's true. And they dodged a bullet on that last one, just being able to TP out, disengage from it. And now you got a shield rune on Leshrac. This is one of the best runes that you can get for Leshrac here. That and Arcane rune. So this Lesh is going to be very difficult to bring down in this next fight if he has this shield rune available and activated. And it looks like he knows that, so he's going to potentially make rotation. He's thinking about it. Decides he just wants to hit the creeps and go to that Bloodstone, which is a totally fine alternative as well.
Not like the Bloodstone of old. Usually the Bloodstones you see these days are pretty much now standardized. Always worth to pick up. Especially
You gotta
if you're
love
after a
this
great
new
start like
Midas,
this.
right?
Do you?
Yeah, why not? Because, like, you just don't have to Midas the first thing you see anymore. You can be like, I will save this, because it has 2 charges. I can save it for later. I'm not going to lose any efficiency anymore. Or you can be like, hey, I'm going to join this team fight instead of Midasing this creep and not feel bad about it, right?
Yeah.
So, like, all these, like, small things makes Midas so much better. I've definitely been in situations where Midas is off cooldown. I was like, but there's a team fight. Should I Midas? I was like, oh, that's right. I'm not going to
also
lose
know-
anything because that's charges. I can just join the fight, Midas after.
Exactly, and you know why? Because of that efficiency thing as well. When you can take into consideration, if you keep hold of that 1 extra charge the whole time, opponents start picking up Boots of Travels, TP into the lane, eat the creep.
I mean, that is a very specific scenario, but yes, you can definitely do that as well. Helps source matchups against like Chen and stuff too, right? So
Yeah.
so many cool things that you can do with this new Midas, which makes it more and more common as this patch does get explored a bit more.
Yeah, it was definitely an interesting one as well with the release of the Midas. Well, we won't be talking about that these days anymore, but it was abysmal for people playing pubs. Like, what is the 6 Midas build up here? They all work.
Sometimes it's all 10. MLG
Too much.
Columbus.
Too much fear.
10 Midases, let's go.
Oh, well, they're going to be jumping onto the Razor in the mid lane. Control is there. Low on mana for the Pulse Nova, but maybe Faker has enough to deal with this one. The right-click damage flying in from the Link, but it's not enough. And Vitaly getting killed up at the same time at the top lane. So, the help of Austin and Desmar, Lissex will get himself a kill. But it's still your Razor down. And this Razor, he's in a rough place.
He's in more than a rough place. He's in, I wish I had a Midas place right now, but your mid laner at this point for the team and you are playing a hero that is known as a lane dominator, and your first item is a Blade Mill, and it's not even here yet. It's in the works. It's 12 minutes. You want this Blade Mill because it'll help a bit for Slash. Slash don't really care anymore when he gets Bloodstone, kind of counteract it.
Yeah.
And this, you got a Treant behind you, got a Brewmaster behind you as Faker. What do you have behind you other than a Darkseer, which of course is going to be good? But you need net worth on Razor to kill heroes, and quite unfortunately, he just does not have the net worth this game. He is quite far from any item that is going to have a huge impact. We'll have to see what the Blade Mill can do. It's a start. It's maybe the cheapest item he can buy to have impact with the next fight or two, but this is not going to be a scaling item for him. It needs to have some impact in the next fight.
Now look at that. Smoke farming, just enjoying his time, just vibing. Arcane Rune as well. Just the easiest farm Faker's done in a while.
Lots of vibing on Infinity here, as Faceless Void's been doing nothing but vibing.
They found Vitaly, though. The hook shot does connect onto him, and here comes Garnic as well for the backup. But they are outnumbered 2 versus 4. It's going to be a costly one. Overgrowth on a 4 heroes. They can maybe get a kill for themselves. Austin is low, and the Brewlings are doing work. He's down to 70 HP. One more hit should do. There we go. He's picked himself another, and here comes Michael to help out as well. 2-man stun. Faker, he's low on mana. He would have wanted to go base first before this fight took place, but he will pop this Bloodstone. Get a bit of mana back with that Pulse Nova, but they're chasing him. He's going to have to TP out, and he's gone.
All right, they end up getting the brew out of that one. You did bring 5 heroes to deal with that, as Dad did show up, hoping to make something happen with his hero, but unfortunately, the party was already over by the time he arrived, and of course, Lemire, nothing but creeps on his mind. He bought the Glove of Haste to be like, maybe I'll get shreds, but like, nah, I'll just go no boots, Maelstrom, Midas. You can't think of a more greedy build than this, and he's getting away with it.
No boots, Maelstrom, Midas, and of course Vitaly deciding to go for 2 out of 10 Midases this game. He also picked up 1, working on the Radiance with Brown Boots and Vessel. Sure.
And he almost has 2 charges on this Midas too. Really holding on. Not sure.
He just wants to get that quick burst of gold, right? You know? Oh, payday.
Maybe 2 big creeps or something.
Could be.
Yep, he looks like he wants the EXP, just finding these whatever big creep he can. Another 20 seconds and Midas is up again for him. That feels good.
And it makes sense as well, because you look at his level, he definitely needs to experience maybe a bit more. That Radiance is going to come on time at some point, but you got to have the experience to back it up as well. You want to get that level 2 ulti ASAP. Really help out your team. Yeah, the Midas makes sense.
And we talked a little bit about the issues in game number 1 with Universitario's draft and how potentially they got no stuns. It really hasn't got much better in this game number 2. They got Darkseer, Razor, and Work the Chorus now, so they're running into the same issues that their last game had, where they're losing their lanes. Not like massively, but Razor is definitely a big issue, not more so than the Qhali was, and your late game prospects aren't looking good. And speaking of that issue of the Razor, he's going down again, dominating for Faker. Just finished a Blade Mill, but he can't even pop it because Michael has a Blink Dagger and just jumps him immediately.
That is not good at all. Universitario in a difficult position. They do catch Vitaly in the top lane, but Austin and Lissex, they're going to need Dismar to help out as well. He cannot get his ulti off. So that will be a worthwhile trade, even if the Razor is absolutely struggling. Darkseer is getting bigger and bigger, and look at his net worth as well compared to the rest. This Darkseer is the top dog for Universitario. Almost ahead of this Leshrac, who's been, by the way, smoke farming Ancients, triple stacks, quad stacks. He's even farming another stack right now on this Lesh. But Darkseer off to a hell of a good game. I'm impressed by Lissex, how well he's got into this game, how well they played the lane. And however, can they actually capitalize on something here? Austin, he's found the enemy. Forces the rotations into mid, but that might just mean your mid-tier one is now being targeted.
Yeah, Lissex is having a great game. He's keeping up with all the cores on the side of Infinity here, but he's the only one, unfortunately. And Lemire, I mean, he has no mana here. Oh, he does get mana just now. A nice little Lotus pop for him to give him full mana here, and with him being there with Chrono, they will secure that tier 1 16.5 minutes into the game. Only a 2k gold advantage here for Infinity. It's not a lot, but if you look at the nature of the drafts, you kind of want to be ahead almost from beginning to end here with the type of draft that Universitario has concocted.
Yeah, and that puts pressure on Dad. He's playing the same hero again as last game. His farm pace is okay, but with the way things are going right now, at least it's not like a 3-4K lead, and it's a hopeless situation for the Muerta. We saw that he has the power, he has the capability.
This man can get a break.
They go, but this time they got the TPs coming in next to a tower, and Faker just got in before the cancel. Look at that! Absolute annihilation as they get removed off of the server. The stun as well onto the Rubik. Oh man, if only you had a Midas to block that Lesh TP on the creep. Well, no sir. He comes through, gets hit maybe by the vacuum, but you got Leshrak with everybody next to him.
In so many ways, more than one. That was a disaster. He dodged a dead shot too. Okay, see you later. Give me a third permanent finger kill. And Faker does get the tip, much deserved. The cool thing about that last play was, yeah, that glyph that brought the Lesh in. First of all, they didn't kill it, so Lesh was allowed to join. But that creep that was invulnerable ran next to the Brewmaster, tanked one battery assault tick, right? Which allowed Brewmaster to get that right click off. And that changed the entire fight. Absolutely massive there. Very unlucky for Universitario, but also kind of outplayed as well to use that glyph in that timing.
Small margins for sure. And Universitario, yeah, you could see the looks of the players' faces there after that. Even Dad, after he got picked off there. Bit of hopelessness. But you can't give in to fear.
And we have not seen a single Chrono this game. Will that change?
And Razor, he's down. Hookshot will miss. James is gone.
He's done, I think.
Austin, looks like he's also pretty much done here. The Surge, they're not even targeting him at this point. They're just letting him run his course. Fakers start looking up for more targets. Dad does pop the Pierce the Veil and doing a lot of damage onto this Leshrak, but instantly getting the Purge off, but it's not going to be enough, or is it? Faker down. Maybe it will work out. Lumiere's going to be in trouble as well. The Void is dropping. He's down. Dad, can he survive? He cannot die now. Oh, he will. Vitaly with the triple, but still two big cores do end up falling.
And Lemire's like, oh, I'm the big boy this game. I'm just going to go straight into Mjolnir. Who cares about a spell? Time Walk.
Michael.
Yeah, he may get Michael.
Nah.
Yeah, okay, looks like Michael's getting him. Oh, he got him.
Okay. Michael showed up for just a split second, and he shows and he's dead, but yeah.
Darkstar gave vision of that one. The Time Walk that was used by the Faceless Void, he blinked right into the calling. Got silenced. Hesitated a little bit too much there, then got silenced again by the calling, and now all of a sudden, he just died. So all this farm you have on Lemire just wasn't able to use any of it in that team fight. And you can even see he's going for a greedy build. He's like, I'm going to go Mjolnir right away. I don't need a BKB. Well, after that fight, he might consider getting that BKB as soon as possible. Or perhaps just regretting that he isn't closer to it.
And there's a reason he's not going Manta this game. What the hell is he going to do with the Manta? Because Calling's still gonna silence you. So just go straight up to the BKB.
Dad?
Chrono.
There's an Invis Brewmaster with Radiance.
Austin and Dad versus
Austin is here. He's dead.
The timing. Surprise, surprise.
Give that man a tip.
That's a lot of gold, Fear.
Give that Clockwork a tip right there.
Maybe Michael as well. This is off to some Universitario pickoffs right here.
All right.
Pickoff City. Well, would you look at that? 2 quick kills for Universitario. And Dad gaining a hell of an amount of gold. 600 at least. Plus the shared gold going in for Austin. Austin off to a much better Clockwork game too, even if he did miss. You remember, he missed the Clockwork in that top area fight as well. Wasn't able to help out his teammates at all. Still end up winning the fight. Finally got a hook shot in. What else would have happened? But this is the first Roche for them.
I mean, Austin
right
has
at
been
the end of the tunnel.
The nightmare for Vitaly this game. But yeah, Roshan, as you mentioned, are going to be going their way here. And probably going to be picked up by Dad here. And he's going BKB this game, realizing in the last game he really couldn't right-click anything. In this game, he wants to be able to do some right-clicking, even though he is against Overgrowth. He is against a Faceless Void that have great ways of stopping him, but he doesn't want to get stunned by line. He doesn't want to get thrown in the air, and of course, he wants to block a lot of that Leshrac damage.
Yeah. He certainly does. Now just putting our sights towards the next items that are going to be
There's a
built
Hex
up
on
as
Rubik,
well.
by the way.
There's a Hex on... Oof. Oh, yeah, the Hex... Oh, I thought Sheep Stick for a second. I was like...
Oh,
damn.
no. Stolen Hex.
Now I'm getting chippy. All right. Yeah, that's still a
I
Hex.
didn't say there's
still
a Hex in the
to have.
works. That's different.
That is...
There's
that
a
is-
Wind Waker in the works for Rubik. Imagine him getting a Wind Waker this game.
It's a
That
good
would be
saving
special.
tool. Saving tool for sure. And off to the Tormentor, who gets the shard this time. There's the saving lift. Doesn't work on Chrono, unfortunately. But outside of that, helpful tool.
I mean, Lumiere is still so silent on this Void. Of course, as mentioned, he's going to be the most powerful hero in the game. I don't mind him going back for BKB, but we have not seen a single Chrono this game.
Nope.
We are patiently waiting for that. Not that we need it, but I don't think he wants to use it until he has BKB. He can just like...
We don't need no Chronos here. It's like,
I mean, so far they have not.
Radiant's middle tower
Actually, they did need it in that last fight. I lied, but unfortunately, him not getting it off causes death, and that caused Roshan, so it was a bit of a snowball effect. And now, all of a sudden, Universitario, the gold lead is just at 3k for the side of Infinity here. But you do have the Aegis in your hands now. Do you want to use this Aegis to fight, or is it a farming Aegis? I think you're waiting for your BKB on the Morta, then maybe it's go time, but that will be matched with a Faceless Void BKB coming out at similar times for these carry players.
well, he just needs a couple more CS, and he has 3 minutes remaining, so I guess the team wants to play around the Muerta now, as he's just finished it. It should be coming off the courier very soon.
Very soon. And 4 staff on Brew now, so not going to be as easy to lock down.
Why is he not activating the courier yet? I'm a bit curious. I would have... I thought the BKB was that big that once they get it, they'll go for it. Okay, now he's got it.
You know, sometimes you forget. Or sometimes you think you did it, but then you actually didn't. You're like,
Oh, for some reason the recipe was on the ground of the fountain. I just saw the courier quickly wiggle-waggling in the base, and it was not in the inventory for some reason. It just dropped down on the ground, so that just happened.
We'll see if the
That's the reason why I
timing
think it's
matters.
on its
If
way.
they jump them.
But it's on its way, and the surprise element, Dad. He's gonna get it right now. And he will just tank the front line. Now they know. That's a BKB.
Lemire has this
against it.
BKB too, and they just go.
Nice quick jump here, and they've got the vacuum there. Look at the wall even. No vac yet. There we go. Followed up right after. Overgrowth coming out as well. Dad surviving. No ages to be burnt. It's Trouble City right now for Infinity as James gets his kill on Faker. Faker down right away. Dad going to be charging into the front as well. Help out his teammates. He's tanked the bullet. Now they're going to start taking bullets.
I'm really not sure why Lemire just doesn't want to use Chrono. But he still has it after that entire fight. He could have used it there, killed the Muerta, killed +1, or he could have saved his Lesh. I don't know. He's being very patient with this, and I'm starting to not know why he's being this patient. Maybe not feeling that he's getting all the targets he wants. Maybe he's waiting for the 5-man Chronosphere. Not entirely sure here, but his team kind of gets left to dry because of that. Is they aren't super confident to go on the Muerta after that, and they take the fight pretty easy on Universitario here.
Definitely an interesting build up there because they had no vision of the high ground. They had no idea where they actually are. They're just getting hit by being hit by spells over and over. They thought they could blow up the Muerta, wait for a little bit, and then Chrono. But I agree with you. Maybe she should have just thrown it down because it was not securing the kill. That was surviving for way too long. And survived.
He definitely had 2 opportunities to use it there, but mistakes happen. Maybe there's some small detail I didn't see there, but
Austin. On
who
Faker.
knows?
They're going to turn around and do a lot of poke on him, maybe even get the kill before anybody else shows up. He hook shots, but he's not out, and he's dead.
Aegis
like
will be
that.
reclaimed now. So that is an
retreat.
option.
this game, at least economy-wise, has been fairly even. Despite the Razor having a bit of an abysmal start to the game, James finally bringing in the damage. Last fight, he just killed Faker by chasing him throughout that entire fight. Note, this is not even a BKB Razor that was just running around wild in that fight.
Yeah, and he's going to get close to that as well, as you mentioned. He's just the recipe away at this point. It's going to be really close, as there's other problem items.
Oh, they found
out.
James.
Well,
Man of the hour indeed, trying to get a kill off of Michael. That shield rune is powerful.
Wait, will they even kill him? I don't know.
Finally dispelled it, but they've got backup on the way, and Vitaly gotta get the heck out of there. He's got that Earth Bruling walking away. Guardian's gonna be there to guard him, and we'll miss out on him.
Universitario, they're in this one now. They definitely are in it. It just really goes back to, like, when is this Faceless Void going to start paying off? He's been kind of hitting creeps the entire game. This is an investment that we're just waiting for infinity, and if it doesn't pay off, Universitario definitely has a good shot in this game. So we'll have a quick disconnect here. I mean, maybe we're waiting for the next Aegis here. Level 20 Talent on Void can come online. More BKBs are coming online as well. And of course, Darkseer, he's got all the auras at this point. He's got the Guardian Greaves, the Pipe, he's got the Lotus Orb. I saw he did have a Scythe of Vice queued up, but takes it off the quick buy. And
his inventory literally auras.
yeah, I mean, the only one he's missing was pretty much like the Crimson Guard, but already disassembled that one just to get that Pipe and the Lotus Orb available.
Of course, looking at the rest, Austin opted to go for the Solar Crest, so they're trying to buff up this Muerta even more. Desmar, how close is he to the Wind Waker? Well, he's not that far anymore. It's a costly recipe, so it needs 4.1k. He's at 1700 right now, almost halfway. That Wind Waker going to be your Chrono savior, at least saving allies.
Yeah, by the time we see a Chrono, there might be a Wind Waker in play, right? That would be pretty funny.
Very, very true. Blank Wind Waker Rubik could definitely be a certainty before we actually see Chronos being landed, because we're yet to see one. We've only seen one in the early game, and that was also a catch that did lead into a kill.
Yeah, on the Darkseer, yeah.
On the Darkseer, yeah. That's the only one.
Forgot about that one. That was a long time ago. Good old laning stage Chrono. We haven't seen a team fight one yet. And I don't even know, like, of course it's not easy, because Lesh is a hero that wants to get into the middle of the fight, right? So, like, maybe he's afraid of chronoing his teammates. He has, like, kind of, like, 3 melee heroes. Leshrek's kind of a melee hero in a lot of ways, because he does need to be in melee distance to get a lot of damage off. Maybe just not finding those perfect chronos. And, of course, the Aegis on the side of Universitario, that made it a bit more difficult as well. And Vitaly going for the Shiva's Guard. We're seeing a similar build from last game, minus Little Sword plus Force Staff, so nothing new in that regard. Gardic, same thing, just getting a Force Staff to help his boys when they get in trouble. And I think the big item that is coming out for the Celestial, we haven't seen a lot of Faker in this game outside of the early game. It was all Faker in the early game, but these team fights, his network's great, but the impact has been minimal, mainly because Darkseer picked up a Pipe. But I think once he gets this BKB, he'll be able to fight a lot better. Of course, Muerta will do a lot less damage. Darkseer will do a lot less damage. He'll just have to kind of worry about the Razor, and that Blade Mill is a good way to get reduced by the Black King bar. So maybe that's the item that they're truly waiting for. Faceless Void level 20, BKB on the Leshrac. But I think more than anything, it's going to come down to the second Roshan. Who can grab it? Whatever team decides to get that Aegis, or not decides, whoever team earns that Aegis by winning a fight or does something on the map to get them positioned to get it before the other team, I think they're going to be in a big advantage this game.
Also talking about items, there's one particular item that has not been built very frequently lately. I'm not talking to Spursor or Revenant's Brooch. I'm talking about the block of cheese, which we barely ever get to see. I want you, Fear, to rate who is the best block of cheese carrier this game. Who benefits most of that extra 500 barrier? Is it the Void? Is it maybe the Lesh in the front line? Potentially the Muerta?
It's pretty bad for everyone. I don't know. Like,
How is block of cheese bad?
I mean, it's just like not good. It's like that 500 barrier probably isn't going to change anything in this game. But if I were to give it to anyone that particularly needs this, I would say the Razor. The Razor needs this block of cheese the most because he needs any amount of net worth he can get to give him a small edge in this game.
Because I feel like Muerta is probably the best. The way that the Muerta plays this game and that last game, kind of, hit and run style. The moment you're not taking damage, it starts recharging back. So if you're able to go in, you get initiated on, you got to reset. That's like the most carry players' mentality is, I got to stay back for a bit. I'm going to watch what my team does. Do you have another opportunity to go back in? You get your block of cheese buff, you get your extra 500 barrier, you walk back in, deal some damage. I feel like Muerta would be pretty high on that damage list for me because Void is another I'd consider. Because if you get that barrier running in as your low HP and you get the time walk, you won't really time walk HP at that point, but you will be able to get time walked out, at least, if they try to burst you down. But it's an item we barely ever see.
Yeah, it's because it's, for what it gives you, it's not like worth even considering. Like you'd rather just keep the Lotuses available for this burst heal and use them in the fights instead of like hoarding them all, and you'd rather just honestly use a cheese in the fight.
Yeah, you'd probably rather use a cheese than a block of cheese. That's very true.
Like you can get this barrier, or you can just get this huge heal in the middle of the fights that might just turn the game. You'll see it if there's an abundance of cheese and Lotuses, then maybe we'll see it just as like kind of like that extra eating moonshard type of thing, or eating an axe. Yeah. Might as well eat
when you
a
have
block
nothing
of cheese
else
too.
to do. If there's nothing else to do, and that's the only buff you can get, then in that case, yeah, it's like your late game, your luxury late game item. If you put it that way. We're still on pause, but now we get the reconnect. As I just say that out loud, as Lisix has returned into the game, and hopefully we can continue. Going ready. So let's go back into the game. 27 minutes into game number 2 with Infinity. With the Hokori logo still leading the game. And Universitario making it tight. Just a quick recap for the people who are only just tuning in for SA Dota.
I'm just tuning in. That was a long pause. Who's winning again?
Who's winning? True. Good question. Can't really answer that because this game is feeling a bit more competitive than game number 1. It's exactly what I was asking and hoping for, and I'm getting it. So I'm all ears, I'm all happiness. But I think a big thing leading into that, where's the chrono? When are we seeing the next chrono?
I mean, I don't care if he doesn't use the chronos, right? Like, it's one thing if you don't use the chrono because, like, you don't need to, right? But it's been a couple fights in a row where I feel like he's needed to use it, and it just never came. And it's a bit nitpicky, and of course I'm a carry player, so I like looking at these things more than most people will. Lemir's just not having his cleanest game, even though he had complete freeform, and that's always a little sad to see, especially a player of his caliber that normally just doesn't miss a beat, especially after that Morphling game. But timings are slow. He's level 20. He's getting close to Scotty. No buyback, of course, here. The 2 orbs are available in the inventory. We got the BKB available for the Leshrac. Brewmaster. He's got all items he wants. Lion has Blink Force, everything he wants. Force Staff, same story. And then we got the BKB and Racer. So both teams pretty much are happy with their item progression right now. We're just waiting for the big boy Roche. He's going to respawn in 2 minutes. And it will be on the Radiant side.
We always get the long respawn sphere. Like, I don't think it's been a couple days, a couple weeks. I feel like it's been months. I think it's been all the way to the DPC since we've seen like a less than a minute respawning timer in the games that we're casting. So
it's been all year.
1 minute 53. All year.
Haven't seen a Roche. 53. Sub 130 in
I think it's when I'm guessing with Lizard when I get the faster ones, but I
believe in those superstitions. So
it could be. Got to break another curse, right?
There you go.
Looking at the vision side of things as well. Universitario, they're kind of prepared for that daytime Roshan. They've already placed the wards down next to the bottom half of the map. But Infinity, they made a move towards top, kind of looking like a bit of a Tinker ward, which used to be a Tinker ward placement, something like that in the top lane area. they don't see bottom at all. So if they want to head bottom, they got to smoke, and that's exactly what they're doing right now. Smoking up, plus a DD for Lumiere.
That's a big one.
And a counter
Spotty
smoke from
complete.
Universitario. We might just see our
80
fight.
on.
Do we see Chrono is the big question. Austin on the other side. Vision already popping and breaking Vitalis. But no jumping just quite yet. Still waiting at the lines.
Those
James.
wards were dire, by the way, on that twin gate. Well, they were, but not anymore.
Here's the D ward. They know where they are now. Watcher taken out. All that vision now gone. Roshan, 9 seconds. Lumiere inside the pit. Are they too early? Are they too late? Because the place is now
Neither.
theirs.
They're exactly where they need to be in this moment. Both teams, as we were waiting for this Roshan. This is the moment. Both teams know that they need to take advantage of if they want to get the lead in this game. Whoever wins this fight will be leading this game without a doubt in my mind.
Just a casual Razor illusion giving a bit of information of their whereabouts. Sitting next to the twin gate. Huerta in the front. Throwing out the dead shots. Let's see what Austin is up to. Nobody inside the pit right now, but Austin, uh-oh, gonna get caught. Faker and Gardic, that's the opening for the fight. And that's already one hero almost down through there, but force Steph to save him. Nothing, he's still surviving, get him out of there, get him out there. No, Austin is down. And James is charging on the Faker, but Faker gets saved. If only they had something to get the mat the hell out of that low ground, but no. James turning around with the BKB. They've got the vacuum player, sorry, the wall is placed down without the vacuum, and Razor slowly but surely dying, and Lumiere enjoying his time. Drops the Chrono. It's been a while, but they'll lose it. They'll use it for their advantage. Dismar dead as well, with Vitaly sniping the backline. This wasn't even a fight for Universitario, and they've lost 4 heroes in the process.
That's all you gotta do. You just gotta secure 1 or 2 of these kills for your team. And simple as that. As Lumiere just whacks away as the BKB route. He didn't want to use the Chrono. I get it for that, but glad he did instead of that changing. He had a really good BKB usage there too, dodging the dead shot, which would have allowed the Razor to disengage there. So much better fight. And with that fight, 9k advantage at 33 minutes now for Infinity. And of course, Aegis and Cheese. We'll see if they save for that block of Cheese or not. Or if they will just keep that Cheese for the team fights, where I imagine a Leshrac holding a Cheese is probably one of the most valuable things they can do. That 2500 HP sounds a lot more game-winning than a 500 shield.
And now we have an actual first decisive lead coming out into this game. It was a 50-50 game for 30 minutes. But after that fight, can you really say 50-50?
Definitely not.
Austin
If we
does
do
get the
get a
catch of
hook.
the Gardic with the hook shot. Does find the Treant Protector. He's fighting him 1v1. Mano y mano. And Gardic, not much he can do here. Can't even right-click. Every time he tries to punch, he gets hit by one of those nasty bolts of, whatever bolts he's throwing around with that battery assault. Shrapnel, even.
That and the Razor Lightning, lots of stuff being thrown at him there, but
Yeah.
it's just a
Fine.
classic Gardic death. It's fine. He'll be back in 30 seconds. Just trying to do some D-ward and doing some tree things on the side. All good. They still got the Aegis. They still got the Cheese for the Leshrac. If this Leshrac was killable before, maybe he's still killable, but it's going to take a lot longer with that Cheese in hand. And of course, this Void. He doesn't need Chrono anymore unless he sees a perfect opportunity. He can just go in knowing that if he dies once, as long as his BKB is available, his second death will probably not happen. So very scary Void right now as he's getting closer to his Butterfly as well. That'll be his next item after this Aegis does get taken away or expire.
Not to put any shame on a team that's already been knocked out from qualifiers. This will probably be my last NA reference here in SA, but I'm getting some Stonebank vibes of a Vitaly.
Okay, if it's about bait, we know this isn't your last reference.
I know, but 10-4-7 on the Brewmaster. This guy is a nuisance for the backline of Universitario. He's playing like Austin is playing the clockwork. He's fearless, he goes in, but he's getting kills. Every single time he's going in, he will get a kill, he will get an assist, and he's done a lot of work. You look at the rest of the cores, it's not a Leshrac with 15 kills or 10 kills that's snowballing out of hands. Vitali's got the most of these kills. He's done most of them by himself as well in this brew.
If Universitario wins the game here, I swear the clock is getting MVP. I would have given it for last game for him, but unfortunately he didn't win. But he's playing so well in this clockwork both games. Even though unfortunately they're not winning, his just hook shots and positioning and just everything has been so incredibly good. Been impressed. As Infinity, he might have to do it again soon on the clockwork. Infinity is on your high ground here. With an Aegis, with the cheese. And they're mad. They want to win this game right now.
They are tightening the noose around Universitario. Lumiere. Drop that tier 3 tower down to half HP. And they also recognize the situation that they cannot hold out for very long. The calling is on cooldown. Here we go. Instant jump at the Wind Waker. The Wind Waker comes into play. Muerta gets some time. He will get his BKB off and now face this void. No jump yet. He will finally get out. James also fighting against Gardic in the side lane. Or the sideline. Gardic. Oh, he gets to blink out. Unbelievable. Triot actually gets to blink away. Hiding in the trees. And James doesn't have a target to hit. No vision.
Oh, that Wind Waker saved the Muerta's life. We were wondering if the Wind Waker would come or the Chrono first, and it looks like we did get one Chrono that was pretty good there on the Razor, but now it's kind of hard. You can't just go on one target just like that, unless, well, you have two options. It looks like he's going for one of the two options. You have two Chronos, but hold that thought as you're going to chase and look for some kills here. It won't happen. So you have two choices here. You get a Nullifier. That way the Wind Waker has no effect, or you just Chrono him twice, and it looks like he's going for the double Chrono option. Because you do have the opportunity to hit multiple targets.
It's time to get Refresher and Dismar. Refresher Rubik. That would be a sight to be behold.
That would be quite special, just for double Wind Waker. I mean, maybe they'll get the next Roche and they'll get the Refresher Shard. Who knows?
Let's see what's going on here. Treant already scouting in ahead. Got the root. Bismarck saved with the toss, but here comes the hook shot blocked by Lumiere. Oh, he's got hostiles inside his cogs now as well. Bouncing back the stun with the Lotus Orb. That's a very techie clockwork now. Walks into Faker's stun though. One trouble into another. Drops the Glimmer Cape and still down. And there's a vac by Lissex, but it won't do anything.
Well, the pesky clockwork is down for now. And Brewmaster goes ahead and stops the Razor's TP here. You do have a BKB, but you didn't get it off.
For backup. Baker's here. Oh, missed the stun. The lift, they don't have Force Staffs, but they got Dismar. That's all they need. Another Lotus bouncing it back down. Can he get the damage off the Lion? Yes, he can. Now they're going to focus on Faker, but he's being bullied and pummeled by Vitali. Still standing his ground at 400 HP. Lumiere stuck by Eluded. And Muerta rooted up by Gardic, and he's down. Gardic even getting the kill. That's everybody gone. And one step closer against the victory. That's
we got no
buyback
like on 3 heroes here. The big ones being your mid and your carry. With this Razor and Muerta, no buyback. Darkseer does have a buyback, but he has no wall here. If it's not game, it's major structural damage here, as they will probably lose 2 sides as a result of this one. Or maybe they'll just lose Clockwork.
On to the next one we go.
He does have buyback, trying his best to buy as much time as he possibly can here. This is their last glyph available. 50 seconds, no Muerta. And more importantly, the wall is 40 seconds. So they're pretty much looking at Muerta's timer until they can do something big again. Probably can't get the throne here, but you're definitely getting 2 sides, maybe even 3 if they want to go for that top set.
They're not seeing any buybacks coming in, so they're going to at least gamble. Hope for some buybacks to come off. Faker diving in deep. Dismar does have the time walk. That's just the time walk. You can't time walk these racks back.
You really can't.
And That's mega
That'd be-
creeps.
That would be a little weird if you could do that.
Holy, did you see the time walk range on this Rubik?
Yeah, I mean, with the cast range, it's pretty nasty. Does
Yeah.
he have the shard too? Yeah, he does. Okay, cool.
Yeah, and the blink. So if you time walk and blink forward, you can do a massive time walk distance. He's having some fun with it.
He might
But-
have fun with a time walk, but he's not having fun with the condition of his base right now, as every single barracks has been destroyed now.
What do you
25k
do?
net worth advantage. And if you want to, you can just go wait for Roche. Or maybe you get bored and you just go Chrono mid lane. Nah, he didn't do it. I thought he would consider it. He's got 2 of them.
Oh, they're all stacked up as well. Oh, they just spread out the moment they were about to hit a 4-man Chrono.
No. If you know Lemire, he is the most patient Faceless Void you'll ever see. He does not
Yeah,
want to...
we've
He
seen
wants
that
the
here.
perfect Chrono.
He'll either Chrono 1 HP Razor, or he'll Chrono no one.
Yeah. That's what it comes down to. He doesn't want a 4-man Chrono. That's too flashy. I mean, it's the beginning of the qualifier, right? He doesn't want to get this hero perma-banned against him. It's really just long game tactics. That'd be next level, actually. You just play at, like, the bare minimum performance on some hero, just, even though you know you're going to win, just so you can get it more in the future. As long as you get the W, that's all that matters.
Yep, exactly. That's all you need. Just need wins in a row. This is the first day of SA after all. The more wins you get in the upper bracket, the shorter the path to TI is going to be. And you also don't need to worry about the threat of elimination. That will only strike you when you go straight to grand finals. That's the one and only series where you're going to lose it all.
Oh, Lemire, if we're talking about getting Chronos off easier, he just got the shard off the Tormentor. Because everyone else already has one. So not every day, like, the top net worth hero in the game gets the shard, but when everyone else already bought a shard, there you go.
5 shards to 1. Dismar, at least he's got probably the best shard for the team. Maybe Muerta scaling could help out, but you'd have to stretch this game a lot to make it super value. So they only have the lift save versus
And
5 other
Clockwork
shards
has been
on the
found. Leshrac gonna TP onto the outpost.
That's a target
No
you can
jetpack
easily take,
available.
but bye-bye. For now.
Okay.
TP. Can he kill with the trees and TP? Michael?
Nah,
He's
he's
push. Nah. Wishful thinking.
indeed. And meanwhile, Dismar gonna get caught by Void here.
Yeah, back into the base. The Wind
Wait,
Waker,
wait.
he's going to
You
push
wanna
himself
chrono
to
it?
safety, but
Oh,
Lumiere,
okay.
ooh, he's close, and Lissix is... Oh, he's baiting.
He's got an arcade room,
Cast
man. Just
canceling.
get him.
Yeah, he's just cast canceling. He was baiting with that Chrono there for a second. And that Arcane, that's going to run out. Does he get to use it? Yes.
There it is.
He's going to pop it. And there goes Mr. Rubik.
No buy on
TPing
Rubik.
back into the base, but at the same time, another Chrono should be soon available. Not going to pop the refresher just quite yet. Moving away for the time being. Now he's popped it. James, they're focusing on Faker. Faker, he's like, come on, dude. Drop the Chrono already. Drop the hammer. But no, they're moving out. They're moving out. They've lost 2. Lumiere's not going to risk it. Vitaly, 18 seconds until that
going in.
form ends. And there we go. The turnaround, the finger as well onto the Muerta. Muerta's going to be dropping. And there's the Darkseer next. All those auras, they ain't going to help you at all as they drop one after the other. Razor going to get hit by the overgrowth. The fear does connect onto the Faceless Void. Razor's going to jump straight back in. And James going to be the next target to drop.
And then Dad here, he gets cycloned up. All right. He's got no BKB. He's got no buyback. He'll go
that's the end
down
of the
here.
game. He dies.
That
That's
will be
over.
the end of your dreams for Universitario in the upper bracket, at least. If you want to make your way into the TI, you have to work your way from the lower bracket. As 2 teams do, however, get to go to TI from South America here.
That is true. But now it's time for the long haul for Universitario. At the same time, Infinity.
For RDO.
At least the score line is 2 to Infinity. Maybe you could say that's 0. It seems to be a 0 with this team. But this was the first time that these 2 teams faced off against each other's, at least with their current rosters. But Infinity really showing they're one big step ahead.
Yeah, for sure. And I think they had a bit of fun with this game. I think this is not the ceiling for the team. This wasn't the cleanest play that I've seen Infinity go for, but they're still looking good. They're looking dominant. There was a couple points in this game where I was a little worried for them, but at the same time, I was never like fully worried that they were gonna just lose the game just based off of like how these drafts scaled. It was mainly just waiting for Lemire to kind of join the game, which took a bit longer than expected. But once he was in the game, once he joined the game, and this was his second chrono of the game, but first team fight chrono of the game, even though it was on just a Razor, you started to realize that this Faceless Void was an issue, and yeah, he just scaled into the game. Once you got the refresh orb, he could play with that item, and then you just feel like you have to use buybacks after buybacks to kind of deal with them. And the Brewmaster had an exceptional game as well. Just a great draft overall for the side of Infinity.
Great draft, great execution indeed, especially like when you look at the fact that James having to play a bit of a different type of mid-hero with that Qhali and the Lestrak coming out from Faker, didn't really feel like he was stopping him that much. The Razor was in trouble very early on into the game. Faker was getting all the backup he needed. Constant bottle refills, constant rotations. They were making this Razor really regret he's playing this game at all. It wasn't even Austin who's struggling or having a difficult time with the clockwork. That comes later. James, he was really put to the dirt early on. Muerta gets the farm. Lissex and Desmar, positive marks from Universitario. That offlane went really well. They got a kill out of that lane. Darkseer was top 2 out of the 4 heroes in net worth, and that made a big difference. But still, differences, maybe 1 or 2 good fights for Universitario. The rest of the fights, every single other fight, even that Roche battle, I don't even know if you can call it a fight, because Universitario got like 0 damage out. Infinity just killed them 1 by 1. Pretty straightforward result, and of course you can see from the score lines here that not too many difficulties on the side of Infinity. MVP Fear, can we agree it's Vitaly?
Let's do it. I mean, his Brewmaster is great. Both games, but if we're doing this game specifically, would also agree with that. He was taking up all the space on the map. Of course, the Clockwork was trying his best to interrupt him, but it did not. He didn't waver whatsoever as he went for Radiance Vanguard. I mean, he went Vanguard earlier, but he went Radiance into Kuros, into Shivas, all the auras for his team, and throw a refresher on the top. Why not? Great micro by him, great laning stage. Really come back from game number 1 where he had a pretty rough laning stage, dominated in game number 2.
Yeah, but that was some positive remarks coming out from Infinity, at least. They're coming out from that third-party SA tournament. They lost the Grand Finals versus Thunder Awaken, but coming into the TI regional qualifiers, I guess it also gives them a bit of spark of hope too, because they had the second most DPC points of this region, have been very strong throughout the year, just not strong enough compared to EG or Beast Coast to get representation in the international majors. But knowing that they have a fair good shot going into possibly into TI, their matchups are going to get harder though, especially with the teams that have already made their way through into the second round of the semifinals. And I mean, maybe let's just take a look at the bracket right away, because I think the upper bracket coming up is going to be super spicy. We can glorify Dad's Muerta for a moment, but he is going to be going to the lower bracket nevertheless. But, you know, the matchups that we're looking at coming out in the upper bracket are spicy. All of these 4 teams, they took a 2-0 in their first series and not challenged at all by their opponents.
Yeah, and I think we're starting to see a difference, right? Like, I think the bracket was really well done in the fact where they kind of like matched the top teams against maybe the teams in the upper bracket that were going to challenge the top teams, and all the challengers unfortunately fell pretty hard on this one. So I think all the games moving forward here are going to be a lot closer. They're going to be a lot more intense. And we're going to start to see who is the best from South America outside of Beast Coast and EG. Because that's something we haven't got to see all year long. Just everyone but those 2 teams just battle out and see who's the best of the rest here.
Exactly, and if we take a look at tomorrow's schedule as well, as you see those matchups in the lower bracket, yes sir, those are coming up next. We do have a couple series to be played out tomorrow, starting off with our lower bracket round 2. Balrogs going up against Lava. Balrogs, who did get knocked down by Thunder Awaken, followed up by Infamous versus Qhali. Infamous losing to AcatSuki 2-0, And then we have the final entrance there as well, which is going to be Universitario Esports versus No Ping. Will be the finisher for day number 2 of the South American qualifiers. But hey, plenty of Dota to come, plenty of South American Dotes to be enjoyed and relished. And of course, those 2 slots, those 2 spicy slots are going to be waiting for one of these, well, it could maybe be one of these teams, because definitely a lower bracket team will be taking that spot into TI. But Fear, after the first day played out, any remarks that stuck into your mind?
I kind of just want to highlight the fact that the teams that did win today in the upper bracket, every single one of them look really good, and I can't really pick a favorite from any of them. And I'm just really excited to see, you know me, I love like high level Dota, I love quality Dota, of course. I love the scrappy lower bracket elimination games where every chaos consumes everyone. But I want to see these top teams in the upper bracket face against each other. I want to just see who's the best. I don't want to see who's second place. I want to see who gets first place. I want to see who's the best team in South America. So very much so keep an eye on these upper bracket teams that survived today.
Oh, definitely sure. But hey, people, we'll be seeing you tomorrow again at the same place, at the same time as we started off today. Rolling schedule. So if you want to miss, if you don't want to miss the series you really want to watch out, you better watch all the Dota that's coming up tomorrow. The South American TI regional qualifiers is T Panda and Fear signing out for the today. And we will see you people tomorrow. Until then, sleep well, take care of yourselves, and good night.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.